I woke up to the sound of the school broadcast echoing from the nearby middle school, urging students to get up. Groggily, I try to pull my blanket over my head, hoping for a few more minutes of sleep. But something felt off. I reached around for my phone on instinct, but it was nowhere to be found. Confused, I sat up and looked around, noticing the small, unfamiliar room, crammed with 2 beds, a desk, and a wardrobe. My eyes landed on an old poster of little tigers on the wall, and suddenly, I felt a chill. Where am I? I walked over to the poster and saw the date printed on it. 1990. I rubbed my eyes and checked again, still 1990, May 1st. Memories that weren't mine suddenly surged through me, making my head spin. When I opened my eyes again, I realized the impossible. I'd traveled back in time. Just yesterday, I was working overtime, exhausted at my office. Now I'm here, in someone else's life. This body belongs to a young woman named Lee Manjun, just like me. But while she's 20 and full of youthful energy, I'm over 30, single, and buried in work. Her family consists of her father, a government accountant, her mother, who recently lost her job, a younger sister who's preparing for exams, and a younger brother who's the family favorite. Life here is tough. Her father is the only steady income, and everyone feels the financial strain. Apparently, this family's main wish is to marry me off as soon as possible, given my lazy reputation. As I absorb these memories, I can only sigh. Even here, I can't escape parental pressure to get married. I look down at my clothes, an old, faded t-shirt, and worn-out leggings. Opening the wardrobe, I see mostly my sister's clothes. She's the one who gets the best things. I pick out a shabby pair of black pants and look at my reflection. Everything about this feels outdated and drab, except for my face, still youthful in this body. Sighing deeply, I take out 2 hidden yuan from the pillowcase and head out. My mother immediately starts complaining that I'm a burden, doing nothing around the house, and then tries to set me up on a date arranged by a family friend. I can barely process it all, still dazed by the strange familiarity of this life. Reaching for my old enamel cup, I grab a toothbrush, squeeze out some toothpaste, and head to the sink to start my day in this unexpected new life. My mom, Wang Xiaowan, came over with a spatula, giving me a mock swat on the head. Which one? Obviously, it's the nephew of Director Lee. Have you met him yet? I rinse my mouth and put the toothbrush back. Haven't seen him, I replied. Her face fell, and if I hadn't reminded her about the food on the stove, that spatula might have really come down on me. I don't like him, I added honestly. Mom stared at me, surprised. How can you dislike him if you haven't even met him? Her eyes lit up suddenly. Fine, I have other options. Your Aunt Wu said the guy from the grain store on East Street is also good. I stayed silent, and she took that as agreement, happily rattling off more potential matches as she cooked. Soon, she served our meal, just the 2 of us home, with the others off at work or school, a simple pickled vegetable soup and a plate of stir-fried edamame. When I glanced toward the cupboard, Mom quickly locked it. That pork belly is for tonight, for your brother. He needs it to stay strong for the school sports competition, she explained, her voice softening. I couldn't help but think how grateful I was not to be the original Lee Manjun. Hearing such favoritism would have hurt her deeply. I grew up as an only child, so I never knew what it felt like for parents to treat kids unequally until now. After finishing the meager meal, I cleaned up and washed the dishes to avoid more nagging. Just one morning with Mom, and my ears were already sore from the constant talk about marriage and moving out. Even my little sister, Li Jun, was in on it, hoping for her own room if I married. I understood her teenage need for space, but still, I wasn't about to sacrifice my peace for that. Our home wasn't tiny, 3 rooms and a small courtyard, but space was tight. My brother had his own room, while my sister and I shared. In our town, this was considered pretty good. Many families crammed into tiny homes, so at least I had that to be thankful for. Once the dishes were done, I grabbed some toilet paper and told Mom I was going out. She asked where, and I gestured with the paper. Our house didn't have a bathroom, so I had to use the public one by the school. It also gave me an excuse to escape. Mom called after me, reminding me to drop off some new shoes for my grandparents and to be back in time for a lunch meeting with Aunt Wu, probably to set up yet another matchmaking attempt. I rolled my eyes and rushed out, taking the shoes with me so I wouldn't have to come back. After using the public toilet, I headed to the bustling market, Ma Street. This place used to sell horses, but now it was all about farm goods. I quickly found a neighbor from our village and asked him to deliver the shoes to my grandparents. He praised my parents for being so dutiful, despite how unfairly they were treated by the elders. I didn't have strong feelings about my parents' show of filial piety, but it was obvious to me that they did what they had to for respect. With that chore done, I wandered through the market, thinking about how people always said that the 90s were a time when even pigs could fly if they caught the right wave. I wondered, could I be one of those pigs? Could I find a way to rise in this era? With 2 yuan in my pocket, feeling like a fortune, I left Ma Street and wandered through the busy streets of Shenan town, soaking in the lively market atmosphere. Stalls selling clothes, shoes, and snacks lined the roads, and people were eager to buy whatever they could get their hands on. I couldn't help but feel a bit hungry as I watched the bustling business. Eventually, I went into the only department store in town, a 2-story building selling everything from kitchenware to clothes. The place was packed because of the market day, and everyone was busy shopping. The woman at the seasoning counter recognized me instantly as the eldest daughter of Lee Accountant and greeted me warmly. I bought 2 kilos of white sugar, using up my precious 2 yuan, and hurried to my friend Lu Yan's house. Lu Yan lived in a crowded complex near the old meat factory, which now served as a chicken and duck slaughterhouse. The smell was awful, but I was determined. Lu Yan's family had a private kitchen, which was perfect for what I wanted to do. Make peanut candy to exchange for empty toothpaste tubes, something I figured might be profitable. Lu Yan was confused but curious. As I prepared the sugar syrup over the coal stove, I explained that it could be a way for us to earn something. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and she was quick to help. We made a big batch of sweet, sticky peanut candy and found some bamboo skewers to shape it. When I asked about getting more skewers, Lu Yan dashed upstairs to borrow some from a neighbor who sold candied fruit. Armed with our candy and supplies, we headed to a nearby residential area, ready to put our plan into action. Lu Yan was nervous, but I boldly started shouting, "Trade your toothpaste tubes for peanut candy." Sweet, delicious peanut candy. At first, she was embarrassed, but seeing me confidently call out, she eventually joined in. It wasn't long before curious kids came running, eager to trade their old toothpaste tubes for candy. Even a little boy who didn't have enough tubes went home, emptied the last bit from a nearly full toothpaste, and returned to make the trade. Soon, we were surrounded by excited kids, and even some parents gave up their empty toothpaste tubes to see their children happy. In that moment, seeing all the kids happily enjoying the candy, I felt hopeful. Maybe, just maybe, I'd found a small way to make something work in this strange, new life. With a big sack of toothpaste tubes and only 2 yuan spent on sugar, Lu Yan and I had a successful afternoon. We had wandered through all the alleys of Shenan town, trading our homemade peanut candy for empty toothpaste tubes. In total, we collected 60 large tubes and 150 small ones. The tubes were valuable because they contained a special metal, and with metal in short supply in the late 80s and early 90s, people were eager to recycle. We headed to the bus station where I'd seen a man collecting toothpaste tubes earlier. Sure enough, he was still there, carrying a large bag. Lu Yan was a bit scared, thinking he looked like a gangster from the movies, but I reassured her. The man, who introduced himself as Lu, offered us a good price, 2 cents for each small tube and 5 cents for each large one. We sold everything and earned 6 yuan. Even though 2 yuan had been my only cost, Lu Yan and I split the profit evenly, each pocketing 2 yuan. We were thrilled with our small but significant gain. Excited, we promised to continue collecting more tubes the next day. When I got home, everyone was already back from school and work. The smell of Mom's braised pork belly made my mouth water. At dinner, my siblings and I eagerly dug into the dish. My brother, Jianjun, even offered me a piece of lean meat, remembering that I used to prefer it. but I pushed it back, choosing a piece with some fat instead. Our little feast was full of laughter, though Mom scolded my sister Lee Jun when she tried to take more from Janjun's plate, reminding us that he needed to grow strong. Dad watched us with a mix of amusement and sadness, aware of the simple joys and struggles we faced. He joked with Mom, asking her to make braised pork more often, but she just waved him off, saying she'd think about it. After dinner, Lee Jun and Janjun got ready for evening classes. Before leaving, Janjun pulled out a homemade donation box, asking for contributions for the Asian Games. We all laughed, realizing how times had changed, but Dad still made sure we treated the cause with respect. Even if we didn't have much, we could still be proud to help our country. Mom's attitude changed immediately when she found out the donation was for the Asian Games. She proudly handed 10 yuan to my brother, Janjun, for his collection box. Lee Jun quickly dodged, saying she'd already donated in her class, leaving me with the responsibility of a 1 yuan donation. For me, without income, 1 yuan was a lot, but I gave it gladly. As Janjun was about to help with the dishes, Mom waved him off, saying she'd do it. She couldn't resist praising him, which made me worry a bit. If he never learns to help out, he won't know how to take care of himself later. I mentioned this to Dad and he nodded, understanding my concern, but he kept it low-key with Mom. Mom, of course, didn't forget to remind me about tomorrow's lunch with Aunt Wu, another matchmaking attempt. I just rolled my eyes and agreed, trying to keep the peace. Later that night, Lee Jun woke me up, scared to go to the bathroom alone. So, in the pitch-black night with only a flashlight, we ventured to the public restroom. The quiet town and starlit sky felt peaceful but eerie, and by the time we finished, we were practically sprinting home, laughing at how spooked we were. The next morning, knowing I'd have to be back for lunch, I made good use of my time. I bought more sugar, then went to Lu Yan's to make more peanut candy for trading. Lu Yan's family was large, and even though her parents worked hard, the economic pressure was intense, so she stayed home to help. Her younger brother, Lu Chung, was home too, but only because he'd been kicked out of his apprenticeship after messing up a repair job. Despite Lu Yan's protests, he joined us, eager to help with the candy trades. By noon, Lu Chung was completely into the trading game, confidently promising to handle the afternoon's collection on his own, so I could get home in time. With him and Lu Yan running things, I returned home, not just for lunch, but also to meet yet another potential match. When I got to the house, I found the front gate wide open, and Mom was loudly chatting with Aunt Wu. Mom was going on about how I'd make a great wife if I married a guy with a stable job. She even bragged about my looks and how people used to call me the beauty of the factory. Hearing this, I was surprised. I had no idea my parents were thinking of helping me open a tailor shop if I couldn't find a job. It seemed like a decent plan, but I wasn't sure if I could actually take over such a skill. Honestly, I thought Mom would be better off running a laundromat instead. Just then, Aunt Wu brought out photos of 2 potential matches. She said both men had steady jobs but weren't good-looking. Mom, a secret admirer of handsome faces, tried to hide her grimace. After all, she had married Dad because of his good looks back in the day. I accidentally made some noise at the door and stumbled into the courtyard. Covering up my embarrassment, I greeted Aunt Wu and asked to see the photos myself. Mom looked shocked that I was suddenly so interested. But when I saw the men in the photos, I couldn't help but cringe. Their crooked teeth were a deal breaker for me, and I firmly rejected them, despite Aunt Wu trying to convince me otherwise. Aunt Wu moved on to another option, a good-looking guy from a nearby town but with less stable conditions. He came from a big family with lots of siblings. Mom and I exchanged glances. The guy was handsome, but the idea of 10 siblings made Mom nearly lose her mind. I had to calm her down before Aunt Wu pulled out one last photo. This final candidate was a tall, handsome guy, an only child, working in a city factory with a promise of getting an apartment in the future. But his dad was bedridden, and he had heavy family responsibilities. I stayed logical, asking if their new house was built with borrowed money. Aunt Wu confirmed, and I knew this wasn't as good a deal as it seemed. I quickly poured Mom some water to stop her from saying something rude, hoping to keep the peace. When I got home, I found Mom chatting with Aunt Wu about potential matches for me, focusing on how important it was for a man to have a stable job. Hearing them discuss me like a prized object was both embarrassing and amusing. Aunt Wu eventually asked me directly what kind of man I wanted, and I blurted out that I wasn't ready for marriage. Mom did not take that well. She grabbed her slipper and tried to hit me, so I ran out of the house to avoid the flying shoe. But she demanded I explain what I was looking for, so I half-jokingly said I wanted someone good-looking, with a house and a car and preferably no parents. Mom was furious, but Aunt Wu surprised us both by saying she actually knew someone who fit my criteria. Aunt Wu described a guy named Zhao Yong, an orphan who had inherited a house in the city. He wasn't perfect, but his background made me curious. I grabbed the photo she showed us, and despite his serious expression, I couldn't help but feel intrigued. His life story was tragic. His parents were teachers who passed away when he was very young, leaving him to grow up alone. Mom, who had been angry, softened as she heard his story, even getting a bit emotional. Meanwhile, I got more interested not just in the guy, but also in the idea of visiting the city to explore potential business opportunities. Aunt Wu arranged for us to meet him after the Dragon Boat Festival, and I couldn't believe how quickly things were moving. Mom was shocked at how seriously I was taking this, and when I asked her to cover the cost of the bus ticket, she grumbled but handed me a 100 yuan bill. I was thrilled, but she quickly reminded me to spend it wisely and bring back any change. It turns out, maybe getting set up for a date had some unexpected perks. 100 yuan felt like a huge amount to me, especially since my pockets were completely empty before. The first thing I thought about was how to use it to make more money. Instead of buying nice clothes as my mom told me, I went to the department store, looked longingly at the trendy jeans and tops, and spent 20 yuan on 20 kilograms of sugar. It was still early, and Lu Yan and her brother hadn't returned from the countryside. I brought the heavy sugar to their house, used my knowledge to unlock their kitchen without drawing attention, and hid the sugar. Then I headed to the bus station, hoping to find the toothpaste tube buyer, but he wasn't there yet. Instead, I spotted the couple running the nearby recycling station, busy with their work. I asked about prices. Glass bottles were 20 cents each, cardboard was 50 cents per kilogram, copper was 3 yuan per kilogram, and iron was 1 yuan 50 cents per kilogram. No wonder people stole manhole covers and wires. Copper and iron fetched high prices. When I asked about chicken and duck feathers, the lady got suspicious, thinking I might be a competitor. I quickly explained I was just trying to earn some pocket money, which made them relax. The woman told me they only bought solid items, not feathers, and directed me to a man named Lu Datu, who would buy those. She then asked if I had a lot to sell, and I confidently bluffed, saying I had some. We agreed on prices, and I went to check out their metal bin. I was hoping to find something I could use as a makeshift night pot to avoid those scary midnight trips to the restroom. Digging through the bin, I found an old, heavy iron pot that seemed perfect. The lady tried to hype it up as some kind of good luck charm from an old temple, but I just wanted a cheap night pot. We haggled, and I managed to get it for 4 yuan and 80 cents. Even though the couple pretended they were losing money, I knew better. Wrapping the pot in an old bed sheet they gave me, I waited by the bus stop. Soon, Lu Yan and her brother showed up, exhausted but happy. Their bags were full from a successful day of trading. Lu Yan was surprised to see me and whispered, asking if my matchmaking meeting had ended already. I nodded, not wanting to waste time discussing it, and led them to sell the toothpaste tubes we had collected. The price didn't change, and Lu Yan's candy-pulling skills had improved, so today we earned 9 yuan and 50 cents from the toothpaste tubes collected with 3 kilograms of sugar. After deducting the 3 yuan cost, we had 6 yuan and 50 cents left, giving Lu Cheng 1 yuan and 50 cents, and leaving Lu Yan and me with 2 yuan and 50 cents each. It wasn't a lot, and the work was tiring, but Lu Yan was confident that if we brought more candy next time, we could collect even more toothpaste tubes. I went with the siblings back to their house, got the 20 kilograms of sugar I'd hidden in the kitchen, and revealed my plan to do a bigger job in the next couple of days. Lu Yan was shocked, thinking I'd stolen money from my mom, but I reassured her it was given willingly. We planned to wake up early, catch the first bus to the villages, and collect not only toothpaste tubes but also chicken feathers, duck feathers, and scrap metal. We even prepared to ask villagers if they had any old, valuable items. Lu Yan and her brother were amazed at the plan. Lu Chung joked that I was seriously getting into the recycling business, and I told them to prepare extra bags and poles to carry the heavy loads. As we parted, Lu Yan noticed the iron pot wrapped in an old sheet and asked about it. I told her it was a night pot, and she backed away, fanning the air as if it already smelled bad. At home, Mom was cooking and asked about the pot too, giving me the same disgusted look. I grabbed some dish soap and started scrubbing the dirty pot, but when I noticed something interesting at the bottom, I stopped. I had uncovered an old, faded stamp that read, "Made during the Qianlong era." My heart raced at the thought that this could be a valuable antique. I hid the pot under my bed, deciding to have it checked later. That night, Li Jun woke me up again, wanting me to accompany her to the bathroom. Despite not drinking any water to avoid this, I had no choice but to go. She complained about the distance to the public toilet, and I suggested she drink less water before bed. Finally, we returned and fell asleep. The next morning, I got up at the first rooster crow, ready to work. Grabbing some tools and a carrying pole from the house, I opened the door just in time to startle Jianjun, who was sneaking around, trying to avoid going to the bathroom. I told him I wouldn't be home for lunch and left, determined to make the most of the day. Before 6:30, I arrived early at the bus stop and bought steamed buns and soy milk for the three of us. Since soy milk wasn't packaged, I had filled my water bottle with it. Lu Yan and her brother showed up on time, and the bus driver was surprised to see us, asking what we were doing so early. Lu Chung, carrying the 30 pounds of peanut candy we made last night, replied with a smile, "We're collecting scrap." The driver was amused, as he'd never seen young people doing this kind of work. We sat down, securing our poles and bags in the aisle to avoid blocking other passengers. After finishing breakfast and riding for 20 minutes, we reached the first village. These larger villages were wealthier, so we collected a lot of toothpaste tubes and other recyclables. Our teamwork paid off. Lu Yan and her brother handled the candy trades, while I managed the weighing of scrap metal and cardboard. Our plan went smoothly, and by the end of the day, we had cleared 4 big villages, collecting almost everything we set out for. Even when a late competitor showed up, angry we had taken his business, Lu Chung confidently stood in front of us, ready to defend his sisters. The man eventually left, muttering curses, but Lu Chung reassured us that he'd protect us. With all the candy gone, and our bags full, we headed back to town. The driver insisted we pay for an extra ticket because of the large load, which made sense. Once we arrived, we brought everything to the recycling station, and the owner was shocked at how much we had collected. After weighing everything, we made 186 yuan. We added the 38.5 yuan from the toothpaste tubes, making a total of 224.5 yuan. After deducting our expenses, we had 121 yuan left. I suggested splitting it evenly, taking 5 yuan for myself and giving Lu Yan and Lu Qing 30 yuan each. They were thrilled, as it was more than a day's pay for labor at a construction site, and the work had been much easier. The three of them went to the department store again to buy 20 kilograms of sugar, and the next day they went to a few more villages to repeat the process. Although the harvest wasn't as good as the previous day, they still made a net profit of 105 yuan. Following the same method to split the money, Li Manjuan's savings finally grew to 212 yuan. After deducting the 100 yuan her mom had given her, she had 112 yuan left for herself. Feeling the thick wad of change in her pocket, Li Manjun thought all the hard work had been worth it. She had been so busy over the past 2 days that she was hardly home. When she returned each evening, sweaty and exhausted, she was greeted by her mom's fiery glare, which reminded her that she had nearly forgotten about the arranged date. Making money had become too addictive. Before her mom could scold her, she quickly said she was going to heat water for a bath and rushed into the kitchen, acting busy. Mom was suspicious, asking where she had been and mentioning how someone saw her in the countryside with Lu Yan and her brother, collecting scrap. Li Manjun admitted it, which shocked her family. Her sister, Lee Lee-jun, couldn't believe it, and even her brother, Jian-jun, worriedly offered her some food. As Lee Man-jun wolfed down her meal, she insisted that collecting scrap was a good thing. Mom was upset, especially since the 100 yuan she'd given her was supposed to be for buying clothes. Just as she was about to hit Lee Man-jun, she handed back the money. Mom was still frustrated, reminding her she had to look presentable for the date. Lee Man-jun borrowed a white dress from her sister and promised to repay her with treats. Early the next morning, Lee Lee-jun helped her get ready, even applying some new color-changing lip balm on her. Lee Man-jun looked fresh and pure in the dress, with a gentle but strong aura in her eyes. The whole family was impressed. Even Aunt Wu, who came to take her to the meeting, was stunned. Mom worriedly reminded her not to be too reserved, but felt slightly reassured when Aunt Wu promised to keep an eye on things. The bus loaded with agricultural products headed towards Rong City, first bumping along the dusty road outside Shernan town for half an hour before finally reaching the smooth cement road. The bus was lively, and Aunt Wu seemed to know everyone, greeting them as they asked about the beautiful girl she was with, wondering if she had a boyfriend, and if they could introduce her to someone. Aunt Wu skillfully replied, saying she didn't have a boyfriend yet and was open to introductions of good-looking young men. When someone asked why they were heading to the city, Aunt Wu explained that Lee Man-jun was accompanying her to visit her little aunt, without mentioning the matchmaking. If things didn't work out, it wouldn't stop Lee Man-jun from meeting other prospects. Lee Man-jun simply smiled and even dozed off halfway through the journey. Aunt Wu woke her up as they arrived at the bus station in Rong City. The station was nothing like the modern version Lee Man-jun knew. It was chaotic, with people carrying large bags, some leaving for work elsewhere, and others coming to work in the city. Aunt Wu kept reminding Lee Man-jun to guard her bag against pickpockets. As they exited the station, Lee Man-jun saw an old European-style building, the tallest one in the city at 12 stories, with 2 black crown cars parked in front. A sharply dressed driver opened the door for a boss who stepped out, wearing a shirt with a beeper at his waist and holding a large brick-like mobile phone. The doorman eagerly welcomed him, receiving a generous 100 yuan tip. Aunt Wu, having never seen such a mobile phone, laughed and called it a brick, making Lee Man-jun smile and guessed to herself that the man was likely a wealthy investor. The 2 women hailed a slow ride, a 3-wheeled vehicle converted into a taxi, which was cheaper than a regular taxi, and wobbled along slowly. Lee Man-jun felt nostalgic, remembering how these rides had mostly disappeared from big cities during her childhood. Riding in one again felt surreal, like a dream. When they arrived, Aunt Wu reassured her not to be nervous, suggesting they just see how things went. Lee Man-jun smiled, saying she wasn't nervous, though Aunt Wu was starting to feel a bit anxious herself. They were meeting in Aunt Wu's little aunt's hair salon, where Zhao Yong had been waiting. Zhao Yong, who had arrived half an hour early, had his hair styled by the salon owner, who fussed over him like a caring grandmother. She even reminded him to smile more and greet the girl warmly. He patiently accepted her advice, feeling both amused and helpless. At 9, new customers came in, so the owner left him to attend to them. Zhao Yong sat on a small magenta couch, which looked tiny beneath his tall frame. He kept glancing at the clock, and then out the window. When he finally saw 2 figures approaching, a middle-aged woman and a girl in a white dress, his heart raced. Could this be his date? The girl's beauty made him so nervous that he felt the couch heat up beneath him. The salon owner knew immediately who they were and quickly called Zhao Yong to bring water. He moved around the small space, his presence commanding attention. Offering a polite smile, he handed a glass of water to Lee Man-jun and gestured for her to sit. As she sat, she felt the warmth left behind from where Zhao Yong had been, and she adjusted uncomfortably. Looking up, she saw a young man quite different from the stiff photo she had seen. Dressed in a striped collared shirt and jeans, with neatly combed hair, Zhao Yong seemed even taller in person. His intense eyes met hers, and after a brief pause, he looked away. The air felt hot and close, and Lee Man-jun took a sip of warm water, realizing Aunt Wu had the same. Zhao Yong stood at the door. After delivering the water, he turned around and secretly let out a breath of hot air. The temperature was a bit high during the Dragon Boat Festival, and the long-sleeve shirt he was wearing was a bit stuffy. Zhao Yong unbuttoned the buttons on his shirt cuffs and lifted the sleeves up a little on his arms, revealing half of his muscular, wheat-colored forearms. Finally, it was cooler, and Zhao Yong breathed a sigh of relief. He slightly turned his body and pretended to look nonchalantly at Li Manjuan's reflection on the glass door. The close-fitting white dress wraps around her beautiful figure, and a small black and gold leather buckle is tied around her slender waist, which neutralizes the slenderness of the white dress and adds a bit of upright elegance. Half of her long black hair was tied up with a rubber band, and the other half was scattered on her slender back. The sunlight shone through the glass onto the ends of her hair, which had a luster half like satin. The knotty strands of hair beside her cheeks fluttered in the breeze. The hostess raised her fingers, tucked it behind her ear, and turned her head to look over. The sunlight covered the tiny pores on her face and all the flaws. Her face with full and smooth lines looked as flawless as white jade in the light. Zhao Yong's Adam's apple rolled, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. He asked tentatively, "Do you want more water?" After asking the question, Zhao Yong heard his own hoarse voice. He coughed twice to clear his inexplicably dry throat. He felt that he needed to drink some water first. So, without waiting for Li Manjun to answer, he said to her, "I'll buy you a soda." Then he turned around and strode down the 2 steps in front of the door and went into the convenience store next door. Li Manjuan's mouth curled up and her eyes fell on the entrance of the convenience store. She looked at the bulging blue veins on the back of Zhao Yong's hand when he opened the refrigerator. His thick arms were very powerful, but they didn't match his fashionable and elegant outfit today. He didn't look away until the owner of the hand paid and was about to turn back. Aunt Wu and Grandma Qiao exchanged glances with ambiguous smiles. Today, the 2 young people fell in love with each other. At least Grandma Qiao was certain that the brat Xiaoyong was interested in the girl. She had never seen him so attentive before. The orange-flavored soda just taken out of the refrigerator was icy cold. Zhao Yong pried open the 4 bottles of soda one by one, inserted straws, and handed the first bottle to Li Manjun. "It's hot, so it's better to drink something cold." His tone was so warm that he himself didn't even notice it. Grandma Qiao teased, "Xiaoyong, didn't you have breakfast this morning? Why are you speaking so softly?" Xiaoyong glanced at Li Manjun first, and seeing that she was smiling after hearing this, he glared at Grandma Qiao awkwardly. He quickly turned around to explain to her, "I've eaten. I usually don't speak loudly." Li Manjun nodded, lowered her head, and sipped the drink. The first sip tasted like her childhood. Zhao Yong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His throat was extremely dry, and he couldn't wait to pick up the soda and gulped down half of the bottle. The soda rushed up his throat, and he covered his mouth to hold back a burp. When he looked up, he saw Li Manjun looking at him, and the tips of his ears instantly turned red. The atmosphere in the small barber shop was a bit subtle. Grandma Qiao and Aunt Wu asked about their drinks. Zhao Yong came to his senses and handed them the soda he had prepared. The atmosphere began to flow again. Aunt Wu took a sip of soda, sighed comfortably, and asked with a smile, "Manjun, this is the Zhao Yong I told you about. He's a good guy, right?" Li Manjun glanced at the man standing in front of her, whose ears were red and whose face was calm, but who was actually paying close attention to her answer, and nodded slightly. "Very good. It's pretty good." The corners of Zhao Yong's mouth just curled up a little bit, and then suddenly retracted. "Is that good or bad? Or do you feel that it is only a little bit good, but not satisfactory enough?" Zhao Yong looked at Grandma Qiao, who had already applied medicine to the guests and was washing her hands, and asked, "Don't you want to say something?" Grandma Qiao couldn't help laughing. "Why did you come to call me now? Who was the one who didn't care and said it didn't matter before?" But seeing the young man's anxious look, Grandma Qiao didn't want him to miss such a good girl, so she walked up to him while drinking from the soda bottle and said, "Manjun, it's almost noon. My restaurant is busiest at noon, and the place is small, so it's not convenient to sit. How about I let Xiaoyong take you to the restaurant to sit down and have something to eat, and then let Xiaoyong take you to the park for a stroll? You young people can talk about yourselves, what do you think?" Aunt Wu chimed in, Yeah, What's the point of just sitting here in the store? Young people should go out and have a look. I won't go. I'll stay in the store and help my aunt greet customers. You guys can have fun by yourselves. Just don't miss the bus back home this afternoon. The two young men looked at each other, and Zhao Yong took the initiative to say, "There is a restaurant over on the pedestrian street. I heard that the fried rice there is delicious." As soon as I said that, Grandma Qiao pushed me away. "Why are you eating fried rice? Isn't there a Western restaurant over at the crossroads? Have some steak and some coffee." Zhao Yong knew what to do and shut up. Aunt Wu pulled Li Manjun up, handed her bag to Zhao Yong, and pushed the two of them out of the store. "Go ahead, you young people can't chat with us aunties. Aunt Wu, Grandma Qiao, then we will solve the problem ourselves outside at noon," Li Manjun said embarrassedly. The aunt and nephew both told Zhao Yong to take good care of Li Manjun, and then went into the store. Li Manjun and Zhao Yong stood on the street and reached out for their small cloth bags. "I'll get it myself." "Oh, okay." Zhao Yong returned the bag and did not insist on helping her carry it. Maybe there were important items in the bag. It was normal for her to be worried about him since they had just met for the first time. Li Manjun smiled and asked him how to get there. "What do you want to eat?" Zhao Yong asked. Li Manjun was not hungry yet, so she said that she would just eat something normal. Zhao Yong and Li Manjun were 2 fists apart as they walked side by side towards the pedestrian street and took her to eat fried rice. As for the steak and coffee that Grandma Qiao had recommended, Zhao Yong didn't mention it again when he saw that Li Manjun didn't seem interested. This also made him feel relieved, as he was actually not familiar with the food those foreigners ate. It was the first time for them to eat, and no one wanted to perform badly in front of their crush. Wait until next time. Next time, he will go to the Western restaurant in advance to try it out, and then invite her to go with him. Zhao Yong has been to this small restaurant many times. The owner greeted him warmly when he saw him. Glancing at Li Manjun beside him, his gossipy spirit instantly ignited. Taking advantage of the opportunity, when Zhao Yong came alone to order food, he bumped into him ambiguously. "You actually have a girlfriend?" Zhao Yong shook his head. The shop owner understood. "Blind date? Well, give me 2 servings of egg fried rice and a 3 fresh soup." Zhao Yong ordered. The shop owner patted his arm and said, "This is really good. You should seize the opportunity. I'm looking forward to attending your wedding this year." Zhao Yong glanced at him helplessly. "Brother Zheng, don't think too much. She may not like me." Zheng Kai rolled his eyes at him, then should be more confident. "If she didn't like you, she wouldn't come out to eat at my little restaurant with you. Go back and sit down. Don't keep people waiting. Wait, I'll call your sister-in-law out and have her fry 2 portions for you. You know your sister-in-law's cooking skills. In one word, amazing." Before turning around to call his wife, Zheng Kai teased Zhao Yong about his outfit today. "When you walked over just now, I almost didn't recognize you at first sight. This outfit is nice. If you dress like this more in the future, the little girl will definitely cry and follow you." Zhao Yong thought to himself, "If I dress like this today, the guy next to me won't necessarily cry and follow me. It's really strange." He knows himself that girls who see him either don't dare to look at him or feel scared and stay away from him. Today was the first time that a young girl stared at him. He looked back, and she also looked at him. Her eyes were light, as if she didn't care much, which made it hard to understand. Zhao Yong took a deep breath and returned to his seat. Li Manjun asked curiously, "Does the boss know you?" "What are you talking about?" "It was our neighbor, Brother Zheng," Zhao Yong answered. "He asked me if you were my girlfriend." Li Manjun, who was sucking on a soda straw, raised her eyebrows. "What's your reply?" "I said no." Zhao Yong looked at Li Manjun, wanting to see her reaction. However, she just nodded and continued drinking her soda while looking at the street outside the store. Zhao Yong finished all his soda in the barber shop. He stood up and poured 2 glasses of water, one for Li Manjun's right and one for himself. Li Manjun looked at the people coming and going on the street outside and asked curiously, "Is there an antique market in Rongcheng? Like Panjiayuan in Kyoto?" Zhao Yong thought for a moment and said, "There is a small Panjiayuan near the ocean park, but it's mostly full of scammers who sell old-fashioned modern crafts to deceive outsiders. I want to go for a walk." Lee Manjun suggested. How about we go for a walk over there after dinner? If you have other things to do, then just tell me the address, and I can go there by myself, Lee Manjun added. Zhao Yong hurriedly said, let me take you there. It's a mess over there, and it's not safe for a girl like you. Won't it delay your work? Lee Manjun confirmed. Zhao Yong shook his head. My business today is to go on a blind date with you. Lee Manjun just laughed. By the way, has Aunt Wu told you about my situation? She felt that it was better to inform her of some information in advance. For example, she is now unemployed. No matter what era, people care a lot about work. Zhao Yong didn't expect Lee Manjun to say that, but he also happened to have some information he wanted to tell her. The two looked at each other and reached a consensus. Since it's a blind date, it's better to make it clear at the beginning. You can ask me anything you want to know, Zhao Yong said. This initiative made Lee Manjun like him a little more. Lee Manjun spoke first. I am 20 years old. I have a younger sister and a younger brother, both of whom are in junior high school. I'm currently unemployed, have never had any relationship experience, can't cook and don't like cooking, but I can do other housework and help out. With only a junior high school diploma, my future job prospects are not high, and I probably won't have a very stable job. My hard requirement for my partner is that he has a stable house in the city. My family does not require a dowry or the 3 golds. There will be no wedding banquet at the wedding. Just getting a marriage certificate and treating my family to a simple meal will be enough. I'm done. Lee Manjun took a big sip of the drink and looked at Zhao Yong. She feels that in this era, few men can accept the idea that their wives cannot cook or have a wedding without a banquet. Zhao Yong lowered his head and recalled the information she had told him. After thinking it over carefully, he answered, I'm 25 years old. My parents died early. I have no other relatives at home. I'm alone. This is my first time dating. My job is not stable at the moment, but I promise to take home at least 500 yuan every month. It's up to you whether you can find a job or not. I can support the family. I have a house with 2 bedrooms and a living room, about 40 square meters, on the 3rd floor, above Grandma Qiao's hair salon. The house in the old town is a bit old. I will redecorate it before I get married. I can cook and do housework when I have time. If we are together, I won't let you go hungry. Hearing what he said, Lee Manjun smiled. It was hard not to have a good impression of a man who could accept that she didn't cook and who could cook. What's your educational level? Lee Manjun was almost impatient to hear what he would say next. Zhao Yong seemed a little embarrassed, and his eyes, which always looked at her aggressively, dropped. Lee Manjun waited for a while before he said, I have a low level of education. Aunt Wu may have told you that my parents died early, so I was forced to drop out of school before I even finished elementary school. I know. I'm in very poor conditions. He has nothing except a small house given by the government. The tall man who was so confident and sunny a moment ago now drooped his shoulders slightly and tilted his head to look at the street, not at her. Zhao Yong rolled up his shirt sleeves irritably, revealing his muscular arms. He then tugged at his neatly buttoned collar and unbuttoned the opening on his chest, revealing the thin white vest underneath. His broad chest rose and fell rapidly, and he seemed to be having difficulty breathing. He had never been so nervous. It's like a criminal waiting for sentencing, but he hasn't committed a crime. Lee Manjun was slightly stunned. She was indeed a little surprised. He had no diploma, not even a primary school diploma. This was beyond her expectation. But from spending this morning together, she could feel that he was not an uneducated person. He was very polite, and his every move was restrained, never making her feel offended. At least that's how it was to her. Can you say that she doesn't mind at all? Her inability to respond at this moment is her most honest reaction to this matter. Lee Manjun was just about to say something to break the tense atmosphere when the proprietress came in with the dishes. 2 bowls of fried rice, 1 small portion and 1 larger portion, and a 3 fresh soup. It is simple, refreshing, and very appetite-stimulating. This is your first time here, little sister. Come and try my cooking skills. Every time Zhao Yong comes, he always eats a larger portion. Don't be scared by his big appetite. Zhang Huimei greeted Lee Manjun warmly, and secretly pushed Zhao Yong's thick shoulders to remind him to button his collar. What does this look like? A second-rate guy? Little did he know that Zhao Yong had already given up on himself. The clothes were too elegant and did not match his aura. Now that he has disclosed everything he should have disclosed, can't he just be himself? He didn't want to pretend to be gentle, cultured, and well-mannered in order to deceive the girl. Zhang Huimei glanced back and forth between Li Manjun and Zhao Yong, not knowing what had gone wrong between the two. She had clearly seen the two of them talking and laughing in the kitchen just now. Let's eat first, and then go to the Xiao Panjiayuan you just mentioned. Li Manjun took out chopsticks, held them in the middle, and handed him a pair. Zhao Yong turned around in surprise, quickly took the chopsticks, and revived to full health on the spot. Zhao Yong's appetite was proportional to his body size. He ate the large portion of fried rice very quickly, swallowing it without even chewing twice, leaving not a single grain behind. There really was not a single grain of rice left. During the meal, a handful of rice accidentally dropped on the table, and he naturally picked it up and put it into his mouth. When he realized what was happening, he explained to Li Manjun a little embarrassedly, I developed this habit because I was afraid of being hungry when I was a child. I'll pay more attention next time. Do you mind? Li Manjun shook her head.
How could that be?
Saving food is everyone's responsibility. But she couldn't seem to finish it. The boss lady's cooking skills are really good. This fried rice is the most delicious one Li Manjun has ever eaten, but the boss lady is too kind, and the portion is so large that she can't finish it. It was not yet 11 o'clock in the morning. She had already had breakfast when she came, so she was not really hungry. If it was a normal meal time, she would have a plate of fried rice in front of her and 2 big bowls of 3 fresh soup. But the words of saving food had already been spoken, and Li Manjun immediately realized what it meant to hit one's own foot with a weight. Zhao Yong noticed and asked in confusion, Are you full? Li Manjun didn't want to embarrass herself, so as soon as she nodded, Zhao Yong took the plate in front of her, poured the remaining half bowl of fried rice into his own plate, and finished it in a few big bites. It's not a waste, you said. He looked quite handsome when he smiled. Li Manjun was shaken by the smile and asked worriedly, Are you not full? Zhao Yong waved his hand and asked her if she wanted some soup. After making sure that Li Manjun was really full, he took out his wallet and stood up to pay the bill. The lunch for 2 people cost a total of 7 yuan. Zhang Huimei gave Zhao Yong 3 yuan in change. Zhao Yong went out and took a taxi. The two of them went directly to their destination, Ocean Park. The sun was getting bigger, and the air was getting hotter at noon. Li Manjun turned around inadvertently and found that the blue striped shirt tucked into Zhao Yong's jeans had been pulled out by him at some point, with the buttons unbuttoned, turning it into a cardigan. Are you hot? He asked Li Manjun, looking straight at her with his thick eyebrows and big eyes. He just saw that the fashionable girls next to them were all holding exquisite little umbrellas. Li Manjun shook her head. She was fine. It was even hotter than today, when she went to the countryside 2 days ago. Lu Yan and her brother were sweating profusely. But she was fine as she was born to be heat-resistant. There were too many people in the ocean park, and today was the weekend, so children were running all over the place, and the adults were chasing after them breathlessly. A child ran straight towards Li Manjun, and Zhao Yong hurriedly pulled her arm and moved aside. The two of them were very close. Zhao Yong's tall body was right behind her, and through a thin layer of vest fabric, his hot chest seemed to infect her entire body with his scent. Little guy, you almost bumped into your aunt. Zhao Yong frowned and warned the 5- or 6-year-old child. The child looked up at him and felt that the adult in front of him was like a monster. He was so frightened that his round eyes were filled with tears. The parents who arrived later apologized to Li Manjun and asked her if she was okay. Li Manjun shook her head. The parents' attitude was acceptable and there was no need to make a fuss about it. He looked at Zhao Yong with amusement, who was treated as a monster by the children, walked away from him, and continued forward. Zhao Yong, who was following behind, gently told the parent to keep an eye on the children and not let them run around. Then he touched his chest with a little regret, which seemed to be still warm. He took 2 big steps to catch up with Li Manjun, with a slight smile on his face. As more and more people gathered, Zhao Yong opened his arms slightly and used his tall body to protect Li Manjun firmly in front of him, keeping a fist's distance between their bodies so as not to be too close. After passing the most crowded entrance and arriving at Xiaoben Garden, there were fewer pedestrians around, and Zhao Yong then walked side by side with Li Manjun. She seemed to be looking for something, looking here and there, and her mind was no longer on him. However, Zhao Yong felt that nothing around him was as beautiful as her, and he couldn't get enough of seeing her. A faint floral scent of shampoo wafted from my black hair, the scent of jasmine. Li Manjun walked through one craft shop claiming to be an antique shop, and visited one small stall after another. She rejected the enthusiastic invitations of 8 shop owners to view the paintings of Emperor Minghuang of Tang and Yang Guifei, and finally came to a small pawn shop that looked relatively reliable. It is called a pawn shop, but it is more accurate to call it a grocery store. The sign at the door says that it provides antique appraisal and recycling of old gold watches. There was a table in front of the door, covered with a black cloth and a handful of ancient coins scattered on it. Li Manjun stood in front of the table for a while, and the middle-aged man sitting behind the counter came out, holding a straw fan, and said, 10 yuan each. They are all ancient coins from the Ming and Qing dynasties and have a high collection value. Vendors in other shops all sell ancient coins for 50 yuan each. This is the price Li Manjun hears most often along the way. It is probably the so-called recognized price. Zhao Yong saw that Li Manjun was very interested and heard that the price was much cheaper than those who asked for a high price just now, so he was tempted. Do you like it? Li Manjun shook her head and told him not to buy it. The boss snorted, looking bored, and sat back on the bamboo chair in the store, picking up the newspaper to read. This was the first time Li Manjun had seen a boss give up on a client so quickly. He was completely different from the bosses she had met before. He was very confident, but also had a sense of contempt for the world, and was unwilling to talk to people like them who didn't know anything about the business. Based on her 10 years of work experience, Li Manjun judged that this person had some skills. She asked curiously, other stores sell it for 50 yuan. Why do you only sell it for 10 yuan? Is this ancient coin real or fake? If it were the previous shop owners, they would be very keen to give her popular science and teach her how to identify ancient coins. But the man in front of him put down the newspaper, turned his head and glanced at her unkindly, and shouted with full force, I, Wan Rongming, never cheat anyone, no matter who they are. I never lie. Li Manjun's ignorant question directly irritated the person. Zhao Yong realized that Li Manjun did it on purpose. As for the purpose, do you have any old stuff you want to sell? After being scolded by the pawn shop owner, the two left Xiapanjiayuan and came to the oceanarium. Zhao Yong bought 2 tickets and invited Li Manjun to watch dolphins. Li Manjun asked in surprise, How did you know? I guessed. Zhao Yong said, I had a friend who did this 2 years ago, and then he went abroad. He said that we had several national treasures here, but then there was no news. Now the ones circulating in the market are all old items that are old, but have no collection value. In short, it is worthless even if it exists. But a few hundred or a few $1,000s is still profitable, just not as exaggerated as the hundreds of thousands or millions reported in the news. Do you want me to help you? My friend should have some connections. Zhao Yong stood behind Li Manjun, blocking a group of children who were being held on their parents' necks and wanted to go forward to watch the dolphin show. 2 dolphins have just arrived at the Rongqing Oceanarium. This animal show is very novel and many people come to watch it. There were seats in the venue, but when the people in the front stood up excitedly, everyone behind stood up as well. Li Manjun had a pretty good perspective. She watched the dolphin leap out of the water and lift up the ball. She clapped her hands and said, Good. Then she turned around and smiled and replied, No, I can do it myself. Rejected. Zhao Yong touched his nose in dismay and cautiously moved forward a little bit. He looked at Li Manjun's excitement at the dolphin show and glanced at the show over the water suspiciously. Is it good? The children were very happy to watch it, and she was also very happy to watch it, so it should be okay. Let's come and see it again next time when you are free. Zhao Yong asked tentatively. After the performance, the two followed the crowd out of the aquarium and walked out to the square. Only then did Lee Manjun have the chance to turn around and said, okay. She felt that it was pretty good to be with Zhao Yong. He didn't talk much, but he was very thoughtful and took care of every aspect. After getting her response, Zhao Yong tilted his head to look up and down. He couldn't help wanting to laugh, but he didn't want her to see it, so he found it a bit difficult to hold it back. It's getting late. We have to go back. The two took another taxi back to Grandma Chiao's barbershop. This time, when getting off the car, Zhao Yong subconsciously took out his wallet, but Lee Manjun had already paid the fare. You've been treating me today, so I'm just paying for the car fare. You don't think I'm being too much, right? Lee Manjun said jokingly. Zhao Yong hurriedly asked how it could be possible and quietly put away his wallet. There was a little more appreciation in his eyes when he looked at Lee Manjun. It was past 3 in the afternoon. The 4 o'clock bus was going back to Shernan Town. Aunt Wu had been waiting anxiously at the door of the store. When she saw the two of them coming back, she said hecko to Grandma Tong Chiao and prepared to go back with Lee Manjun. Zhao Yong was about to come and see her off, but Lee Manjun waved and called a slow swim, asking Aunt Wu to sit on it. She then waved at Zhao Yong and said, "No need to see me off. There's no room for you on the slow swim. There is enough space in the back of a 3-wheeled motorcycle for 2 people to squeeze and a child at most, but with Zhao Yong's physique, there is definitely no way he can fit in." Zhao Yong could only watch him with a smile. As he watched Manhwa walk out of the street corner, he suddenly remembered something and quickly caught up with him. The light ahead was red, so Manhwa's driver stopped. Lee Manjun noticed a figure running towards her from behind. She looked out and heard Zhao Yong loudly asking as he ran, "Lee Manjun, are you interested in me?" Aunt Wu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Young people just have a lot of tricks. Turning to look at Lee Manjun, she seemed stunned and seemed to be thinking. Aunt Wu couldn't wait and gently pushed her shoulder. "Hurry up and tell me." She thought he must have taken a fancy to her, and sure enough, Lee Manjun also smiled. But before she could figure out how to start the conversation, the green light came on, the driver stepped on the accelerator, and the person just left. In fact, she had a chance to give him a loud answer, but she was not as bold as Zhao Yong to shout in the street. One of them was sitting in the car, and the other was standing on the side of the road, looking at each other from a distance until they could no longer see each other. Zhao Yong punched the electric pole in annoyance and cried out in pain. Then he realized that he had done something stupid. He shook his hands in annoyance and started to scratch his hair, turning his good hairstyle into a mess. He was angry with himself for not asking earlier. Now, I didn't have time to leave my contact information. If someone likes me, how can I tell him? The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He felt a breath of anger stuck in his heart and couldn't get rid of it. Zhao Yong stood up and leaned against the road railing next to the trash can. He reached into his trouser pocket, took out a pack of cigarettes, opened the lid, took out a cigarette with his mouth, and lit it with a lighter. I took a deep breath, savored it for 2 seconds, and slowly exhaled a wisp of fragrant white smoke. After suppressing the restlessness of the whole day, I finally calmed down. In the curling smoke, the girl's black hair with a scent of jasmine, her soft profile in the sun, her slender waist, and her full body flashed by. Zhao Yong took another puff of cigarette, his blurred eyes settled down, regaining his clarity. He remembered her waving her hand to fan away the smoke from passers-by and frowning in displeasure. He took a deep puff, pinched off the cigarette in his hand, and threw it into the trash can. The beeping machine in his shirt pocket rang, and Zhao Yong was almost mad at himself. How could he forget to show her his beeping machine? Maybe he could make up for the gap in his academic qualifications and let her know that although he is not well educated, he can support her and a family. Also, Zhao Yong suddenly thought of a question. Lee Manjun didn't think he didn't even know the characters, did she? If that was the case, he grabbed his hair fiercely and said, "I'm so annoyed." A man on the street kicked the trash can, and seeing that it was about to fall down due to the heavy weight, he quickly straightened it up, turned on the beeping machine, and walked towards the newsstand next to him. After dialing the number, Xiao Wan's voice came from the other end. "Brother Yong, the house has a buyer." The other party offered 68,000 yuan, which is the highest price we asked for, and they also agreed to pay in cash. "Brother Yong, I think it's good enough, sell it. I won't sell it anymore. It would be difficult to quit smoking the cigarette for a while. Xiao Guan suspected that he had heard wrongly. Brother Yong, what did you say? Zhao Yong repeated, tell that person that I'm not selling the house anymore. I'm keeping it for my wedding. Xiao Guan couldn't believe it. It took a lot of effort for the gold mining business to agree to give us a share. That's gold. If you dig up a piece, it will be worth thousands of dollars. If you quit, what will happen to the gold mining ship? We have already paid the deposit, but they won't give us a refund. Xiaoguan was getting anxious. They had been working hard for so many years and finally had some savings to do some big business. How could Brother Yong just give up? If we don't do this, what else can we do? Continue to do freight and carry heavy bags? Xiaoguan thought about the hard days in the past and shook his head, resisting all over. Gold panning is so easy. You just need to buy a gold mining boat and hire people to help you pan for gold. All they have to do is sit back and count the money. Besides, the rivers in Rongqing are so small that it was not easy for the captain to agree to let them have a section, and they spent 7,000 or 8,000 yuan in favors. What kind of marriage is this when your partner hasn't even gotten married? Xiaoguan felt that this was not the right excuse to give. You should at least give a reliable one, right? How do you know I don't have a partner? I'm going to date today. Zhao Yong had made up his mind and didn't want to say anything more. I won't sell the house, and I'll find a way to get the deposit back for the gold mining boat. I suddenly feel that the boat captain is not very reliable. He might be a liar. We are not familiar with gold mining, so let's wait and see. Xiaoguan has been with Zhao Yong for so many years and knows his temper. If he says he won't do something, he really won't do it. He was immediately deflated. So, what are we going to do next? We have to sell all the trucks to raise money. Let's wait and see. You and I have worked hard for so many years. Take a break these few days, take good care of your body, and stay at home with your wife and children. After giving the instructions and asking Xiaoguan to help buy another second-hand truck, Zhao Yong hung up the phone. I took a look at the phone bill. It was $4.85. It was really darn expensive. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Li Manjun and Aunt Wu returned to Shernan Town. As soon as I walked to the door of my house, I smelled the fragrance of rice dumplings. When I entered the yard, I saw Li Lijun and her father Li Dawei were making rice dumplings, and Wang Xiaowan was bringing out the first pot of cooked rice dumplings. Big sister, you're back. Li Jianjun, who was picking out hot rice dumplings, was the first to notice Li Manjun coming back. He smiled brightly and said, Annie Wu, eat some rice dumplings. Okay. Aunt Wu took the rice dumpling handed to her by Li Jianjun with a smile. She didn't eat it. Instead, she held it in her hand and gave Wang Xiaowan an ambiguous smile. The two old sisters quickly exchanged glances and went into the kitchen together. Wang Xiaowan cooked the rice dumplings while Aunt Wu stood beside her, peeling the leaves and whispering, that Zhao Yong is quite good. You don't know him. He was very attentive when he first met our Manjun today. He was also very generous. He bought us all soda at once. It was 50 cents a bottle. It's not cheap. Later, I took Manjun out to eat and watch an animal show. They all paid for it. Manjun told me that he didn't mind that she didn't have a job. He was able to renovate the house for her wedding. He said that he could bring 500 yuan to the family every month. I think it's not much worse than those who have a stable job. When Wang Xiaowan heard the price of 500 yuan, the corners of her mouth curled up. She had been worried that Li Manjun would really fall in love with this orphan, but now that she got to know him better, she felt that he was a good young man. 500 yuan is twice as much as Manjun's father's monthly salary. If that's true, life will be manageable. What kind of job does he do, and why is his salary so high? Wang Xiaowan arranged all the dumplings, covered the pot, took a small bamboo basket from the cupboard, and put the cooked dumplings in it. You like sweet food, and your family likes salty food. I'll prepare both, and you can take them home and enjoy them slowly. Seeing Wang Xiaowan grabbing a handful of zongzi and putting them into the basket, Aunt Wu cried out, quickly put down the zongzi in her hand, and stretched out her hand to stop her. No. There are too many, Lao Wang, and I can't finish them. Just 4 or 5 will be enough. What she said was true. The children in the family had grown up and were working outside the town. There was only a 1.5-year-old granddaughter at home who could not eat so much. It was a hot day, and without a refrigerator at home, nothing could be kept for more than 2 days. Wang Xiaowan helplessly poured out some of the zongzi and packed 10 of each. Don't worry, I made them small, and we can definitely finish them. You've worked hard today, so you can have 2 more zongzi. Aunt Wu slapped Wang Xiaowan on the back with amusement and said, "Why are you being so polite to me?" The two started chatting in the kitchen again. In the yard, Li Manjun had just washed her hands and had not even had time to change her clothes when her 2 younger brothers and sisters stopped her and asked her questions. "How is it, handsome?" Li Lijun looked her sister up and down jokingly. Why didn't she look shy as others said? Didn't she have a crush on her? Although Li Dawei and Li Jianjun, father and son, did not ask, they were keeping their eyes on it. Li Manjun was amused by their expressions and burst out laughing. Li Lijun was so anxious that she picked up a rotten rice dumpling leaf and threw it at her. "Hurry up and tell me. What are you laughing at?" "Not bad." Li Manjun's mind flashed with Xiao Yang's tough and handsome features, as well as his tall and strong body, and she couldn't help but smile. As adults, we need to be more realistic. A little bit of bitterness is also important. However, her academic qualifications are indeed a flaw. If I observe her more in the future and communication goes smoothly, she will not be dissatisfied anymore. As for family background, they are both about the same. She can't even afford 500 yuan a month now. There was so much to say that it would go on forever, so Li Manjun went into the house to change her clothes, avoiding Li Lijun's gossiping mouth. Li Dawei pricked up his ears and listened to the noise in the kitchen. Aunt Wu was talking about Zhao Yang's job. He used to work in freight transportation. Her aunt said that he did some heavy work such as moving and carrying, and occasionally ran errands for others. He was hardworking and strong, and his salary was much higher than that of ordinary workers. Li Dawei frowned immediately. How could a laborer get such a high salary? It must be a lie. Besides, strength will eventually run out. What will I do if I can't work anymore? When Li Dawei heard Aunt Wu say that she had a hard life when she was young and was too poor to go to school, he stood up and said, "You can't do this without education." Wang Xiaowan turned around and said, "She can make money. She can make as much as 2 of you. What's there to be afraid of if she doesn't have education?" Li Dawei sighed. How could his iron rice bowl remain the same? Aunt Wu was very optimistic about Zhao Yong and helped him speak up. The child will definitely be smart. Look at his parents' education level. Isn't that high enough? A college student in the 1950s is something that many people can't even dream of. I can't argue with you. In today's society, if you don't have a degree, you can't do anything. Li Dawei thought about his academic qualifications, a college diploma. Just because he did not have a bachelor's degree, he had to give up the position of financial director to a young man who had only been there for 2 years. Before, she was just helping him, but in the blink of an eye, she was promoted and became his director. The mayor said he is a college student with a high degree. If you are not convinced, go and get a bachelor's degree. I will definitely arrange it for you. Even if you want to sit in my position, it will be no problem. What else can Li Dawei say? He has to accept it. You said academic qualifications are important or not. Seeing Wang Xiaozhuan's greedy look, Li Dawei couldn't wrap the zongzi anymore. He threw away the zongzi leaves and washed his hands. Daniu is waiting for me. I'm going back to my hometown with him. Originally, Wang Xiaowan was supposed to go back to her hometown to celebrate the Dragon Boat Festival with her elderly parents, but she refused to go. Li Dawei couldn't do anything about her and decided to take Li Jianjun back with him. Li Jianjun refused. I won't go. If I go there, I will eat at the table. But if I see my aunt and cousin squatting in the kitchen eating, I won't be able to eat. Li Dawei gave him a hateful look and was about to look at Li Lijun, but she replied directly, I can't eat even if I squat. Li Manjun knew that her father was going back to the countryside for dinner, so she hid in her room and refused to come out. From the original owner's memory, she already knew that there was a strong preference for boys over girls in her hometown, and she didn't want to bring trouble upon herself. Li Dawei sighed helplessly, took his briefcase and left. He still had to do mass work in the countryside tomorrow. Wang Xiaowan scolded him, "If you dare not go back this year, let our families celebrate the festival together. I will even pour water for you to wash your feet later." Aunt Wu hadn't left yet, so she smiled and hit her to save some face for the old man. Every family has its own problems. Her daughter was a good college student and married into an educated family in the city. However, she didn't expect that after giving birth to a daughter, her in-laws wouldn't even let her stay at their house to recuperate after the baby's confinement. Thinking of her little granddaughter at home, Aunt Wu sighed and went home carrying the rice dumplings. Although Wang Xiaowan cursed, she was grateful that Li Dawei did not force her to go back to his hometown and cook for the whole family in the kitchen. She called him back, packed a bag of rice dumplings, and asked him to take it back to avoid being criticized. Li Dawei smiled again. "Why don't we go together? Daniu is waiting with his tractor. My sister-in-law and mother should have prepared the meal by now, so you don't have to go to the kitchen."
No.
Wang Xiaowan sneered, "I don't want to have to stay at my aunt's house next door at night and trouble them." It's funny that Li Dawei spent 1,000 yuan to renovate the old house, but the old man and the lady didn't even leave a room for them. I still have 2 pots of rice dumplings to cook. Why would I go? Wang Xiaowan waved her hand, telling Li Dawei to leave quickly and not to mention anything that made her angry. "Why are you making so many rice dumplings this year?" Li Dawei asked curiously. Wang Xiaowan was busy without even turning her head. "Those directors and leaders of yours, they give a little here and a little there, but it may not be enough." She also felt sorry for her husband, who had to go to the countryside to do mass work every day and wanted to do some favors to get rid of this job. Li Dawei was stunned for a moment, and looking at his wife, who was busy and sweating in the kitchen on a hot day, tears welled up in his eyes. In his life, he was unloved by his father and mother, and his relationship with his brothers and sisters was also distant. Only his little sister would send telegrams to ask about him during the holidays. The people who treat him best are not his blood-related family members, but his wife. "Let the kids help you. I'm leaving now. Don't be too tired." Li Jianjun, who only cared about eating, raised his chin and motioned him to move. Li Dawei left with the rice dumplings and briefcase. It gets dark late in the summer, and people in the countryside eat late as well. So I went back on the tractor with my nephew, and we still had enough time. When he arrived at the newly built brick and wood house, although it was bustling with activity, Li Dawei did not feel the urgency to go home at all. Seeing that he was alone again, the old man was not very happy, but due to his status, he couldn't say anything to his daughter-in-law. The old lady was not so polite. She asked directly in front of all the relatives at the dinner table, "What about her? She's not coming again? She thinks our countryside is dirty and smelly, but isn't she from the countryside herself? She didn't come during the big festival, leaving our ancestors waiting. She's already a mother, but she doesn't understand anything." Li Dawei offered a glass of wine to the 90-year-old ancestor of the clan to express his gratitude and explained, "I'm too busy at home to come, but I know you're thinking about me, so Xiaowan made your favorite meat dumplings and asked me to bring them over. I hope you can take a few more home to enjoy later." The old lady rummaged through the cloth bag, clicked her tongue, selected a few to pack for the ancestor, and put the rest into the cabinet and locked it. The 2-year-old daughter of Dania's family followed behind eagerly, calling out in a low voice, "Grandma Chong, I want to eat meat dumplings." The old lady was unmoved, and the little girl was about to cry. Li Xiaomei came home specially to celebrate the festival today. She couldn't bear to see the scene, so she said to her mother, "Please give some to the little kids to eat. It's a big festival." Li Damei married nearby. Her husband went out to work. Her parents-in-law were easy to talk to and didn't care about her, so she went back to her parents' home every day. Seeing that his nephew's daughter was about to cry, he chased the little girl out and said, "Go, go, go. These rice dumplings are for your cousins and uncle, you know? Girls will get rotten teeth if they eat these." The little girl opened her eyes wide in confusion. How could her cousin eat meat dumplings when he was still in her aunt's belly? The wife of Daniu, who was cooking in front of the stove, threw down the spoon, stood up, took her daughter away, glared at the aunt, and said to her husband Li Daniu, who was drinking with his second uncle Li Dawei and father-in-law Li Dalong. My mother asked me to take my daughter home to eat meat dumplings. She turned around and walked out of the Li family compound and went back to her mother's house next door, leaving behind an embarrassed old man Li and a gloomy Li Dalong. Seeing that his nephew was extremely anxious, but did not dare to chase him, Li Dawei urged him jokingly, "You are still standing there. If you continue to stand there, your wife and children will go back to their parents' home and never come back." The old ancestor and other relatives laughed out loud, and the atmosphere eased a lot. Li Dalong, with a gloomy face, cursed, "If you don't want to come back, then don't come back. What's the point of having a woman who can't have children?" Dania glanced at his father angrily. What era is it now? Why is Dad still saying such things? Thinking about his wife and daughter, he nodded at Li Dawei and chased after him. Li Dawei looked at the furious Li Dalong and was extremely grateful that his children and wife did not come with him. At this time in Shenan town, Li Manjun was having dinner with her younger brother, sister, and mother. There were meat, eggs, and freshly baked rice dumplings of various flavors. The family was sitting around the table feeling very comfortable. Wang Xiaowan killed a duck and stir-fried it with spicy flavor that directly hit Li Manjun's taste buds. She likes spicy food. Although Li Jianjun and Li Lijun each got one duck leg when the meat was divided, and she only got 2 duck wings, but when she thought about the women in her hometown who couldn't even sit at the table, Li Manjun was already content. At least some deeply rooted ideas are changing little by little with the times. At night, Li Manjun had a dream. In the dream, she saw a tall figure bathing beside a hot spring filled with white mist. Drops of water dripped from the cold and hard hair, hitting the broad shoulders and flowing down along the waistline between the shoulder blades. Every inch of muscle was tense, exuding a strong masculine scent, leading her closer. Li Manjun was about to get closer to see what the face with its back to her looked like when she was awakened by the loud wake-up call of the town middle school. Li Manjun opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling covered with newspapers. She didn't even have time to recall the dream. She couldn't remember anything about it. She only remembered the ambiguity of holding her breath and wanting to get closer. "Manjun!" In front of the house, Luyan used her hands as a megaphone and shouted loudly into the yard, "Li Manjun!" In an era without convenient communication via mobile phones, finding people basically depended on shouting. Zhaoyan stood in front of the Li family's gate and shouted several times before the gate was hurriedly opened. Li Manjun changed back into her rustic clothes and rushed out. If Luyan hadn't shouted at her, she would have almost forgotten that she still had important things to do. "Did you have a good time yesterday?" Luyan handed the white sugar buns she bought to Li Manjun as they walked. They both loved white sugar. Li Manjun took a bite of the bun. The melted sugar filling burned her mouth. She took 2 hissing breaths but couldn't bear to spit it out, swallowed it with the bun skin, nodded. "The blind date is okay. What about you and Lu Chung? Have you prepared today's sugar? How was the harvest yesterday? Are you two not tired?" Luyan nodded without hesitation. "It's definitely tiring to have one less person, but the rewards are worth it. The sugar has been boiled, and there's not much toothpaste left. I only boiled 15 kilograms of sugar today." He took out the homemade zipper bag that he had tied around his waist and took out the change inside. "I sold the scraps and toothpaste tubes for a total of 80.25 yuan yesterday, minus the 70 yuan you gave me. Since you didn't go yesterday, you took 30%, which is 24.07 yuan. You spent another 15 yuan to buy candy today. The remaining 79 yuan and 9 cents are yours." Luyan counted the money and asked Li Manjun to count it herself. The toothpaste tubes and waste Luyan sold yesterday were also recorded in the notebook as Li Manjun had instructed. It states the date, how many pounds of waste material were purchased, the cost, the selling price, etc. This is to facilitate reconciliation later and to avoid hurting feelings due to uneven distribution of money. Luyan couldn't accept it at first, thinking that since she and Li Manjun had such a good relationship, it didn't matter if there was more or less. Until her younger brother Lu Qing asked her last night, "Sister Manjun is not here today. Why don't we give her the capital and split the remaining profits 50-50 between us?" Only then did Liu Yan realize that these accounts must be settled clearly. Manjun provided the capital, and she was the one who found this business. She bears the greatest risk. Do you think Manjun will share the cost with us if we don't sell all the candy today? Liu Yan asked unhappily. Lu Cheng barely even thought about it and shook his head and said that it was definitely not the case. Sister Manjun is not the kind of person who would care so much. What about you? Liu Yan slapped her brother on the back of his head. It's only a few dozen dollars, and you're already greedy. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Manjun invite you. A heartless person. Lu Cheng kept shouting that he was wrong, and begged the sisters to take him with them and never be greedy again. Only then did Liu Yan let him go. If you do it again, I'll beat you to death. Liu Yan pointed at Lu Cheng's chest and threatened coldly. The natural blood suppression from his sister made Lu Cheng dare not have the slightest greed. He was also bewildered just now. Now he thought clearly and knew that he was wrong. He said sincerely, "Sister, I was wrong. I was young and ignorant. I won't do it again next time. Please don't tell Sister Manjun, otherwise she will not take me with her." He finally got a taste of good fortune, earning at least 20 yuan a day, but he couldn't find another job elsewhere. Liu Yan agreed at the time, and now she told Li Manjun immediately, not forgetting to complain. "I watched that brat grow up. He has greed but no guts. I'll give him a few more beatings and he'll behave himself. Don't worry, Manjun. If he still can't figure it out, I'll kick him away without you telling me." Li Manjun smiled and said nothing, feeling a little disappointed. How many relatives, brothers and sisters started a business together and endured the hardships together, but once they started making money and gaining benefits, the feelings were gone. There are really not many people like Liu Yan who can remain true to themselves and value feelings. "Yanzi, I am so lucky to have you." Li Manjun put her arms around Liu Yan's shoulders and wanted to hug her face to express her feelings. Liu Yan was startled and pushed her away in disgust. "Don't mess with me. It's so corny." Lu Cheng was already waiting in front with candy in hand. Liu Yan waved at him, shook off Li Manjun and ran over there, thinking that making money was more important and she had no time to do mushy things with Li Manjun. In the past, Liu Yan would definitely gossip about Li Manjun's blind date yesterday, but now she just asked casually. As soon as Li Manjun mentioned business, she immediately became obsessed with money. If Lu Cheng hadn't asked her about it later, Li Manjun herself would have felt that the magical event of yesterday's blind date seemed as if it never happened. "What are your plans for the future? Do you want to meet your parents?" Lu Cheng asked curiously. Liu Yan laughed at him. "I think you are just feeling romantic and want to date someone." Li Manjun smiled and shook her head. "We're only halfway there. Let's finish this first. We've almost collected all the toothpaste tubes. Once we finish collecting them here, we'll have to move to another place. We can't stay here for long. By the way, which village are we going to today?" Not catching the earliest bus, the three of them left Shernan town on foot. They couldn't go to the distant villages, so they could only go to the nearby ones. Liu Yan said that they had already visited the remaining villages yesterday, but some of the goods could not be carried up, so today they mainly went to pick up the goods and then visit the two nearest large villages. "Oh, I almost forgot." Lu Cheng suddenly slapped his head, walked up to Li Manjun and said, "Sister Manjun, yesterday an uncle in Xiashui village told me that he had some old stuff at home, and I almost forgot to tell you." Li Manjun was delighted. "What kind of old stuff?" "I haven't looked at it yet, but I heard him say that it seemed to be some old furniture in his ancestral home. I heard from the villagers that his family's financial situation is not good, so he is planning to sell the house as well," Lu Cheng explained. He didn't know any other specific details. After all, there were only two of them yesterday, and they were busy collecting waste and had no time to go and check. He just asked other villagers about it. "Then you must go and see it for sure." The furniture in the old houses in the past were made of good materials. If they were well preserved, their historical value would be valuable just based on the materials. So the three of them did not delay and first went to several villages to collect and pack the goods that had not been received in time and put them at the homes of acquaintances and relatives to help watch over them, and then immediately set off for Xia Shui village. The uncle who had talked to Lu Cheng yesterday was weeding the pepper seedlings in the field. When he saw the three people coming to see his ancestral home, he immediately put down his work, picked up the hoe, and led them towards the ancestral home. The uncle's surname is Hu. Most people in Xiaoshui village have the surname Hu. The entire village used to be made up of one clan, with few outsiders. Uncle Hu said that his grandfather was a jiren in the late Qing dynasty. His ancestors had been wealthy and left behind an ancestral home. Unfortunately, his descendants had no prospects, and the home gradually fell into disrepair. Now their family of 5 lives in an old house at the east end of the village. The children in the family want to do business but are short of money, so they want to sell the old items in the ancestral home. The tables, chairs, and benches in the house are still in good condition. My son came over to clean them last time, and they're still usable. As Uncle Hu spoke, he led the 3 people to a dilapidated courtyard with white walls and green tiles, took out his key, unlocked it, and led the 3 people in. If you like any of them, I won't ask for a high price. You can take them for a few dozen or a few hundred. Our ancestors were rich, so we used good materials. They are very solid and can be used for another 100 years without any problem. As the rotten wooden door opened, the first thing that came into view was a large courtyard. The courtyard was extremely spacious and overgrown with weeds. There was a gravel road in the middle leading directly to the main entrance of the house in front. Uncle Hu said as he used a hoe to sweep the grass on the road, "This house is just too big. It's unbearable for a small family to live in, so we moved out." Sure enough, after the door was opened, the interior was very long, about 30 or 40 meters, and very dark and eerie. Uncle Hu was used to seeing this, so he pushed open all the carved folding wooden doors and then opened the doors of the rooms on both sides. Light came in, and several heavy and bulky pieces of furniture were placed crookedly in the lobby. We moved some of the furniture, but the rest that were difficult to move were left untouched. Uncle Hu took the initiative to introduce the high stools, benches, armchairs, and round tables in the house. Lu Cheng and Lu Yan went forward to take a look. The paint had fallen off and there was a thick layer of dust on them. Li Manjun looked through the peeling paint to see the material inside. It was indeed good material, a bit like rosewood, red rosewood. The design is the usual exquisite style of the South, but it is too shabby, so shabby that the beauty can no longer be seen. There are gaps and potholes on the tabletop, and the stool is missing a section of its leg, so it cannot stand and can only lean against the wall. Uncle Hu led a few people into the left wing. "Wow! What a big bed!" As soon as he entered, Lu Cheng exclaimed. The bed is more than 2 meters wide and 4 meters long, and is made up of more than 500 mortise and tenon joints. It has hollow carvings and is inlaid with mother of pearl. No wonder Lu Cheng was so moved when he saw it for the first time. Uncle Hu said proudly, "This is my grandmother's dowry." At that time, there was a saying that the daughters of wealthy families never left their beds from birth to marriage. This was used to show how much the girl was loved by her parents, and was also a reflection of the family's financial strength. This bed has been made since my grandmother was born. The craftsman worked on it for more than 10 years until my grandmother got married and finished it. She brought it to our home as a dowry. The elaborately crafted bed in front of Li Manjun had 3 sections. The innermost section was the bed, the middle section had a dressing table and a washstand, and the outermost section had a toilet and a chair. Maids usually slept in the outer section, ready to be at the mistress's beck and call at any time. Li Manjun once saw an 8-room step-out bed in a museum. Its luxury can still shock you even after 100 years. The 3-step bed in front of her is well preserved and made of the finest Wangwali wood. It is inlaid with mother of pearl. Even though it is covered in dust, one can still feel its gorgeousness and exquisiteness. The accessories inside the bed are all well preserved, not a single one is missing. It is a very complete step-out bed. Li Manjun calculated its value in her mind, resisting the urge to gasp, and clenched her fists several times before she calmed her inner excitement. Lu Yan just thought it looked nice, but she also said, "Who can fit such a big bed in their home nowadays?" There was a lot of disdain in his words, which made Uncle Hu feel awkward. He smiled honestly. "This bed can be taken apart. I heard that these shelves were also pieced together when my grandma brought them here." Lu Cheng walked into the bed, touched and looked at it, and marveled. So this is how young ladies in ancient times slept. No wonder everyone wanted to be an official in the past. No, nowadays everyone also likes a stable job. Seeing that the bed was quite old, Lu Yan hurriedly asked Lu Cheng to come out so as not to damage other people's things. Lu Cheng looked at himself in the mirror on the carved washstand before leaving with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. Boss Hu waved his hand and said, "Just look at it, it's very solid." Afraid that Li Manjun and others didn't know how good his grandmother's bed was, he added, "Many people asked before, but the money they offered was too little, so my son was reluctant to sell it, saying that these old items can be considered antiques." Speaking of money, Li Manjun raised an eyebrow and asked, as she walked around the bed to check its quality, "How much do you plan to sell this bed for?" She asked casually, as if she could easily pay. Lu Cheng gave his sister a look. Sister Manjun really had the aura of a boss. Lu Yan smiled proudly. "Of course not." Uncle Hu tried to find out the price. 2,000. "How about that?" 2,000? Lu Cheng and Lu Yan exclaimed in surprise. What was the concept of 2,000 yuan in 1990? That was a year's salary for a stable job. In the countryside, you can build a one-story rough brick house. How much can this broken bunk bed be worth? 400 or 500 at most. The brother and sister looked at Li Manjun hastily, but saw that she had no surprise on her face. "No, what is the adjective called?" Lu Yan thought hard and slapped her head. "Even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you, you remain calm." Uncle Hu was very nervous, as he was not the only one who was scared away by the price last time. Li Manjun walked out from behind the bed, expressionless on her face. "The wood is indeed good, but old things have their own problems. This bed is no longer suitable for sleeping. I have to take the wood away and sell it to earn some money for running errands. 2,000 is not what I expected. I need to find someone to dismantle the bed, and I need a professional to do it. The shipping fee is not cheap either. At 2,000, I won't make much money." Lu Yan and her brother were stunned when they heard this. When did Manjun have such a channel? Besides, how could she possibly come up with 2,000 yuan? The brother and sister received Li Manjun's gaze and remained silent tacitly. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Uncle Hu frowned and was very embarrassed. "That's 1,800. If it's any less, my son will scold me." He also quoted the lowest price in his mind. Li Manjun could see Uncle Hu's helplessness and urgency and pretended to hesitate for more than a minute before she made up her mind and said sincerely, "Okay, I'll find someone to dismantle it later, and you keep it for me." Then he took out a handful of money from his pocket, counted out 50 yuan, and handed it to Uncle Hu. "This is the deposit. I'll find someone and a truck to take it away in a few days. You are not allowed to sell it to anyone else. We should be honest as human beings, what do you think?" 50 yuan was quite a lot of money, as country folks rarely saw much money throughout the year. The moment Li Manjun took out the money, Uncle Hu's eyes lit up like a wolf seeing meat. He kept saying, of course, and reached out to take the money impatiently. He didn't expect that Li Manjun would be willing to take it away after just one look, and she wasn't the type to bargain hard. The man who came over earlier cut his price from 1,500 yuan to 500 yuan. He immediately drove the man away, feeling extremely angry. They really think people are fools. If the good things left by our ancestors were really worthless, these vendors would not spend money to take them away. With the comparison, looking at Li Manjun's frankness and sincerity, Uncle Hu was so happy that he almost cried. There are not many people like him these days. "Boss Li, when are you coming over?" Uncle Hu even called him the boss. In his eyes, Li Manjun was the big boss now. She was young but had a successful career. Li Manjun put away the remaining money and walked around the bed again. "It depends on whether my professional friend is free. It may take 4 or 5 days, or half a month. There is no rush to leave it here. I will come over as soon as my friend is free." Uncle Hu had no doubts and said yes. When Li Manjun and the others left, he was still a little worried. He held the warm 50 yuan in his hand and asked her, "If you don't come to pick up the bed, I won't refund the deposit. I'll wait for you for half a month. If you still haven't found someone to come in half a month and another company offers to buy it during this period, I won't be able to keep it for you. Lu Cheng said anxiously. Didn't we agree to buy it? It won't hurt to wait a few more days. Uncle, who also smiled bitterly, my son is in urgent need of money, and the business over there doesn't wait for anyone, so I can't do anything about it. Li Manjun signaled Lu Cheng to stop talking, as he would be exposed if he said more. She nodded and said, then wait for half a month. Wait for me for half a month. Okay, half a month is fine. The two sides reached an agreement, and only when they left Xiaoshui village and got on the bus back to town did Li Manjun release her excitement. She took a deep breath and couldn't help but smile. If I succeed this time, I'll really be rich. Lu Yan asked anxiously. Manjun, do you really want to buy that bed?
Li Manjun nodded firmly.
She would buy the bed even if she had to find a way to get a loan. With the bed, she would have her first pot of gold. The 3-step bed made of Wangwali wood from the Qing dynasty, she conservatively estimated, was worth at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. Lu Yan asked in surprise, where do you get so much money? Li Manjun looked at the brother and sister, motioned for them to get out of the car, and spoke. It was not convenient to talk in the car, so when we got to the town and got off the car, I said to the two people, that bed is very valuable. We must make this deal. Do you two have money? Let's buy it together. Trust me, we will definitely make money. Lu Yan asked excitedly. How much do you earn? Li Manjun raised her hand and made a 5. Lu Yan and Lu Qing gasped, 5,000. Li Manjun rolled her eyes. She was really afraid that if she told the truth, the brother and sister would be so excited that they would faint. 5,000 yuan, this is too much profit. Is it including the capital and interest? Lu Yan swallowed hard. Li Manjun smiled and said, it's just what you think, pure profit. It's over, Lu Cheng, please help me, I'm dizzy. Lu Yan's legs went weak, and Lu Cheng hurried to support her. In fact, his legs were weak too. The brother and sister relied on each other, and it was unclear who was supporting whom. After a while, the brother and sister calmed down and told Li Manjun that they didn't have much money. They just collected scraps with her these days and had some pocket money on hand, and the total amount was just over 100 yuan. Today, we made a net profit of 100 from selling the rags and toothpaste tubes. Li Manjun got 50% of the profit and got 50% for the deposit, which offset the two. The remaining ones only have 136. The sister and brother together have 160, and Li Manjun has 136, a total of 296, which is still a long way from 1750. Lu Yan couldn't imagine how long it would take her to save up such a large sum of money. I'll find a way to get the money.
You two can help me keep an eye on the people.
I'm going to the city these 2 days. If I can get a loan, that's great. If not, I'll try to persuade my parents and borrow some money from them first. Li Manjun solemnly warned, don't let any rumors spread, otherwise this deal will fail. Also, Lu Cheng, you keep an eye on it these days. If you find anyone asking about it, notify me immediately. Don't let this bed get away. Lu Cheng patted his chest and promised that he would never relax. That was 5,000 yuan, and he would never let the money be lost even if he died. Lu Yan also said, then let the two of us collect the junk and toothpaste tubes these days. Manjun, you figure out how to get the money. You don't have to worry about anything else. Li Manjun was under great pressure, but she nodded calmly and successfully stabilized the morale of the troops. For some unknown reason, the brother and sister firmly believed that she could get the money. The brother and sister kept 100 yuan for tomorrow's use and gave the remaining 60 yuan to Li Manjun. The three of them dispersed at the intersection, adjusted their moods, and then went home as if nothing had happened. They didn't get home until around 6 or 7 in the evening. When Wang Xiaowan saw how Li Manjun was dressed, she knew where she had been. Moreover, she knew that Li Manjun had left home early in the morning today, and she had been following her at the intersection in the afternoon. She had already confirmed that Li Manjun and others were collecting junk. As soon as Li Manjun entered the house, Wang Xiaowan sat in the main room and said sarcastically, "Where have you been? You haven't been home all day, leaving early and returning late. If someone doesn't know you, They would think you are an intelligence agent. You are so mysterious. Lee Manjun was startled unexpectedly. She was really impressed by her mother's loud voice. Didn't you see everything I did? She had already noticed that she was being followed at the intersection. She was the only one standing there on the side of the road, with a handful of melon seeds in her hand, crackling them loudly. She wasn't hiding, so she must be blind, not to see. Lee Manjun went to the kitchen to boil some water. She was sweating all day and felt uncomfortable without a shower. I really miss taking a shower. Lee Manjun sighed and decided that after the matter of the step-out bed was settled, she must go to the bathing center in the city to take a refreshing hot bath. Wang Xiaowan was choked, stood up and followed, saying directly, "I don't agree."
Why?
Lee Manjun was puzzled. "I am also making money. Although it is not much, I can make 10 or 20 yuan every day these days." Lee Manjun will not tell her parents her real income. She is not the original person. She has to save her own money and cannot make selfless contributions to her family. But 10 or 20 yuan a day is not low, and it is even a little more than the daily wage of many jobs. Wang Xiaowan is a very realistic person. She is realistic in that she will not say anything as long as she can see the benefits. Are there really so many? What kind of junk is so valuable? I'll go pick some up too. Wang Xiaowan asked seriously. Lee Manjun also said seriously, pointing to the town middle school next door, "Mom, if you are willing, I really recommend that you go to the town middle school to contract the garbage dump. Give the security guard a pack of cigarettes and ask her to let you in, and then the entire garbage dump will belong to you alone." Originally, this was her next plan. She had already decided which brand of cigarettes to buy for the security guard. It's just that now that the step-out bed has appeared, I want to postpone this plan a little bit. If she really had that step-out bed, the town middle school would not be enough to satisfy her appetite, and at least the garbage dump of the city primary school would be enough. Wang Xiaowan was stunned for a moment. Lee Manjun gave her a brief introduction on garbage classification and the recycling value of each type of garbage. Wang Xiaowan was really persuaded by her words and said hesitantly, "Then, will it really work?" Without waiting for Lee Manjun to answer, he shook his head wildly and rejected it. No, you almost led me into a ditch. There are only acquaintances here. If someone sees me collecting garbage, I don't know what they will say about your father and me behind our backs. Jianjun is still in school. How will he survive if his teachers and classmates see him? Lee Manjun shrugged and added, "Li Jun is here too." Wang Xiaowan was in even worse shape. Before she even started, she felt like she was looked down upon by everyone around her. Lee Manjun was speechless, but she didn't know what to say. She had already given you the golden road, and you couldn't grasp it yourself. "Mom, how much compensation did you get for being laid off?" Lee Manjun asked curiously as she picked up the bowl to eat the leftovers after taking a shower.
Talk about money?
That was a threat to Wang Xiaojuan's life, and she immediately went on alert. "Why are you asking these questions, little brat? Stay out of adult matters." Lee Manjun took a bite of rice and said, "I want to take over the garbage dumps of the town's middle school and elementary school. I may need to smooth over some connections. Can you support me a little? You still don't give up? Do you really want to pick up trash for the rest of your life?" This time Wang Xiaowan finally realized clearly that Lee Manjun was serious. "Is it impossible?" Lee Manjun tried. 1,000? 500? 200 is not possible. Wang Xiaowan got up and went into the bedroom. Lee Manjun widened her eyes in surprise and looked at her mother expectantly. "Here, buy 2 packs of huazi. 100 yuan will be enough. Your brother's academic performance is not good. Your father and I are going to find a way to smooth things over so that he can go to high school in the city. This will cost a lot of money. Please understand your parents. Our family is counting on your brother to become a college student. When he becomes successful in the future, he will remember your efforts as a sister and repay you well." The light in Lee Manjun's eyes dimmed. 100 is 100. It's not easy to pull a tooth from a tiger's mouth. What about Li Jun? What if her sister fails to get into high school? Wang Xiaowan sighed. "Your father and I can support her to repeat a year. If she doesn't take advantage of it, she can't blame anyone." Li Manjun put away the 100 yuan and ate her meal in silence. She wanted to ask about the original body's previous salary, but ultimately did not ask, because the result would definitely not be what she expected. Now, let's look at the chamber pot under her bed. If it was really made during the Qianlong period, the money needed for the follow-up should be able to be solved. Li Dawei didn't come back until after 9 o'clock this evening, with a briefcase under his arm and a flower pot in his arms. His glasses were crooked on his nose, and his shoes and clothes were covered in mud, as if he had rolled in a field. "Did you get into a fight or something?" Wang Xiaowan asked in surprise. "How come you came home covered in this?" Li Dawei smiled and held out the flower pot in his arms like a treasure. "I got a pot of orchid from a fellow villager. Director Jiang likes orchids the most. I'll give it to him when I have the chance. He will definitely be happy." Li Manjun and her brother came up to check their father's measurements. Seeing that their father was covered in mud but still smiling, they knew it was nothing serious. "Dad, what's wrong with your glasses?" Li Jianjun asked with a heartless laugh. Li Dawei waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I was chasing someone in the countryside today and accidentally fell and broke the frame." Xiaowan took the briefcase from his hand, opened the zipper, and checked it. She found that only a few cents were left from the money she had put in it. Her face suddenly turned ugly. "How much did you pay for this orchid?" Li Dawei smiled and said he didn't want any money, that they were given to him by a fellow villager. They were everywhere on the mountain behind his house, and were worthless. "I'll leave that money to my parents." Li Dawei winked at his wife, indicating that she should save some face for him in front of the children. Wang Xiaowan took a deep breath and swallowed the question that was about to come out of her mouth. "Although 20 or 30 yuan is not a lot, as long as it is given to my parents-in-law in my hometown in the countryside, it will definitely go into my eldest uncle's pocket." No matter how many times this happened, Wang Xiaowan would get angry every time. "Why are you back so late today?" Wang Xiaowan asked. "I'm out of food. Can I make you a bowl of noodles?"
Li Dawei nudda.
As long as there was food to eat, he wasn't picky. Li Lijun took a handkerchief and asked her father to wipe his face quickly, complaining that he did not look like a cadre at all. Li Dawei raised his hand as if to hit someone, but Li Lijun ran away smiling. "You have no respect for your elders," Li Dawei said angrily. "Were you beaten up?" Li Manjun asked tentatively. "Nowadays, those who go to the countryside to work are all warriors. The country people are stubborn and will not listen to reason with you at all. They only know that you are coming for their unborn son, and they're lucky if they don't beat you to death." Li Dawei paused while washing his face and quickly turned his head to look at the kitchen. Seeing that Wang Xiaowan didn't notice, he reminded Li Manjun not to shout. He was not hit, but it was a very dangerous day. If he was not a local and his elder brother and elder sister had not brought people in time, he and the other 2 female comrades would not have been able to go home today. Li Manjun hissed, and his eyes fell on the orchid pot on the table. "Is this thing really useful?" Wang Xiaowan cooked the noodles and brought them out. Li Lijun and Li Jianjun had already returned to their rooms. If students don't stay up late, they still have to get up for class tomorrow morning. Li Manjun and 2 other people were the only ones in the room. Li Dawei was slurping noodles, looking extremely hungry, which made Wang Xiaowan feel distressed. She touched the orchid's slender leaves and asked curiously, "What kind of orchid is this? I've never seen this kind of orchid before." Li Dawei shook his head. He didn't know either. Anyway, they were orchids, and Director Jiang liked them. Maybe if he was happy, he wouldn't have to go to the countryside anymore. "Dad, you'd better be careful next time. You are old. If you fall down, our family will be ruined." Li Manjun warned him worriedly. Li Dawei replied that he knew, but he did not dare to say more for fear of being exposed and being questioned by his wife. After finishing his noodles, Li Dawei said with a look of regret, "Sister Daniu is not going to school anymore. She is going to work in the south." Wang Xiaowan and Li Manjun were both shocked. Li Dalong has 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. Li Daniu is the eldest son, and he has 2 younger sisters and a younger brother who is in elementary school. My second sister didn't finish junior high school and got married at the age of 16. There was a third sister, Li Lanfang, who studied very hard and was always the top student in the school in elementary school. Later, she went to junior high school in a town middle school closer to home. Her grades were also very good, and she was always the top student in the class every year. Counting it up, this year is the third year of junior high school, and it is almost the critical moment of the high school entrance examination. Wang Xiaowan always said to Li Jianjun, "Look at your cousin. She ranks first every year, and you rank last every year. How can you learn from her?" Everyone thought that Li Lanfang would be able to get into a high school in the city and become the first person of Li Manjun's generation to make it out. However, now Li Dawei actually said that she wanted to go south to work. Your elder brother is confused. You don't want to let such a good girl go to school to work? What kind of job can a little girl like her do at the age of 16? Without even asking any questions, Wang Xiaowan had already guessed that it must have been done by her eldest brother and sister-in-law. Li Dawei sighed. He had advised her, but Li Dalong asked him directly, "Are you planning to help your niece pay for her tuition? How can a family like ours afford the tuition for high school? What's the point for a girl to study so much? It would be better for her to go to work early and earn more money to send back to build a new house for her family." Li Dawei wanted to persuade her, but the girl Li Lanfang gave him a bitter smile. "Uncle, I think working is good." This made Li Dawei feel unpopular both inside and outside. Li Manjun felt really sorry for her cousin who had to live with such a family. "It's a good thing we don't live with them." Wang Xiaowan rolled her eyes at her and said, "Children shouldn't talk nonsense about adult matters." Li Manjun was speechless. "Well, the child should just go back to her room and sleep." Before going to bed, I vaguely heard Li Dawei say that Li Lanfang would come to their house and stay for one night in a few days so that Wang Xiaowan could catch the morning bus into the city to catch the train, and asked her to get ready. The couple talked some more, but Li Manjun could no longer hear what they said and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, she got up early and went out with Li Lijun and Li Jianjun, who were going to school. She first went to meet up with Lu Yan and her brother. The three of them collected the toothpaste tubes in the town again. They were busy until after 8 o'clock. After sending the two of them to the bus to the countryside, she went home alone. Wang Xiaowan is not at home. She is probably chatting at the house next door. Since being laid off, Wang Xiaowan has not gone out to look for other jobs. Instead, she stays at home to cook for her two school-age children and makes plans after Li Lijun passes the high school entrance examination. There were leftovers on the kitchen stove. Li Manjun made herself a bowl of noodles, ate it quickly, and went back to her room to get the bowl from under the bed. Afraid of being discovered by the couple at the recycling station, Li Manjun packed the bag in a denim backpack, carried it on her back, and went to the bus stop to wait for the bus. There was a bus into the city at 9 o'clock, and she could just catch it. Today is not a big market, and there are only 2 or 3 people walking on the street. It is a bit deserted. The shuttle bus had not arrived yet. Li Manjun was standing under the bus stop and saw an unfamiliar blue-hooded medium-sized truck across the street. She curiously leaned over and suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar tall figure walking out from the side of the truck. If you were disheveled, wearing pajamas, without makeup or dressing up, and suddenly met a blind date you liked on the street, how would you react? Li Manjun turned around and walked behind the bus stop, screaming in her heart, "Can't see me! Can't see me!"
Cao Yong shouted in surprise. Li Manjun.
Li Manjun paused, took a deep breath, and turned around in surprise. "Why are you here?" Zhao Yong was not sure at first, so he called out tentatively, but he didn't expect that the person who turned around was actually Li Manjun. She was wearing a white t-shirt, black pants, and a pair of white sneakers that had been washed yellow. Her hair was tied into a bun on top of her head, with a few short strands of hair floating freely in front of her forehead. This image was completely different from the one they had when they first met 2 days ago. But those eyes were still the same, bright and sparkling, making her whole person look lively. "Are you going into the city?" Zhao Yong strode over, the corners of his mouth rising uncontrollably. Li Manjun nodded, looked at the man walking towards her, and found that he seemed like a different person. He was wearing a dark gray short-sleeved shirt, a pair of sweatpants of the same color, and a pair of relatively new Liberation shoes. His hair was not styled in any way, but was free and bold in its short style. As he approached, a warm breath came over, and the air was filled with the faint smell of men's sweat and strong male hormones. Lee Manjuan's heart skipped a beat, but then she felt calm. The two smiled at each other, understanding each other tacitly. This is how they are in their daily lives. Not as handsome and refined as the first time, but very down to earth. "Why are you here?" Lee Manjun asked curiously. Zhao Yong pointed to the blue truck behind him and explained, "I came here to help my friend move some goods, and I came to see you by the way." Zhao Yong almost scolded himself for not leaving his contact information for Lee Manjun that day. After thinking it over again and again, he didn't even bother waiting for Grandma Qiao to help him contact her, so he came directly. "Transporting goods is just a side job. Wait for me for a moment. I'll ask them to hurry up, and then I'll take you into the city," Zhao Yong said enthusiastically. After saying that, he remembered to ask Lee Manjun if she had any urgent business, and if she could wait a while. Lee Manjun thought there was a free ride and didn't mind waiting for a while. The lady boss of the scrap yard stood at the door and watched the two of them talking. She sensed the ambiguity between them. After Zhao Yong ran back, she asked Lee Manjun with a smile, "Is that your boyfriend?" Lee Manjun almost forgot that there was a scrap yard behind the bus stop. She caught a glimpse of the boss lady's fiery gossiping eyes and waved her hand, saying seriously, "Friend." "Friend?" The lady boss didn't believe it. "Would a friend come to see you? In secret?" Lee Manjun shook her head and said no, without showing any shyness on her face. The proprietress was actually a little intimidated by her. Zhao Yong ran back again, carrying a lot of things in his hands. Seeing Lee Manjun talking to the proprietress, he nodded and smiled at her, then called Lee Manjun. "They are restocking the goods. I have nothing to do. How about I go and see the uncle and aunt first?" Lee Manjun looked at the cigarettes, alcohol, biscuits, and fruits in his hands, and her eyes slightly widened. "What are you doing? Didn't you say you came here to help your friend transport goods? This is too complete a preparation. Don't tell me you bought it by chance on the road." Lee Manjun asked in a low voice. Zhao Yong pursed his lips and chuckled, looking at her with burning black eyes. "I said, I came to see you." Lee Manjuan's heart trembled when she was looked at by those eyes. She felt a sense of excitement and fear. She was going to meet the parents now? The proprietress's teasing voice came from behind. "You still want to lie to me and say it's not true?" "This is not true, Lee Manjun." Lee Manjun opened her mouth to explain, but there seemed to be nothing to explain. She turned around and glared at the arrogant proprietress, then grabbed Zhao Yong's arm and took him home. "My dad has gone to the countryside, my brother and sister are in class, and my mom is the only one at home. You put your things down, say hecko, and we'll leave. It's too late, and I'm afraid I'll miss the bus back," Lee Manjun explained as they walked. Zhao Yong looked at the pale little hand on his arm that contrasted sharply with his wheat-colored skin, swallowed his saliva secretly, and responded in a hoarse voice, "Okay, I'll listen to you." He wanted to hold her hand, but just as he had the idea, the man seemed to know what was going on, and just let go of his arm, strode ahead and urged him, "Hurry up, don't let anyone see you." Zhao Yong was puzzled. "Why are you afraid? If you see it, you will see it." He wished everyone could see it. In this way, everyone will know that Lee Manjun already has a partner. Lee Manjun looked back at him, and that glare that sounded both annoyed and threatening made Zhao Yong feel as if his heart was gently scratched by a cat, and it was numb and tingling. "I'll put my things down and leave." He heard himself say this, his voice gentle and his face burning, and he didn't dare to speak loudly for fear that she would think he was rude. Wang Xiaowan was not at home just now, and it has only been less than 10 minutes now. As expected, no one is at home. Zhao Yong stood in the yard and looked at the small bungalow in front of him. Seeing the row of toothbrushes and cups under the windowsill, he immediately felt that the one on the far left must be Lee Manjuan's. Just like the feeling she gives people, they are neatly arranged and look the same, but there is an indescribable temperament that stands out. Maybe this is because I read too much, and I have some talent in me. "What are you holding?" Lee Manjun reached out to take the thing, and she was not polite at all. Zhao Yong said, I prepared a bottle of wine and a pack of cigarettes for Uncle. The biscuits are imported cookies, which are for you and Aunt.
I just bought these canned fruits randomly. I don't know what you like to eat, so I took some of them.
By the way, oranges are very sweet. I've tasted them. After Zhao Yong finished speaking, he looked at Li Manjun secretly, not knowing how she would react. He prepared this gift according to the specifications for when he went to pay a visit to a boss, with good wine and cigarettes, and just a few $100s, which should be quite good. When Li Manjun saw the box of imported cookies wrapped in an iron box, she knew that the cigarettes and alcohol were definitely not of ordinary quality. I looked carefully at the brands of cigarettes and alcohol. The alcohol was Maotai, and the cigarettes were Hongdashan. Li Manjun asked, "How much did you spend on all these things?" Zhao Yong smiled and said, "Not much."
How much is that?
Li Manjun asked. Zhao Yong said, "A few hundred." Li Manjun, "How many hundreds?" "Just 300 or 400, maybe?" Zhao Yong asked, making her a little nervous. "Why, Uncle doesn't like it." Li Manjun almost wanted to ask him if he had any ulterior motives for sending such an expensive thing. Li Dawei only smoked a colorful butterfly worth 1.8 yuan occasionally.
Take it back.
She felt embarrassed to accept such a big gift since their relationship was not even confirmed.
Zhao Yong was anxious. Why?
Too expensive. Li Manjun said directly, "We haven't confirmed it yet. I appreciate your kindness on behalf of my parents. You can take the cigarettes, alcohol, and biscuits back to your friends or return them. You can keep the canned fruit." Seeing Li Manjun picking up the things and about to return them, Zhao Yong was dumbfounded. "Li Manjun, what do you mean by this? Don't you like me?" Li Manjun raised her head, and her black eyes looked straight at him, full of helplessness, which made Zhao Yong's heart tighten. He could never figure out what she meant. You might say she is not interested in him, but she always looks at him, smiles at him from time to time, and just now she even pulled his arm or something. Since it's a bit interesting, why return the things? Li Manjun stuffed the things into his hands, put on her school bag, opened the door to signal Zhao Yong to come out, locked the door, and returned to the bus stop. Zhao Yong was holding the returned items, hesitant to speak, until Li Manjun took the initiative to ask, "Are you driving this truck?" Zhao Yong nodded. "You can drive." She looked a little surprised. Zhao Yong's mind was not on this. He just wanted to know whether she liked him or not. But she just wouldn't tell him. "That's great. I'm going to get my driver's license back when I have time." Li Manjun looked at the blue truck in front of her and really wanted to get on and give it a try. She can drive, but now 20-year-old Li Manjun is still a novice without a driver's license. Zhao Yong, who was concentrating on returning the gifts, did not notice the loophole in her words. Someone came to find him, so he could only put the things back in the car. "You get in first." Zhao Yong opened the passenger door and motioned Li Manjun to get in first. The cargo in the truck bed was almost fully loaded, so he just needed to check it again before leaving. The people in the town knew each other. The person who came to see Zhao Yong saw Li Manjun, but did not ask too many questions. He settled the bill with Zhao Yong in a businesslike manner, checked the address, and then parted ways. These two people don't look like the so-called friends that Zhao Yong mentioned. "Then please help me deliver these goods." The friend handed Zhao Yong a cigarette, a Double Happiness brand, with a festive red packaging. Zhao Yong took the cigarette and put it to his ear, nodded to the man, checked the truck bed railing again, made sure everything was correct, and stepped into the driver's seat. When Li Manjun was sitting alone, she felt that the space in the front of the truck was quite large. But when the tall Zhao Yong got on, the space around her seemed to be squeezed and felt cramped. "Fasten your seatbelt," he reminded, inserted the key, and started the truck. His movements were very skillful, and he must be an experienced driver. "Have you been driving a truck all these years?" Zhao Yong nodded. "I've been running it for 3 years. You just drive the car, don't you need to help with loading and unloading?" Zhao Yong wiped the dust off the front window with a rag and said, "That's another price." Li Manjun nodded to show that she understood. She pulled the seatbelt beside the door and found it was stuck. She pulled it again, but couldn't pull it out. "Broken? What's wrong?" Zhao Yong looked over in confusion, and seeing that she couldn't pull out the seat belt, he leaned over to help her. Lee Man-jun was startled. She looked at the Adam's apple that suddenly appeared in front of her and the strong muscles under the empty round neck t-shirt, and her mouth opened slightly. Okay. Zhao Yong fastened the safety buckle, pulled it again to make sure it was fastened, and stepped back. This car is a bit old. I'll repair it later and replace it with a new seat belt so it won't get stuck. Zhao Yong. Do you have 8-pack abs? Lee Man-jun suddenly asked. Zhao Yong was stunned for a moment. What? Lee Man-jun's mouth curled slightly, and her eyes were burning as she looked at his stomach. Do you have 8-pack abs? After hearing it clearly this time, Zhao Yong glanced at her in disbelief, as if he couldn't imagine that she would say such a thing. I'm driving, hold on tight. Zhao Yong felt her eyes could burn him to death, so he looked forward and stepped lightly on the accelerator. The truck drove out. His hands tightly gripped the steering wheel, his chest heaving, his breathing short, and his ears pink. Lee Man-jun looked at his reaction and didn't expect that he was so innocent. He would be so shy just by asking a question. I couldn't help but want to tease him, so I asked again with a smile, is there? The wind blew in, dispelling the heat in the small cab. Just when Lee Man-jun thought that people were too scared to speak, Zhao Yong said, is there? Lee Man-jun raised an eyebrow. Can I touch it? Lee Man-jun, you are being a hooligan. Zhao Yong finally couldn't stand it anymore. If you do this again, I will kiss you. Ha ha ha. Lee Man-jun couldn't help laughing out loud. Afraid that he was not paying attention, she hurriedly reminded him, just drive carefully. I won't say anything more. Zhao Yongqi glanced at her in annoyance, but when he saw that she was sitting there obediently, smiling and looking forward, he breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a little disappointed for some reason. Actually, it's not wrong to touch him, but why does it sound like he's being a hooligan when he says it out loud? Zhao Yong glanced at the right rearview mirror again. She was leaning on the seat, with one hand on the car window, looking at the scenery passing by outside. Her eyes were looking at the mirror playfully. She was going to die, and she knew he was looking at her. Zhao Yong took a deep breath, drove the car to the side of the road, took out the kettle, unscrewed the lid, and drank half a kettle of water. Seeing Lee Man-jun looking at him in confusion, he deliberately put on a cold face and threatened her fiercely. Look again. If I look at him again, I really can't help but act like a hooligan. Lee Man-jun thought that the big man in front of her with his hair standing on end was very cute. It was really fun to tease him, but she had to be serious when driving. Seeing that she had calmed down, Zhao Yong continued driving with his thick brows furrowed. The road out of Shernan town is not easy to walk on. It is all loess and sand and full of potholes, so people basically have to stagger across it. After passing the most difficult half hour and driving onto the cement national highway leading to Rongqing, things finally became stable. Lee Man-jun took a short nap while the car was swaying, but when the car reached a section of the road where it was easier to travel, she was no longer sleepy. Zhao Yong saw her open her eyes and said to her, I'm reading a book. Lee Man-jun's lazy voice once again stirred Zhao Yong's heartstrings, which had just calmed down. He said, I'm reading a book. I can read. Lee Man-jun sobered up a little, received the signal from the other party, and asked with a smile, what book are you reading? According to Shui Su, there are 180 heroes of Liangshan. Zhao Yong described to Lee Man-jun with great excitement how powerful those 18 heroes were. However, he did not notice that the smile on Lee Man-jun's lips was growing bigger and bigger, and he was having a hard time holding it back. When they got off the bus in Rongqing, Lee Man-jun asked him for a pen to keep accounts, tore off a piece of cardboard used as a footrest under the seat, wrote the 3 words water margin, marked the pinyin, and then handed it to Zhao Yong. What did you write? Zhao Yong was a little afraid to read it, fearing that it might be a rejection from her, but he was also secretly expecting it to be a confession from her. Thank you for sending me off. Go and do your thing. See you later. Lee Man-jun waved her hand and took advantage of the green light to quickly walk to the entrance of the ocean park across the street. Without looking back, she entered Shao Panjiayuan. Zhao Yong sighed reluctantly, feeling that today's short journey was incredibly beautiful. The truck couldn't stop casually. He took a deep look at the return cigarettes, alcohol, and biscuits stuffed on the back seat, and drove the truck to his destination. It was almost noon, and the streets were filled with the aroma of food. The merchants in Xiao Panjiayuan put their woks at the door of their shops and stir-fry their food. The aroma was fragrant, and it felt a little more homely than the last time I came. There were always people trying to recruit her along the way, but Li Manjun refused them all. Many sharp-eyed people noticed that she was walking towards Wanjia pawn shop and followed her quietly. Merchants on this street may sell a lot of fake goods to deceive people, but their eyes are very sharp. The denim backpack on Li Manjun is made of very thin material, and you can vaguely see the outline of the items inside. That's not like ordinary, everyday items. Many traders in that line of business would also come here to make bargains or sell off the genuine goods they have. As Li Manjun was walking, she suddenly noticed someone touching her backpack. She was startled and turned around to look at him. "What are you doing?" Last time, she was accompanied by an adult man, Zhao Yong, and no one dared to touch her along the way. Looking at the tall and thin man in front of him and the several men standing on the street with malicious smiles, Li Manjun once again deeply realized that this is not 2022, when social security is excellent. 30 years later. Moreover, she didn't even have a cell phone, let alone call the police immediately. The tall and thin man did not leave despite her scolding, but just stood aside and watched her. Li Manjun glanced at him coldly, put her backpack in front of her, and walked quickly towards Wanjia pawn shop. Seeing her like this, those people seemed to have confirmed something and followed her not far away. Li Manjun could only be on guard and had no way to deal with them for the time being. Wan Rongming was still wearing a white old man's shirt, sitting lazily in the store, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan and reading a newspaper in his other hand. "Boss!" Li Manjun almost rushed in. Wan Rongming was frightened by her. Robbery? He looked outside quickly and found that it was a strange girl, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. But then he noticed the men standing outside the store, and then glanced at Li Manjun, who was trying to remain calm, and he understood. "What are you guys doing sneaking around?" Wan Rongming stood up and walked outside the store with a palm leaf fan. When he saw the tall and thin man, he couldn't help but frown. "Why are you guys here again? What are you doing? Want to rob? In broad daylight, there's a police booth on the street. Just try it if you dare." The tall and thin man laughed and acted like he was very familiar with Wan Rongming. "Uncle Wan, what are you talking about? We are all good citizens. Don't wrongly accuse a good person." Wan Rongming was annoyed when he saw him talking and waved his palm leaf fan to chase him away. Get lost, get lost. You dare to snatch a customer from my shop? Hey, Uncle Wan, why are you hitting us? We didn't do anything. Get out." Wan Rongming roared with full energy, and several people dispersed immediately, looking back every few steps and even looking into the store to see Li Manjun. Unfortunately, the person was hiding in the store, and we didn't see him. Li Manjun listened to the noise outside die down and smiled gratefully at Wan Rongming, who had returned. "Uncle Wan? Thank you." Wan Rongming raised his eyebrows. "Have I seen you before?" he asked, without waiting for Li Manjun to answer, and suddenly patted his palm leaf fan and suddenly realized, "I remember. You came here with a tall guy a few days ago, right? Why didn't you ask him to come with you today? This place is a mess. You are just a little girl who got into my store by luck. If it were somewhere else, you wouldn't be able to leave smoothly today. You would have to leave all the money you have behind. Forced buying and selling is the specialty of those merchants. They only take advantage of the weak, and single girls are their targets." Li Manjun also felt that she was careless today. The thinking she developed in the past had such a profound influence on her that she even forgot what her country was like 30 years ago. Seeing that she looked annoyed, Wan Rongming thought that young people were still too inexperienced, so he walked to the door and lowered the rolling shutter. As the light in the room dimmed, Li Manjun's heart was alarmed. Her vision couldn't be so bad. She must have made a mistake. Is this the real wolf's den? Wan Rongming closed the shop door, walked to the wall, and turned on the light switch. The room suddenly lit up, and Li Manjun saw Wan Rongming's sneering expression. "That's all you're brave enough to do? I think my business today is going to fail. Bring it here." He pointed to the small dining table by the wall, motioning her to put the things on it, then turned and walked into the room and got a magnifying glass. Lee Man-jun was surprised that what she thought was a disguise was so insignificant in front of professionals. I'm not sure, but I checked, and the temple over there did exist a long time ago. Lee Man-jun took precautions before taking out the ball of torn bed sheet from her backpack. Wan Rongming let out a click of the tongue, not sure if he was disgusted or what. He waited until Lee Man-jun took out the bowl intact before he touched it. I don't know where the thin rubber gloves came from, but I put them on my left hand. With a magnifying glass in my right hand, I picked up the black iron bowl and examined it carefully. He sometimes frowned, sometimes relaxed, and occasionally sighed. Lee Man-jun stood by, her heart beating fast. If this bowl is just a big iron bowl, she can only try her luck at the bank. As for borrowing money from Zhao Yong, who might have some savings, Lee Man-jun never even had the thought of doing so. Wan Rongming watched for a full 10 minutes, and Lee Man-jun did not dare to ask, fearing that she would lose face first. Although, maybe the other party did not care about these things at all. It's a real thing. Wan Rongming put the bowl down gently with satisfaction, turned to look at Lee Man-jun, and smiled like an old fox, but it's not a rare thing. If you want to sell it, I can buy it. If you want to consider it, please give me $20 for the appraisal fee. Without hesitation, even the ecstasy lasted less than half a second. Lee Man-jun immediately said, "Sell." "It seems that you are short of money." He asked tentatively, "Do you have other goods waiting to be turned over?" Lee Man-jun didn't answer, but just asked him how much he would pay. Wan Rongming really lived up to his previous words of being honest and trustworthy, and he gave Lee Man-jun a thumbs up. 20,000? Lee Man-jun asked boldly. Wan Rongming's hand holding the magnifying glass shook violently. "What are you thinking?" 2,000. Lee Man-jun was really afraid that he would say 200, but when she heard it was 2,000, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Sell it." The other party was honest, so she didn't raise the price. Different fields have different worlds. I really don't know how to bring it up. It would be bad if I offended someone. She was counting on him to do her next business.
Cash.
Wan Rongming asked.
Lee Man-jun nodda.
She didn't even have her own passbook yet, so she had to go get one later. She even brought her ID card with her. Wan Rongming looked at her deeply, turned, and went behind the tall pawn counter. After a while, he came out with a small stack of cash. They were all neat and new blue bills with serial numbers, and they seemed to even have the smell of a bank cash counting machine, as if they were freshly minted.
Count them.
Wan Rongming handed the money to Lee Man-jun, then looked at the iron bowl made in the Qianlong period with a magnifying glass, then took out a phone box and put it in. He had completed the handover, but Lee Man-jun's money had not yet been counted. There is too much counterfeit money these days, so we have to be careful. Only after finally confirming that they were all real banknotes did Lee Man-jun accept the money and felt that Wan Rongming was a good person. "Don't you want to write a receipt or something?" Lee Man-jun asked doubtfully. Wan Rong understood her at a glance. "I can tell from the looks of it that you are inexperienced. You are lucky to have gotten this bowl." Lee Man-jun thought, why is she still cursing? Isn't her question very normal? Afterwards, Wan Rongming told her that this was a shady job, and that was just dealing with these worthless little items. If it were national treasures, the risks would be enormous. Writing a receipt? You want to get yourself in trouble. 2,000 yuan is just a small thing? Lee Man-jun said that she had learned something new. She divided the 2,000 yuan into several parts, put one part in her belt, put one part in her underwear, and put another part on the sole of her shoe, but she still felt it was not safe enough. Seeing her like this, Wan Rongming was so happy that he thought of a trick for her. "If you do this, I'll find you a bowl to put in your bag and pretend that you haven't sold anything. If you make a sad face, I guarantee that they will think you are unlucky and no one will target you. Those people usually don't dare to do anything. At most, they will force you to spend hundreds of dollars to buy a few cents worth of glass beads. Once you leave this street and there are security guards patrolling the park, they won't dare to do anything." Lee Man-jun's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. "Thank you so much today, Uncle Wan," Lee Man-jun said sincerely. Wan Rongming found a bowl that was about the same size as the alms bowl and stuffed it into her backpack. He joked, "If you really want to thank me, just come to me next time." My wife bought this bowl. It cost 35 cents.
Give me the change.
You can use it to eat noodles later. Wan Rongming smiled and calculated the money clearly. Lee Manjun was really convinced. She took out the change in her pocket and gave him 35 cents. Wan Rongming was so eager to see the Buddha off that he opened the shutter door again and waved his hand impatiently. Go, 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 don't try to fool me with these fake things. Lee Manjun walked out of the store, holding an old backpack with an innocent look on her face. Hey, why don't you take it? $3 or $5 will do. Wan Rongming glared at her quickly in surprise and joined in the act.
Get out.
He shouted impatiently, too lazy to say any more nonsense. Lee Manjun looked around and saw those faces as expected, watching her every move. When they heard her conversation with Wan Rongming, they were very disappointed and sneered. Before she left, a few people left first, glaring at her before leaving, as if it was a waste of their expressions. Before leaving, Lee Manjun whispered to Wan Rongming, "Qiangong Babu bed, can you take it?" Wan Rongming, who had already laid back in his chair, had his eyes light up. Old item? Lee Manjun nodded, and Wan Rongming sat up. How about I go with you to get it? That thing can't be taken apart by ordinary people. Don't mess around. His eyes were like a hungry wolf seeing a little white sheep. Lee Manjun was so scared that she turned around and ran away, leaving only one sentence. I'll come back in 2 days. He left with a bitter face. Wan Rongming was so upset by her that he barely managed to hold it in. After calming down for a while, he looked up to the sky and chuckled. Let it be, you can't force it. The thing that people in their line of work have the most is patience. Lee Manjun walked out of Shao Panjiayuan trembling with fear and came to the noisy ocean park. When she found that no one was following her, she breathed a sigh of relief. There is half a mouthful left. Let's wait until she deposits the money into the bank. Lee Manjun felt it was unsafe anywhere, so she took a taxi directly to the bank gate and went in to open a savings account of her own. It was not until the moment she held the passbook in her hands that Lee Manjun felt the true joy. 2,000 yuan, I got it just like that. Looking back on the experiences of the past few days, it really felt like a dream. It was not until this moment, holding the red book in my hand, that I felt the reality. Before leaving the bank, Lee Manjun took a look at the deposit interest rate written on the blackboard in the hall, and her jaw almost dropped. The annual interest rate was 17%. Was the interest rate so high in the 1990s? She asked the bank staff again, as if she didn't believe it. The staff told her enthusiastically that this was the interest rate. If she deposited for 3 years, she would get a direct interest rate of 20%. They asked her if she wanted to save some. Thank you, I don't need it for now.
Lee Manjun smilat puliteli.
The bank staff said it was okay and handed her a savings interest rate brochure, asking her to take it home and read it carefully. The larger the amount she deposited, the higher the interest rate. 1,000 yuan is a large denomination certificate of deposit, which can enjoy an annual interest rate of more than 20%. Lee Manjun walked out of the bank door holding a red brochure with a dreamy look on her face. She was awakened by the wind. High bank interest rates are not a good thing, as they reflect the high inflation rates of our time. By next year, the money she has will have depreciated significantly, so she has to quickly exchange it for something that truly maintains its value. Lee Manjun found a small rice noodle shop nearby, ate a bowl of rice noodles, and then started her return journey. The last bus in the afternoon is at 4 o'clock. After being busy all afternoon, time does not allow her to stay any longer, otherwise she'll have to spend money to stay in a hotel tonight. Unexpectedly, she met Zhao Yong at the bus station. It seemed that he was waiting for her there on purpose. Luckily, you haven't left yet. Zhao Yong happily strode up to her and took out a piece of paper and handed it to her. This is my beeping machine number and my home phone number. If you have any questions in the future, just call me directly. When he said that, Lee Manjun was surprised. What's your beep number? Zhao Yong couldn't hide his pride as he took out the beeping machine from his pocket and asked Lee Manjun if she wanted to learn. It was simple, he could teach her. Lee Manjun waved her hand. I don't have it. I'll learn from you when I have it. She has to buy herself a beeping machine so that it will be more convenient when she goes out. Are you waiting here just to give me your contact information? Lee Manjun asked with a smile. Zhao Yong smiled, revealing a row of neat teeth, scratched his arm uncomfortably and said, "How about I take you back?" Lee Manjun said helplessly, "Aunt Wu told me that you only have one bicycle. Are you sure you want to take the bus with me and send me off like this?"
No.
Zhao Yong was surprised. "Didn't I tell you today that the truck is mine? Although it's second-hand and a bit old, I just washed it. It's absolutely clean." He didn't know where his intuition came from, but he felt that she must be very particular about hygiene. After unloading the goods, she immediately washed the car inside and out. Lee Manjun was surprised. "Zhao Yong, how many surprises do you have that I don't know about?" Lee Manjun did not let Zhao Yong send her off. It was already late. If Zhao Yong sent her off and then came back, the road would be difficult to walk on in the dark, which would be unsafe. Zhao Yong sent Lee Manjun to the car. Before leaving, he bought her a bottle of iced soda. He watched the car leave the bus station exit before going back. Lee Manjun leaned against the window and watched him turn and leave before she looked away. He looked down at the orange soda in his hand, took a big sip, burped loudly, took out the note from his pocket and looked at it, the corners of his mouth slowly raised, and he smiled brightly. This Zhao Yong, except for his lack of education, all other qualities matched her preferences. The child in the car was crying because of the soda in her hand. The parents were busy trying to comfort the child, but it seemed to have no effect. The child cried even louder. Lee Manjun was in a good mood as she enjoyed the breeze and sipped soda. She thought the crying of these children was very beautiful. They arrived at Shernan town at 5:30. After getting off the bus, Lee Manjun went to a nearby store and bought 2 bottles of soda to take home. Last time I promised to bring it to Lee Jun, but she forgot about it. Fortunately, Lee Jun didn't keep pestering me. But remember it today, so you can never forget it again. Manjun is back. The old man sitting at the door greeted Lee Manjun with a smile. Lee Manjun responded that as soon as she reached the door of another house, the neighbor lady also greeted her. "You're back, Manjun." Lee Manjun smiled and nodded, feeling strange. Why are these uncles and aunts so enthusiastic? When has she ever been so popular? It was not until she walked to the doorstep of her next-door neighbor Aunt Wu and ran into Wang Xiaowan and the owner of the scrap yard, who were chatting with Aunt Wu, that Lee Manjun finally realized that the situation was not simple. "Oh, you're back. You brought some soda with you. Your boyfriend bought it for you," the owner of the scrap yard teased. Lee Manjun's mouth twitched as she explained, "I bought this for Lee Jun and Jianjun." Wang Xiaowan first looked him up and down before asking angrily, "Zhao Yong was here this morning. Why didn't you tell me?" Lee Manjun never expected that the owner of the scrap yard had such a loud voice. It seemed that the whole street knew that she was dating. "You were not at home, so I let him go back." Lee Manjun smiled at Aunt Wu, glared at the owner of the scrap yard, and quickly walked into the house. The lady boss laughed, but she didn't mean any harm. It was just pure gossip. Seeing that Lee Manjun was a little angry, she rushed to the courtyard and said, "It's not me who said it. It's you young people who are brave and walked around on the street by yourselves, and everyone saw it." The social atmosphere is open-minded these days, but young people are shy and the older people like to watch their shy and angry reactions for fun. Of course, Lee Manjun wasn't really angry. She was just speechless with her loud voice. The town is too small, and there are too many acquaintances here, so whatever you do will be known to everyone, and there is no privacy at all. Wang Xiaowan chased in, pointed at the cans on the table, and asked with a smile, "Zhao Yong brought these, right? Why don't you invite them to your house for a meal? I have something to do in the city, so I don't have time. Let's do it next time." "He won't mind anyway." Lee Manjun took off her backpack and went into the bedroom, closing the door. Wang Xiaowan was surprised. "What are you doing in the city? I heard from Long Mei that Zhao Yong drives a big truck. Is it his own truck or someone else's?" While looking for a place to hide the passbook, Lee Manjun answered, "It's his own, a second-hand car." "Is it really his?" Wang Xiaowan didn't care whether it was second-hand or not. "This is quite good. You'd better hurry up this time. I think Zhao Yong is quite sensible." She didn't expect that he would come by to pick up the goods, and even remembered to come and see them. Although she hadn't met him yet, Wang Xiaozhuan's favorability towards Zhao Yong increased rapidly. Of course, Aunt Wu also deserves some credit for this. When Aunt Wu heard the scrap yard owner Long Mei coming over to ask and knew that Zhao Yong had actually visited Li Manjun, she kept saying good things about him. This kid is great. He really likes our Manjun and he's sincere about it. Otherwise, why would he come to see her while he's delivering goods? You must talk to Manjun about it when you get home, and let her seize the opportunity. Aunt Wu grabbed a handful of melon seeds, ate them while nodding at Wang Xiaowan, and asked her to convey the message to Li Manjun. Li Manjun searched the closet for a long time, but was still worried about leaving the passbook here. After thinking about it, she finally decided to hide it in the pillowcase. She touched it before going to bed and felt at ease. After changing into some loose old clothes, Li Lijun and Li Jianjun came back from get out of class. When they saw the soda and cans on the table, the brother and sister cheered loudly. "Mom, what festival are we celebrating today?" Li Jianjun asked happily, his hand already reaching for the can. Li Lijun picked up a bottle of soda, bit open the cap and took a big gulp, then burped and narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. When Wang Xiaowan realized what was happening, the brother and sister were already eating. They laughed and scolded. They are like starving ghosts who have been reincarnated. Li Lijun didn't care. She had long since learned how to let things go in one ear and out the other. When she saw Li Manjun coming out, she smiled and said, "Big sister, I know you keep your word." She still remembered the promise Li Manjun made when she borrowed her skirt and sandals last time. She thought she would have to wait a few days, but she didn't expect it to be fulfilled so soon. The canned food was brought by Zhao Yong. Li Manjun added. Li Jianjun, who was eating, paused and exclaimed, "Ah!" He felt as if he had accidentally eaten a sugar-coated bullet dropped by the enemy. Li Jianjun asked curiously, "Sister, do you think this guy's okay?" Li Manjun pointed at the can in his hand. "What do you think?" "Hee, it's good." Li Jianjun grinned and scooped another spoonful of food from the can. The sweetness seeped into his heart and stuck to his mouth. Li Manjun laughed and took a can and put it back on her bed to prevent the siblings from eating it all when she returned. "Walking out of the house, Mom. I'm going to meet Lu Yan and the others and come back soon." Wang Xiaowan was busy in the kitchen. She responded with a hey when she heard the sound and continued to work. Li Lijun and Li Jianjun sat under the eaves, drinking from cans and looking at the small world above their heads, which was better than Chinese New Year. Just now, Long Mei, the owner of the scrapyard, told Li Manjun that Lu Yan and her brother had arrived, so she went directly to Lu Yan's house. As if they knew she was coming, the brother and sister happened to be waiting outside the big iron gate. The three of them met and quickly exchanged information. Today's profit is 85 yuan, divided equally among 3 people. There's nothing wrong with Uncle Hu, everything is normal. Li Manjun nodded to the brother and sister and whispered, "I've got the money." The brother and sister stared in disbelief. Lu Yan confirmed, "Did you get the remaining more than 1,000? Lu Cheng was also nervously reminding him, "Did you borrow money from a loan shark?"
You can't touch that.
Li Manjun, do you need to tell him? "Don't worry, the channel is legal, don't worry about it. We need to find a professional to dismantle the bed and then find a truck to take it away. Do you know anyone?" Lu Cheng thought for a moment and said, "I have a classmate whose father is a carpenter. Why don't we try his father? Are you from our town?" Li Manjun didn't want to look for anyone from the same town anymore. Neighbors are gossipy and they would inevitably tell her about it. Now she just wants to make a fortune quietly. Lu Cheng shook his head and said no. They are from Qingshan town. Their village is closer to our town, so they go to school here. "Is this person reliable?" Lu Yan asked. Lu Cheng didn't dare to guarantee it, but his classmate didn't talk much and seemed quite honest, so his father should be reliable as well. "Then go and ask, and just say you want to help dismantle the old furniture. Don't say anything else."
Li Manjun advisa.
Lu Cheng patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me." Lu Yan asked, "What about the truck?" Li Manjun was really in a dilemma. After returning home and having dinner, She was about to wash the clothes she wore today and was searching her pockets when she saw the contact information Zhao Yong left behind. Then she suddenly remembered that there was a ready-made truck driver here. Although the two had only met twice, Li Manjun felt that Zhao Yong was trustworthy. After washing and hanging the clothes, Li Manjun came to the corner of the dining room with a paper, picked up the landline phone, and wanted to make a call. When she looked up and saw the clock on the wall, it was almost 9 o'clock, and it seemed a bit inappropriate to call at this time. After hesitating for a moment, he put down the phone, got up, and went back to his room. Forget it, let's wait until Lu Chung gets the carpenter done. Thinking about the bed that could make her rich, Li Manjun didn't sleep well that night. Just as she took a nap in the early morning, she was woken up by Li Lijun to go to the toilet with her. After running home from the public toilet again, Li Manjun couldn't hold back any longer. She took out 2 yuan and handed it to Li Lijun. Buy a chamber pot tomorrow. Whoever pees in the future will be responsible for emptying it. Li Lijun was startled by her elder sister's irritable look and nodded hurriedly. Got it. Li Manjun then rubbed her swollen temples and continued to make good use of her time to catch up on her sleep. After a short nap for half an hour, she heard Lu Yan's call from outside the door. Li Manjun opened her eyes, patted her face, got dressed, washed up, and went out in one go. Today Lu Chung went to visit his classmate's father, while Li Manjun and Lu Yan went to the countryside to continue collecting waste. All the toothpaste tubes have been collected, but the exchange activity for syrup can still be carried out and can be used to exchange for chicken feathers and duck feathers. Today, the two of them only boiled 10 kilograms of sugar. The village they went to was not far away. It was near Shernan town, a small village that was about an hour to half an hour's walk away. Having laid the foundation in the countryside several times before, when villagers heard Li Manjun and Lu Yan shouting, those who had waste materials and chicken and duck feathers at home would spontaneously come to them. The old ladies stood on the high platform in front of their house and waved at the two people. Little girl, come here, I have duck feathers at home. Li Manjun and Lu Yan carried the scale and sugar over. In just 2 minutes, the old ladies were able to chat with them about everything from their grandchildren to their sons and daughters-in-law who were working away from home. If there were children at home, Li Manjun would ask Lu Yan to tear off an extra piece of candy for the children as a snack. These 4 or 5-year-old kids ate candies, sniffed their noses, and followed them skipping and hopping until the two of them left the village and walked far away. Only then were they called back home by their elders. After such a busy day, Li Manjun felt extremely fulfilled. We collected less today. We only got about 40 pieces of toothpaste tubes and not many chicken and duck feathers, waste paper and bottles. The two of us each carried all of them in a backpack. However, Lu Dada said that from today on he would charge toothpaste tubes by the pound at
5 yuan per pound.
Why did it change? Lu Yan asked angrily. Why didn't you tell me in advance? Lu Dada didn't mean to explain. This is the price today. Will you sell it? If not, don't delay the people behind you. There were 4 or 5 people nearby who collected toothpaste tubes. They went to other towns and were surprised when they heard that they were charged by kilogram. But as Lu Dada showed an impatient look, the few of them quickly compromised. Lu Yan looked at Li Manjun anxiously. What should I do? Lu Datu weighed the other people one after another, and each of them earned 40 to 50 cents less than before. He turned around and saw that Li Manjun and the other two were still hesitating and said helplessly, This is the market price now. If you don't believe me, go to the county and ask. Don't think I'm cheating you. I can't even make enough to pay for the bus fare from this little piece of toothpaste. Manjun? Lu Yan was undecided. Li Manjun sighed and poured the toothpaste tubes in her bag into the other party's empty snakeskin bag.
Weigh it.
When the market is saturated, prices will be pushed down. It seems that the toothpaste tube approach can only be used in the short term and not in the long term. The scale was accurate, 2½ taels, which comes out to $1.62. Compared with the previous calculation, it was nearly 50 cents less. Li Manjun and Lu Yan felt the pain. After I took it to the scrapyard, I sold the 2 baskets of junk for only 48 yuan. After deducting the cost, my profit today was only 34 yuan. Compared with the previous profit of more than 100 yuan, It is a big difference. But this was completely within Lee Manjuan's expectations. In the short term, the amount of garbage generated by residents will not increase suddenly but will maintain a constant growth rate and will not erupt again until after a period of time. If you want to make as much money as before, you can only expand the scope. Lee Manjun set her sights on the garbage dumps of 2 schools in the town. She knew the security guard at the town's middle school. He was Lee Dawe's fellow villager and childhood friend. They had even come to her house for dinner during the first month of last year. While it was still early, Lee Manjun led Lu Yen to the gate of the town middle school. The management of township schools is not strict. Lee Manjun said she had something to do with Lee Jianjun, so the security guard Uncle Chin let them in. The students were still in their last class of the afternoon. The two walked on the once familiar green path, and after going around most of the playground, they saw the garbage dump that the students least wanted to get close to. The garbage from the town's middle school is concentrated in a square cement wall with an opening on one side to make it easier for students to dump their garbage. The other 3 walls were higher, with a thick layer of garbage piled inside. In the corner, a pile of dry branches and leaves were burning, completely unattended. As soon as Lee Manjun and Lu Yen arrived here, their occupational diseases immediately struck. They pulled their collars over their faces, covered their noses, picked up a broken table leg, and rummaged through the garbage. After just a few tries, they heard Lu Yen exclaim, "Manjun, there's a big piece of iron here." Lee Manjun turned her head to look. Lu Yen didn't care about the collar slipping off her nose. As if she didn't notice the stench, she reached into a pile of rotten leaves with both hands and grabbed a heavy iron disc. Lee Manjun felt that this thing was very similar to something in memory, and a light bulb suddenly lit up in her mind. It's the bell for the end of Get Out of Class. Students born in the 21st century may not know that the bell for the end of Get Out of Class in the past was actually a circular ring surrounded by iron sheets. When you picked up a metal stick and knocked on it, the ding-ding-ding sound was very rhythmic. The two looked at each other and thought to themselves, "What the heck?" After flipping through the books for a while, I found a lot of used exercise books and old textbooks. The most eye-catching one was a bottle of Waha AD calcium beverage. There are also quite a few tin pencil cases that are very old, but they are very valuable as recycled waste.
Hey!
Those 2 girls at the garbage dump, which class are you from? A loud shout came from the playground, and Lee Manjun and the other person who were addicted to rummaging through the garbage felt their scalps go numb. They all turned around and recognized the man as the school's physical education teacher. They glanced at each other hurriedly, picked up the almost full backpack, and turned and ran. "What are you doing sneaking around? Stop." Only a fool would stand still. Lee Manjun and Lu Yen ran towards the school gate without stopping. The physical strength they had gained from working out in the countryside for many days suddenly burst out, and they actually left the middle-aged and fat physical education teacher far behind. The other party didn't even have time to see their faces clearly and could only roughly judge from their appearance that they might be senior students. The physical education teacher was so tired that he was gasping for breath and had to give up halfway through the chase. Seeing that he did not catch up with them, Lee Manjun and Lu Yen rushed out of the school gate in one breath, then stopped to catch their breath. Uncle Chin, the guard, asked in surprise, "Why are you 2 running?" He walked over and took a look. Wow. The 2 girls' backpacks were full of rags they had picked up. "Lee Manjun, what are you doing?" Uncle Chin asked in surprise. Lee Manjun took a breath, wiped the sweat off her face, and replied with a smile, "I'm picking up junk." Uncle Chin laughed out loud. "Is this true?" Lee Manjun pointed to her backpack on the ground and said, "Look, is it real or fake?" Uncle Chin was speechless, and his smile gradually froze on his face. "Does your father know?" "I know. There's nothing to hide." Lee Manjun smiled, with her hands on her hips. "Don't underestimate these paper bottles and cans. They are all worth recycling."
She enjoyed her job.
Uncle Chin waved his hands wildly, indicating that he couldn't do it. Seeing that Lee Manjun looked enthusiastic and didn't seem to be joking, he put away his joking thoughts and asked them why the 2 of them ran out just now. Lu Yen smiled and said, "The teacher saw us and we ran away for fear of being caught." After she finished speaking, she even found it funny. She was clearly no longer a student at the town middle school, but she was still scared when she saw her former teacher. It was only after they ran out that they suddenly remembered that they were adults now, not students anymore, and could discuss things with each other. The timing was right. Lee Manjun asked Uncle Chin about the situation of the school landfill. After a field investigation, she and Lu Yan agreed that this was a treasure trove with a good stock of recyclable garbage. Uncle Chin said, "Nothing's serious. We just burn it once a week and the garbage truck comes to pick it up once a month. The school is not big and there is not a lot of garbage. The remaining garbage after the school handles it accumulates, and sometimes even a garbage truck cannot fill it in a month. As for the canteen sewage, it had already been collected by the pig farmers nearby. Can outsiders go in to pick up trash? I just saw that there seemed to be no one in the garbage dump." Lee Manjun asked. Uncle Chin glanced at the two of them speechlessly. "Why didn't you two just go in? There's no one inside, and outsiders are not allowed to enter the school without permission." After saying that, he winked at the two of them, indicating that they were not outsiders, which was why he let them in. Lee Manjun understood that meant there was hope. "Uncle, please tell me. I want to make some contribution to the school's environmental protection cause." Lee Manjun came closer, mysteriously took out a pack of huazi from her trouser pocket and handed it to him, whispering, "I bought it secretly without telling my dad, so don't show off in front of him." Looking at the two golden words on the red package, Uncle Chin couldn't help but raise his mouth wildly. He stuffed the cigarette into his jacket pocket and looked at Lee Manjun admiringly. "Wait, I'll ask for you right away. Don't worry, as long as you don't affect the students, it will be done." Lee Manjun felt relieved after hearing this. When she heard the bell ringing, she waved her hand and said, "Uncle, I'll wait for your good news." Carrying the backpack, he went to the scrap yard with Lu Yan and exchanged it for another 10 yuan. It's mainly the piece of iron. The other scattered old books, waste paper, and plastic bottles are light in weight and can't be sold for much money. On the way home, I met Li Lijun and Li Jianjun, who were just finishing school on the street. The two of them immediately left their classmates and followed Lee Manjun.
"Sister Yan."
The two greeted Lu Yan enthusiastically. "Li Jun, Jianjun." Lu Yan nodded with a smile, waved to Lee Manjun and went home. As soon as the person left, Li Lijun took her elder sister's arm and acted coquettishly. "Sister, I'm thirsty." Although Li Jianjun was embarrassed to act like a spoiled child like his second sister, he also looked at Lee Manjun expectantly. "Want some soda?" Lee Manjun asked with a smile. The two of them nodded immediately. Okay. Lee Manjun pointed to a street store. Without her saying anything, the brother and sister opened the refrigerator lid themselves, selected 3 bottles of soda, opened the bottle caps, inserted straws, and handed one to Lee Manjun. "How much?" Lee Manjun asked the boss. $1.50. Lee Manjun took out the money and handed it over. The 3 siblings each drank a bottle of soda and returned home happily. Lee Manjun reminded, "Don't throw the bottles around, leave them for me. I will recycle them later." Each soda bottle can be recycled for 20 cents, which adds up to 60 cents, enough for Li Jianjun's breakfast for 3 days. The brother and sister agreed obediently. After drinking the soda, they went back to their evening self-study class and put the bottle in the backpack that Lee Manjun often used. The next morning, Lee Manjun met Uncle Chin when she went out to buy breakfast, and he told her that the admission to the school had been settled. "I've talked to the vice principal, and he said it's okay as long as it doesn't disturb the students' studies. You guys can go in and pick it up." Lee Manjun was delighted. "That's great, Uncle. Thank you. I'll treat you to breakfast today." Lee Manjun directly paid for the fried dough sticks and soy milk that Uncle Chin wanted to buy. Uncle Chin happily did not refuse, feeling that she was more mature and sensible than before. Lee Manjun complained in her heart that there was a mature soul of a 30-year-old living in her body, and it was hard for her to be immature. Lee Manjun immediately told Lu Yan and her brother the good news. "Then shall we go directly to school today?" Lu Yan was thinking about the treasures in the garbage dump. It would be a great sense of accomplishment to search through such a large garbage pile. Lee Manjun looked at Lu Chung. He had no objection, and the three of them picked up their tools and headed straight for the school garbage dump. Uncle Chin was standing at the school gate, and when he saw the three people coming, he opened the door and let them in. Lu Yan and her brother went to the garbage dump, but Li Manjun did not go with them. She bought a whole pack of huazi and waited for Uncle Chin to send all the students into the school and lock the iron gate. Then, the two of them went to see the vice principal together. Li Manjun was not confident about relying on Uncle Chin as the middleman to contact her. She had to meet the vice principal in person and get confirmation before she felt relieved. The vice principal took the cigarette and said kindly that they could come in any time in the future. To him, this was just a very small matter. Now you can rest assured. Uncle Chin was happy for her. Li Manjun looked at the admission note written by the vice principal in her hand and nodded with a smile. Uncle Chin returned to his post, and Li Manjun took the approval note to the garbage dump to find Lu Yan and her brother and shared the good news with them. Now that it's out in the open, the three of them can come in and collect garbage with confidence from now on. The three of them looked at the small garbage dump in front of them as if they had foreseen a bright future, and they were full of energy. Lu Chung said the carpenter had done it, and his classmate's father agreed. It would only cost $5, which would cover his round-trip fare, and he would find someone to help him. It should be done in 2 days. But he had to go and take a look first, as he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it when the time came. Li Manjun agreed and asked Lu Qing to take him to Xiaoshui village to take a look first and confirm the transaction date with Uncle Hu again. But unexpectedly, when Lu Qing brought people to Xiaoshui village, an accident happened. Uncle Hu, who had been negotiating well, started hesitating and demanded to return the 50 yuan deposit. Lu Qing immediately felt that something was wrong and asked, "Is the bed still there?" Uncle Hu didn't answer at first, but when Lu Qing pressed him, he said that the bed was still there, but he would not sell it to them. "We agreed on this before. How could you change your mind?" Knowing that the bed was still there, Lu Qing was not as impulsive as he was at the beginning, and asked the reason in a nice voice. The carpenter also said, "It's not fair of you to change your mind after we've agreed on something. No matter what, you should give him a reason." Uncle Hu sighed and said, "Someone has offered a higher price than you." As for the rest, he refused to say anything. Lu Chang was very angry, but he didn't dare to make the relationship awkward all of a sudden, for fear that there would be no room for recovery. There was no choice but to give the carpenter $1 for the fare and let him go home first. It would be a wasted trip today. After sending the carpenter away, Lu Qing inquired in Xiaoshui village for a long time and then hurried back to the town to tell Li Manjun the news. "Sister Manjun, that old man who is too unreliable. He changes his mind at the drop of a hat. What kind of person is he?" Lu Qing was very angry and anxious. That was a big deal worth 5,000 yuan, and he was unwilling to let it fail. When Li Manjun heard the news, her heart sank suddenly. What she feared was bound to come true. The carpenter was found, the money was collected, and she had also planned to contact Zhao Yong to help with the truck, but the owner actually went back on his word. "Where's the deposit?" Li Manjun asked. Lu Chang did not take the money back. He said he could not make the decision and had to wait for Li Manjun to come and talk in person. So Uncle Hu was not able to return the money. Hearing Lu Qing say this, Li Manjun looked at him with appreciation and said, "You did a good job. The deposit has been paid, and we agreed on it verbally at the beginning. We are on the right side." Lu Qing scratched his head, but he couldn't be happy about being praised now. The key point is, can we still buy that bed? Lu Yan was very worried. She didn't know whether Li Manjun had a full 17,000 yuan or some extra money. Li Manjun signaled her not to worry and asked Lu Qing to tell her the news he had heard. "I asked the villagers, and they said that 2 outsiders came to the Hu family's old house yesterday. When they turned around, they heard the Hu family's wife telling people that their old bed had been sold for 2,000 yuan. Lu Qing imitated the villagers and spoke vividly with a wave of his hand. Li Manjun felt that the situation was getting tricky. It couldn't be solved by raising the price. If they could raise the price, the other party could also raise the price higher. It was obvious that they had met someone who knew what they were doing. The other party might not be short of money at all and was not afraid of them raising the price. Lu Chung, you come with me to the Hu family tomorrow. Yanzi, you stay in the town and don't go to the village. We can't collect much waste now.
Li manjo naranja.
The brother and sister nodded without objection. Lu Chung also asked, should we call 2 more people in case we run into that group of outsiders? Li Manjun was surprised by Lu Chung again. She didn't expect that he was so thoughtful. Then call your classmate. Li Manjun asked the man's name. Lu Chung replied, his last name is Hao, and his name is Hao Jian. When he returned home at night, Lu Chungli immediately called the home of village chief Hao Jian and asked the village chief to call Hao Jian over to answer the phone. There are 2 telephones in the village, one at the village committee and the other at the village chief's home. When villagers need to use the phone, they go to the village chief's home to make a call. Lu Chung waited by the phone for about 5 minutes, and the call finally came. Heko, Hao Jian, are you going out with your buddies to do something tomorrow? Oh, your dad told you, right? Yes, we're going to Xiaoshui village. Do you know any buddies there?
Call 2 more people.
The other party agreed, and Lu Chung called Li Manjuan's home to inform her that everyone had gathered and agreed to set off early the next morning before he rested. Li Dawei, who was sitting in the living room reading a newspaper, vaguely felt that his daughter had encountered some trouble, but she didn't say anything and he didn't ask. The child had grown up and was not as dependent on her parents as she was when she was young, so he was always a little embarrassed to speak up. The next day, Li Manjun got up early, and when she arrived at the department store, the door was only half open. She bought some candies and biscuits. As the saying goes, the more gifts the better. She would not give up the elaborate bed just like that. I took a car with Lu Cheng to the outside of Xiaoshui village and waited for more than 10 minutes. Then Hao Jian arrived with his 2 cousins. Just as Lu Cheng said, Hao Jian looked honest and didn't talk much. After introducing his 2 cousins, he followed Li Manjun to the Hu family without saying a word all the way. He is of medium height, but very strong. People who have been farming at home for many years are all very strong. The other 2 cousins were tall and looked quite intimidating at first glance. 5 people entered the village and walked towards the Hu family. When they were halfway there, a group of people suddenly rushed out of the village. Leading the group were 2 young men, carrying a pregnant woman and running all the way. You guys get out of the way. Li Manjun and others hurriedly retreated to the side of the road. Several people ran past them like the wind. After 3 or 5 seconds, several people with armbands on their arms and doctors in white coats chased after them. While chasing, he shouted, "Pay attention to the pregnant woman, don't run away, or someone will die." Hao Jian's eldest cousin sighed, "They are catching people who have excessive births again. The people in this village are more aggressive than ours. They run very fast." Li Manjun looked at the curious villagers who had gathered to watch and chase after them, but did not see any members of the Hu family. "Let's go." Li Manjun signaled to the others to stop watching the fun and get down to business first. Lu Chung pulled Hao Jian, and Hao Jian called his 2 cousins away. The 5 of them avoided the villagers and walked around along the ridge of the field. Suddenly, they heard an old cry for help. "Help, help! Is there anyone here?" The voice was faint, punctuated by cries of pain. Lu Chung rushed to the creek in 2 steps and saw an elderly man wearing a navy blue thin hat lying helplessly in the ditch, tears flashing in his cloudy old eyes, and shouting for help. "Uncle, what's wrong with you?" Lu Chung jumped into the stream and asked while waving to Li Manjun and others. The old man seemed to have been knocked off the ridge of a field and was stuck in a narrow ditch, unable to get up. When Li Manjun arrived at the edge of the ditch and took a look, she hurriedly asked the 3 brothers Hao Jian to pull the man out. The old man finally felt relieved when he saw someone and said with tears in his eyes, "These captives, they ran so fast without even looking at the roadside. I'm old and slow, and I can't stand steadily. I don't know which captive knocked me down." Seeing that the old man was still angry and cursing, Li Manjun and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as it didn't look like anything serious. Moreover, the creek was very low, only about 1.2 meters high. The old countryman was in good health, and he only had some scrapes on his elbows and knees. Lu Qing thought that it would be enough to pull the old man up, but Li Manjun was a little worried, so she helped Lu Qing to the end and asked him to carry the poor old man on his back and send him home. Li Manjun comforted the old man. "Don't panic, it's nothing serious, just a minor scratch. Wash it with hydrogen peroxide and disinfect it later." "Hey, I know." The old man looked at Li Manjun with tears in his eyes. "Granddaughter, you are a good person. You're a good person. God bless you young people with conscience. This way, my home is this way." The old man took the time to show Lu Qing the way. Although the old man looked skinny, he had a heavy frame. Lu Qing carried him for half the distance, and the three brothers Hao Jian carried him for the remaining half. They finally carried the old man back home. This is a 2-story wooden house. The outside of the house is painted black. It is quite old and looks shiny. There is a large courtyard in front of the house, with small cement flower beds around it, where green vegetables and garlic sprouts are planted. In the yard, a hen was leading a group of chicks wandering around the flower bed, leisurely and comfortable. The doors of the houses were open, and the villagers had almost no habit of closing the doors, and no one would enter other people's living rooms casually. There was no one in the yard. White smoke was rising from the roof. Li Manjun shouted inside. "Is anyone home? Who is it?" A questioning voice came from the small house on the side of the house. After a while, a woman in an apron pushed open the door of the small house and walked out. When she saw her father-in-law covered in mud and water, she screamed, "Oh my God!" Li Manjun stepped forward to explain the whole story. The aunt hurriedly moved out the father-in-law's chair and asked Lu Qing and others to put the old man on the stool. He looked at those people, then at the mountain behind the house, seeming to be in a dilemma and not knowing what to do. It was Li Manjun who said, "Go call for help. We'll help you keep an eye on the old man. He shouldn't be in any serious trouble, just a little scrape." The aunt hurriedly thanked them and asked Li Manjun and others to help look after the elderly. She then hurriedly trotted to the back hill to call her husband and son back home. While waiting, Li Manjun put down the things in her hands, walked into the small room that looked like a kitchen, looked around, found a clean towel and a wash basin, boiled a basin of water on the kitchen stove, and brought it out to simply clean the old man's wound. I took off the dirty sleeves and rolled up my trouser legs and checked everything thoroughly, and found that there was indeed nothing wrong with the bones. You are in a strong body. If an old man fell like this, his bones would easily break due to osteoporosis, and he might even get a fracture. Li Manjun said with a smile. Lu Qingdu didn't know where she got her patience from. She was so calm even though the important things hadn't been done yet. The old man washed his face with hot water, and his tears were wiped away. His cloudy eyes became much clearer. He looked at Li Manjun and sighed, "Thank you for not looking down on my old bones. Even my granddaughter has never helped me clean up like this. When my son and daughter-in-law come back, you can stay at my house for breakfast. I'll treat you to rice wine." "No, we've already eaten. We'll come to your house next time."
Li Manjun declinat politeli.
As they were talking, the old man's daughter-in-law called her son and husband back. As soon as the old man's son arrived home, he asked him to call his uncle over. So, just when Li Manjun and others were trying to decline the old man's family's enthusiastic invitation, the anxious uncle, who was brought in by the old man's grandson. Both parties were stunned. Li Manjun was the first to react. She looked at the old man and asked, "Is this your father?" Uncle Hu nodded. "Yeah. Why are you at my brother's house?" The old man looked confused. "Erling, do you know those girls?" Uncle Hu nodded and said he knew her. "It was Miss Li, who wanted to buy the bed from our ancestral home." "Oh, then you guys chat about your things." The old man looked at Li Manjun with joy, thinking that this was a wonderful fate. He also told his son not to raise the price, just settle for something close to that. "It's an old bunk bed. Who would still sleep on it these days? You should sell it quickly. It would be best if you could sell it to Miss Li." Uncle Hu thought of the embarrassment of refunding the deposit yesterday and cast a pleading look at Li Manjun and Lu Qing, hoping that they would not talk about this in front of the old man.
"Don't worry, Dad.
This bed was originally meant for Sister Li, Don't worry, I'll go to lame man to get some medicine for you first, and we'll talk about it in detail when we come back. The latter words were said to Lee Manjun. The eldest daughter-in-law warmly invited Lee Manjun and others to have breakfast at home and talk while eating. Lee Manjun and Lu Chung looked at each other, exchanged glances, and nodded in agreement. This is a great feeling. Uncle, who was very happy. Uncle, who looked embarrassed, but he didn't want to spoil the old man's fun, so he left under the pretext of getting medicine. The lame man is the barefoot doctor in the village. He knows some folk remedies and can cure many diseases. Uncle, who bought some medicine from him and asked for a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, as Lee Manjun had instructed him to clean the old man's wound. After the old man was settled, the food for the eldest daughter-in-law was also ready, and several people sat at the table. Lee Manjun took out the candies and biscuits she brought with her and said, I originally wanted to go directly to Uncle Who's house to ask about the situation. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you. Uncle Who has now figured it out and is listening to his father. Firstly, he was grateful to Lee Manjun for sending his old father back in time. Secondly, Lee Manjun's sincerity touched him again. Honesty is indeed a must in doing business. Uncle Who raised his glass and drank a glass as punishment. It's my fault. I'll go and pay them back right away. I don't want the extra 200. Brother Who didn't say anything. 200 less is 200 less. He could still get the 900 per family as agreed at the beginning. Lu Chung, Hao Jian, and others looked at each other. They didn't expect that the thing they originally thought was difficult to accomplish could actually be accomplished by such a coincidence. This time, both parties signed the contract and asked the village chief to witness it, so it was officially finalized. They just had to wait for Hao Jian's father to come and dismantle the bed, and Lee Manjun to pay the money and take the goods. The contract was written, and Uncle, who was almost sober from the alcohol he had drunk that morning, he said with some embarrassment, according to what we had agreed upon, the 2 out-of-town bosses will come over tomorrow to clean up the bed. I'm afraid they will get angry and beat me up. What should I do then? What to do? The 3 brothers Hao Jian and Lu Chun will stay in the old house tonight and not leave. The 4 of them together are afraid of 2 outsiders? In the afternoon, Lee Manjun took the bus home alone. She sat next to the phone and watched the clock on the wall turn to 8 o'clock. She picked up the phone and dialed the number on the note. The phone rang twice before being picked up, and the man asked in a low voice, Who is this?
Lee Manjun, Zhao Yon?
Zhao Yong, who was originally lying lazily on the wooden sofa, sat up excitedly. The next day, Lee Manjun had just withdrawn 1,800 yuan in cash from the town credit union. When she turned around and came out with a cloth bag, she saw Zhao Yong's blue pickup truck. I glanced at the clock in the credit union lobby. It was 9 o'clock, exactly the same time as agreed upon, not a minute more or less. Get in the car. Zhao Yong waved at her from the driver's seat. Lee Manjun asked him if he had breakfast. The man smiled embarrassedly. She shook her head helplessly and walked to the bun shop. 2 meat buns, please. Thinking about Zhao Yong's big appetite, he quickly changed his words, no, for plus a bowl of soy milk. As he said this, he poured out the water in the bottle he was carrying, took the sweet soy milk handed to him by the boss, poured it in, paid the money, and then got on the bus. Lee Manjun handed the buns and water bottle to Zhao Yong. Eat first and leave after you finish. There's no rush. Hao Jian's father had almost completely dismantled the bed yesterday, and he only needed to dismantle a small part this morning to finish the job. With Lu Chung watching over there was no need to rush. Zhao Yong held the hot meat bun, which warmed his heart directly. He took a bite of the bun and sipped soy milk. Thinking that this kettle was used by her, her face was slightly hot when she drank it. How could the buns and soy milk in Shernan town be so delicious? Zhao Yong ate all 4 big meat buns by himself, and Lee Manjun was stunned. Are you full? Zhao Yong nodded. I'm full. Let's go. You show me the way. I don't come here often. Lee Manjun agreed and glanced at his belly again. Today Zhao Yong was wearing a gray short-sleeved cardigan with a white tight vest underneath. The outline of his muscles could be vaguely seen inside the vest. His stomach was slightly bulging, and he was probably too full.
People are very honest at this time.
The meat buns in the bun shop are super big, and Lee Manjun feels a little full after eating one by herself. You don't even know how to say it when you're full? Lee Manjun thought to herself, "You're so stupid."
What are you looking at?
Zhao Yong looked straight ahead at the road, but that did not prevent him from noticing the scrutinizing gaze. "Do you still want to see 8-pack abs?" When Lee Manjun heard him ask this, she knew what he was thinking. She turned her head away and looked at the road ahead with amusement. "Take the left one." Zhao Yong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and turned the steering wheel to the road she mentioned. The mountain road leading to the countryside was winding, and it was his first time going that way, so he controlled his speed very slowly. Lee Manjun felt quite at ease and gradually relaxed. She leaned back in the chair, tilted her head slightly, and watched Zhao Yong drive. At first glance, Zhao Yong seemed to be driving seriously, as if he was unaware of her gaze, but slowly, the tips of his ears turned red. Ahem. He coughed twice as a warning, wondering how there could be a woman as lustful as Lee Manjun who always stares at him. Wouldn't she feel embarrassed? Zhao Yong felt that Lee Manjun was unlike any woman he had ever met before. She was generous and confident, with a smile as bright as if she were a magazine star. You rarely see shyness and reserve in her eyes. When she looked over, her eyes were full of admiration, and her aura was very strong. Zhao Yong thought proudly, "Only I can control her, no other man can." The sun was rising higher and higher. Zhao Yong tugged at his collar and opened his cardigan a little to get some fresh air. Lee Manjun suddenly smelled a faint scent of perfume, a light woody pine scent, giving people a very refreshing feeling, gently floating past the tip of her nose and disappearing in a flash. Is this considered a man's careful plan? Lee Manjun looked at the serious Zhao Yong, and the smile on her lips became brighter and brighter. In the narrow cab, there was an atmosphere that made Zhao Yong feel very good. Later, Lee Manjun told him that this was called ambiguity. It was only an hour's drive from Shernan town to Xiaoshui village. To the two people in the car, it felt like less than 10 minutes had passed before they arrived at their destination. The truck couldn't go through the path into the village, so they had to park on the side of the road, and the two men walked into the village. Master Hao had already disassembled all the parts of the step-out bed. Fearing that Lee Manjun would not be able to install it, he carefully marked each part and stacked them together. The carving and mother-of-pearl parts need to be handled with extreme caution to avoid bumps on the road. So, yesterday, Lee Manjun asked Zhao Yong to put more foam boards in the car. Zhao Yong was really stumped by her request at the time. Later, he remembered the foam boxes of shampoo in Grandma Chiao's shop and asked all the neighbors in the building and finally collected half a truck of foam. What kind of bed is worth all your effort? On the way to the Hu family's old house, Zhao Yong couldn't help but ask curiously. Lee Manjun smiled and said, "It's a very large Qiangong bamboo bed." Zhao Yong shrugged. It was the first time he had heard of this kind of bed, and he didn't know where Lee Manjun had seen it. The book says that wealthy families who dote on their daughters will start making step-out beds for them as soon as they are born. Because the craftsmanship is complicated, it takes a carpenter thousands of days to make this kind of bed, from the time the daughter is born to the time she gets married. That's why it's called a 1,000-worker step-out bed. Lee Manjun explained to him. Zhao Yong nodded. Educated people are powerful. Looking at the woman in front of him walking forward with her head held high and her chest puffed out, his eyes were filled with love that was about to overflow. We have arrived at the Hu family's ancestral home. Lu Qing stood under the shade of a tree at the gate of the house holding a leaf, fanning himself and looking at the road. He caught his first glimpse of the tall Zhao Yong following behind Lee Manjun. He raised his eyebrows and couldn't help whistling. Lee Manjun glanced at him before introducing him. "This is Zhao Yong, Brother Yong." "Heko, Brother Yong. I'm Lu Qing. Sister Manjun and my sister are best friends, so she's also my sister." Lu Qing excitedly stretched out his hand, and Zhao Yong stretched out his hand and shook his hand. "Heko." Lu Qing took out a cigarette from his pocket and wanted to give it to Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong quickly glanced at Lee Manjun and waved his hand. "I don't smoke." Lu Qing didn't believe it. "Brother, we are one family, so don't be polite.
Come on, have a cigarette.
Sister Manjun bought the swazi. It's delicious. Zhao Yong still refused. No, you keep it for smoking. Li Manjun looked at the two people's serious expressions, shook her head, and entered the Hu family's ancestral home. Uncle Hu's brothers and Master Hao were all in the room. The bed frames had been tied up with strips of cloth torn from torn sheets and piled high in the main room. Uncle Hu smiled and said, "Here I come." The two brothers glanced at the backpack Li Manjun was carrying and couldn't suppress their joy. Li Manjun looked at Master Hao and asked how the bed frame was being cleaned up. Master Hao stacked the last part and clapped his hands. "I'm done."
Check.
"I've removed 528 pieces in total. I left the door panels intact because I thought it would be easier to move." "More than 500 yuan?" Uncle Hu was surprised. "I didn't expect this bed would be so troublesome to dismantle." "That's right. In the past, it would take a carpenter more than 10 years to make a bed like this," said Master Hao proudly. Thanks to Li Manjun, he had the opportunity to witness this exquisite woodworking in his life. "I heard from Lu Cheng that Li Manjun spent 1,800 yuan to buy it, and it was really worth it." Li Manjun counted them patiently to confirm that the number of pieces matched, and then went into the room to check if there were any small parts missing. After confirming that everything was correct, he put down his backpack, took out the contract and the newly bought ink pad, and placed them on the old Eight Immortals table in the main room. Zhao Yong and Lu Qing stood by the door, watching Li Manjun methodically confirm the contract details, take out cash and count the money, and complete the transaction with the Hu brothers. Her serious look was particularly charming. A woman who works hard is attractive. "Okay, then you guys move it first. If you don't have enough manpower, let my brother and I know, and we can lend a hand." Uncle Hu stuffed the money into his pocket, held it down with his hand, and instructed Li Manjun enthusiastically. Li Manjun smiled and sent the two out, declining their kindness. "Let's start. Move the big items out first. Be careful and don't bump them."
Li Manjun raminda Zhao Yong burriadli.
Zhao Yong signaled to her not to worry, and asked Lu Qing to move with him, and Master Hao lent a hand, and everything was arranged quickly. The truck is his, and he knows how to park it. As an experienced driver with so many years of experience, he is good at transporting goods. "You keep an eye on it here, and help us count. I won't compensate you if there are any missing items." He still had the energy to joke with her. Before Li Manjun could say anything, Lu Qing couldn't help but scream again. Before he could say a few words to Zhao Yong, he was so fascinated by his experienced actions that he kept calling him brother. While moving the goods, he asked breathlessly, "Brother Yong, do you make money driving a truck?"
Good.
"Are you still short of people?" "Not for the time being." "Oh, okay then." Lu Cheng felt a little disappointed until he saw Zhao Yong's blue-covered truck, which aroused his interest again. A car made in the 1990s, even if it is a tractor, can still be the coolest thing in the village. What's more, Zhao Yong's blue truck looks a little bit more advanced than a tractor. Thinking that he will ride this car back to town in a while, Lu Cheng is very proud. Zhao Yong looked at this young brother helplessly and amusedly. He was praised so highly by the other party that he couldn't help but feel a little proud. He said to Lu Cheng, "Next time, I'll have the brothers drive out the entire convoy. That'll be cool."
What?
"A convoy?" Lu Cheng asked in disbelief. "Brother, please don't tease me. Is this true?" Zhao Yong nodded. Of course it was true. "Brother Yong, you are so awesome. From now on you are my real brother. Don't forget me when you become successful." Lu Cheng said flatteringly. Master Hao simply couldn't bear to watch these young people. Their self-control was still too poor. Zhao Yong laughed cheerfully. "As long as I'm with Li Manjun, then it's only natural for me to take care of you, my younger brother." Lu Qing poked him and motioned him to look forward. Zhao Yong raised his eyes and saw Li Manjun standing by the door with her hands folded, looking at him with a smile. Zhao Yong immediately stopped his flamboyant expression, pretending to say nothing, and urged Lu Qing to hurry up. The two of them carried the last pile of bedboards out together. Li Manjun closed the gate, locked it, and returned the key to Uncle Hu's house before leaving. "When I arrived at the village entrance, I saw the bed frames neatly stacked in the truck bed and protected with foam. I finally got the bed. Master Hao and Lu Chung were already standing in the truck bed. Li Manjun sat in the passenger seat. Zhao Yong started the truck and took Master Hao home first. In addition to the 5 yuan dismantling fee agreed upon at the beginning, Li Manjun also took out 3 packs of cigarettes from her backpack and asked Master how to help bring them to Hao Jian and the other 2 to express his gratitude for their previous help. When the 3 guys received the cigarettes and saw that they were Huazi brand, they were so happy that they couldn't hold back and immediately took them out to show off to the young people in the village, thus earning a lot of face. When they returned to Shernan town, Lu Yan was already waiting at the bus stop. Lu Chung and Li Manjun got off the bus, pointed at the truck bed, and told her that the bed was ready. The next thing was to take action. Li Manjun decided to take a risk and assign the matter of the town middle school garbage dump to Lu Yan and her brother. She would go into the city for a few days. How many days? Lu Yan asked in surprise. Where will you stay when you go to the city? Don't you come home and tell us? Li Manjun shook her head. It's too late to tell you. Come to my house and tell my mom. I'll give you Zhao Yong's contact information. Call this number if you have any urgent matters. It's getting dark. We have to rush to the city tonight. I'm worried about leaving these goods in town. As for accommodation, there are plenty of hotels in the city, so don't worry. Lu Yan was still very worried. For her, moving to the city was a big deal. She had been to the city so many times that she could be counted on one hand. Therefore, I admire Li Manjun's ability to act and courage even more. If it were her, she would never be able to do these things. Manjun. Lu Yan glanced at Zhao Yong, pulled Li Manjun to his back, and whispered, Don't do anything wrong. We are staying in a hotel, not someone else's house. Is he reliable or not? As she spoke, she turned back to look at Zhao Yong, who looked at her with a puzzled expression, which scared her so much that she quickly turned her head away. Manjun, why do I feel that he is not a good person but a gangster?
Puffed.
Li Manjun couldn't help laughing. Seeing the cute look of her little sister worried about her, she held her face and whispered, Don't worry, I'm going to live at his house. Besides, didn't I give you the contact information? I also gave you the address. If anything happens to me, you can take this address to the police station. Lu Yan was relieved. Then remember to call me every day so I can explain to your parents. Okay, I'm leaving now. Li Manjun didn't dare to stay too long, as the town was full of acquaintances. If her mother found out, she would definitely come over to see Zhao Yong, delaying things. Seeing the delivery truck use the Heather town, Lu Yan couldn't help but cover her pounding heart and sighed. Manjun is too brave. Lu Chun counted on his fingers, calculating how many hundreds he would get out of the 5,000 yuan profit, and was very happy. Lu Yan turned around and saw his appearance. She slapped him on the back of the head in anger and said, Go home. Lu Chun yelled and glared at his sister, following behind him feeling aggrieved, but not daring to say anything. In the car, Zhao Yong asked nervously, Aren't you afraid that your parents will think I kidnapped you? Are you going to kidnap me? Li Manjun looked at his angular face and joked, Just kidnap me if you want. It's not a loss for me to be kidnapped by you. Zhao Yong was stunned, suspecting that there was something wrong with his ears, and asked hurriedly, Are you interested in me? Li Manjun lazily leaned back in the chair and said, I guess so. Sort of? What does sort of mean? Pull over to the side of the road. Li Manjun suddenly said. Zhao Yong had no idea what she was up to, but he still stopped the car on the wider road ahead. Stop, what are you doing? Zhao Yong turned off the engine, turned around suspiciously, and was about to look at her when a shadow suddenly came over, and then he felt a warm feeling on his cheek. He paused for a moment and then backed away. Zhao Yong suddenly widened his eyes and subconsciously touched his cheek. The unique softness and warmth still remained. Darn, Li Manjun really kissed him. You kissed me?
No.
You kissed me?
No.
You kissed. Li Manjun smiled. Okay, I kissed you. Zhao Yong frowned and stared at her with his big eyes. If you didn't know, you would think he was going to beat her up. But in fact, someone was struggling with his conscience.
Kiss her back.
Kiss her back? Li Manjun, you can do it. Zhao Yong was defeated, gnashing his teeth and pointing at her, saying, "If you dare to default on your debt this time, I won't let you go." Li Manjun watched his reaction with interest, raised her eyebrows. Just like that? She even suspected that he was not good enough. Why didn't he kiss her back? She just ate a candy. Later, Li Manjun suddenly remembered that this was 1990. Although the country was open to the outside world, people were not yet so open. Zhao Yong had the intention but not the courage to do it, especially since it was a girl he liked, so he was reluctant to scare her away. Besides, he had no candy. Throughout the rest of the journey, Zhao Yong kept asking Li Manjun to kiss him again. Li Manjun smiled and fell asleep. Looking at the peacefully sleeping girl in the right mirror, Zhao Yong's heart softened like a puddle of water. He had never wanted to be someone's support so strongly as he did at that moment. Li Manjun, marry me and we can start our own little family, okay? He even thought of what to name their child. Zhao Yong knew she was asleep and would not respond. Zhao Yong's pupils dilated slightly. She wasn't talking in her sleep, was she? There were no other cars on the road. He quickly glanced to the right. Li Manjun had woken up at some point. With her hazy eyes open, she spoke again. "When I finish this, we'll go get the marriage certificate." It's over. Zhao Yong swallowed hard, feeling like he was going crazy with joy. "Can I stop the car? I promise I won't delay your entry into the city." Zhao Yong initiated the application. He thinks it is not good to talk about such things while driving, as it can easily lead to a car accident. Li Manjun motioned him to do whatever he wanted. Zhao Yong immediately stopped the car on the side of the road, jumped out of the car, walked around to the passenger door, opened the door, and opened his arms to Li Manjun get out. Li Manjun looked at him suspiciously, but still jumped down. Zhao Yong caught her in his arms, spun her around twice before letting her go. "Do you really want to get the marriage certificate with me?" Li Manjun was so dizzy that she put her hand on a strong arm to steady herself. Seeing that he looked serious, she also replied seriously, "Really? Li Manjun, I will treat you well all my life." Zhao Yong looked extremely serious, too serious, even looking a little solemn. Without his usual cocky attitude, he becomes more handsome. Although Li Manjun did not fully believe in the promises made by a man, she still felt sweet in her heart when she heard such words.
Can I kiss you?"
Zhao Yong asked cautiously, his brows furrowed. Li Manjun felt the muscles in his arm under his palm become stiff. Li Manjun couldn't help wanting to laugh, but Zhao Yong said seriously, "Don't laugh." Li Manjun still couldn't control herself. Just as she was about to bend over with laughter, a pair of rough big hands gently lifted her face. The large palms completely covered her small face. Zhao Yong lowered his head and kissed her nose devoutly. Li Manjun felt herself stunned for a moment, and then her heart began to beat wildly twice, becoming more and more rapid.
Boom, boom, boom.
The vibration in Zhao Yong's chest was even more violent than hers. The man stared at her lips, his eyes seemed to be on fire, his breathing was rapid, and the fanatical masculine scent made people dizzy. Zhao Yong couldn't control himself. He held his breath and kissed those lips that looked delicious. The touch was incredibly soft. He retreated reluctantly until he was out of breath. Li Manjun blinked her eyes and felt a heat rushing from the soles of her feet to her forehead. Her face flushed red. She quickly let go of Zhao Yong's arm and turned around to look at the swaying rice seedlings in the fields under the orange sunset in the distance. A slight cool breeze blew, and the two people's violently excited hearts gradually calmed down. But when they turned around and met each other's gaze, they both felt a little embarrassed. Their faces turned red, and they lowered their heads like monkeys. After a long while, Zhao Yong spoke first. "Let's get in the car?" "Okay." Li Manjun walked forward with her head down, and her head bumped into the shoulder of Zhao Yong, who was also walking with his head down. The two of them seemed to be electrocuted, and they shuddered and quickly separated. Zhao Yong took 2 steps and suddenly turned back, hugged Li Manjun's petite body in his arms, held her tightly, took a deep breath, let go of her hands, opened the car door, held Li Manjun's slender waist with his big hands, lifted her directly onto the seat, and closed the door. The whole set of movements was done in one go, for fear that if he was a step slower, he would not be able to control the urge to bite her again. Return to the left cab, open the door, get in, close the door, check both parties' seatbelts, and start the truck. When we drove into Rongqing, there was only a streak of orange left in the sunset sky, and it was covered by the blue night in the blink of an eye. The billboards on the street lit up, like colorful stars blinking. Compared with the gorgeous and shining neon lights of later generations, they were a bit monotonous, but Lee Manjun felt that this was the most beautiful night. There was an open space for parking downstairs of Zhao Yong's house, and the two decided to park the truck here and cover it with a tarp so they wouldn't get wet in case it rained. The truck tarpaulin was difficult to cover. When Zhao Yong took out the folded tarpaulin, Lee Manjun, who always thought she was quite strong, had difficulty lifting it. But Zhao Yong shook out the tarpaulin as if he was shaking a light bedsheet. He first spread the tarpaulin into a long strip, threw it onto the frame, and then pulled it open, fastening it one button at a time. It took nearly 20 minutes to put on the rain cloth. Lee Manjun wanted to help, but Zhao Yong asked her to stand still and not move. You are not skilled enough to do this job. Just wait for me in the car. With him around, why would he need her to do such dirty and tiring work? Lee Manjun saw that his clothes on his back were soaked with sweat, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and cheeks. His skillful movements proved that he had done this kind of strenuous and hard work many times. Are you tired? Lee Manjun did not get in the car and sit down. She stood beside the car and watched him busy. During this time, she went to a small shop outside to buy 2 bottles of water and handed one to Zhao Yong. He unscrewed the bottle cap and drank the water in one breath until the bottle was almost flattened by his sucking. He grinned at her and said, I'm not tired. I'm used to it. Lee Manjun felt both distressed and amused and decided to find a good restaurant to reward him later. The bed cost her 1,800 yuan, and after deducting the miscellaneous fees for social favors, she still had nearly 400 yuan left, enough to treat herself to a meal. After the confession just now, should it be considered a confession? Lee Manjun didn't know what Zhao Yong thought, but she thought it was. The two of them are now much more intimate in every move they make. After Zhao Yong tied up the rain sheet and asked the old man guarding the gate to help watch it, the two went to the small restaurant where the couple had first met for dinner. As soon as he entered the door today, Zhao Yong shouted loudly, Brother Kai, ask sister-in-law to cook 2 hard dishes for us. Us. Zheng Kai raised his head from behind the cashier counter and saw Lee Manjun following Zhao Yong. His eyes instantly widened. Wow, it's done. Zheng Kai responded loudly, Zhao Yong, are you bringing your girlfriend out for dinner? Zhao Yong glanced at Lee Manjun, unable to hide his joy, his eyebrows almost raised. Yes. Lee Manjun asked, are 2 dishes enough? Add 1 more. It's my treat today. Just as Zhao Yong was about to speak, Lee Manjun immediately added, don't refuse. Zhao Yong was not used to it, and awkwardly asked Zheng Kai to order another dish, muttering, men should pay for meals, I feel embarrassed. Lee Manjun didn't care whether he was embarrassed or not. She was starving. When the dishes were served, she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. The 3 meaty dishes were so delicious that he even ate 3 bowls of rice. Zhao Yong was already hungry. He had only survived on the 4 meat buns he had had that morning. He would not be full without 5 or 6 bowls of rice. The two of them finished all 3 dishes straight away, and also finished the bowl of rice that Zhang Huimei had ordered. The meal cost 12 yuan, with a meat dish costing 4 yuan. The portions were substantial and the taste was good, so Lee Manjun felt it was well worth the money. Do you have anything to do tomorrow? Lee Manjun asked suddenly. Zhao Yong shook his head, nothing. What are you doing? Is he going on a date? Then can you accompany me to Shao Panjiayuan tomorrow? Lee Manjun thought of the gangsters she met last time and had to be careful. Knowing that she was approaching danger, she would never put herself in a dangerous situation without making any preparations. Zhao Yong thought this was a date and readily agreed. After dinner, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Lee Manjun wanted to find a hotel near the parking lot so that she could keep an eye on the goods. Zhao Yong took her to a small hotel opposite his home, which cost 20 yuan a night.
The environment was not bad, and it had a bathroom. The main thing is that they are close, so he feels at ease. When crossing the road, Zhao Yong plucked up the courage to reach out his hand to Li Manjun. Li Manjun looked at him before putting her hand up. A large hand held hers. The palm was warm and a little hot, but no one let go. The smile on Zhao Yong's lips never faded. The night would deepen people's emotions, and he didn't want to be separated from Li Manjun at all. After she had completed the check-in procedures and went to find a room, he followed her all the way to the door. Then he waved his hand indifferently and told her, "There's a phone number at the front desk. Call me anytime if you have any questions." Li Manjun was thinking about the safety of the truck. Will anyone steal anything? Is it okay to leave the truck in the yard? Zhao Yong nodded. The gatekeeper has been helping us keep an eye on the goods and has never made any mistakes. Besides, my house is upstairs, so I can hear any noise immediately. Don't worry. You've been tired all day today. Take a good rest. Li Manjun felt relieved and said with a smile, "You too? Thank you for your hard work today. It's a small thing." Zhao Yong didn't feel it was hard at all. Compared with his usual work, today's work was nothing. "Then shall I go in?" Li Manjun pointed at the door, reminding Zhao Yong that he could leave. Zhao Yong seemed to have just reacted. He said, "Oh," and let her go in first. He reminded her again to lock the door, and then left with concern. Li Manjun stood behind the door and listened to the footsteps going away. She threw her backpack on the bed and went to take a look in the bathroom first. The bathroom, which is less than 2 square meters, has a squat toilet and a washstand, a mirror hanging on the wall, and a towel hanging behind the door, which looks like it has been used. As for hot showers, forget about it. Li Manjun is already very satisfied with having a private bathroom, so she doesn't have to go out to the toilet in the middle of the night. The room in the small hotel was not big, about 10 square meters, with a small bed of about 1 meter and 2 meters in it, a bedside table next to the bed, and a TV cabinet opposite the bed, but there was no TV on it, only a kettle. That's all there is in the room. No disposable slippers, no disposable toothbrushes, no water cups, no towels, and no hot water. The sheets and quilt covers even felt a little damp, and the floor was not carpet or tile, but gray cement. This was the common layout of small hotels in the 1990s. Li Manjun had no complaints. She opened her backpack, took out an old t-shirt that she used as pajamas and her own towel, and went to the bathroom. Since there was no hot water, I simply used cold water to wipe the sweat off my body, clean myself up, and changed into pajamas. The streets outside the hotel had become quiet. All the new entertainment is in the development zone. The residents in the old city turn off the lights and go to bed at around 8 or 9 o'clock. It is very quiet around, with only the occasional taxi or a slow car passing by. Li Manjun turned off the lights and lay down. She thought she would not fall asleep soon, but perhaps she was tired from riding in the car during the day, and she fell into a deep sleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Zhao Yong woke up early in the morning. Worried about Li Manjun staying alone in the small hotel, he knocked on the door before 6:30, carrying the breakfast he had bought. Li Manjun was still dreaming. She had drawn the curtains tightly, and the dim environment in the room made it impossible to tell the exact time. It was not until the rhythmic knocks on the door rang out that I was suddenly awakened from my sleep. "Who is it?" Li Manjun put on her long-sleeved coat and walked towards the door. Zhao Yong's voice came from outside the door. "It's me, Zhao Yong. I brought you breakfast." Li Manjun responded with an "oh," unbolted the door, unlocked it, and finally opened the door. Zhao Yong felt relieved when he heard the click sounds of the doors opening. The door opened, and the sunlight from the corridor shone into the dim room. The first thing that caught Zhao Yong's eyes was a pair of straight and long legs. His heart skipped a beat, and he tilted his head to remind her, "You're not wearing pants."
Ah?
Li Manjun looked down at the 5-point sweatpants on her body. "Aren't these considered pants? Come in first." Li Manjun yawned lazily, walked to the window on the heels of her shoes, and pulled open the curtains with a whoosh. The golden morning light poured into the small room, and the dust under the light was like shining elves, sprinkling on her hair, eyelashes, shoulders, and forearms, as if her whole body was covered with a layer of divine light. It was clearly just an ordinary loose t-shirt, but she wore it in an extremely lazy way. Lee Manjun shook her long hair, skillfully tied it into a ponytail with both hands, and tied it with a rubber band. Turning around, she saw Zhao Yong standing by the door in a daze, as if he had been acupunctured. His black eyes, filled with strong aggression, plunged straight into her golden eyes, and his Adam's apple rolled up and down. Lee Manjun pointed at the TV cabinet and said, "Put it on the table. You go first." She looked around but couldn't find a stool. She pointed at the bed and said, "Find a place to sit. I'll wash my face." After explaining everything, he went into the bathroom carrying his trousers and towel. When he came out, his legs were already covered by his trousers. Zhao Yong withdrew his gaze in disappointment and licked his lips unconsciously, feeling a little regretful. "What did you buy?" Lee Manjun asked. "Did you eat it yourself?" She saw that there were a lot of things on the table, not enough for one person. Zhao Yong shook his head. "Not yet. Let's eat together. I bought fried dough sticks and steamed buns, and 2 bags of hot milk. Then I'll have fried dough sticks and a bag of milk." Zhao Yong gave her what she wanted, and the two of them sat on the bed and finished their breakfast. Lee Manjun packed her backpack, and the two of them went downstairs together and stayed one more night. They went to the parking lot opposite to check the step-out bed again, and after confirming that there was no problem, they took a taxi to Xiapanjiayuan. As soon as he arrived at this place, Zhao Yong sobered up. This was not a date at all. He was here to do business. He was just a bodyguard with feelings. With Zhao Yong by her side, Lee Manjun sarcastically discovered that she no longer felt that kind of probing gaze like a thorn in her back. It was not yet 7:30, and most of the shops were still closed. Only a few early risers were setting up stalls in front of the shops. Lee Manjun thought with amusement that maybe she came too early and those people with bad intentions had not had time to get up. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Lee Manjun went straight to Wan Rongming's pawn shop. Seeing that the door was still closed, she went up and knocked on it. After a while, Wan Rongming's unhappy curse was heard from behind the shutter. "Who is it? You come here so early in the morning? Can't you see that my shop is not open yet?" Cursing, Wan Rongming pushed the rolling shutter door up and saw a man and a woman standing at the door. He was stunned for a moment and then started laughing.
"Warm invitation. Come in. Come in."
"Why so early? Do you live in Rongqing?" Wan Rongming asked as he pulled down the rolling shutter door. He had a feeling that the rolling shutter door wouldn't need to be open today. Step-out bed? He had a good memory and asked immediately when he saw Lee Manjun was about to take something out of her backpack. This thing kept him awake for several nights. He had just gotten over it, but he didn't expect a surprise to come right away. The two had dealt with each other once, and when they met again, they felt as familiar as old friends. Lee Manjun nodded and handed the mother-of-pearl inlaid bed curtain part to Wan Rongming. A 4.2-meter long, 2.4-meter wide Shandgong bamboo bed. The bed, door curtains, and window frames are all made of Wangwali wood. Only the bedboard and the entire backboard are made of inferior boxwood. The bed should have been made during the reign of Emperor Guangxu of the Qing dynasty. It is round, heavy, and elegant. There is a large step behind the bed and 2 corridors in front with 8 pillars. One corridor is for the dressing table and the other corridor is for the bathing and toilet. The bed has 3 sides with dragons celebrating longevity. The front is carved with dragons and phoenixes playing with pearls. The middle is decorated with longevity patterns, and the sides are inlaid with mother-of-pearl, which is dazzling and gorgeous. Lee Manjun exclaimed in shock. The bamboo bed has been around for 100 years and has never been repaired. It is completely natural and well-preserved. The patina is lustrous, rich, and transparent. It is a top-notch product. At first, Zhao Yong could understand her description of the size and year of the bed, but then it felt unreal. Was she really describing the shabby bunk bed that he and Lu Cheng had loaded onto the truck? The words dense, rich, round, and heavy sounded like the dragon bed that the emperor slept on. Well-educated people really speak differently. Zhao Yong looked at Lee Manjun with admiration, raised his head slightly with pride, and smiled at Wan Rongming, who was stunned. Wan Rongming carefully looked at the mother-of-pearl component in his hand. The age could be seen at a glance. The cutting-edge wood carving and inlay craftsmanship of the last century was also perfectly reflected in this small component. If what Li Manjun said was not a lie, he really couldn't take this business. Are all the parts there? No part is damaged? Wan Rongming asked while taking a breath, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Li Manjun nodded. Everything is here. I found a carpenter to help dismantle it. Not a single part is damaged. If you have an expert of your own, you can definitely put it back together. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Wan Rongming still didn't quite believe it. Li Manjun raised her hand to swear and acted superstitious. I swear, if I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning. Zhao Yong frowned slightly. You shouldn't swear on yourself like this, right? But Li Manjun was very righteous, so he should stop talking and just do his bodyguard job. Wan Rongming immediately asked where the things were. He wanted to confirm it with his own eyes and then introduce a big boss to Li Manjun. But I agreed in advance that I would take a 10-point commission. Li Manjun raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you can make it? Wan Rongming glanced at Li Manjun unhappily. You underestimate my ability. Go out and ask around the street to see if there is anyone who can ship goods faster than me. I'm Wan Rongming. Read my name backwards. Li Manjun believed him for once and asked tentatively, how long will it take before you can make a move? Wan Rongming couldn't say for sure. If you're lucky, it will take 3 to 5 days. If you're unlucky, it's not uncommon to have to wait for half a year. Li Manjun said, if you can help me contact someone within 3 days, I will give you 12 points after the task is completed. Wan Rongming took a deep breath and played with the mother-of-pearl inlaid component in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed. He pondered for a moment, raised his head and made a 5 gesture to Li Manjun. 15 points. I will find a buyer for you within 3 days. If I can't find one, I won't charge you a penny. Make a deal. Li Manjun agreed readily, took back the mother-of-pearl parts and put them in her bag to take away. Wan Rongming called her angrily. Leave this to me. I have to show the goods to others. Will you pay for it if it breaks? Li Manjun asked jokingly. If Wan Rongming had a beard, it would surely blow up in anger. To avoid angering him, Li Manjun quickly changed her words. This kind of thing is valuable because it is complete. If there is even a little defect, it will not be so valuable. It is related to your agency fee, so please pay attention to it. Wan Rongming's angry expression finally eased, and he found a phone box to put the parts in. There is no need to open this rolling shutter door today. After seeing off Li Manjun and the other person, Wan Rongming immediately turned around and took out the phone book to start contacting buyers. Li Manjun and Zhao Yong arrived at the ocean park, and the next thing they had to do was wait. She had nothing to do, but she couldn't go back either. The contact number was Zhao Yong's, so they had to stay for another 3 days. I'll pay for your parking fee, management fee, and the 3 days of lost work, plus the cost of the previous haul and the next delivery. Just tell me the amount, and I'll pay you all at once. Zhao Yong was really shocked. Why are you trying to settle accounts with me so clearly? Didn't you agree to get the marriage certificate with me? Why are we settling accounts as a family? Do you regret it? If you tell me what I did wrong, why don't you change it? Why are we talking about money? Zhao Yong stopped Li Manjun in a hurry and asked nervously in front of her. Li Manjun really had to talk to him about money. Only by talking about money could she avoid hurting their relationship. Let's put it one thing at a time. If you're too lazy to calculate, just give me a bill and I'll calculate it myself.
Li Manjun insista.
Zhao Yong asked her. Do you regret getting married with me? Li Manjun shook her head. No. Zhao Yong finally felt relieved. Seeing that she insisted, he had to give her the bill, relying entirely on his memory, and even gave Li Manjun a discount. Seeing that he was making a mess of calculations, Li Manjun asked in confusion, Didn't you tell Lu Qing that you have a whole fleet of cars? That's considered a large scale, but you don't even have a clear price list? Zhao Yong was stunned by what Li Manjun said. Yes, why didn't they think of making a clear price list? This way, the brothers wouldn't have to quarrel over unclear accounts, and it would also prevent customers from thinking that they were asking for random prices and running away. Zhao Yong became serious. Manjun, Please tell me about this price list in detail. What's there to say about the price list? It's about mileage, cargo type, car model, and service. Different types and situations.
You should understand it better than me.
Lee Manjun finished her words quickly, pushed away Zhao Yong, who was blocking her way, ran straight to the trash can in front, and quickly picked up the water bottle that the old man had just thrown in. The two old ladies who were scavenging nearby were a step slower and looked at the bottle in Lee Manjun's hand reluctantly. After all, there is no special skill required in their line of work. It all depends on quick eyes and hands. When Zhao Yong caught up, Lee Manjun had already picked up another piece of cardboard in her hand and said to him happily, "There are so many people in the city, so it's much easier to pick up waste than in the countryside. Look, in just a short while I've already picked up 3 bottles and 2 large pieces of cardboard." The way she shared it looked as happy as a child who got candy. Zhao Yong was in mixed feelings. In the past, he had also picked up these things and sold them for a few cents, which was his livelihood for the whole day. He understood their value and her joy, but we really don't need to pick up trash now. I can support you, so you don't have to worry about having no money to spend. I will give all my salary to you. Zhao Yong's eyes were full of love for Lee Manjun.
Lee Manjun.
Did he misunderstand something? This is my career. Lee Manjun explained to him seriously. Zhao Yong obviously didn't understand. He just felt that she didn't need to be so pitiful, which made him feel distressed. Besides, you leave all the money to me. What if I spend it all, or lose it one day? Will you blame me? Zhao Yong smiled. Don't blame me. I can still make money without it. Lee Manjun told the truth, and this touched her heart. Don't worry, I won't lose it. Even if I need money, I will discuss it with you first. No, just use it if you want. Zhao Yong insisted. In his opinion, the money a man earns should be spent on his woman. Lee Manjun raised her eyebrows. Her independent thinking had been developed in the 21st century. She could make money on her own, she would have her own career, and she could support herself without anyone supporting her. It seems that there are some things that I need to clarify with Zhao Yong before getting married. Lee Manjun flattened the paper and bottles for easy carrying. After finishing, she took Zhao Yong to sit on a bench by the park's artificial lake and said to him, "I don't need you to support me. If you want to give me your salary for safekeeping after we get married, that's fine. But whether you need money or I need money, we have to discuss it with each other. No one can make decisions on their own. At the same time, I will also put part of the money I earn into our joint account as joint savings. Also, I guess the savings you have now are earned through hard work, but after you get married, I don't want you to work so hard physically. Health is very important. Don't underestimate your strength now, but high returns also come with high risks. If something unexpected happens and we lose you as a labor force, it will be a huge blow to our future family. I hope you can pay attention to this." Finally, Lee Manjun looked at Zhao Yong's serious face and said softly, "We can work hard together, fight together, and succeed together. I will also take on my share of family responsibilities. Oh, I still can't cook. Not in my entire life. I can only accept ordering takeout. But there is no takeout now, and if we want her to be responsible for 3 meals a day, we'll have to wait at least another 20 years. Catching a glimpse of a discarded glass bottle, Lee Manjun could not control her legs and walked towards that direction, leaving Zhao Yong behind and asking him to go directly to the hotel to find her after receiving news from Wan Rongming. Zhao Yong watched her run away, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He took a deep breath to calm his shocked mind, thought about it, went home, picked up the phone, and dialed Xiaoguan. "Brother Yong, what have you been busy with recently? I can't contact you. Half of the deposit has been returned. What should we do now?" Xiaoguan felt like he was almost tired of sitting at home. Zhao Yong recalled what Lee Manjun had said in his mind before answering. "I thought about it and decided to continue with the freight business. I feel there is a deeper market in this industry that we haven't noticed before." Xiaoguan was shocked. "Huh? It's not that I can't do my old job, but I've sold all my cars, so what can I do now? Replace new vehicles and equipment. I heard that China has imported a new batch of heavy trucks. Let's buy 2 of them and get a few small vans to do light work. We can start anew and develop new business." Once Zhao Yong started talking, he talked for nearly 20 minutes. He recently discovered that the department store had started import and export trade, and a lot of invoices were being sent out, but the post office alone did not have the manpower and resources to deliver them quickly enough. Maybe they could have some leftover soup from the post office. Finally, Zhao Yong asked Xiao Guan to make a price list. Xiao Guan was speechless. Why do you do this? The brothers all know it clearly. Zhao Yong, just do it if I tell you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Okay, let's try it. But Brother Yong, how do we do this thing? Xiao Guan was helpless.
He didn't know how.
He was not an accountant. Zhao Yong directly copied Li Manjuan's words. Just write down the mileage, cargo category, car model, service, different types and situations, and it will be clear at a glance, right? Xiao Guan sighed, as if he had discovered a new world. It's clear at a glance, brother. Can you say idioms now? Zhao Yong was also stunned. It seemed that this word came from Li Manjun. Ahem. He coughed twice to cover up and suddenly remembered what she had just said about high returns and high risks. He pondered for a moment and tentatively asked Xiao Guan, should we come up with some safety rules or something, such as how to load and unload goods and what to pay attention to when driving in rainy and snowy days? The more Zhao Yong talked about it, the better he thought this was. He didn't need Xiao Guan's reply at all and decided, let's do it this way. Add some safety precautions and stuff. Since we decided to start over, we have to do something different from before. He felt that what Li Manjun said made sense. Health is the most important thing, and he should take care of it for the sake of his relatives who are waiting at home. Standardize it and try to avoid accidents so that the brothers' families can feel at ease, and the brothers can feel at ease and work with him wholeheartedly. After explaining some details and precautions to Xiao Guan, Zhao Yong hung up the phone and found that his legs were shaking with excitement. He had a strong premonition that he was doing something very new. And this thing was brought to him by Li Manjun. She was guiding him all the time. Just like this small house left by his parents, if it weren't for Li Manjun, he would have sold it to join the gold rush. No one would have expected that a major accident would suddenly occur at the gold mining site in just a few days. With this in mind, it is very necessary for the fleet to formulate safety precautions. Wan Rongming was quite quick. On the second day of the 3-day deadline, when Zhao Yong bought a bucket of white wall paint and was preparing to repaint his house, he received his call. Let's meet at the Foreign Hotel at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, right? Zhao Yong confirmed the time and place. Wan Rongming said, yes, tell Li Manjun to call me back. Zhao Yong said he would definitely convey the message, hung up the phone, and looked at the paint on the wall near the door. He was glad that he had not had time to open it. It would not be too late to fix it later. After changing into some clean clothes and spraying the men's perfume on the bedside table twice, Zhao Yong went out to look for Li Manjun across the street. It was evening and Li Manjun had returned to the small hotel. Zhao Yong knocked on the door and told Li Manjun the good news. Then I have to go out and call him back. Let's have dinner together? Li Manjun said as she packed her things to go out. Zhao Yong naturally agreed. Seeing that Li Manjun had just washed her hair, he asked her puzzledly, what have you been doing these 2 days? She looked tired and sweating. I picked up trash. Li Manjun answered without thinking, I didn't spend a penny of my wallet for the accommodation and meals for the past 2 days. I earned all the money from collecting waste. Zhao Yong was deeply surprised. So are scraps so valuable? The hotel costs 25 yuan a day. Even if Li Manjun eats steamed buns for 3 meals, it will still cost 27 or 28 yuan. Waste paper and cardboard only costs 50 cents per pound. How much garbage has she picked up in the past 2 days? Li Manjun had already packed the cloth bag she was going to take with her. She waved to Zhao Yong to go out, closed and locked the door, and the two of them went to a street telephone booth together. Seeing his shocked expression, Li Manjun explained jokingly, you don't think that waste only includes paper soda bottles and scrap copper and iron, do you? Isn't it? Of course not. Li Manjun said as she flipped through the phone book, there are still a lot of scrap machinery, such as discarded generators, which actually have a high copper content. Some of them can even produce a small amount of precious metals. These things are worth more when taken apart than when sold as a whole. She couldn't talk to Zhao Yong anymore.
Wan Rongming's phone was connected, and Lee Manjun asked him what was going on. Wan Rongming said, "The boss wants to see the photos. I have a camera to borrow. Please come and pick me up. Let's take the photos quickly and develop them tonight, so they can be used tomorrow morning. Are you alone?" Lee Manjun asked cautiously. Wan Rongming was speechless at her question. Who else could it be if not me? I know the rules of the underworld better than you do. Hurry up. He hung up the phone right away. Lee Manjun listened to the beeping sound on the phone. She wanted to laugh, but was speechless. She had no choice but to put down the phone and asked the newsstand owner how much it cost. The boss glanced at the time and curled his lips. 2 cents in a minute. Lee Manjun hissed in toothache for a while, put the money down, waved to stop an empty car on the street, and pushed Zhao Yong, who was confused, into the car. "Master, Xiao Panjiayuan," Lee Manjun instructed the driver. Only after they sat down did Zhao Yong have the chance to ask her what she was going to do at Xia Panjiayuan. Lee Manjun told Zhao Yong that Wan Rongming wanted to take photos, and he was secretly shocked. There really was a big shot willing to buy this shabby bunk bed. Xiao Panjiayuan is much more lively in the evening than in the morning. Citizens go to the ocean park for a walk after dinner, stroll around the park on the way, and buy some small items to take home to protect their homes. In her previous life, Lee Manjun had traveled to Rongqing and found that the local citizens were generally fascinated by ghosts and gods. Ancient coins and consecrated pendants were very popular. Even the placement of furniture in the house requires asking a feng shui master to take a look and help create a wealth-gathering formation. When the two arrived, there were customers selecting ancient coins in front of Wan Rongming's stall. A curly-haired woman in her early 40s was eating from a bowl and greeting the customers. Wan Rongming estimated the time when Lee Manjun and the others would arrive and walked out of the store to introduce his wife to them. "This is my wife, Shun Ilian." "Hecko, Mrs. Shun." Lee Manjun smiled politely at the other party. Shun Ilian was wearing a fashionable padded shoulder suit skirt, with her almond-shaped eyes fully drawn with dark blue eyeliner, and nodded at Lee Manjun. "Then you take care of the store. I'm busy these 2 days, so I'm leaving with a client first." Wan Rongming came out with a camera bag on his back, said something to his wife, and led Lee Manjun and the other man away. The three of them took a taxi to the parking lot downstairs of Zhao Yong's house. In the car, Lee Manjun exclaimed, "Mrs. Shun is dressed so stylishly." Wan Rongming looked proud. "Of course. She is a salesgirl at the cosmetics counter in the department store. If she hadn't been on vacation, I wouldn't have been able to hire this big Buddha. She doesn't think highly of my small pawn shop." "Department store?" Zhao Yong's mind was moved, and he said casually, "There are a lot of people in the department store recently. I heard from them that the foreign trade company is busy with import and export business." Wan Rongming vaguely remembered his wife saying, "It seems so. High City is developing very fast, and we want to learn from them. Look, there are 20 to 30 more foreign trade companies established in the department store this year. That's great. Our Rongqing is now developing." Zhao Yong agreed. Lee Manjun sat in the passenger seat, looking at the person in the rear-view mirror, and saw Zhao Yongjian's talkative side for the first time. Perhaps it was due to his unique childhood experiences, which allowed him to struggle in the big dive of society too early and witness the fickleness of human nature. Zhao Yong is much more mature in thinking than his peers, and is more able to pay attention to the emotional changes of people around him. People like Wan Rongming unknowingly told him a lot of inside information. But if it was just one-way information input, Wan Rongming would not say so much. The main thing was that Zhao Yong was able to provide him with information that might be of interest to him, and the two of them exchanged information with each other. The ride lasted 20 minutes, and the two chatted all the way until they got off the car, still feeling reluctant to leave. The truck's tarpaulin was partially lifted, and Wan Rongming took a deep breath when he saw the beds piled up in the truck bed. Then he gave Lee Manjun a thumbs up and said, "You're awesome. Who would dare to just casually pile up this step-out bed worth tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars in a small parking lot?"
Lee Manjun smilatał pleśli.
If it weren't for the limited conditions, who would want to be so nervous? Wan Rongming fiddled with the camera and took dozens of pictures.
It would cost a lot of money just to develop the film. Seeing that Lee Manjun seemed to be hesitant to speak, Won Rongming said with a smile, "I'll pay for the film." Lee Manjun smiled. "Of course, Uncle Won. You're still straightforward. Okay, stop complimenting me. Don't be late at 10 o'clock tomorrow at the foreign hotel." After repeatedly reminding Lee Manjun not to forget the time, Won Rongming took the camera and left. Lee Manjun wanted to treat him to dinner, but he refused. Time waits for no one. The sooner it is done, the sooner you can rest assured. He doesn't want anything to go wrong tomorrow. Compared with the commission he was about to receive, this amount of film money was nothing. As I watched Won Rongming leave, it was already completely dark. The streetlights came on, and the billboards on the street were shining. "Or should we go to Brother Zheng's house?" Zhao Yong asked. Lee Manjun agreed, and the two of them went to Zheng Kai's small restaurant and ordered 2 dishes and a soup for dinner. Today it was Zhao Yong who stood up to pay the bill. He looked so anxious when he stood up, as if he was afraid that Lee Manjun would rush to pay the bill, which made Lee Manjun couldn't help laughing. After Zhao Yong paid the bill and came back despite the teasing of Zheng Kai and his wife, he met Lee Manjun's star-studded eyes. Thinking of how stupid he was to rush to pay the bill just now, his cheeks flushed slightly. Ahem. He coughed twice uncomfortably and waved at Lee Manjun. "Let's go." Lee Manjun got up with her bag, and the two of them left the restaurant together. They went to check the truck first, and then Zhao Yong took her to the hotel. Before they parted, Zhao Yong asked, "Do you want me to go with you tomorrow?"
I'm fine.
"Just go ahead and do your thing," Lee Manjun said with a smile. Zhao Yong secretly observed her expression with concern. That's a big foreign hotel. Ordinary people would get stage fright before they even enter a place like this. Zhao Yong didn't know that Lee Manjun's inner soul came from the prosperous new century. In her eyes, today's foreign hotels are just like the big hotels in the 18th-tier county towns, which are not surprising at all. "I can do it, don't worry." Lee Manjun saw that he looked worried, and said it again. "I heard that there are often foreigners there, and they all speak foreign languages. Aren't you afraid?" Zhao Yong put himself in her shoes, and felt a little uncomfortable just imagining it. Lee Manjun looked at him strangely. "What's there to be afraid of? They say theirs, I say mine. There's nothing strange about foreigners. Isn't it strange?" Zhao Yong wanted to ask, but he thought that asking this would only expose the fact that he had never met many foreigners, so he said nothing more. "Then call me if you have anything." There was no other way. Zhao Yong could only give such a pale reminder. Lee Manjun nodded and waved her hand to signal him to leave quickly. If they stood in the corridor, people who didn't know would think they were doing some shady deal. Zhao Yong quickly glanced at the corridor, which was empty. Suddenly, he lowered his head and kissed Lee Manjun on the corner of her mouth. Lee Manjun only felt a heat on her lips. By the time she realized that she was kissed secretly and wanted to find out the culprit, the other person had already flown down the stairs like the wind. "Zhao Yong!" Lee Manjun gritted her teeth and shouted. The man poked his head out from the corner of the stairs, glanced at her, and walked away smiling like a cat stealing fish. Lee Manjun touched the corner of her lips and closed the door with a smile. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Zhao Yong knocked on the door on time and brought breakfast to Lee Manjun. He watched her pack up and leave before he went home anxiously to wait. Lee Manjun changed into clean clothes today. She wore a light blue short-sleeved t-shirt on the upper body, light gray sweatpants on the lower body, white sneakers that were yellowed by washing on her feet, and her straight black hair was loose, looking fresh and clean. Lee Manjun also wanted to dress more decently and maturely, but her wallet wouldn't allow it. What she was wearing now was the least tacky outfit she had managed to create using the limited resources of the original owner. When she arrived at the revolving glass door of a foreign hotel and saw the young girl reflected in the glass, Lee Manjun regained her former state when she was working in a big company. With a faint smile on her lips, she walked confidently into the revolving door with her head held high and found Won Rongming in the corner of the retro and gorgeous lobby dominated by gold. Won Rongming was wearing a dark suit today, leather shoes and a tie. His hair was combed back. He wore glasses and held a briefcase in his hand. He really looked like a serious collector. Did Mrs. Shun clean it for you? Lee Manjun asked with a smile. Wan Rongming nodded. At the critical moment, his wife had to step in. Wan Rongming also took a look at Lee Manjun's outfit today. She looked the most beautiful when he first met her. But today's outfit is considered decent, mainly because this girl is not stage frightened. Just now, a foreigner walked by, and she actually smiled and nodded to greet him. She was very graceful and handled the situation with ease. If you don't know him, you might think he is a low-key Rooney who just came back from studying abroad. It's almost time, let's go. The boss is waiting in the presidential room upstairs. Wan Rongming glanced at the watch he wore today and nodded to Lee Manjun. Lee Manjun nodded, and the two of them came to the elevator door. The etiquette lady pressed the elevator button for them, and they took the elevator to the presidential suite on the top floor. The entire aisle was covered with red wool carpets, which were decorated with embroidered peony patterns. The overly saturated color made Lee Manjun squint her eyes.
It looked so tacky.
Wan Rongming adapted well. He seldom came to such high-end hotels and felt very proud of it. Taking a deep breath, Wan Rongming knocked on the door. With a click, the door opened, and rich sunlight shone into the room. A man who looked like an assistant appeared in front of the two people with his backlight. Wan Rongming stated his intention, and the assistant invited them in, locked the door first, and then led the two to the meeting room to meet General Manager Ma. This is a middle-aged man with a big belly and a shaved head. The green tattoo on his neck is faintly visible under his black tang suit, and he looks fierce. Wan Rongming said that Mr. Ma was a coal boss with plenty of money. He was bored and wanted to collect some old items to cultivate his sentiments. He told Lee Manjun to just mention the price, and he would leave the rest to her. Hecko, Mr. Ma. At the introduction of Wan Rongming, Lee Manjun shook hands with Mr. Ma and gave a brief self-introduction. Mr. Ma was very arrogant and pointed to the leather sofa opposite him. Sit down. The assistant brought 2 cups of coffee. Wan Rongming had never tasted this stuff before, so he intentionally skipped it. However, Mr. Ma enthusiastically asked them to try this foreign stuff. Wan Rongming was just about to drink it in one gulp when he saw Lee Manjun tear open the sugar packet and the small cup of milk, add these things into the dark coffee, stir it evenly with a spoon, and hand it to him. It's not bitter this way, and the coffee is very fragrant. Thanks to Mr. Ma, let's try the good stuff. Lee Manjun nodded politely to Mr. Ma and then made herself a cup of coffee with sugar and milk, taking a sip. To be honest, this coffee is just so-so, but anything made by a boss must be great. Very strong and fragrant. Lee Manjun gave a thumbs up. Mr. Ma was stunned at first, and then he burst into laughter. I don't know if it was because he hit the funny spot, but Wan Rongming and Lee Manjun laughed so hard that they rolled their eyes in their hearts. After he laughed enough, he finally got to the point. Wan Rongming showed him the fresh and hot photos. It was not known whether he understood them or not. Anyway, Wan Rongming talked a lot of nonsense, and Mr. Ma was very happy to listen to him. The whole conference room was filled with his happy laughter. Finally, when it came to the negotiation, Lee Manjun asked for a high price, 150,000. She gave the other party enough room to bargain, but unexpectedly the coal boss slammed the table and said, "One hand pays, the other hand delivers the goods." The price was not cut a cent. Wan Rongming and Lee Manjun quickly exchanged surprised glances, their hearts pounding wildly. The coal boss had a lot of money and acted quickly. He took out his mobile phone to call for people, including an expert and a driver. The group of people got into the boss's Crown sedan and went directly to the parking lot where Lee Manjun dropped the goods. Zhao Yong heard the noise upstairs, came down and let a few people in, opened the car fence, and lifted the tarpaulin. The step-out bed on the truck bed revealed its original appearance. The expert exclaimed in amazement and immediately went over to check it with a magnifying glass. After checking for a full half-hour, he came back and whispered something in the boss's ear. Lee Manjun waited anxiously for the final result, and then she saw Mr. Ma smiling at her in a friendly manner. "It's okay. You don't have to deliver the goods. I'll have someone come and get them." Assistant Ma ran over and said. Lee Manjun asked, "What about the money?" The assistant motioned for her to wait,
and immediately followed Mr. Ma to ask the driver to run to the bank and withdraw the cash. 15,000 yuan in total was put in a briefcase and handed to Lee Manjun. The whole process was as smooth as if they were giving her a stack of paper money for the dead. Lee Manjun and Wan Rongming carefully counted them twice in the corner before they were sure that they were real money. 15,000 just so easily obtained. Lee Manjun felt it was unreal. Should I write a receipt or sign a contract? What if they change their mind later and come to ask for money, but don't return the goods? Lee Manjun whispered to Wan Rongming for his opinion. Wan Rongming waved his hand and said no need. A scoundrel can't survive in this business. Thinking of Wan Rongming's many years of experience, Lee Manjun hugged the black briefcase tightly, feeling a little relieved. The assistant called for a truck and worked with the expert and the driver to move the stretcher to their truck. After the work was done, Mr. Ma smiled at Wan Rongming and Lee Manjun, told them to come to him next time when they had good stuff, waved his hand, and left in a cool manner, holding his cell phone. Zhao Yong didn't want to get involved, so he waited in his car. Only after Mr. Ma and others left did he get out and walk towards Lee Manjun. Let's go to my house, it's upstairs. He guessed that Lee Manjun and Wan Rongming wanted to settle the score, so he took the initiative to say, my friend wants to ask me something, I'll come back to the hotel to get the key from you. Having said that, he stuffed the key into Lee Manjun's hand, started the truck and drove out without waiting for her to refuse. Wan Rongming let out a weird oh my, and asked jokingly, when are you getting married? Where? You have to treat me to a glass of wedding wine, right? Lee Manjun held the key, raised the corner of her mouth, and replied jokingly, you can't be less than the share of money. Wan Rongming laughed. This is no small matter. His eyes glanced at the bulging briefcase in Lee Manjun's arms. The meaning was self-evident. His commission today was extremely generous. Wan Rongming will not give up a cent that belongs to him, but he will not ask for a cent more that does not belong to him. The two of them took the key and found Zhao Yong's house on the 3rd floor. It was Lee Manjun's first time here, but her intuition told her that the room in the corner with newly painted white walls was Zhao Yong's house. I took out the key and opened the door successfully. This is a small 3-bedroom apartment of 40 square meters. There is no bathroom, but there is a corridor at the door. Because it is in the corner, a table is built in the corridor where you can cook, so it can be regarded as a private kitchenette. The furnishings in the room were simple, even a little shabby. The first living room is rectangular with a wooden sofa against the wall, a dining table and 2 chairs on the left side of the door, and a TV cabinet without a TV opposite the sofa, on which there is a rectangular fish tank. There are fake water plants in the fish tank. There is no water or fish in it. It is just a decoration. Apart from that, there was only a wired telephone on a small table next to the sofa, and the entire living room was in full view. The 2 bedrooms were located on the left and right behind the living room. The doors were closed and Lee Manjun did not open them. There was a smell in the living room coming from the newly painted white walls. Lee Manjun turned on the light switch on the wall and touched it. It was still a little wet, so it must be the white wall that had just been painted. The lights came on, and the slightly dim small living room, which was partially blocked by the small kitchen in the corridor, instantly became bright. Wan Rongming had already sat down on the wooden sofa. Lee Manjun put the keys in her pocket, put down her briefcase, counted out Wan Rongming's share, and handed it to him. The agreed 15 points totaled 22,500 yuan. When taking it out, Lee Manjun's hands trembled. Wan Rongming reached out to take it, pulled it, but it didn't move. He then exerted a little force and took it away. Wan Rongming spat on his fingers and counted the money. It was 22,500 yuan, that's right. Right? Lee Manjun didn't even know how bright the smile on her face was. Wan Rongming nodded, put the money into his briefcase, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Lee Manjun. It's a pleasure to work with you. Lee Manjun is also looking forward to the opportunity to work together again. I'm back. Be careful on the road. It's not safe to carry so much cash. It's better to deposit it in the bank. Wan Rongming kindly advised. Lee Manjun understood, so she sent Wan Rongming away, locked the door, and came back to count the money in her hand again.
There's still 127,500 left, but part of this money belongs to Liu Yan and her brother. Li Manjun calculated based on the original investment ratio of the three people, and she had to give 11 points to Liu Yan and Liu Cheng. After deducting the $14,025, the remaining share that belonged to her was $11,475. Such a high rate of return far exceeded Li Manjun's initial estimate. But the most urgent thing is to deposit the money in the bank first. Li Manjun packed the bag of cash, turned off the lights, locked the door of Zhao Yang's house, and went straight to the bank. He deposited the 110,000 yuan into his personal account before the bank staff left work. The remaining cash was divided into two parts. One part was 14,000 yuan for Liu Yan and Liu Cheng, and the remaining 3,400 yuan in cash was kept by her for emergency use. However, carrying more than 17,000 yuan in cash on her also made Li Manjun feel insecure, as she didn't even have a decent bag. The briefcase that Mr. Ma gave her was an old bag, and the zipper was barely usable, which made her nervous all the way. Coming out of the bank, Li Manjun looked at the protruding billboard of the department store in the distance, paused for only a second, and then walked over there. There were not many people in the mall. Li Manjun came to the handbag counter and asked the clerk to help her pick out a lady's bag. Lightweight, large capacity, low-key color, and more inner pockets. Li Manjun stated her requirements. The teller was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she heard such a request. When other ladies came, she was asked to take out the best-looking and most fashionable ones. The teller secretly looked at Li Manjun's clothes, frowned slightly, but still took out two women's handbags for her to choose from. One is medium-sized, black, with gold buttons on it, very fashionable. This is an imported bag, made entirely of leather. It's a cost-effective model in our store. It's only 188 yuan during the promotion. The other one is bigger, heavier, and light brown. This one has inferior leather, but it has a large capacity. Working ladies prefer this one. It's also on sale, 198. If Li Dawei was standing here, he would probably have been scared away by this bag that would cost him a month's salary. Li Manjun has always been generous to herself, and she chose the large lady's bag without blinking an eye. It can be carried by hand or on the shoulder, a bit like the commuter tote bag that became popular in later generations. It has a zipper and inner pockets, which is practical, and the light brown color is also suitable for daily wear. But it is a bit heavy. It would be better if it was a little lighter. Seeing her so straightforward, the teller couldn't help but smile. While opening the bill, he asked enthusiastically, "We have a few new models here. Would you like to take a look, ma'am?"
No.
Li Manjun shook her head. She threw her old briefcase and carry-on cloth bag into the new bag, slung it over her shoulder, and went to the clothing area. She wanted to buy two sets of clothes that she liked. Li Manjun was unfamiliar with the brands sold on the counters in the mall. She would just buy whichever one she thought looked good. But when she asked casually, she was told that each item cost more than 100 yuan. From this point of view, the shopping mall in the department store is considered to be a relatively high-end shopping mall in Rongqing. Li Manjun bought herself a black women's suit, a dark gray sportswear, a pair of jeans, and a shirt. I went to the shoe cabinet and bought two pairs of shoes, a pair of black high-heeled leather shoes and a pair of sneakers. On this side of the shoe cabinet, there is a sign that reads, "There are no Wenzhou shoes in this cabinet." In the past 2 years, Wenzhou leather shoes became popular across the country because of their good quality and low price, but at the same time, there were more and more imitation products. Counterfeit and shoddy goods disrupted the market, making people want to run away when they saw Wenzhou shoes. Recalling the childhood rhyme about the Wenzhou leather factory going bankrupt, Li Manjun couldn't help but smile. Li Manjun put on her sports clothes directly and put the clothes she had changed into in a bag. When she walked to the cosmetics counter, she looked brand new. The teller saw her carrying a lot of bags and enthusiastically introduced their new products to her. Here are some cosmetic brands that Li Manjun is familiar with, including Pekoin's hand cream, Wanzi Qianhong's face cream, and Japanese brand powder. There were not many varieties, so Li Manjun picked a face cream based on the familiar Pekoin brand and also chose a Japanese brand color-changing lip balm. I have one for daily use, but I still need one for important occasions. Lee Manjun asked, do you have a maple leaf red one that's more attractive?
Ah?
The teller was stunned for a moment, then tentatively took out a box of imported lipsticks, picked out a bright red one, and showed it to Lee Manjun. Do you think this is okay? It was a bright red with an orange hue. Lee Manjun thought it was okay, and said, let's go with this. The teller smiled as he wrote the bill. Maple leaf red, that's a very fashionable term. This is the first time I've heard someone describe the color of lipstick like that. Here, the lipsticks are red, pink, and maple leaf red. They do feel different. Next time a customer comes, she will introduce them like this. Lee Manjun was surprised to see a KFC next to the shopping mall, which made her feel like she had returned to the chaos of modern times. It turns out that KFC has already opened up the domestic market so early, and the store is doing very good business, with parents bringing their children to eat hamburgers. It would have been fine if she didn't see it. Once she saw it, Lee Manjun was really a little greedy. When the waiter asked her what she wanted to order, she realized that she had already arrived at the store. Lee Manjun looked at the menu and ordered a single meal for 19.8 yuan, which included a chicken burger and a cup of Coke. After eating and drinking, we headed home with today's spoils. As soon as I entered the hotel, I saw Zhao Yong sitting on a chair waiting, his eyes looking outside the hotel, as if he was looking for something. Finally, he found the person he was waiting for. Zhao Yong's eyes widened as he watched the young girl, wearing a sports suit, color-changing lip balm, and walking in with lots of bags and high spirits. The key is in my bag. My hands are full now, and I can't give it to you. Do you want to come upstairs with me or wait for me here for a while? Lee Manjun asked with a faint smile, pretending not to see his surprise. Zhao Yong's face flushed. I'll go up with you. He followed behind her, his slim-fitting sportswear showing off his curves to the fullest, his long black hair fluttering gently as he walked, and the scent of perfume he brought from the mall was faintly visible. His eyes were fixed on that slender waist, and he didn't even think about helping to carry the things until Lee Manjun called him. Then he responded. Zhao Yong lowered his head and secretly scanned the shopping bag in his hand. It was full of clothes, shoes, and skincare products. This must have cost several $100s. Lee Manjun found the key in her bag, opened the door, took the shopping bag from Zhao Yong, and put it on the TV cabinet. After putting the things away, he found the key to Zhao Yong's house and returned it to him. Manjun. Zhao Yong suddenly called her in a hoarse voice. Lee Manjun turned around. You look really good in this. He praised sincerely, with a complex light flashing in his deep black eyes. Lee Manjun felt that he was doing more than just praising her beauty, so she put down her bag and waited for him to continue speaking with a smile. Zhao Yong licked his dry lips and leaned against the door. His tall body almost covered the entire door panel. The small space seemed a little crowded because of his presence. Lee Manjun, who was only half a meter away from him, could feel the body temperature radiating from his broad chest, and the air around him was steamed and a little hot. Zhao Yong looked at her for a long time before asking unconfidently, will you still get the marriage certificate with me? The moment she appeared with a new look just now, he suddenly realized that he was not worthy of such a dazzling woman. Is it true that such a good woman is what Zhao Yong can have? Are they worthy? Compared to her, he was so stupid, with not even an elementary school education. He read water margin but mistakenly read it as water margin and Su Zhuan, and there were many more. It seemed like she and he were not from the same world. Is she really into him? Is there anything about him that is worthy of her attention? The man clenched his hands at his sides into fists, and his eyes, which had always been looking at her wantonly, drooped slightly. Just when his heart sank to the bottom, a pretty face suddenly appeared before his eyes, her rosy lips raised, and she said to him, of course. Zhao Yong's dull eyes instantly lit up with a flame like light. You like me, don't you? Lee Manjun nodded. Yes. What were you thinking about just now? Why are you suddenly depressed? She had a rough guess but was not sure. After all, she had never seen him like this before. He seemed like a big dog abandoned by the whole world, waiting pitifully for her to coax him. Being stared at by her gentle eyes, Zhao Yong felt that the strong joy in his chest was about to burst out. He raised his muscular arms and did what he had wanted to do for a long time, hugging her tightly in his arms. He didn't say like or love, but just expressed his love to her with his passionate heartbeat. I was just thinking, when is the best day for us to get the marriage certificate? Should I go meet your parents first? Should I buy some furniture for the house? Lee Manjun buried herself in his broad, hot chest, listening to the thunderous beating of her heart in her ears, and suddenly she wanted time to stop at this moment forever. At this moment, she gained a lot, including her first pot of gold, her upcoming marriage, and the strong emotions that Zhao Yong could not express. Maybe this moment was just the hormones of the adults attracting each other, but she still believed that things would get better and better for them in the future. After being away from home for 4 days, the step-out bed was sold, and Lee Manjun planned to go home. Before going home, Lee Manjun asked Zhao Yong to take her to a specialty store to buy the latest version of a digital beat machine. She wanted to buy a mobile phone, but it was out of stock here, so she had to make an order and wait for it to be delivered from Hong Kong. Lee Manjun couldn't wait, so she finally decided to buy a beeping machine to make do. For people who are used to using mobile phones, it is really inconvenient and difficult to get used to not having any communication tools. After spending 10 minutes learning how to use the beeping machine, Lee Manjun put all her new clothes into the backpack she brought in and changed back into her old clothes. I packed the cash I had on me separately, putting some in each bag and carrying some on me, then checked out and went to the bus station. Zhao Yong was worried about sending her off, but Lee Manjun thought about the cash on her and the current security environment and was happy to have an extra layer of protection. The two bought bus tickets and had lunch together, and then Lee Manjun took the afternoon bus back. Zhao Yong watched the bus go away. Then he went home with a smile on his face and found Grandma Chiao. He told her the news that he and Lee Manjun were going to get married and asked her to be the messenger. He planned to formally meet Lee Manjun's parents. According to Lee Manjun's original plan, she would take charge of her own affairs, get her household registration book from home, go to Rongqing, and get the marriage certificate. But Zhao Yong felt that this was too hasty and might upset his uncle and aunt, so he decided to be more formal. Lee Manjun is a person with big ideas, which is something Zhao Yong admires about her, but sometimes some of her ideas seem a bit too idealistic to him. Now it is indeed advocated that men and women should be free to marry and fall in love, but local customs cannot be completely abandoned. Lee Manjun thinks these are troublesome, so he will take care of it. He wanted her to be blessed by her family, rather than fighting against some insignificant customs and making herself unhappy. When Grandma Chiao heard what Zhao Yong said, she agreed immediately. She hoped that these two young people could achieve a happy marriage. She said happily, "Don't worry about that. I'll talk to your Aunt Wu first and we'll both choose a date and have a formal meeting." Thinking that Zhao Yong would no longer have to live alone and that there would be someone who understood him, Grandma Chiao felt relieved and touched. Her eyes turned slightly red, and she was truly happy for Zhao Yong. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lee Manjun returned to Xinan town. She had only been away for 4 days, but when she stepped onto the streets of Xinan town again, she felt as if she had been away for a long time. Maybe it was a change in her mood. Looking at the noisy street again, she became calm and no longer as impatient as before. Lee Manjun went home first. There was no one at home. Li Lijun and Li Jianjun were still in school. Li Dawei had gone to the countryside. Wang Xiaowan was not at home either. She might be chatting next door or at other sisters' homes. Lee Manjun pushed open the bedroom door and found that her bed had been slept in. I vaguely remember that my parents had told me that my cousin Li Lanfang from my hometown was going to work in the south and would stay at their house for one night. The used bedding was piled in a corner, and the pillowcase on the pillow was crooked. Lee Manjun frowned slightly. She didn't like her territory being touched by others. But there was no other way. Could she let Li Lanfang sleep on the floor? Lee Manjun put down her bag and luggage, wrapped the cash she was going to bring to Lu Yen and her brother a newspaper, and temporarily put it in her new bag. Then I put the new clothes into the closet, picked out a set of clean bedding from the closet, and changed all the sheets, quilt covers, and pillowcases. I took off my clothes,
put on my newly bought jeans and shirt, turned the large wooden basin at home upside down, and soaked the dirty clothes and sheets in the basin. It would be easier to rub them after a while. I really missed the washing machine. Lee Manjun sighed while wiping the sweat off her face with a handkerchief. It was a hot summer day and she was sweating after all the busy work, but even a shower was a luxury for her. Electric water heaters are not popular in China at the moment, but it should be possible to install a gas water heater. Lee Manjun was a little tempted. Looking around, maybe she could build a shower room next to the kitchen against the wall? Once the idea came to her, she couldn't take it back. Lee Manjun quickly washed the dirty clothes and sheets in the basin, hung them up to dry, picked up her bag and prepared to go out to meet Liu Yan and her brother, and check if there was a gas water heater in the town. Just as Wang Xiaowan walked out of the house, she came out of Aunt Wu's house next door. Unexpectedly, Lee Manjun had already returned. The mother and daughter passed each other, and it was Lee Manjun who called her mother first.
Mom.
Lee Manjun turned around and called out to Wang Xiaowan, who was walking straight past her. When Wang Xiaowan heard the familiar voice, she turned around in surprise. She felt that the person looked familiar, but she never thought it would be her country girl, so she walked over subconsciously. Who would have known that this was actually her Lee Manjun? You. Wang Xiaowan pointed at Lee Manjun's new clothes, new bag, and new shoes. This girl actually changed her outfit from head to toe, and it was so fashionable that she couldn't recognize her. Are you really my Manjun? Wang Xiaowan came over in surprise, touched Lee Manjun's collar, hair, and bag, and exclaimed, "Oh!" The expression on her face changed again and again. It was so wonderful. Have you been out making money these days? Wang Xiaowan finally confirmed that this was her daughter. She quickly pulled her to a corner and asked with both happiness and worry. Lee Manjun handed her the lip balm she had brought from her bag and nodded slightly. It's not that I got rich, but I was lucky. I sold some old items I collected from the countryside and made a profit. It's not much, maybe 3,000 or 4,000. This lip balm is imported. It changes color when you apply it. I selected it specially for you, Lee Manjun said with a smile. She didn't tell the truth to her mother because Wang Xiaowan was such a big mouth that she couldn't hide anything. If she went back to her hometown to show off, relatives who wanted to borrow money would probably come to her house in droves. 3,000 or 4,000. This number is very suitable. Even if Wang Xiaowan brags about it, everyone will just sigh that she is lucky. When the time comes, she will install the water heater and simply say that the money is gone, and the matter will be over. Wang Xiaowan took the lip balm and looked at the high-end metal check. She couldn't help laughing. You should save the money you earn. Why are you wasting this on me? This must cost a lot of money, right? Not much, as long as you like it. I also bought some food and put it on the dining table in the living room. Now I'm going to find Liu Yan and see if there are any water heaters for sale in town. I want to install a water heater at home so that it will be convenient for taking a bath in summer and winter. Lee Manjun spoke like a machine gun, and Wang Xiaowan had no time to react before her daughter turned around and walked away. After a while, I suddenly realized that my daughter had just said that she wanted to install a water heater at home for bathing. A water heater? That's nearly 2,000 yuan. How can you spend that much? When Lee Manjun comes back, she will have to have a good talk with her. Imported lip balm is so fragrant. Wang Xiaowan took a deep breath of the aroma, closed the check, and walked into the house holding it in her hand like a treasure. She looked up and saw the fruits and biscuits on the dining table. Her Manjun is really making money. Manjun! Liu Yan shouted with joy and hurried towards her with a load of waste on her shoulder. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell us in advance? When Liu Yan saw Lee Manjun's new clothes, she kept praising them for being beautiful. Lu Cheng was half a step behind her, carrying a bundle of discarded steel bars on his back, which looked very heavy. Neither of them came from the direction of the school, but from outside the town. Lee Manjun hurried forward to help answer the call, and said to the two with a smile, I will be back when the matter is done. Did you go to the village today? Liu Yan and her brother looked at each other and realized that the job was done, which meant they could make money from the sales. Resisting her excitement, Liu Yan explained, No, there is a factory in the suburbs.
The original soy sauce factory is going to be demolished. When Lu Chung and I heard the news, we rushed over and collected a batch of scrap steel. I don't have enough money. I only paid a small deposit and am waiting for you to come back with the money. Lu Chung also said excitedly, Sister Manjun, my sister, and I have negotiated for the items in these factories. Many of the bottles look like new after being cleaned up. If we clean them up ourselves, can we sell them directly to other soy sauce factories? If possible, it would be 10 cents or 5 cents more than recycling it as scrap at 10 cents each. Lee Manjun didn't expect that only 4 days after she left, the two of them had managed to acquire an abandoned factory. Even if they couldn't resell it secondhand, they could still make a small profit by selling the scrap.
Is it a lot?
Lee Manjun asked. Lu Chung didn't know. Lu Yan said, I've seen their old warehouse. There must be 1,800 of them.
I don't know why it closed down such a good soy sauce factory.
Lu Yan felt it was a pity. The town used to be so lively, with soy sauce factories, slaughterhouses, and textile factories. When it was time to get off work every day, the streets would be filled with the laughter of workers. Lee Manjun handed the bag to Lu Yan, asking her to hold it well. She exchanged the burden with her, and the three of them went to the scrap station to sell all the scraps collected today. The steel was heavy, so I exchanged it for more than 50 yuan, and the waste paper and wine bottles also exchanged for 25 yuan, a total of 75 yuan. Lu Yan said that during the past 4 days, the school garbage dump could pick up about 10 pieces of waste every day. Occasionally, the school would throw away a large object, which could amount to more than 20 pieces. The output is steady, but not much. That's why they set their sights on the surrounding bankrupt factories that were about to be demolished and rebuilt. Lu Chung was a little timid at first, but Lu Yan didn't care. Although she didn't know what it meant to get something for nothing, after seeing Lee Manjun's ability to act as soon as she said it, she decided to give it a try. Anyway, if I can't get the money by then, the most I'll lose is the deposit of 50 yuan. Only 50 yuan? Lu Chung felt that his sister was getting carried away. But the facts have proved that with today's wave, it not only got back the 50 yuan deposit, but also made a profit of 25 yuan. The soy sauce factory will call for an excavator to flatten the factory the day after tomorrow. They don't plan to take the bottles in the warehouse. If Lu Yan and her brother hadn't left quickly, they would have packed them up and thrown them all to the scrapyard for recycling. As for the steel, iron, and other metals that were removed from the house, no one wanted to go through the trouble of cleaning them up, so they just let the excavator dig them up with a shovel. In other words, Lu Yan and her brother took the initiative to offer to pay for the waste, and the soy sauce factory felt that they had made a fortune for free. What price did you quote? Lee Manjun asked on the way to the department store. Lu Yan, 200 yuan for the steel scraps. Give us a day to clean them up. Sell us the bottles in the warehouse at 8 cents each. Lee Manjun calculated in a low voice. 1 day is a bit tight. We need help. The original body's memory contained some fragments about the soy sauce factory. There were 3 rows of factory buildings, covering an area of 200 to 300 square meters. It would be difficult to make back the money if only the 3 of them were there to dig it out. It would take some effort to knock out the steel bars and nails that were wrapped in cement bricks. How about I call Hao Jian and the other 3 over? Lu Chung asked tentatively. Lu Yan agreed, and Lee Manjun thought about it and agreed because it would save trouble to use someone she knew. So, the 3 of them decided on an action plan on the way to dismantle the factory building the day after tomorrow. Lu Chung called for help. Lu Yan went to borrow a carriage from his father's friend, and Lee Manjun looked for tools. What are we doing here? Lu Yan looked at the department store in front of her, which was about to close, in confusion, wondering why Lee Manjun was here. Are they planning to buy sugar and go to the countryside to collect chicken and duck feathers and toothpaste tubes? Now that there is an abandoned factory, Lu Yan feels that the toothpaste tube is no longer fragrant. Lee Manjun told the brother and sister that she was going to build a bathroom at home. They were stunned and followed her into the department store. When I passed by my parents' stall, I was stopped and asked what they were doing there. The brother and sister didn't say anything. They just wanted to see how Lee Manjun would buy a gas water heater, which cost nearly 2,000 yuan. When the Lu family's parents realized that they failed to get the answer,
They were speechless and frustrated. The two children had become addicted to picking up garbage these days, and after earning dozens or hundreds of dollars, they had no idea how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. The couple looked at each other and decided to go home and let the siblings taste the taste of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. There are people selling gas water heaters in this town, but sales aren't very good, with barely a single customer coming in a month. Most of them just come to ask questions, and when they hear the price, they wave their hands and say, "Then we'll just have to make do with what we have. At most, we can just burn some more charcoal in the house in the winter, which is better than what you have." Nearly 2,000 pieces of charcoal can last for several years, even if you burn them in large quantities every day. Isn't it more cost-effective than using a water heater? Besides, gas is also an expense. It's just a shower, why bother? After asking about the price, Lu Yan also said to Li Manjun, "Why bother? Just boil a pot of hot water and wipe it in the house." Lu Chung is a boy, and he has been to all the places with water outside the town. He suggested that if Li Manjun wanted to take a good bath, she should go to the river, which would be very refreshing. "What about winter?" Li Manjun asked with a smile. At the same time, she told the owner of the water heater store her home address and asked him to install it now. She immediately paid half of the money. The boss was happy, and Lu Chung and Lu Yan's hearts were beating fast when they saw it. Li Manjun thought, "When you two get your share later, you won't think so." After leaving the department store, the afterglow of the setting sun falls on the quiet and peaceful town, as beautiful as a rural oil painting by a painter. The three of them came to an empty space behind the town's primary school. Lu Yan and her brother looked at Li Manjun expectantly, vaguely guessing what she was going to do. Just now they saw her taking out the cash for buying the gas water heater from her purse. Sure enough, when they saw Li Manjun take out a newspaper brick, the brother and sister both gasped. "So many!" Lu Yan exclaimed, then reacted and quickly covered her mouth to prevent others from hearing. Li Manjun asked the two men to count the money. Their hands were shaking as they held the money. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen so much money. The total amount was 14,025 yuan, which was split in half between the sister and brother, with each getting 7,022 yuan and 50 cents. It was said at the beginning that the total profit could be 5,000 yuan, so how come each person gets so much more than 5,000 yuan now? The account matters need to be made clear. Li Manjun said, "I calculated the money according to our investment ratio. The two of you invested 11%, and I invested 89%. The rest of the work of finding people and transporting goods will be counted on me. I also gave Zhao Yong 200 yuan as a reward. Do you have any objections to my distribution?" The brother and sister shook their heads. They thought it was very reasonable and even felt that they took too much. After all, there was very little they could do in this matter, and it mainly depended on Li Manjun to act as a bridge between the two sides. Lu Chung also spent several days guarding Xia Shui village. Lu Yan felt that she had really gotten a good deal. She only paid a little money, and the other two people took care of the rest. But Li Manjun would not accept their partial refund. "We should be honest. We should give you the right amount. We won't take less, and we won't take more either." The brother and sister looked at each other, excited and happy. It felt unreal. Lu Yan asked Lu Qing to pinch her. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts. That's real." They really each got 7,000 yuan. If we round it off, that would mean a millionaire with a monthly income of 10,000 yuan, right? Lu Qing took the money and smiled foolishly. "Sister, how about we each pay half and buy a motorcycle? You just know how to show off." Lu Yan rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm going to save this money for my dowry. Who cares if you have a motorcycle? If you want to buy one, earn the money yourself." Although he was scolded, Lu Qing couldn't help laughing. "If you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. I'm just talking, not really buying it." Seeing the happy faces of the two siblings, Li Manjun couldn't help but feel happy as well, with joy in her eyes and brows. He told the two to keep the money safe, and it would be best to save it in a passbook. After the siblings expressed their understanding, the three of them went home. Before Li Manjun reached the door of her house, she heard noise coming from her yard from afar.
It turned out that the owner of the water heater shop came to install a water heater in her house, and all the neighbors were alarmed. This is a rare item, and the nozzle and accessories cost 1,600 yuan. Before Li Manjuan's house installed it, only the richest man in Shernan town had installed too. Now, Li Manjuan's family has become the second user in the town to install a water heater. As soon as the owner of the water heater brought in the water heater, the neighbors heard the noise and came over to see. It was dinner time, and the neighbors were holding their bowls and eating while gathering in Li Manjuan's yard to join in the fun. Some were asking how Li Manjuan's family made their fortune, and some were asking how much a water heater cost. The scene was as lively as a vegetable market. Li Dawei, who had just got off work, was choosing a location for installation with his boss. Wang Xiaowan stood aside and pointed out the location to the two of them and casually turned back to deal with the neighbors' curious questions. With a proud smile on his face, he said, "My Manjun bought it." Young people spend lavishly. As soon as they make some money, they get carried away. They say it's inconvenient to take a shower at home and insist on getting a water heater. I can't persuade them to stop. Oh, Manjun bought it. The auntie next door sipped her noodles and asked in surprise, "Didn't Manjun quit her job? What is she doing now? How can she make so much money?" How could Wang Xiaowan not know that the old lady was jealous? She said modestly, "I was just lucky. I found an old item while scavenging and sold it to make a little profit. Can you find a water heater when you are picking up junk?" The aunt next door suddenly felt that the noodles in her mouth were no longer delicious. Wow, Manjun is so lucky. She forced a smile and whispered a few words, then glanced at the water heater installed on the outer wall of Li's kitchen, sighed twice, and went home. Li Manjuan's arrival triggered another round of enthusiastic inquiries from the neighbors. Li Manjuan's answer was the same as her mother's, that it was pure luck. The neighbors were just joining in the fun. After finding out that Li Manjun didn't make much and that she had spent most of it on a water heater, they felt relieved, said a few words to the young man, "Keep working hard," and then went their separate ways. After the boss installed the water heater, he asked Li Manjun for the final payment. Li Manjun paid the money, saw the boss off, closed the gate, and only her family was left. Li Dawei followed the steps his boss had just taught him and tentatively turned on the water heater. Hot water spurted out of the shower head. The temperature was a little high, so he turned down the heat and the temperature was just right. Wang Xiaowan exclaimed, "I didn't expect that our family could use this precious thing." Li Dawei turned off the water heater, shook off the water droplets on his hands, and waved to Li Jianjun excitedly, "Let's go find the old carpenter to buy some boards and build the shower room tonight while the iron is hot." Li Jianjun nodded vigorously and happily followed his father out to buy a few large boards. This corner of the wall was originally an angle, so the other two sides were surrounded by wooden boards, and a piece of wood was placed on the top, with plastic cloth pressed on top. Finally, Wang Xiaowan cut a fertilizer bag into pieces, pieced them together with old sheets, and sewed a door curtain, and a shower room was ready. "Dad, we're still missing a light bulb," Li Jun reminded. There was a ready-made light bulb at home, but it would take some effort to run a new wire through it. Li Manjun hurriedly asked her family to have dinner first before doing anything else. The family sat around the table, eating while looking at the new shower room next to the kitchen, their eyes full of anticipation and satisfaction. When they went to evening self-study in the evening, Li Jun and Li Jianjun told everyone they met that they were going home to take a hot bath tonight, making a group of classmates very envious. After finishing dinner, Li Dawei rolled up his sleeves, found an electric wire from somewhere, asked Li Manjun to help him light a flashlight, and installed an electric light in the shower room. "Okay, let's try turning on the power." Li Dawei clapped his hands and signaled his wife to turn on the power. Wang Xiaowan pushed up the power switch with the mop head, and Li Manjun pulled down the light cord outside the shower room. With a swish, the small 5-watt light bulb lit up, illuminating the small shower room. "Success," Li Manjun said happily. Li Dawei and his wife looked at each other, then at their daughter's happy face, but they were unable to bring themselves to teach their child a lesson for spending money recklessly. "Who washes first?" Li Manjun turned to ask her parents, her excited expression like a child who has not grown up yet.
Lee Manjun never expected that a small shower room could make her so happy. Wang Xiaowan rolled her eyes helplessly and said, "Hurry up, your brother and sister will be back soon." Okay. Lee Manjun immediately rushed to the bedroom, found her pajamas, took the soap and bath towel, and rushed into the shower room. The shower curtain was lowered and fixed on the wooden nails. The water heater was turned on, and suitable warm water rushed out of the shower head. On the 26th day of her rebirth, Lee Manjun finally took the hot bath she had longed for. As the hot water flowed freely over her body, she applied the fragrant soap and rubbed out dense bubbles. Lee Manjun also felt an infinite longing for the future in her heart. She wants to live a better life. She wants to use a washing machine and a refrigerator, live in a spacious house, and have a bright office of her own. In the evening, when Lee Lijun and her brother came home from school, they almost got into a fight over who should take a shower first. Finally, Wang Xiaowan stood up and said, "Lijun, you're the elder sister. Can't you give way to your younger brother?" Lee Lijun snorted and turned her head away, and the quarrel between the two ended. Li Dawei sat under the light and read the newspaper, asking Lee Manjun casually about how she made money. Lee Manjun had said everything she could, and Li Dawei would no longer say anything about her career of picking up trash. The soy sauce factory is planning to rebuild. It seems that they're going to build a building to serve as government welfare housing. Should we apply for one?
Li Dawei suddenly said.
Wang Xiaowan, who was handing her son a clean school uniform, asked in surprise, "Is it true?" Li Dawei nodded. What Director Jiang said should be true. I always envied other companies that had welfare housing, and this time it should be our turn. It's just that the place is a bit remote. The soy sauce factory is quite far from the town. I don't know why the house was built there. It's less than half an hour away, and there are farmlands all around, and the road is not easy to walk on. It is said that the road will also be repaired, but it is not clear how it will be repaired and when it will be completed. The most important thing is that Li Dawei feels that this matter is not that simple. But when he asked around, everyone said that there was no movement and that they might just build a separate welfare housing unit. That's great. Does our family meet the requirements? How much does it cost? Wang Xiaowan asked excitedly. The company's house is just a token of their appreciation, and they may not be unable to afford it. Maybe because Lee Manjun had just bought a water heater for the family, the couple treated her as an adult and asked her what she thought. The couple meant that being able to get a separate house would be of great benefit whether one lived in it or not. Lee Manjun asked doubtfully, "Does our family have money?" Although the unit allocated welfare housing, she still had to pay 2 or 3,000 yuan. She remembered that Wang Xiaowan had said before that she was going to use the money to send Li Jianjun to high school in the city. How much does it cost? Lee Manjun had never lived in this era and was still a little unfamiliar with it. She had no idea about the housing in the small town, but Shenan town was only an hour and a half drive from Rongqing. If there was a highway in the future, the value of the houses in Shenan town would definitely increase. But that was at least 10 years later. Lee Manjun only regretted that she was not a native of Rongqing in her previous life. Otherwise, she would have known the future development direction of Shenan town. But no matter what, it's always good to be able to buy a house. Maybe around 3 or 4,000. Li Dawei looked at Wang Xiaowan. She was in charge of the family's finances, but he didn't know how much money the family had as well as she did. Wang Xiaowan hissed, and her excited expression gradually faded. She did some calculations in her mind. The cost of her son's high school education, her daughter's tuition, and the family's living expenses, including the money that Lee Manjun had left in her hands, was barely 6,000 yuan. If I really pay out 3 or 4,000, it won't be enough for my son to go to high school. Wang Xiaowan was very persistent about sending Li Jianjun to attend high school in the city, and Li Dawei was also quite supportive. He felt that academic qualifications were very useful, so he would definitely give his children the best education within his ability. Lee Manjun also did some calculations in her mind. She was wondering if she could buy the house. The market economy is expected to be completely liberalized next year and the year after. After the above-mentioned symposium, the real estate industry in the South will also enter an era of rapid growth. What followed was the housing speculation craze and real estate bubble. In a few years, Commercial housing will emerge, welfare housing will be cancelled, and housing prices will soar like a runaway horse. And Shernan Town does have development potential. If she remembered correctly, Rongqing in later generations continued to expand to the surrounding towns and villages, and all the neighboring villages and towns were planned into the scope of Rongqing. Now that the country's high-speed network has just been rolled out, the geographical advantages of Shernan Town are not yet obvious, but as long as the transportation develops, it will only take half an hour at most to get from Shernan Town to Rongqing. If there were a subway between the two places, Shernan Town might even be able to squeeze into the 4th or 5th ring road. Thinking about the fact that the housing prices in the 4th and 5th ring roads of Rongqing in the future are nearly 20,000, Li Manjuan's heart moved slightly. Li Dawei and his wife were troubled by the money and were still hesitant. Li Manjun returned to the bedroom and opened the newly bought facial cream to do skincare before going to bed. She suddenly felt that this investment was very worthwhile. 4,000 yuan was no burden to her at the moment, but if she paid, what would be written on the property title? Would her parents agree to put her name on the property certificate? Li Manjun hesitated again.
She didn't want to be a scapegoat.
There were 3 siblings in the family, so she didn't mind who would live in the house in the end, but she had to have the right to sell the house herself. It's so comfortable to take a shower. Li Lijun walked in, drying her hair. Seeing her sister sitting at the desk and applying face cream in front of the mirror, she rushed over in surprise. Wow, it's a colorful face cream. Li Lijun looked at her sister expectantly. Big sister, can you give me some? Li Manjun nodded with amusement and motioned for her to get it herself. Li Lijun immediately threw away the dry towel, scooped a little bit of milky white cream with her hands, put a little on her face, and then spread it all over. It smells so good. How much is it? Li Lijun thought that it was great to be able to make money. She could buy whatever she wanted by herself without having to ask her parents for money and then be scolded for spending money indiscriminately and dressing up frivolously. Li Manjun covered the face cream and put it in her own drawer, smiling faintly. It's not expensive, just a few dollars. It's a small iron box with a capacity of 40 grams. There are flowers printed on the lid, giving it a feeling of old Shanghai during the Republic of China. Compared with the big-name skincare products that cost thousands or tens of thousands of yuan in later generations, Li Manjun really feels that the old domestic products are so cheap that it makes people feel distressed. She doesn't have high requirements for skincare products. Moisturizing is enough for her. She keeps her skin simple, goes to bed early and gets up early, and exercises more. She has never had any skin problems. The same goes for her original face. Her skin is naturally good and resistant to sun exposure. She was running outside throughout May and didn't use much sunscreen, but she didn't get much darker. Li Lijun dried her hair and couldn't help smelling the fragrance left on her fingers. She sighed again. It's great to be able to make money. Li Manjun took off her shoes and lay down on her little bed, smiling and saying, "Reading is better." Li Lijun curled her lips. What's the good of studying? Reading books and doing homework all day long is not good at all. Because she didn't do well in the exam, her parents scolded her severely, saying that her study was in vain, as if she had never worked hard. Some people are born with good brains, like Li Lanfang. He did farm work while studying and easily got the first place. And she doesn't study anymore, which shows that she also thinks studying is not good at all. Sister, is it fun outside? Why do they all want to work outside? Li Lijun asked curiously, while sitting on the edge of the bed and combing her hair. Li Manjun closed her eyes and felt sleepy. When she heard Li Lijun's question, she felt that she seemed to be looking forward to the outside world. She opened her eyes, turned sideways, and said to the little girl opposite her, "It is indeed wonderful outside, but only by reading can you go further and see more scenery outside." Li Lijun said, "Oh," casually, combed her hair for a long time, then turned off the lights and lay down. A newly bought chamber pot had already been placed in the room, so Li Manjun no longer had to be woken up in the middle of the night to accompany Li Lijun to the toilet. "I slept until I woke up naturally, and the sky was just beginning to show a little light." After traveling through time for so long, she has gradually gotten used to the routine of going to bed early and getting up early. On nights without a computer or mobile phone, she goes to bed after 9 o'clock. I glanced at the alarm clock on the table, and it was only 6 o'clock. Lee Man-jun couldn't sleep anymore, so she put on her clothes quietly, took her original cloth bag, and transferred the cash and personal belongings in her leather bag. The remaining passbooks were placed in a locked drawer. After packing them up, she went out with a cloth bag and a straw hat. The breakfast shop opened the earliest. Lee Man-jun ordered a plate of fried dough sticks and soy milk. The fried dough sticks were cut into crispy pieces and soaked in soy milk sprinkled with sugar. After the soy milk was fully soaked, she blew on it to cool it down and took a bite. Her mouth was filled with splashing soy milk. Lee Man-jun loves this way of eating and finishes all the fried dough sticks and soy milk in just a few minutes. There are 2 things to do today, both related to the soy sauce factory. The first thing is to settle the subsequent bills with the person in charge of the soy sauce factory. The second thing is to transport the packaging glass bottles out of the soy sauce factory. There were nearly 1,000 bottles, and neither Lee Man-jun's family nor Liu Yan's family could put them all away. Lee Man-jun thought of Aunt Wu's vacant store, a wooden house built at the back door of the town's middle school. That was originally the main entrance of the town middle school. Later, the school gate was changed to face the street, and the original front entrance became the back entrance, and only garbage trucks went through that side. Liu Yan should go borrow a horse-drawn carriage, and Lee Man-jun will be responsible for finding tools. Straw ropes and baskets are also essential, as they are indispensable for transporting glass products. Lee Man-jun ran to a village near the town early and bought 2 baskets of straw from the people there. This thing is not valuable, but Lee Man-jun suddenly wanted it, and the other party charged her $2 before helping her carry it to the soy sauce factory. There was a pair at Luo Kwang's house, and there was also a pair at Liu Yan's house, but they were not enough. Lee Man-jun thought about it, bought 2 kilograms of bulk biscuits, and went straight to Aunt Wu's house. Aunt Wu was a little surprised when she heard that Lee Man-jun wanted to borrow her baskets and grocery store. "We don't need the basket, you can just take it. What do you want to do with it from the canteen?" Aunt Wu asked. Her granddaughter had just woken up and was held on Aunt Wu's shoulders. She rubbed her eyes and saw the biscuits that Lee Man-jun brought. She pointed with her little hand and said in a baby voice, "Biscuits." Lee Man-jun grabbed 2 biscuits and handed them to her with a smile. The little girl smiled immediately, which was very cute. "My companions, and I found a batch of goods. I would like to borrow it as a warehouse for 2 days. Do you think it is convenient for you? If it is convenient, you can calculate the rent for me, how much for a few days." Lee Man-jun put the remaining biscuits on Aunt Wu's living room table, turned around and looked at her with a smile. When Aunt Wu heard this, she glared at her and said, "When have you ever been so polite to me? The store is closed now. You can use it for a few days. Why talk about rent? The place can't be rented out now." After saying this, he put his granddaughter down, asked Lee Man-jun to help look after her for a while, and went into the house to find the key to the convenience store for her. Lee Man-jun said happily, "Aunt Wu, thank you. I will still pay you the rent later. I can't take advantage of this. I am very grateful that you are willing to lend me the place." She squatted down and waved to Aunt Wu's granddaughter because she had just given her some biscuits, and the little girl ran towards her with a smile on her face. He took 2 bites of the biscuit in his hand and passed it to her, saying, "Here, have it." Lee Man-jun waved her hands and said she didn't want it, and asked her to eat it herself. Then she stuffed it into her little mouth and said happily, "It's delicious." Aunt Wu took out the key and handed it to Lee Man-jun. "Go and do your thing. Don't mention the rent. When it gets colder, I'll come to your house and give my little girl a hot bath. This water heater is really good. It makes it much more convenient to take a bath in winter," Aunt Wu said with a smile. Lee Man-jun smiled gratefully. This was not a big deal. She thanked Aunt Wu, took the key and 2 pairs of borrowed baskets, and went to meet Liu Yan and her brother. As soon as we reached the intersection outside the town, we saw Liu Chung holding a whip and pulling the horse, with a cautious and fearful look on his face. Liu Yan asked him to hold the horse and tie the cart boards. When she saw Lee Man-jun coming, she asked her to get on the cart. Lee Man-jun threw the basket onto the car and sat on the edge of the car with Liu Yan. "Liu Chung, can you do it?"
Lu Yan gloated. Lu Cheng led the horse and patted its butt lightly. The horse snorted unhappily, scaring him so much that it jumped 2 meters away. Li Manjun and Lu Yan were amused, but soon they couldn't laugh anymore. This horse is a bit stubborn. It was fine when Lu Yan let it out, but now it just stopped by the roadside to eat grass and didn't move. Lu Cheng and Li Manjun took turns trying, and after a lot of attempts, they finally made the horse move forward obediently. The roads were all yellow mud, and the road was shaky. Li Manjun saw this and warned the other two, when you pack the bags later, make sure to put more straw in them, otherwise they will break into pieces. The brother and sister nodded to show that they understood. After walking for half an hour, we finally arrived at the soy sauce factory. The person in charge there has already arrived and is discussing with the construction team where to start demolishing it. Lu Yan stepped forward and introduced Li Manjun to the other party. The person in charge of the soy sauce factory asked, "Did you bring the money?" Li Manjun nodded, and the two of them went into the warehouse together to count the goods and settle the bill. There are a total of 1,258 bottles, all new, but they have been stored for a long time and are covered with dust, so they need to be cleaned. Li Manjun paid 106.4 yuan for a bottle at 8 cents, plus a balance of 150 yuan for picking up the steel bars tomorrow, for a total of 264 yuan. When this number came out, the person in charge and Li Manjun were stunned for a moment, and then they both laughed. "Okay, then you guys hurry up and move it. We'll have to push it tomorrow morning." The person in charge of the soy sauce factory waved to the three of them and went on to do other things. Li Manjun and 2 other people started packing. The straw had been put in place in advance. They first spread a layer of straw on the bottom of the basket, and then put the bottles in. After putting each layer in, they filled the gaps with straw. A basket can hold 3 layers of 70 bottles in total. Lu Cheng drove the carriage 3 times and finished the journey by noon. The person in charge of the soy sauce factory finally asked them to take away all the waste paper in the factory for free. Li Manjun asked Lu Cheng to give the other person 2 cigarettes, and the cooperation was very pleasant. I also found out that the soy sauce factory was originally the town government's land, and now the town government wants to take it back to build a large house with a bathroom. It seems that the information Li Dawei said was accurate. The town government is indeed going to build houses here to distribute welfare housing. In the afternoon, Li Manjun and the other 2 were washing bottles. The washed bottles looked brand new, sparkling and spread all over the floor. In the evening, Li Manjun passed by Uncle Chin and found out the contact information of the soy sauce factory in the next town. She immediately called them and asked if they wanted to collect the bottles. "What's the price?" the other party asked, not sounding very interested. Li Manjun quoted a price, 1.8 cents per piece. It was 2 cents cheaper than the wholesale price on the market. The other party thought about it, was a little tempted, and asked them if they could deliver it. If they could, he would accept it. Li Manjun calculated quickly in her mind, "Then I have to include the shipping fee, 30 yuan. The other party agreed immediately. "Okay, when will you deliver it?" "The day after tomorrow." The other party was also straightforward and agreed, asking Li Manjun to deliver the bottle the day after tomorrow. After dealing with the bottle, the 3 of them focused on the abandoned factory building tomorrow. When Li Manjun returned home, Li Dawei also found out the money that had to be paid for the welfare housing. They said they were going to build a bigger one, more than 80 square meters per unit, with a separate toilet and kitchen, but that would cost a lot, 5,500. A dual-income family may not be able to save 5,500 yuan in 2 or 3 years. After hearing this, many old colleagues in the unit were thinking about how to raise the money. The provision of welfare housing by work units has become a commonplace topic. This year, there is finally hope and no one wants to miss it. When Wang Xiaowan heard about the big house with a bathroom and kitchen, she felt very itchy. But the reality is that my wallet is not big enough. "Want to borrow money?" "Who should I ask?" Li Dawei asked tentatively. "Why don't you ask the child's aunt?" Her uncle-in-law and aunt both work in the county. They were allocated a house in the 1980s. After so many years, the family doesn't have much need for big money, so maybe they can borrow some. Li Dawei didn't want to miss out on such a good house. Even if he couldn't borrow money,
He could still afford it with the money he had. He just had no spare money and his life would be tight. Wang Xiaowan was moved by Li Daoi's words. She picked up the phone to call her sister, but after thinking for a moment, she put it down. I can't say that. Even though they are biological sisters, they don't keep in touch often after they get married. It's too embarrassing. Forget it. Let's not fight for now. It's not confirmed yet. What if it's like before, and they stand you up? Wang Xiaowan stood up, went into the kitchen, brought the prepared dishes to the table, and called Li Manjun. Have you washed them? If you have, come and eat. Here I come. Li Manjun put on her clothes, came out of the shower room in a refreshing outfit, and went into the kitchen to get some food. Li Lijun and Li Jianjun did not come back for dinner today. They brought the 8 treasure porridge that Li Manjun bought yesterday and said they would not go home for dinner in the afternoon. Wang Xiaowan couldn't do anything about them, so she just let them be. However, she still left some food for the two of them. It would be useless to just eat 8 treasure porridge, as they would definitely be hungry after self-study in the evening. The 3 of them were eating at the table. Wang Xiaowan suddenly looked at Li Manjun and sighed. Tell me, if you didn't install this water heater, we could have moved into a bigger house. What a waste. Li Manjun swallowed the food in her mouth and felt that her mother was speechless. You didn't wash yourself happily yesterday? Wang Xiaowan was so angry that she put down her chopsticks and got angry for no reason. How do you talk to your elders? Li Daowei hurriedly advised, Hey, we're eating. Why are you talking about this? We can figure out a way to deal with the house later. Then he winked at Li Manjun. You two stop talking. Li Manjun put down her bowl and chopsticks. Wang Xiaowan glared at her. Why? Do you still want to put down your chopsticks in front of me?
No.
Li Manjun was helpless. I want to say that I can pay half of the money for the welfare housing, but my name must be written on the property certificate in the future. The couple was stunned for a moment, and Wang Xiaowan asked, Didn't you spend all your money? Then he realized that his daughter had become smart and knew how to hide her own money. He felt mixed emotions for a moment, happy that he had a house, but also a little awkward. Your brother will marry and support me and your father in the future. According to custom, this house is reserved for your brother. We are happy that you are kind enough to help him, and he also remembers your kindness. But you want to write your name on the property certificate. Don't you think it's strange? If Li Manjun hadn't put down her bowl and chopsticks, the food would have sprayed on her face when she heard Wang Xiaojuan's words. Mom, did you see the slogan outside? Men and women are the same. Both are responsible for passing on descendants. Why are you still so old-fashioned? The law states that sons and daughters have the same obligation to support their parents and have the same right to inherit property. Li Manjun looked at Li Daowei. I don't think there's anything strange. I paid for the house, so isn't it normal for me to have a share? What do you think, Dad? Li Daowei was not so pedantic, but it was the first time that he felt Li Manjun's thoughts personally, and he always felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that his eldest daughter had become a different person recently. Everything she said and did now was for her own benefit. Of course, he thought this was normal, as people are selfish, but in the past, Manjun had never been so clear about the distinction between herself and her brothers and sisters. Li Manjun also realized that her attitude made her parents uncomfortable, so she softened her tone and said a little aggrievedly, I just think this is fair. Wang Xiaowan asked her, Do you think I am partial to your brother or sister? Li Manjun wanted to ask back, Isn't it? But the words came out of her mouth and turned into, If you don't want to give me a share of the house, forget it. I won't pay for it. I'll keep it as my dowry. After she said this, Li Daowei came to his senses and looked at Wang Xiaowan and said, I think what Manjun said makes sense. She originally had a share of the family savings. Now that we have a house, if we use the money to buy a house, when the 3 siblings divide the house in the future, she should get the lion's share. Wang Xiaowan was so busy shocking her daughter's thoughts that she almost forgot that Li Manjun also had a share in the savings. After hearing what Li Daowei said, she coughed twice uncomfortably, then looked at Li Manjun with her head down with an aggrieved look on her face. thinking about how she went out early and came back late these days, and used the money she earned to buy herself lipstick and delicious food, and added a water heater to the house, her heart softened. When it comes to filial piety, her daughter Manjun is impeccable. Then can you offer more than 2,000? She asked tentatively. Lee Manjun nodded and said, I've cleaned up the abandoned factory in the next few days, and I should be able to get enough money if I gather together. She also couldn't let her parents think that she made money easily. Okay then. When the house is ready, your father, I, and you will be named on it. But I want to tell you in advance that you and Lee Jun cannot share the house. This is your brother's wife's original name. Wang Xiaowan felt that Lee Manjun was old enough and might get married soon, so she had to explain the situation to her in advance. Lee Manjun had no objection, but when Lee Lijun, who had just returned from school, found out, she immediately threw her school bag at Lee Jianjun, stormed into the house, and slammed the door. The loud bang made Wang Xiaowan and Li Daoi's hearts tremble. How can this girl be so magnanimous? Wang Xiaowan was shocked. Li Jianjun was hit by his school bag and leaned against the kitchen wall, at a loss. Long Mei from the scrap yard yawned, and when she opened the door, she was startled to see Li Manjun and others pulling a truck full of steel bars.
So many?
Long Mei was a little surprised. She heard Li Manjun and the other two say they were going to the abandoned factory the day before yesterday. She thought that these 3 people could only get more than 100 kilograms at most. Unexpectedly, Li Manjun told her that in addition to the car in front, there were 3 more cars behind. Long Mei's husband was also alarmed and came out, truly admiring the 3 young people in front of him. Will you accept it? Li Manjun asked. The couple looked at each other and nodded.
Of course they would accept it.
But he also told Li Manjun that next time if there was such a large quantity, they could deliver it to the city themselves and sell it to the construction site, and they could make more money. Long Mei had to use a calculator today, pressing numbers while checking with a pencil on a piece of scratch paper. The total is 915 kilograms. The scrap steel bars are recycled at 1.2 yuan per kilogram. You also brought some cement, so I'll give you a 5% discount. The total price is... Li Manjun said first, 1043, the extra cent is fine. At this time, the calculator in front of Long Mei had just calculated the price, 1,043.1 yuan, which was exactly the same as what Li Manjun calculated. You're pretty good at this. Long Mei said jokingly.
Li Manjun smiled modestly.
Long Mei's husband took the cash and handed it to Li Manjun. In addition to the steel bars, Li Manjun and Liu Yan also picked up a lot of miscellaneous items, which added up to 52 yuan, making a total of 1,095 yuan. After all the steel bars were sent to the scrapyard, the 3 Hao Jian brothers were taken by Lu Cheng to a breakfast shop to have breakfast. Liu Yan followed Li Manjun to settle the bill here, and her eyes lit up when she saw Li Manjun coming out with the money. She found that she had become a money grubber and was blinded by the sight of money. How is it? How much did you sell? Liu Yan asked in a low voice. Li Manjun told her the total price, and Liu Yan couldn't help but wave her fist in excitement. Great. This night was not in vain. Li Manjun also laughed. I was so sleepy at first, but now that I've settled the bill, I'm not sleepy at all. Liu Yan laughed out loud, and she did the same. The 2 went to Ma Street and bought 12 pounds of meat. They asked the proprietress to divide it into 2-pound pieces, strung the pieces with rice leaves, and took the overtime pay to find Lu Cheng and the other 3. The 4 of them had finished breakfast early and were squatting at the door of the store, eagerly waiting for Li Manjun and Liu Yan to come back. When they saw the pork belly in the hands of Li Manjun and Liu Yan, they stood up with happy smiles. Li Manjun handed the meat strips to Hao Jian and the other 2 and paid them their wages. When Lu Cheng informed his brothers to come, he did not tell them how much the wages would be. Hao Jian and the other 2 estimated that it should be about the same as the wages of laborers on construction sites in the city, around 10 to 15 yuan. Unexpectedly, Li Manjun directly gave 30 yuan to each of them, saying that it was calculated based on 2 days' working hours. Adding 2 kilograms of good meat, Hao Jian's 2 cousins didn't dare to take the money. This is too much.
The two cousins were honest people and thought they were just helping a friend, so giving them $10 or $5 was just a token of their appreciation. What's more, I gave them 2 extra pounds of meat, which was really embarrassing. Lee Manjun directly handed the money to Hao Jian. After 2 times of getting along with each other, she knew that this young brother, who didn't talk much, was actually the one who made the decisions among the 3 brothers. Hao Jian has only a junior high school education, while his 2 cousins have only primary school education. They are more open-minded and flexible. He glanced at Lu Cheng, and seeing Lu Cheng smiling and urging him to take the money, he accepted the money handed to him by Lee Manjun. You've been busy all day and night, you've worked hard. The early bus is about to leave, so go home and catch up on some sleep, Lee Manjun said with a smile. The 3 Hao Jian brothers took their wages and the meat, nodded happily, and took the bus to the next village back home. Before leaving, Hao Jian said to Lee Manjun, "Next time if there is such a job, please call me, and I will come right away." Lee Manjun agreed and watched the 3 brothers leave on the bus. Then she began to divide the money with Lu Yan and her brother. After deducting the money for buying the meat and the wages for Hao Jian and the other 2, there was still 919 yuan left for the steel bars. After deducting the 200 yuan cost, there was 719 yuan left. How to divide it? This time, Lu Yan advocated the acquisition of the soy sauce factory, and the capital was provided by Lee Manjun. Each of them took 4%, and Lu Cheng took 2%. Do you have any objections? Lee Manjun asked Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng scratched his head and said nothing. He now understands that those who can find work and afford the capital can earn more than those who work hard. Lee Manjun earned 287 yuan, but now these few hundred yuan can no longer cause her any trouble. The same goes for Lu Yan and Lu Cheng. The brother and sister both plan to rest for 2 days before going back to the countryside to collect chicken and duck feathers. If they could find any old items by the way, they would make a fortune. The 3 of them divided the money, and the siblings went home to catch up on their sleep, but Lee Manjun's work was not yet finished. When she got home with the meat, Li Dawei was just leaving for work. Lee Manjun asked hurriedly, "Dad, did you call Brother Dania for me?"
Li Dawei nudda.
I said it. I called the village chief last night and asked him to help. He should be here soon. You didn't come back all night? Li Dawei asked with a frown, looking at the light gray under Lee Manjun's eyes. Lee Manjun nodded and carried the meat into the kitchen. Li Dawei was busy at work and had no time to ask her why she was so hardworking now. He trotted to the bus stop with his briefcase and caught the bus to the countryside. I don't know what happened with Director Jiang. He said that the orchids he sent were nice, but he didn't mention a word about him returning to the office. Li Dawei had already vaguely guessed that Director Jiang's appetite had grown and that he didn't like his small pot of orchid. Besides, Director Jiang had already told him about the welfare housing, so in his eyes, it was not in vain that he took his orchids. Thinking of the unpleasant job in his hands, Li Dawei let out a long sigh. Seeing him sighing, the bus driver took the initiative to talk to him, saying that his daughter Manjun was amazing and even installed a water heater at home. It was the second best store in the town, and the news spread throughout the town the next day. Everyone who heard about it couldn't help but feel envious. Li Dawei's face brightened, and he nodded proudly. "That's right. My Manjun is hardworking and smart, and a young man who dares to take risks and do things." The driver's mouth twitched slightly. "He said you were fat, and you really became out of breath." Lee Manjun had no idea that her father was outside praising her for her ability. She used the leftovers to make fried rice for herself. Halfway through, Wang Xiaowan noticed something was going on. She walked into the kitchen and saw the messy pot. She shouted "Go away," and drove Lee Manjun away. She took the spatula and fried a dish for herself. Lee Manjun found that Wang Xiaowan started to treat her better after she said she would pay half of the money to buy the welfare housing. It's a subtle feeling, but overall, not bad. Lee Manjun ate a plate of delicious egg fried rice and felt sleepy, but she couldn't go back to her room to lie down because the soy sauce factory in the next town was still waiting for her to deliver the bottles. After applying a towel dipped in cold water to her face for 1 minute and waking up, Lee Manjun took her bag and went out again. Wang Xiaowan asked in surprise. You've been through this whole night and you don't want to take a break? Li Manjun waved her hands and said she couldn't rest. My cousin Li Dania drove over his tractor, which was originally a production material for the brigade. Later, after the reform and opening up and the household contract responsibility system, the tractor became idle. When Li Dania was a child, he followed a master who drove a tractor every day. The master liked him and taught him how to drive. Later, the government wanted to sell this tractor, so Li Dalong borrowed money from his younger brother Li Dawei and bought the tractor for his son. Now, when Li Daniu is not busy with farming, he drives the tractor to do some odd jobs of transporting goods. Li Manjun had never thought about having anything to do with her uncle's family, but her original body had memories of her cousin helping her beat people up when she was a child. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be good to keep the money in the family, so he asked Li Dawei to help him make a phone call to find out what kind of person this cousin is. Li Manjun led the people to Aunt Wu's store to stock up. Li Dania looked at Li Manjun's thin arms and asked her to rest aside. Let me do it. We'll finish stocking these things in a short while. Li Manjun had been up all night and was indeed feeling dizzy and headache. She was happy to relax, so she stood in the tractor trailer, stuffed some straw in it, and compacted the bottles to prevent them from breaking due to the bumps on the way. Li Daniu quickly moved several large baskets of bottles. Li Manjun locked the door of the store, and the two set off. Li Dalong was driving in the front, and Li Manjun was sitting on the edge of the truck bed at the back, holding onto the guardrail, and they drove out of Shernan town and onto the yellow mud road. The tractor was not going very fast, and the road was not easy to drive on, but because Li Daniu had good driving skills, the entire truck bed was very stable. The breeze with the faint fragrance of the pine forest blew on Li Manjun's face. She took a deep breath of the fresh air and felt as if her lungs had been washed, clean and refreshed, and she woke up from her sleepiness. The cousins were chatting casually. Li Daniu asked curiously, "Where did you get so many bottles?" "I collected it from the soy sauce factory." "So are you planning to take it to the next town and sell it?" Li Manjun hummed and asked about her sister-in-law and little niece Nan Nan. Li Daniu suddenly sighed and didn't want to say anything. He replied perfunctorily, "Everything is fine," and fell silent. Li Manjun didn't dare to ask further, and the two stopped talking. When Li Manjun thought he would remain silent for the rest of the journey, Li Daniu suddenly said, "My mother wants me to give my daughter away."
Ah?
Li Manjun was shocked. She actually wanted to give away her own granddaughter? Mr. and Mrs. Li Daniu only have this one daughter at the moment. It is impossible for them to give her away just because they cannot afford to raise her. Li Dania also found it difficult to say it, let alone talking about it to a girl who is not married yet. But it was really uncomfortable to keep it in his heart, and when Li Manjun asked again, he couldn't help but want to say it out. Li Manjun asked tentatively, "So, what are you going to do?" Li Daniu roared, but not at Li Manjun. "How is this possible? Nan Nan is my daughter. Who dares to send her away?" Li Manjun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, her cousin was not confused. Li Dania said that his mother did something even more outrageous. She heard that a mute could give birth to a son, so she wanted to find a mute to give birth to a son for him. His wife was so angry that she almost divorced him. Li Manjun originally thought that it was outrageous enough that her grandmother wanted to give her granddaughter away, but she didn't expect that her aunt-in-law could be even more outrageous. "Brother," Li Manjun suggested sincerely, "I think you should split up the family." Li Daniu was stunned. "Split up the family?" "Yes, you, your sister-in-law, and your daughter have separated from the family." Li Daniu quickly turned around and glanced at Li Manjun. This girl was obviously a quiet and gentle person. How could she say such treasonous words? He found that the girl he met this time was much bolder and had more positive ideas. "You earn your own money and spend it yourself. No one can interfere. You can hold your back straight," Li Manjun said truthfully. This is true, but Li Dania felt confused and scared when he was suddenly separated from his big family.
Can he really support his own family?
"Brother, why don't you come out to haul goods? Just say you make this trip for me today. I'll give you 20 yuan, right? If you make 2 trips a day, 30 or 40 yuan shouldn't be easy, right?" Lee Manjun did the math for him. Even if you encounter special circumstances, there will always be a few days a month when you can't go to work. But how can you earn an average of 20 yuan a day? That would be 600 yuan a month. How much is the salary for a stable job now? A little over 200. My dad can support our family. How can 600 not support the three of you? Lee Manjun continued. Everyone's life is getting better. People who build new houses need to transport bricks and tiles, people who do business need to purchase goods, and some people in the village need to buy fertilizer. These are all businesses. Lee Danius suddenly realized something. Why had he never thought of going out to sell goods? It was because the elders at home disagreed, saying that crops were the lifeblood of farmers. Holding on to the land was like holding on to the family. If they had food to eat, they would not have to worry about anything else. How much money can he make by working outside? Even if he can make money, it is only what he can earn with only primary school education. Lee Dania knows it well, because he is the eldest son in the family. His parents always want to tie him to them. He also said that he had no skills and was not as smart as his younger brother, and that farming honestly was his destiny. And he naively believed it. Can someone find me? Lee Daniu asked Lee Manjun nervously, and some of the constraints in his heart seemed to loosen. Lee Manjun affirmed, Of course I will look for you. Brother, haven't you noticed that few people in our Shuren town have tractors? Your tractor is a scarce resource. It would be a waste to only use it to bring some fertilizer back to the village for the villagers. Not to mention others, just yourself will definitely need Lee Dania's tractor in the future. This country road is different from the asphalt road in the city. Between villages and towns, large trucks are not as convenient as these small tractors. Brother, you can go to the brick kiln and stay there for a while, Lee Manjun suggested. Lee Dania's heart moved, and he really didn't say anything this time. He became nervous, and always felt that Finjiao was a ferocious beast, which would swallow him if he moved. But the next thing completely changed Lee Dania's mind. The two of them delivered the bottles to the soy sauce factory. Lee Manjun said she was looking for Director Wang from the workshop, and the guard helped her call him out. Director Wang checked the bottles, counted them, and asked the finance department to pay the money to Lee Manjun. Adding the agreed shipping fee of 30 yuan, the total is 256.44 yuan. After deducting the cost, the profit is 155.8 yuan. Adding the shipping fee of 20 yuan paid to Lee Daniu, the total amount is 135. 8 yuan. Lee Dania's eyes lit up when he received the 20 yuan shipping fee. He wanted to be polite and say that there was no need to do this between siblings, but after pushing it twice, he still accepted it. When the two were about to leave, Director Wang suddenly called Lee Daniu and said, Hey, do you have any work on your tractor? If not, I have dozens of boxes of soy sauce here. Can you help me deliver them to the Latte supermarket in Rongqing? Lee Manjun quickly patted the stunned Lee Daniu and answered for him. Sure. My brother happens to be free this afternoon. Lee Daniu finally reacted and quickly said that he could do it, okay. Director Wang asked him to come and pick up the goods and ask the price. 40 lines, right? Lee Daniu opened his eyes suddenly and said, Okay. After saying this, his hands were shaking. This was too much. But Lee Manjun didn't think so. The 40 yuan also included the money for loading and unloading. It was just that her cousin responded too quickly, otherwise he could have added another 10 yuan. Manjun, why don't you wait for me for a while? I'll take you home first. Lee Dania just remembered that he almost forgot about the girl. Lee Manjun waved her hand. It's just a small matter for me. The goods have been delivered. These empty baskets won't be a problem. I can just take the bus back. It takes nearly 2 hours to go directly from Jinshan town to Rongqing, and if you take a detour to Rongqing, it will take even more time. You can leave them your contact information later. Lee Manjun whispered to her cousin to be more careful, because if the orders from the soy sauce factory were to run for a long time, it would be much more stable than taking individual orders. Lee Dania nodded and said to Lee Manjun gratefully, Sister, thank you so much. Why are you being polite? We are siblings. I still want to thank you today. I guess I can only treat you to a meal next time. Lee Manjun waved to her cousin, told him to get busy, and then she took the bus back to Shuren town, carrying an empty basket. Lee Dania watched her walk away, took a deep breath, backed the tractor into the soy sauce factory, and followed Director Wang to the warehouse to load the goods. Lee Daniu is a strong man who doesn't talk much. He is like a green ox. He loaded all the goods steadily, got the address from Director Wang, and drove towards Rongqing. Director Wang told him, "Once the goods have been delivered and counted, they will calculate the freight for you." Lee Daniu said he understood. After entering the city, he didn't know the way, but thinking about the 40 yuan reward, he plucked up the courage to ask passers-by for directions in Mandarin with an accent. Lotte Mart is a large supermarket, and everyone in Rongqing knows it. Lee Daniu got the answer as soon as he asked. The goods were delivered smoothly, and he helped unload the goods, waiting obediently on the side. It was the first time that the supermarket contact had seen such an honest truck driver. He was not like those old-timers who smoked cigarettes and asked for a lighter or a stick of chewing gum from him, with a yellow mouth and looked extremely disgusting. But he couldn't afford to offend these masters. The truck drivers in the city were all gangs, and they united together to force the merchants who needed to use trucks to serve them. There was a relatively honest fleet before, but for some reason they suddenly quit in the past 2 months, so their supermarket had to deal with those old hands. After the comparison, I think Lee Daniu is very good. Although it was a broken tractor, it still worked well when he was put in charge of the surrounding towns. The supermarket manager gave the money to Lee Daniu and asked him if he was free tomorrow. The first time is stranger, the second time is familiar. Lee Daniu remembered what the girl told him to be more careful and did not agree immediately. Instead, he left the village chief's home phone number and the supermarket's phone number and said he would go back in the evening to check the itinerary and talk to the supermarket when he was free. This is also to leave room for himself. What if there is work to do in the fields tomorrow? But on the way back, Lee Daniu was thinking that he would tell his parents that he would not go to the fields tomorrow. Not surprisingly, when Li Dalong got home and told Daniu about it, he was unhappy and kept asking him why he didn't go to the fields. Daniu gritted his teeth and said that he had received a job of hauling goods and wanted to go. Li Dalong knew that he could get paid for transporting goods, so his expression eased up and he asked him, "How much did they pay you?" Daniu almost told everyone he had earned all the $60 that day, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly saw his daughter, who was clinging to the outside of the door, looking at him eagerly. When he went out this morning, he said that he would buy some candy for Nan Nan. The little girl had been looking forward to it, but her grandfather was in the main room and she didn't dare to come in, fearing that her grandparents would give her away and she would not be able to see her parents anymore. Daniu changed the subject and said, "The boss hasn't said anything yet, but it should be 20 yuan. After thinking for a while, he took out the 20 yuan shipping fee that Li Manjun gave him today and said, "This is what Manjun gave me today." Qian Shufin poked her head out from the kitchen and said, "You worked hard with her all day, and you two are cousins, but this little witch only gave you 20? Li Dalong glared at her. "Who are you talking about, witch?" He was not defending his niece, but was concerned about his younger brother's salary. Since he wanted to borrow money from the second brother, how could he say that about his daughter? If this gets out and the second brother finds out, won't he become estranged from him? After being yelled at by her husband, Qian Shufin dared not say a word, for fear of being beaten by Li Dalong. Women just deserve a beating. Li Dalong cursed, completely looking down on women. Daniu didn't dare to agree, but he didn't dare to argue with his father. He realized that his father had agreed that he wouldn't go to the fields tomorrow. He turned and walked out of the main room, picked up his daughter, whose eyes lit up when she saw him, and went to the pool. His daughter-in-law Renyan was washing vegetables. She snorted when she saw him coming over. She was still angry about her mother-in-law's plan to find a mute for him. Daniu put Nanan down and asked her to call her mother. When Renyan saw her daughter, her heart softened and she followed Daniu into their bedroom in a bad mood. Just as I was about to ask him what he wanted to do, a roll of paper was stuffed into his hand. I looked down and saw 4 10-yuan bills, which amounted to 40 yuan. "Didn't Manjun give the ones you gave to Dad?" Renyan was surprised and happy. "Why are there so many?" When Li Daniu saw his wife's smiling face, he scratched his head embarrassedly and told her everything that happened today. After saying that, he added, "Manjun told me to be more careful. I thought that the supermarket owner wouldn't know, so I didn't tell him."
I'll give it to you. When we have enough money, we can divide it among ourselves. Hey, why are you still crying? Lee Daniel was startled and quickly reached out to wipe his wife's tears. But the more she wiped away her tears, the more they appeared, and the daughter-in-law even started laughing while crying. Brenyan laughed angrily and punched him. Lee Daniel, you're a cow that finally has some manly responsibility. Rinyan was not wrong about you. After saying that, he quickly kissed his confused daughter, rolled up his sleeves, and went to work. Her enthusiasm scared her mother-in-law Qian Shufan, who thought she was possessed by a ghost. What the heck? Why are you so happy? Qian Shufan couldn't bear to see her so happy, so she shouted, Tomorrow Daniel has to go out to haul goods for someone else. You have to go to the fields. Runyan lowered her head and rolled her eyes, but thinking about the future, she endured it. She would go to the fields as long as Lee Daniel could get her and her daughter out of this chaotic home. By the way, I must thank my cousin Manjun later. She is a real aunt and is much more heartwarming than the two timid aunts at home. Lee Manjun returned to Shernan town in the afternoon. She took a nap on the bus and felt much better. I went to the department store and bought a lot of snacks that the children liked, then went to Aunt Wu's house and returned the borrowed basket and store keys. Why are you being so polite? You just brought some biscuits. Aunt Wu was polite in her words, but she was happy in her heart. By the way, my aunt called me and said that Zhao Yong will come to your house to meet your parents tomorrow. I just told your mother. Are you two going to get together? Aunt Wu said ambiguously. Lee Manjun had just received the first beeping message on the way, which was sent by Zhao Yong. She called him immediately after getting off the car. Zhao Yong said that he and Grandma Qiao would come to her house tomorrow to formally meet the parents. Aunt Wu, you have to come to my house tomorrow and visit us.
Lee Manjun invita generously.
Aunt Wu happily agreed. Since she was the matchmaker, she would definitely come. Zhao Yong chose Saturday, when Lee Manjun's family was at home. Wang Xiaowan calculated the time and pulled Li Lijun out of bed early in the morning. Li Lijun finally waited for the weekend to sleep in, but she refused to get up, so Wang Xiaowan started pulling her ears. It hurts. Mommy, please let go. I can't get up. Li Manjun on the bed next to her turned over and went back to sleep. Li Lijun snorted at her sister's back, lazy pig, and was forced to go out with her mother to buy vegetables and serve as a free shelf. Before leaving, Wang Xiaowan called Li Dawei and asked him to clean the house. This is a formal meeting, and we can't let people think that our family is sloppy. As parents, we have to support Manjun. After Wang Xiaowan gave some instructions, she called Li Lijun, who was lazing in the chair again, and went to Majia with the vegetable basket. She would buy a duck and a pork leg, stir-fry the duck in a dry pot, stew the pork leg, and add white radish. The soup would be fresh and delicious, with one thick and one light, so she could choose from them in case she didn't like it. Everyone in the family was up, and the yard was quite lively. Li Manjun slept until 8:30 when she was awakened by the beeping sound of the machine. She was catching up on her sleep, and everyone in the family knew it, so they tacitly didn't come to wake her up. Zhao Yong sent a string of digital codes. I'm leaving. Li Manjun rubbed her eyes, put down the beeping machine, yawned, stretched, got up and got dressed. Li Lijun heard the noise inside the house and looked in through the window of the sink. Sister, do you want to dress up today? The sisters share a wardrobe. She saw all the new clothes Li Manjun bought and wanted to borrow them to try on. Her sister was not stingy. However, that black suit made her look like a restaurant waiter. Li Lijun turned around in front of the mirror, then took it off with a bitter face, folded it, and put it back in the closet. She tried on that pair of high heels, but they didn't fit her feet, so she had to give up in the end. But now that she finally had the chance to wear them, Li Lijun immediately encouraged her sister to take them out and try them on. Li Manjun pulled aside the curtains and opened the window. Knowing what Li Lijun was thinking, she shook her head in disdain. That's formal wear. It's not appropriate to wear it today. Then when is the appropriate time to wear it? Li Lijun asked. Li Manjun thought about it and really couldn't think of a chance to wear them in the near future. She didn't know why she thought so far ahead and bought such a formal suit. However, there is no need to be afraid of letting it go. There will always be opportunities in the future. Maybe later. Lee Manjun opened the wardrobe and chose the set of jeans and shirt. She combed her hair and draped it over her shoulders without tying it up. She stood in front of the mirror and looked at herself, then took out the cosmetics she had bought earlier, moisturized her face, opened a powder puff, and applied a layer to even out her skin tone, then lightly outlined her eyebrows and put on the maple leaf red lipstick. After washing the vegetables, Lee Lijun ran into the room. Her eyes instantly widened. "Sister, your lipstick really shows your temperament."
Lee Lijun exclaimed.
Lee Manjun put on her lipstick, turned around, and smiled at her. "Wait until your high school entrance exam results come out. If you pass, I'll take you to the mall and buy you one as a reward." Lee Lijun was delighted at first, but then she asked anxiously, "I'm still a student. Can I also paint?" Lee Manjun really didn't expect this. When she was in high school, the girls in her class seemed very simple. "Then I'll buy you a set of clothes and lipstick when you get into college. How about that?" Lee Manjun asked with a smile. Lee Lijun smiled and lowered her eyes. "Well, I'll go see how Mom's stewed pig's feet are doing." Lee Manjun raised her eyebrows in confusion. Why did she feel that Lee Lijun was a little strange recently? Every time she mentioned studying and the high school entrance examination, she had an obvious avoidance mood. Was it because she had to repeat the year and take the exam again and the pressure was too great? Just then, Wang Xiaowan told Lee Lijun from the kitchen, "The high school entrance exam is coming soon. If you don't work harder this time, our family can't afford to let you repeat the year. You have to think about what you can do in the future."
"Mom,"
Lee Manjun shouted solemnly, walked into the kitchen, and pushed the emotional Lee Lijun out. "Don't think too much. Just let it go." Turning to the puzzled Wang Xiaowan, he said, "Don't keep saying these things. It adds pressure to Lijun."
"I feel the same way."
"From now on, let's talk less about the high school entrance exam, okay? Why are you feeling pressured? Can't you just say a few words of encouragement to her? Your children nowadays are too fragile." Wang Xiaowan couldn't understand at all. Li Dawei, who was sweeping the dust with a feather duster, turned around and said, "Listen to Manjun. No one is allowed to mention it." He also noticed that the second daughter had been a little strange recently. She was particularly irritable and sensitive. If she knew that her family said something about her behind her back, she would be furious. Wang Xiaowan snorted and continued to stamp her duck meat pieces, preparing to stir-fry them in the pan later. Li Lijun entered the bedroom, opened a book, and pretended to read seriously, but she was actually in a daze, with confusion in her eyes, and no one knew where her thoughts were drifting to. At 10 o'clock, Wang Xiaozhuan's dishes were all ready, Aunt Wu also arrived, and Li Manjuan's beeping machine started ringing again. "Zhao Yong is another digital code. I'm almost there." Li Manjun smiled helplessly. "What's the matter? Are you embarrassed to come in and want her to pick them up?" "Mom, Zhao Yong and the others are almost here. I'll go pick them up." Li Manjuan's words made Li Dawei and Wang Xiaowan nervous. The two of them stood up and wanted to busy themselves, but everything was already prepared, so they turned around and returned to where they were and stood waiting. Li Manjun opened the door and took 2 steps outside when she met Zhao Yong and Grandma Qiao. Zhao Yong wore the blue and white shirt he wore when they first met on the blind date. He also fixed his hair and shaved his beard, looking clean and handsome, a tall and handsome young man. He was holding cigarettes, alcohol, candies, and a fruit basket in his hands. When he saw Li Manjun coming out to take them, he couldn't help but smile brightly. As I got closer, I discovered that Li Manjun had put on makeup today. Her temperament was very different from her usual casual and lazy look. She looked generous and bright, but also revealed a little girl's cuteness. My heart suddenly sank. "Grandma Qiao." Li Manjun called politely, led the person forward, and shouted to the yard, "Mom and Dad, Aunt Wu, Grandma Qiao, and Zhao Yong are here." Li Dawei and Wang Xiaowan had already been waiting at the door. Upon hearing what was said, they went out to greet them. Aunt Wu introduced the 2 parties first. Zhao Yong stepped forward, called them uncle and aunt, and shook hands with Li Dawei. Wang Xiaowan looked at Zhao Yong,
a tall, strong, and handsome young man, and her eyes lit up. She was very satisfied and quickly invited him to come in and sit down. Zhao Yong put the fruits, cigarettes, and alcohol on the table in the main hall. "Uncle and Aunt, these are some gifts for you. I hope you don't mind." As he spoke, he took out a small box wrapped in pink paper from his pocket and handed it to Li Manjun, who was standing behind the crowd. "This is for you." He quickly stuffed the box into her hands and turned his eyes away, as if he would be burned by her if he looked at her for a moment longer. Li Manjun looked so beautiful today that Zhao Yong didn't dare to look at her for too long, for fear of losing his composure in front of his elders. He looked at Li Jianjun and Li Lijun standing by the door of the second bedroom. This must be Li Jun and Jianjun. He then took out 2 red envelopes from his pocket and handed them over as a gift. Wang Xiaowan and Li Dawei looked at each other and were secretly satisfied. The etiquette and customs were taken into consideration, which made people feel comfortable. Seeing the 2 siblings acting stupid, Li Manjun said with a smile, "Don't you know how to thank people?" Li Jianjun scratched his head and asked awkwardly, "What are you calling me?" It's a bit early to call him brother-in-law. It's more appropriate to call him brother-in-law. Besides, the red envelope has been received, so why not change the name? Aunt Wu joked. After receiving the red envelope, I must call him brother-in-law. Li Jianjun and Li Lijun looked at each other, and they both awkwardly called each other brother-in-law. Li Jianjun's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Li Lijun shouted, "Thank you, brother-in-law." Zhao Yong felt embarrassed by the shouting. He tilted his head to look at Li Manjun with a smile on his face. Grandma Qiao and Aunt Wu looked at each other. Manjuan's parents had no objection, which meant that the matter was handled well and made the parents satisfied. Li Dawei invited Zhao Yong to sit at the table, and Wang Xiaowan took Aunt Wu to the kitchen to get busy. In fact, there was nothing to do. The food was ready, so he unpacked the fruit basket that Zhao Yong brought, washed the fruits, and asked Li Jianjun to bring them to the table. Wang Xiaowan also looked at the cigarettes, alcohol, and candies. 2 bottles of alcohol, 2 packs of cigarettes, a box of candies, and a fruit basket together made up an even number of 6 items. Aunt Wu couldn't help but admire. "You've put in a lot of effort to learn about our local customs." Taking another look at the brands of cigarettes and alcohol, Aunt Wu exclaimed, "Oh, this is Maotai liquor, this is Hongdashan cigarettes, and this candy is also imported cookies."
Ah?
Wang Xiaowan hurried over to take a look and quickly calculated in her mind. This thing is worth almost 1,000 yuan. This new son-in-law is so generous. Wang Xiaowan took out a bottle of Matai and said, "Let's drink this today. Go and call Lao Wang and Nan Nan over." This was a great feeling. Aunt Wu clapped her knees, stood up, and went back next door to call her husband, Wang, over. "Aunt, long time no see." Uncle Wang walked in, holding his little granddaughter's hand, and greeted her warmly. Grandma Qiao stood up and opened her arms to coax her daughter. "Come, let great aunt hold you." Zhao Yong, who was being interrogated by Li Dawei about his 3 generations of ancestors, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He stood up, took out cigarettes, and gave them to Uncle Wang. "Is this your future son-in-law?" Uncle Wang took the cigarette, and Zhao Yong lit it for him, but he didn't smoke it himself. He has given up smoking and doesn't smoke unless necessary. If you really can't avoid it, try to smoke slower or put it down after clicking. Li Dawei looked at Zhao Yong with a smile, feeling very satisfied. He still had a distant look on his face. He asked Lao Wang to sit down, nodded, and said, "Young people are free to fall in love, and we as parents have no say in it. We just let them be. As long as they live a good life, we as parents have nothing to say." Old Wang couldn't see that Li Dawei was just pretending. He secretly slapped him in the face and said, "Just pretend, kid. Who can't see how proud you are?" Li Jianjun listened to his mother and opened a bottle of Matai and put it on the dining table. Lao Wang's eyebrows jumped, and he took a deep sip of the Matai in his hand, secretly happy that he had good wine to drink today. Zhao Yong took the initiative to talk to the 2 male elders. He had a lot of experience and could talk about everything. After hearing Li Dawei complain about the difficulty of working in the countryside, he thought for a moment and said, "Uncle, I have a friend in Rongqing who can talk to me at work. I'll tell him about your situation later."
He may be able to help me. Lee Manjun, who was preparing to open gifts and red envelopes with Lee Lijun in the bedroom, leaned towards the door. Did Zhao Yong know anyone in the unit? But on second thought, he had been running a fleet in Rongqing for so many years, so it was normal for him to have some connections. But it's not a good idea to ask him to help my family with such a big thing when we just met for the first time, right? If you ask someone to do something for you, you must give them a benefit. But Zhao Yong had already said it, and Lee Manjun didn't want to go out and sabotage him. After thinking about it, Zhao Yong still left some room for him. He said there might be a way, but he didn't say it would definitely be done. If the benefits are too great, we won't do it. If it's not much, she will pay for it herself. Lee Lijun nudged her sister with her elbow and asked, "Does your brother-in-law know any officials in the city?" Lee Manjun shrugged. Who knows? This is the first time I've heard him say that. He is probably just getting carried away and bragging. Lee Lijun was not interested in this and urged her sister to open the gifts while she opened the red envelope given by her brother-in-law. Wow, 200. Lee Lijun was so happy that she stared at the $200 bills, her eyes shining like a wolf. Lee Manjun thought that Zhao Yong was really getting cocky. She knew the local customs, which were usually to give 20 or 50 yuan as a token of appreciation, but he actually gave 200 yuan. Afraid that others didn't know he had money? Lee Manjun was not very happy. She told Lee Lijun to keep it well and not spend it carelessly, and opened the small box in her hand. The wrapping paper is pink with a red latte art on it. First remove the latte art, then tear off the wrapping paper to reveal a big red box. Looking at the words "some gold jewelry" written on the box, Lee Manjun had already guessed what was inside. When I opened the lid of the box, I saw a big golden flower necklace lying quietly inside. If the box was a little smaller, it would not be able to hold this big flower. Lee Lijun couldn't help but whisper to her future brother-in-law when she saw him, so unsophisticated. "Can I wear this outside?" Lee Lijun shook her head. "I wouldn't wear it even if you paid me to." Lee Manjun looked at the receipt on the bottom of the box. The gold flower and the chain weighed a total of 15 grams, with a price of 90 yuan per gram, excluding labor costs, for a total of 1,350 yuan. Lee Manjun looked up and saw Lee Lijun's disgusted look. She put the box into a locked drawer, shook her head and sighed. Young people don't know the fragrance of gold, of course. She wouldn't wear it. She couldn't stand Zhao Yong's straight man's gaze. What smells good? How can something so rustic smell good? Lee Lijun touched her red envelope of 200 yuan. This was what smelled good. In order to prevent her mother from taking the red envelope away, Lee Lijun begged Lee Manjun not to tell Wang Xiaoan the amount of the red envelope. "Can this be kept secret?" Lee Manjun shook her head. "Of course I have to tell you, but if you can arrange this red envelope properly, maybe your parents won't take it away. But the possibility is not high." Lee Manjun smiled evilly in her heart. If she could keep 20 or 30 of them, it would be a lot. Sure enough, after Wang Xiaoan prepared the meal, the first thing she did was to collect red envelopes from the siblings. Li Jianjun kept 20 yuan, and Li Lijun could only keep 20 yuan. They had to report to their parents how to use the 20 yuan. Li Lijun was very angry, so Wang Xiaoan hit her lightly and reminded her that there were guests at home, and she was not going to show her displeasure to anyone on such a happy day. Only then did Li Lijun force a smile. At the dinner table, Uncle Wang wanted to toast Zhao Yong, but Zhao Yong said he couldn't drink because he had to drive, so he replaced the wine with water and drank a bellyful of water. After the men had 3 rounds of drinks and the women had almost finished their meals, Grandma Qiao got to the point and said that the 2 young people were settled and asked what the woman's plans were for the wedding. Lee Manjun had a very positive intention and had warned Li Dawei and Wang Xiaoan a long time ago that she would not hold a wedding banquet. At first, Li Dawei and Wang Xiaoan both disagreed. What kind of insult was this? If they didn't hold a wedding banquet, if the news got out, relatives and friends would think they had secretly sold their daughter. But Li Manjun's question made Wang Xiaoan put her mind at ease. What should we do when our house is so small? Not to mention my aunt and uncle, there would be 5 or 6 tables just for the people in my hometown. How can we put them all in our house? As for going back home to do it, Mom, you probably don't want to go back and work yourself to death and let those people eat ready-made food, right? They may not necessarily give us gifts. If you are happy to let them eat and drink for free, I have no objection. Li Manjun was right. The other relatives in his hometown were fine, but Li Dalong and old man Li had never given any gifts to Li Dawei. Wang Xiaojuan's dream of marrying her daughter off in style was suddenly half-realized. When she went back to her hometown, she found that it was not a grand wedding. Even a house for the bride to live in was difficult to find. Then he thought about the debt of favor he owed to someone to help in the kitchen. They lived in the town for a long time and didn't have much contact with their hometown. They had to go to work and couldn't go back to their hometown to help them. Why should they help you? Li Dawei was still a little hesitant. What about going to a restaurant? He saw that his colleagues' sons and daughters were all invited to hotels for their weddings, so he just had to pay the money and the hotel would take care of the rest for him, making it very convenient. Li Manjun asked sharply, "Don't you want to buy welfare housing? Do we have so much money?" Li Dawei usually gives out quite a few gifts. He calculated that if he had gift money, the hotel bill could offset it. If we don't do it, there will be no gift money. After struggling for a long time, Li Dawei was still very interested until today when Grandma Qiao asked him about it. Finally, Li Manjun made the decision, then let's set up 3 tables. 1 table will be for my parents' friends and colleagues, 1 table will be for my relatives from my hometown, and 1 table will be for my uncle and aunt. Li Dawei thought about it and said nothing, which meant he agreed. It's not good to do nothing, and it's not good to do too much. It's just right now. Is there anything else? Asked Grandma Qiao. Talking only about the girl's family, Li Dawei asked Zhao Yong what he thought. Zhao Yong drank water as if he was drunk. He looked at Li Manjun blankly and said, "I will listen to Manjun's arrangements. I will do whatever she says." "Well, I'll tell you what I think." Li Manjun cleared her throat and said, "No gift or dowry. I only have one request, that men and women respect each other equally and share family responsibilities and housework." Grandma Qiao glanced at Zhao Yong and said, "You've got a great bargain. You met a woman who doesn't want anything." Zhao Yong smiled. He really got a great deal by being able to marry a good woman like Li Manjun. However, Li Manjun's request was not as easy as Grandma Qiao thought. He understood what Li Manjun meant. What she wanted was not the kind of marriage status that everyone thought. What she wanted was respect, fairness, freedom, and independence. Zhao Yong stood up, picked up the water cup and drank it in one gulp, and made a promise in front of Li Dawei and Wang Xiaowan. "Uncle, Aunt, I will treat Manjun well in the future. She can do whatever she wants, and I will never interfere. I will maintain basic respect for her, so you can rest assured." Li Dawei and Wang Xiaowan stood up and toasted him back. They were very confident in him. "But I am not very reassured about my own daughter." Sure enough, the next second Li Manjun asked Zhao Yong sharply, "If I don't agree to have a baby, can you respect that?" Zhao Yong was obviously stunned for a moment, and Grandma Qiao's face changed instantly. Wang Xiaowan shouted, "Li Manjun, what nonsense are you talking about? It's just a joke. Xiao Yong and Aunt Qiao, don't take it seriously."
Li Dawei explained awkwardly.
Li Lijun and Li Jianjun secretly gave their elder sister a thumbs up, saying that she was a true warrior. However, what no one expected was that after being stunned for a while, Zhao Yong thought for a while and said, "Then I will wait until you agree to have the baby." Wang Xiaowan and Li Dawei wiped the sweat from their foreheads and breathed a sigh of relief. Li Manjun did not continue to ask more extreme questions, such as not having children for the rest of his life. She was already satisfied with Zhao Yong's current answer. This is the respect she wants. If Zhao Yong is willing to give her this respect, she also has to give him some benefits. After the dinner, the 2 young men went out for a walk alone. When they reached the river, Li Manjun looked up and said to Zhao Yong, "I like children." Zhao Yong could hardly control the surprise on his face. He quickly grabbed her shoulders and asked, "So you just said you didn't want to?" "Did I say I don't want to think about it?" Li Manjun smiled jokingly. "I just want to think about it when I want to instead of being forced to think about it." Zhao Yong was confused by her words and asked anxiously, "So do you want to or not?" Li Manjun took the big hand off her shoulder,
turned around and walked forward happily, looking back and smiling at him. "Let's see how you perform in the future." Zhao Yong stopped where he was and thought for 2 seconds, then laughed and took 2 big strides to catch up with her. He looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he grabbed Li Manjuan's slender waist, lifted her up and kissed her hard against her red mouth. Li Manjun screamed, and then she punched Zhao Yong's hard chest. She was wearing lipstick, but Zhao Yong didn't notice it. He just thought Li Manjun was shy and embarrassed to hit him, and it didn't hurt. He thought it was more like flirting. With a red lipstick mark on his lips, he asked Li Manjun earnestly, "Tomorrow is a good day, Children's Day. Shall we go to the Civil Affairs Bureau?" Li Manjun was wondering whether she should tell him about the fading of her lipstick. She waved her hand with a wicked smile, and the man really took the bait. He lowered his head expectantly and moved closer. Li Manjun tiptoed and kissed him on the face, leaving a red lip mark. A raging fire instantly ignited in Zhao Yong's deep black eyes. He simply could not stand any initiative from her. Whenever she took the initiative, he would want to eat her whole. But before he could take any action, Li Manjun had already run a long way away, picked a handful of blue wildflowers from the river bank, waved her hand, and told him to go back. Li Manjun thought it was a good idea to get the marriage certificate on Children's Day, so she agreed. But this means she can't pick up trash with Lu Yan and her sister. In the afternoon, after Zhao Yong and Grandma Qiao leave, she has to go and tell them about it. It is very likely that she will transfer all the work in Shernan Town to Lu Yan and her brother in the future. After marrying Zhao Yong, she only returned to Shernan Town occasionally for a short stay. If she still wanted to get a share of the profits, even if Lu Yan and her brother didn't say anything now, there would be a gap between the two sides in the future. So, it's better to divide the account now. If Lu Yan and her brother still want to do business in Shernan Town, she will leave it to them. If neither of them wants to do it, she wants to hand it over to Hao Jian. She didn't want a share of the town middle school's profits either. She just wanted Hao Jian to help her find old items when he went to the countryside, and she would give him a share of the profits if he succeeded. Those old things are really valuable, and now people don't have much awareness of antiques. But if in a few years, communication becomes faster and information becomes more developed, she will no longer have the chance to get a bargain. Therefore, I have to collect more old items while the news is lagging behind in the past few years. Before entering the house, Li Manjun took out a tissue and asked the unconscious Zhao Yong to wipe off the lipstick marks on his face and mouth. Zhao Yong was shocked and wiped it off quickly, turning his face red. A man's face is his bottom line. Li Manjun was so happy that she couldn't breathe. Her face was flushed and tears welled up in her eyes. Zhao Yong was so angry that he could only whisper to her, "Just laugh. I'll deal with you later." Li Manjuan's expression faded, and she looked intimidating without being angry. "You want domestic violence?" Zhao Yong waved his hands quickly. No, I was just joking." Afraid that Li Manjun would take it seriously, his face changed, and he hurriedly explained that he never hits women and would never hit anyone casually. After the first few times of getting along, Li Manjun naturally knew that Zhao Yong was not a violent person. She was just teasing him. Seeing him explaining to her so anxiously, she felt a little regretful. However, she did feel the sense of security that Zhao Yong gave her. "Okay, I trust you, let's go in." After Li Manjun said this, Zhao Yong pinched the sweat on his palms caused by nervousness and breathed a sigh of relief. He feels like he's already been labeled a henpecked man even before getting married. Why does my heart feel so sweet just thinking about it? Zhao Yong thought seriously for a second, wondering if he had a masochistic tendency. He concluded that the answer was no, and smiled as he followed Li Manjun into the room. In accordance with local customs, Wang Xiaowan returned half of the gifts Zhao Yong brought and allowed him to take it back. Finally, she gave Zhao Yong a red envelope with 88 yuan in it as a gift, indicating that the woman was also satisfied with him as her future son-in-law. Zhao Yong didn't understand much about this, and Grandma Qiao saw it in her heart and said to Zhao Yong, "You are a good future father-in-law and mother-in-law. You are not like those families who sell their daughters. Forget about red envelopes, they don't even give gifts in return." You and Manjun have finally achieved your goal, so you better treat others better in the future. Zhao Yong didn't even need his mother-in-law to remind him of this. He said it countless times to Li Dawei and his wife. Li Dawei and Lao Wang found it so funny that they actually thought he was drunk even after drinking water. Li Dawei and Wang Xiaowan sent the person to the door, and Li Manjun continued to send them to the bus stop. Zhao Yong borrowed a friend's small van and drove over today. It may seem very ordinary in later generations, but in this small town of Shernan, and in an era when only department heads had private cars, it was already considered a very prestigious thing. Many children gathered around the van out of curiosity, but when they saw the owner coming, they dispersed. Grandma Qiao got in the car first, and Zhao Yong suddenly asked Li Manjun, "Do you like it?"
What?
Zhao Yong looked away. Necklace.
Oh.
Li Manjun smiled immediately. "I like it very much. I like everything you buy very much." "Really?" Zhao Yong immediately turned his gaze back, lowered his eyes and looked at her excitedly, smiling, and said actively, "Then I'll buy you one next time." Li Manjun smiled and replied, "Okay, let's go choose together next time." She chose fashionable and exquisite ones, and rejected the tacky ones. Men need to be coaxed. The more you coax them, the more confused they will be, and the more they will open their hearts to you. Zhao Yong was very pleased and encouraged. He said that he would take Li Manjun to buy wedding rings the next day after getting the marriage certificate. He heard that it was popular to buy a pair of rings when people got married, so he also wanted to buy a set for Li Manjun. Li Manjun agreed to everything except Zhao Yong's suggestion that he would drive over to pick her up the next morning, but she refused. "Don't bother. I can just take the bus into the city tomorrow morning. I'm worried about you getting up early and driving. You've been busy with meeting the parents these days. Sleep a little longer tomorrow and wait for me to come find you." The round trip takes almost 3 hours, and it would be troublesome for Zhao Yong to run back and forth. It would be more convenient for her to spend a few dollars to take a taxi. Zhao Yong looked at her reluctantly. "Manjun, you are so good to me." Li Manjun smiled slightly and said in her heart, "You are very nice to me too." She never expected that Zhao Yong would do such a good job in meeting the parents, saving her a lot of trouble. Li Manjun waved and watched the van drive away. Instead of going home first, she went into the school garbage dump. Sure enough, Lu Yan was found in the garbage dump. Lu Cheng must have gone to the countryside. He hasn't been there for a while, and the villagers have collected a lot of recyclable waste. The toothpaste tube business is difficult to do. Boss Lu only comes once every 3 days. Seeing that Li Manjun was wearing lipstick, Lu Yan opened her mouth slightly in surprise and said, "Manjun, you are dressing more and more stylishly now." Li Manjun smiled and said, "You can too." Now they are no longer in a situation where they could not even raise 100 yuan. It is not a problem for Lu Yan to take out 100 yuan from the 7,000 yuan she got to buy a new set of clothes. Of course, Lu Yan also bought new clothes, but she still had to pick up rags and was reluctant to wear them. Li Manjun naturally took out a mask from her pocket and put it on, rolled up her sleeves and tied her hair, picked up a wooden stick by the wall, and joined the team of shovelers. Lu Yan saw that she had something to say, so she spoke first. "Manjun, have you and Zhao Yong reached an agreement? When do you plan to hold the wedding?" "It's settled. We won't have a wedding. We'll just set up 3 tables at a restaurant in town. You and Lu Cheng can come together." Li Manjun thought for a moment and then said, "Zhao Yong and I are going to get our marriage certificate tomorrow. I need to go to the city and ask for leave again. Will you be angry?" "How could that be? This is a good thing." Lu Yan smiled with her eyes curved. She really didn't mind, because there wasn't much work to do in school. She only needed to come over once every afternoon. But when it comes to Lu Cheng, Lu Yan cannot be the master of him. She and Manjun have a close relationship and would go through thick and thin for her sister, so naturally, she doesn't think there's anything wrong with this. In the past, Manjun had even taken sick leave for her and served as her monitor every day. After thinking about it, Lu Yan decided to mention it to Li Manjun. "Then my brother might want to add a portion of the money he collected. Do you think that's okay?" Having said that, Li Manjun stopped what she was doing, threw the 3 plastic bottles she had pulled out into the basket and told Lu Yen about her plan. What? You don't want to do it? Lu Yen panicked for no reason. Without Manjun, she couldn't do it alone. You're good, Yenzi.
Lee Manjun patet her shoulder.
I haven't been here recently, but you've done a good job on your own. You even helped us find work at the abandoned soy sauce factory, and we each earned 300 yuan. Being praised, Lu Yen couldn't help but smile. I'm not that great. I'm just lucky, and I just happened to meet him. If you heard the news in the town that day, you would definitely go there immediately.
Lee Manjun said, This is what I think.
First, after Zhao Yong and I got married, we lived in Rongqing for a long time. It is indeed inconvenient for me to come to this town often. Secondly, I should be able to find new work in Rongqing, so I plan to look for work there. Finally, I want to make good use of the money we have. It has been 10 years since the opening up, and the future economic situation is very good. I want to take advantage of this favorable situation and fight for it. Lee Manjun looked at the surprised Lu Yen and whispered, I have a feeling that in 2 years, the market economy will be fully open, and there will be opportunities everywhere. Do you really want to stay in town for the rest of your life? Don't you want to go out and see the prosperity outside? Yenzi, I have actually thought about this seriously. You and Lu Chung have that amount of money in your hands. Maybe you can really think about how to use it. Of course, I'm not asking you to invest blindly. I just think we can't keep muddling along like this. It's like the toothpaste business. It will eventually be finished. Lu Yen was a little confused. She actually thought of what Manjun said occasionally. But she only has a junior high school education and has no special skills. What can she do? Just like what her parents said, when she reaches a certain age, she should find a decent man to marry, have children, and live a stable life. It seems like this is a good ending for her life. Lu Yen looked at Lee Manjun with shame. She was too embarrassed to tell Manjun that the moment she heard her say that she was going to marry Zhao Yong, what she thought in her heart was that Manjun had found a good man and she would no longer have to work hard and could just stay at home to do laundry, cook, and have children. I even felt a little envious, thinking that it would be great if I could also go on a blind date with a man like Zhao Yong. No, half of Zhao Yong's conditions would be enough. As long as he is ambitious and doesn't beat his wife, she would feel very satisfied. But she didn't expect that Manjun would tell her that she would no longer pick up trash with them because she had decided to work hard in the wider world of Rongqing. Getting married and having children will only occupy a small part of her life. The more Lu Yen thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. After receiving the 7,000 yuan and buying a new set of clothes for herself and her family, she thought about saving the money as her dowry in the future. If the man she marries is unreliable, she can live her own life with the money and doesn't have to worry about the man's mood. I usually rely on picking up things to earn some living expenses, which is enough. But she never thought about what would happen if the business of stealing things became like Lu Laoda's toothpaste tube and became less and less profitable. Lu Yen was anxious. At night, she and her sister squeezed into a small bed less than 1 meter long. She was drenched in sweat and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. At this moment, she thought of buying a new bed and wanted to change her life. Obviously, she has the ability now, and the price of a bed is really nothing to her. Lu Yen knocked her head in annoyance. Why didn't she think of these things as soon as she got the money? Money can be earned again after it is spent. In order to take a hot bath every day, Manjun immediately bought a water heater. Now, every day after going to the bathroom, she takes a shower, feeling refreshed and clean. The next day, I was full of enthusiasm and continued to work. When she sees Manjun, she feels particularly motivated and her life is full of hope. The next morning, Lee Manjun took the household registration book from home and went to the bus stop to wait for the bus into the city and found Lu Yen sitting there early. Why are you here? Lee Manjun asked in surprise. Lu Yen raised her head, with a pair of panda eyes, and pouted aggrievedly. It's all your fault, Lee Manjun. Lee Manjun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What did I do to you? Why blame me? Lu Yen said angrily that Lee Manjun made her unable to sleep all night. Now her eyes were dry and sore, and she just wanted to cry. The shuttle bus hadn't arrived yet, So Lee Manjun sat down on the bench next to Liu Yan and asked tentatively, after thinking about it all night, "Have you come up with anything?" Liu Yan nodded heavily. "I want to continue. I will return the part of the capital you invested in the early stage to you. If you don't do this business in the future, Lu Chung and I will continue to do it." She had settled the bill and took out $42.80 on the spot. Lee Manjun raised an eyebrow. "How did you calculate this number?" Liu Yan took out a small notebook. She remembered every income and expenditure of the three-person partnership very clearly. She could see everything clearly by flipping through the notebook. Even the money that Lee Manjun had previously paid out of her own pocket to buy Huazi for Uncle Chin was considered hers. Lee Manjun put the money away and said with a smile, "Yanzi, your account book looks great. I think you can be an accountant if you practice more." Liu Yan smiled proudly, showing her two little canine teeth. She stood up, put on her backpack, and patted Lee Manjun on the shoulder. "If you become rich, don't forget me." Lee Manjun burst out laughing, and the two looked at each other. Their ha-ha-ha-ha laughter echoed far away in the quiet street. The sun rose, and the golden morning light shone down, falling on the smiling faces of the two young girls, their white teeth reflecting light. Liu Yan took over the whole business of stealing food in Shernan town. 1 minute wasted was 1 penny wasted. She had no time to wait for the car with Lee Manjun, so she waved goodbye and left. At exactly 8 o'clock, the bus carrying some passengers who had boarded in the countryside entered Shernan town. Lee Manjun got on the bus and entered the city. At around 9:30, Lee Manjun met Zhao Yong downstairs at his house. The two of them took their household registration books and went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Now, we don't have a 5-day off 2-day work policy, so we have to work 6 days a week, and generally everyone takes turns to have holidays." There were still people working in the Civil Affairs Bureau on Sunday. Plus, today was Children's Day, so most people were concentrated in schools. There were no new people registering in the Civil Affairs Bureau at all. Lee Manjun and Zhao Yong were the first couple today. The staff checked their information and asked them whether they were willing. After confirming that both parties were completely willing, they approved their marriage. Snap! A bright red official seal was stamped down, and Zhao Yong's heart also settled down. He was so excited that he didn't sleep well last night. Fortunately, Manjun didn't let him drive to pick her up, otherwise it would have been very dangerous to drive on the road after staying up late. Congratulations! The staff handed 2 small red notebooks to the two people. Lee Manjun and Zhao Yong took it and opened the first page, which was the page with a big red wedding character, and it read, "Certificate holders Lee Manjun and Zhao Yong." Each person has a copy of the book, and there is a dotted line of a photo frame above the page. The staff member said, "Take the photo as soon as possible and paste it up yourself." "Okay, got it. Thank you, comrade." Zhao Yong thanked the clerk and suddenly remembered something. He asked Lee Manjun to wait at the door, then hurried to the store across the street to buy a pack of cigarettes and a bag of candy, which he returned and handed to the clerk. "This is our first wedding candy. Comrade, you must accept it." Zhao Yong's eyes were filled with joy. The clerk smiled and said a few words of blessing to the newlyweds. They often encountered such things, so they accepted the wedding candies and shared in the joy. Good news! It will be on the shelves on the 20th and is expected to be updated in the early morning. It will be a small explosion of 10,000 words on the first day. I will try to update more later. Lee Manjun was waiting for him at the door and asked with a smile, "Did you send it?" Zhao Yong nodded. "Send it." As he said this, he peeled one and handed it to Lee Manjun, forcing her to eat one as well. He ate one after another, as if the sweetness was not enough. As he laughed, his eyes became a little hot. He quickly turned his head and looked into the distance for a long time before he turned back and looked at her intently. Now they could walk hand in hand openly. Zhao Yong's big hand completely wrapped Lee Manjun's small hand in his palm and pulled her to the photo studio. As soon as the owner of the photo studio saw this couple, he knew they were here to take photos for their marriage certificate. He put down the red background paper with familiarity and asked the two to sit over there. The photo was taken in just 2 clicks. Lee Manjun also put on makeup today, and the owner of the photo studio said the effect was quite good. But when Lee Manjun looked at the black film, she didn't quite believe it. The photos cannot be developed immediately. You have to wait 5 days to get them. Please leave your signature and report your name when the time comes to pick them up. When Zhao Yong was checking out, he suddenly saw wedding photos of other people pressed on the glass counter. He pointed at the photos and asked, "Can you still take photos like this in your store?" The men wore suits and ties, and the women wore beautiful, gorgeous dresses and veils. He felt that the photos taken today were not very good, and he felt uneasy. It turned out that he forgot to take wedding photos. When Xiaoguan got married, his wife insisted on taking this kind of photos. If she didn't take them, she would cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to commit suicide. It was not until the two of them finally took the photos. As soon as the shot came back, the joy made Xiaoguan feel very comfortable. At that time, Xiaoguan said to the brothers who were not married yet, "Women need to be coaxed. If we make them happy, we men will feel comfortable at home. But if you displease her in any way, just wait. In 2 days, the roof will be torn off your head." The owner of the photo studio pushed the frame, glanced at the photo that Zhao Yong pointed to, and his eyes behind the lenses lit up. "Yes, do you want one? I'll call the makeup artist over right away and do your makeup for free, and also give you a large photo frame as a gift." The boss highly recommended it. Pointing to the photo wall opposite, there are large European oil painting frames, which are both grand and fashionable. There was also Lee Manjun standing in front of the photo wall looking at the photos. "Your wife is so beautiful. She will definitely be more beautiful in a wedding dress. On such a good day, take beautiful wedding photos as a souvenir. It will be so beautiful when you can look at them later." Zhao Yong's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had never taken photos with Manjun before, and today was a good day, so he really had to take a set. "How much is this large picture frame for a free table?" $9.99 a set, forever. Guaranteed to satisfy you, and we'll even give you another set of free video on your wedding day. Zhao Yong secretly took a breath of cold air. No wonder Xiaoguan's wife had to cry, make a fuss, and even threaten to commit suicide before the photos could be taken. It turned out that this set of wedding photos was so expensive. But look at the wedding dress in the photo, the pink puffy princess dress. It's so darn beautiful. Looking back at Lee Manjun, she will definitely look even better in it. Zhao Yong still wanted to take the photo, especially because it had a good connotation of eternity, so he gritted his teeth and said, "999 is 999. Lee Manjun came over suspiciously. "What do you mean 999? Zhao Yong, you haven't paid yet?" When she looked down, she saw that Zhao Yong was pointing at a wedding photo of a girl in a wedding dress, and Lee Manjun understood instantly. "Take a look, and do you like it? Let's take a set too." Zhao Yong was very excited. Lee Manjun glanced at the finished photos on the counter. They were the Western-style wedding dress photos imported from the West. Foreign wedding dresses are white, but combined with local preferences, they come in various colors. Among them, pink and red are the most popular. The bride had her hair in a bun, which was combed fluffy and sprinkled with golden sequins, paired with a pink veil and pearl flowers, and made up in a Hong Kong style from the coast. She looked pretty and had a special charm. "It's only 999 yuan. Is this robbery?" Today's film is not the same as before. Domestic film has directly broken the previous monopoly of foreign film on the market. Now a roll of film only costs 5 yuan. It doesn't cost much to put up a table with a photo frame or something like that, and 999 is absolutely a big waste. "Are there any other packages?" Lee Manjun saw that Zhao Yong was so excited and couldn't bear to discourage him, so she asked the photo studio owner with a smile. The photo studio owner's eyes rolled smartly and thought, well, it's easier to cheat men out of their money in this kind of thing, but women might be more concerned about it. However, this male customer today is rarely seen. Usually, when a couple comes into the store, the woman would cry and beg to take pictures, but the man would think it is too expensive and useless to take these fancy pictures. It would be better for them to buy 2 new sets of clothes. For a 7-inch single photo like this, plus the clothing and makeup fees, how much does it cost to take a book of 10 photos? Lee Manjun expressed a more specific demand. Zhao Yong wanted to talk, so he said, "Just shoot it, he'll pay for it." Lee Manjun glanced around, and she hadn't had time to talk to him about the 200 yuan red envelope he gave to Lee Lijun and Lee Jianjun yesterday. He gave so much at the beginning. How should he give gifts during the New Year and other festivals? Most importantly, she didn't want him to pretend to be rich. Her family was fine. She could handle it. But if his relatives knew he was rich, the trouble would just begin. If you help, you will be in a thankless position. If you don't help, people will say that you have no blood ties, are cold-hearted, and look down on your poor relatives. Zhao Yong had no choice but to shut up in disappointment. However, wedding photos had to be taken. After some discussion between Lee Manjun and the owner of the photo studio, they finally settled on a price of 99 yuan for 10 photos to make an album. After deducting 900 yuan from the price, Zhao Yong suddenly realized that the owner of the photo studio was trying to cheat him. Fortunately, I have Manjun, otherwise I would have been the one who was taken advantage of. How much would it cost to add that oil painting frame you just mentioned? Zhao Yong looked at Lee Manjun and said, "Let's also hang one on the bedside. It will look so nice and fashionable. Western style? You haven't seen those big picture frames thrown away in the garbage dumps of later generations, have you? Even the scavengers think they are in the way." Lee Manjun waved her hand. "No need. The photo album is convenient to look at. That's enough. Zhao Yong, make one. If others have one, you should have one too." Whenever Xiaoguan's wife comes to her house for dinner, she always shows off the big photo frame. Lee Manjun raised an eyebrow. "You want it?" Zhao Yong coughed twice, pretending to be indifferent and looking around. "It's okay. The main thing is that you women don't like these." Seeing that Lee Manjun was a little reluctant, the owner of the photo studio smiled and said, "Add 50 yuan and you can get a bigger photo frame. It's a good deal. Why don't you add another one? Everyone is into this now." Lee Manjun glanced at Zhao Yong, who pretended not to care, smiled helplessly and nodded, "Add it." The corners of the man's mouth curled up, but he tried hard to suppress them. This fool is so naive and cute. While the owner of the photo studio was looking for clothes, Lee Manjun couldn't help but pinch Zhao Yong's face. "Tisk, it's rough and doesn't feel good." The man grabbed her hand and held it tightly. "Lee Manjun, what are you trying to do in broad daylight?" Lee Manjun smiled coquettishly, turned around and went into the fitting room, leaving the distracted Zhao Yong outside. "Yes, handsome guy, put your hands on the beautiful woman's waist, then lower your head a little and kiss her forehead lightly. Yes, 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 be more affectionate. Don't move, keep going." With a click, the shutter button was pressed and the photo studio owner took a picture of the intimate couple in front of him. In the past, film was expensive and photo studio owners had developed the ability to capture precise shots. If nothing goes wrong, when the photos are developed, they should be of the two people at their best. The owner of the photo studio asked the two to change their poses and changed the background wall from bright red to suburban scenery. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhao Yong let out a long sigh and looked back at Lee Manjun, who was wearing a pink wedding dress, with pearl flowers on her head and exquisite makeup. He was looking forward to what intimate actions the owner of the photo studio would teach him. Although the two had kissed and hugged each other before, the experience of being face-to-face with a distance of less than 20 centimeters and doing intimate actions with each other still made Zhao Yong unable to control his heartbeat. On the other hand, Lee Manjun was like a tool. She laughed when asked to laugh, made gestures when told to make gestures, or stood on tiptoe to kiss Zhao Yong's chin, or put her arms around his waist and looked into his eyes. She was not shy at all and flirted with Zhao Yong several times without realizing it. "Why are you so natural?" Zhao Yong couldn't help but ask in confusion after taking another set of photos. Could it be that he had taken photos like this with other people before? Lee Manjun looked at him with amusement. "It's just posing and smiling at the camera. What's unnatural about that?" Compared with the mouth-to-mouth kisses in later generations, or the private intimate photos of two people lying on a mat in vests and shorts, these actions and poses in the photo studio are as serious as can be. "Are you not natural?" Lee Manjun recalled his performance just now and said with a smile, "I think you are in good shape." In fact, she also wanted to say that he looked tall, handsome, and cool in this suit. But on second thought,
Men should not be praised too much, as they would become arrogant if praised. So she hid her thoughts in her eyes, with curved eyebrows when she looked at him. Zhao Yong felt very happy because his wife praised him. Our photos will definitely look good. Zhao Yong was firm and confident. The photos were taken, and the two were about to change their clothes when students from the primary school across the street came out after a performance. Parents accompanied their children and happily walked into the photo studio, wanting to take a photo as a souvenir. Wow, Mom, it's the bride. I want to take a picture with the bride. As soon as the little girl entered the door, she saw Lee Man-jun and the other person, and said to her parents in surprise. The parents smiled at Lee Man-jun embarrassedly, lowered his head, and said to the child, "You can't do this. It's impolite." The little girl also put on makeup today. Her face looked like a red butt, with a beauty mole between her eyebrows. Her hair was combed into two small buns with shiny silver lace on them. She was wearing a skirt and felt that she was very beautiful today. If I could take a photo with the bride, my day would be complete. Mom, I want to take a photo with the bride. Her dress is so beautiful. The child begged, pulling his parents' arms. The parents had no choice but to look up at Lee Man-jun. The bride was so beautiful, and the groom was tall and handsome. They were a perfect match. My dear sister, I'm sorry, my daughter likes the bride's dress the most. Seeing how beautiful you are, she wants to take a photo with you. If you have enough time, can you stay and take a photo with us? The mother asked politely and a little awkwardly. The little girl ran to Lee Man-jun and put her hands on her chest and begged her, "Beautiful bride, please, this little girl is definitely a community hero." Lee Man-jun couldn't help but laugh at her and nodded in agreement. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon when I came out of the photo studio after taking photos with the little girl. Zhao Yong took Lee Man-jun to a nearby place to eat a bowl of Rongqing's specialty rice noodles. While eating, he looked up at her from time to time, feeling that today was like a dream. He lowered his head, took out the red book from his trouser pocket, and took a look at it. Yes, they were really married. Lee Man-jun also found it magical that she had been single for 30 years in her previous life, but on Children's Day in 1990, she got a marriage certificate with a man she had known for less than a month. Have you finished eating? Zhao Yong came back after paying the bill. If you're done, let's go to the wholesale market to see if there's anything we want to buy. Lee Man-jun came back to her senses, nodded, picked up her bag, and went to the largest wholesale market in Rongqing with Zhao Yong. There are hundreds of commodities here, including clothing, home appliances, furniture, daily chemicals, tobacco, alcohol, candy, etc. Whatever you can think of is available here, and the prices are all wholesale prices, which are much more cost-effective than those in shopping malls. Zhao Yong said that the bed in the master bedroom of his house was relatively small, only 1.2 meters wide. Thinking about the two of them living together in the future, Lee Man-jun wanted to change it to a larger bed. But after searching the market, there were very few beds over 1.8 meters. After finally finding one of this size, the style was too old-fashioned. After choosing for a long time, Lee Man-jun had no choice but to choose a simple dark wooden bed over 1.5 meters. Pay the deposit first, and when all the things are bought, Zhao Yong will drive over and take the things home. Passing by a home textile store, Zhao Yong asked, "Shall we go pick out 2 sets of quilt covers you like?" Lee Man-jun waved her hand and said no. "My mother said she would prepare 2 sets for me, and I will bring them from home when the time comes." Zhao Yong was surprised. Didn't we agree not to return the dowry? According to popular belief, these bedding items are usually considered part of the dowry. It's been prepared a long time ago. Don't buy it yet. We'll see when the time comes. Lee Man-jun continued to walk forward. In 2 days, 3 tables of banquets would be set up at home, so she had to buy some cigarettes, alcohol, and candies to take back. Restaurants don't provide these for you. The host has to prepare them himself. Although they agreed not to give each other dowries, Wang Xiaowan felt that having nothing would not be good either, so she wanted to prepare 4 sets of quilts for Lee Man-jun to take away. 2 of the sets of cloth she had bought at the factory employee price had been prepared long ago, and now all she needed was to find a master craftsman to make the quilts. For this reason, I especially came to tell Lee Man-jun last night to save her and Zhao Yong from buying new ones and wasting money. However, Lee Manjun stopped her mother from adding 2 more sets to make a total of 4 sets. 2 sets of these large flower quilt covers were enough, and she would really be grateful if there were more. As for the 2 sets of quilts, Lee Manjun knew that her parents didn't have much money, so she paid for the quilts herself and asked Wang Xiaowan to find a master craftsman to make 2 sets of quilts, 1 thin and 1 thick, which would be enough for all seasons. Zhao Yong listens to his wife in everything. She can do whatever she wants with the house, and he is just a tool man and a porter responsible for paying the money. Lee Manjun bought candy, cigarettes, alcohol, and other things, and also bought herself a set of toiletries for use in Rongqing. Passing by a shop selling bath basins, I asked Zhao Yong how he took a bath at home. In the summer, we wash ourselves at home, and in the winter, we go to the bathhouse, which is just across the street from our house.
Lee Manjun siga. She was really not used to taking a bath.
Forget it. She would just buy a bathtub to make do. It will be on the shelves tomorrow. I will update 10,000 copies. Please give me a first order when the commercial building in Rongqing is completed. She will definitely buy a large house with a private bathroom. It should be soon. I estimate that there will be several real estate projects launched after the beginning of next spring. She will definitely go and take a look then. Afraid that she would forget because she was too busy, Lee Manjun handed the things in her hand to Zhao Yong, took out the notebook and pen she carried with her from her bag, and wrote on the page to be planned, a set of housing for basic needs and improvement. Zhao Yong leaned in closer and took a quick look out of curiosity. Wow, the small notebook was filled with notes full of to-do items. The first one written was actually about going to college. Lee Manjun had already put away the notebook and went back to get something from Zhao Yong to share some of the burden with him. Zhao Yong shook his head. He could definitely carry this stuff by himself. Manjun, are you still going to college? Zhao Yong couldn't help but ask on the way back after shopping. Lee Manjun nodded, looked at the shocked Zhao Yong, and said, read more books when you have time. Once I move to Rongqing, I will look for relevant institutions, first study for a junior college degree, and then upgrade to a bachelor's degree. The original entry threshold was too low. With a junior high school diploma, one had to first take the college entrance examination before being able to continue to study at a university. Zhao Yong looked at Lee Manjun for a long time, followed by a long silence. He was extremely shocked. In Zhao Yong's opinion, continuing to go to college was an incredible thing. Before meeting Lee Manjun, he had never even heard of such a situation among people around him. Of course, he had no doubt that she could continue reading. But Lee Manjun actually wanted to go to college, and she actually wanted to continue studying. The two got off the car and came to the downstairs of Zhao Yong's house. They put away the things they bought today and went downstairs together. Zhao Yong sent Lee Manjun to the bus station. She has to go back to Heathertown tonight. Why don't you speak? Are you tired? Lee Manjun asked with concern. Think about today, we got our marriage certificate, took photos, and did some big shopping. We did so many things in a few hours of intensive time, so it's normal to feel tired. Zhao Yong frowned unconsciously, looking a little serious. Will you dislike me in the future? Lee Manjun understood why he was silent and smiled. How about I ask you next time when I go to the institution whether you can get a diploma in your situation? Zhao Yong couldn't help laughing. Okay, then you can ask for me too. After saying this, seeing Lee Manjun agreed in a serious tone, Zhao Yong's heart began to beat nervous. If Xiaoguan and the others knew about this, they would definitely laugh at him. At this age, I still have to go and get a diploma. But since his wife works so hard, he can't let her down, or his position in the family will be in jeopardy. I saw a lot of new cars parked in the parking lot downstairs today. What's going on? Lee Manjun asked curiously. When he heard her mention it, Zhao Yong remembered that he had forgotten to tell her something important. This is the new equipment that Xiaoguan and I bought together. I plan to continue doing my old business. They will contact old customers first these days. I will have to leave after I finish the wedding with you. Lee Manjun raised her eyebrows. She really knew nothing about Zhao Yong's affairs. She didn't expect that he had changed so many new cars without telling anyone. Are you taking out a loan or investing together? Lee Manjun asked. Zhao Yong smiled mysteriously, somewhat complacently. These are all my cars.
My brothers follow me and I give them wages and dividends. It's different from before. I thought what you said that time made a lot of sense. This time I want to apply for a listing to make it more formal and set up a company to put on a show. As they were talking, the bus arrived. Lee Manjun listened halfway and could only suppress her curiosity for the time being. Zhao Yong told her not to worry. When you've finished your business, I'll tell you in detail when we get home.
Lee Manjun nudda.
They would be husband and wife in the future, and she would explain the situation on her side to him clearly. It was impossible for a couple to sleep in the same bed without knowing what the other was doing. Lee Manjun admitted that there was an element of gambling involved in her marriage to Zhao Yong. But fortunately, she was lucky and did not bet on the wrong person. Judging from Zhao Yong's performance in the past 2 days, whether it was the red envelope and gold necklace when he met his parents, or his temptation to pay the high price of $999 when taking wedding photos today, or his willingness to spend money when making large purchases, it can be seen that he has a wealthy family. Thinking about the row of trucks and vans in the parking lot downstairs, Lee Manjun raised an eyebrow and calculated the amount in his mind. Not to mention a lot, at least a few $100,000 must have been invested. What kind of truck did Zhao Yong drive in the past to have accumulated such a huge fortune? Thinking about his age, Lee Manjun still admired him a little bit in her heart. She worked on this for a month with information about the future, but only made a small splash with the step-out bed. And it is pure luck, which can only be encountered and cannot be replicated. Forget it. Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. We are all family now, so there is no point in comparing. After thinking it over, Lee Manjun leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and thought about how she would develop in the future when she arrived in Rongqing. The bus wobbled along the yellow mud road to Shernan town. Lee Manjun took a nap and then opened her eyes again. They had arrived at Shernan town. I arrived at the door of my house carrying the cigarettes, alcohol, and candy I had bought. Lee Manjun was just about to push the door open when the door was suddenly pushed open from inside. A figure rushed out and almost bumped into her. Sister? Lee Jun rushed out and called her guiltily, as if she didn't expect to meet her when she went out. Lee Manjun opened her eyes slightly. Lee Jun in front of her was wearing a small vest on her upper body, tight bell-bottom pants on her lower body, and a pair of ill-fitting white high-heeled shoes on her feet that she had borrowed from some classmate. She also had an orange silk scarf tied around her slender neck. She was dressed like a working person and didn't look like a student at all. She also put on makeup, with the blue eyeshadow extending beyond the limits of her eye sockets, and her big red mouth, as if she had eaten a child. Lee Manjun thought about her sister's innocent student look, and then looked at the hot girl in front of her. She asked in surprise, Lee Jun, what stimulated you? Just as he was shocked by Lee Jun's change, Lee Jianjun suddenly shouted from inside the door, Lee Jun, run. Before she finished her words, Wang Xiaowan rushed out with a broom. Lee Jun, if I don't break your legs today, I'm not your mother. Lee Jun shouted it's over, turned around and ran. Her high heels were crooked, and she was about to fall. Lee Manjun was worried for her. Wang Xiaowan didn't catch up with her, so she threw the broom to the ground in anger, turned around and scolded Lee Jianjun, who tried to stop her. You are a bunch of heartless people. What's the point of us working so hard to earn money to raise you to this age? We should have just thrown you into the dung bucket and drowned you. Lee Manjun raised her eyebrows. It wasn't her fault. Why were you guys cursing at each other? Lee Manjun caught Lee Jianjun, who was trying to retreat, and asked, What's going on? Lee Jianjun didn't have time to figure out the situation. He went home as soon as the school was over. As soon as he entered the door, he heard his second sister and mother arguing. As the argument went on, his mother was about to hit his second sister. He had only one thought at that time, to stop his mother and tell his second sister to run quickly, and then Lee Manjun saw it. It seems that it's because my second sister didn't go to school today. She said she doesn't want to study anymore. Lee Jianjun asked anxiously, Big sister, is it true that the second sister is not going to school anymore?
Lee Manjun frowned.
How could Lee Jun look like a student at all when she looked like that just now? How could this happen? He was fine yesterday. Lee Manjun handed the things in her hand to Lee Jianjun, asking him to take them home first, and then she carefully called Wang Xiaowan Mom. Wang Xiaowan was holding on to the broom and breathing heavily. She looked very angry, and her whole body was shaking. Li Manjun was really worried that she would faint from the heat of the moment, so she hurried forward and patted her back to help her breathe. Let's go home and talk about anything. Li Jun can't run away anywhere. She must have gone to her classmate's house. Don't worry about her. As soon as Li Manjun said the word worry, Wang Xiaowan instantly got furious. I'm worried about her? I wish she would die outside and never come back. These were all said in anger, and no one took them seriously. If Wang Xiaowan was really willing to let go, she would not have stayed at home to cook for the two siblings and wait for Li Lijun to finish the high school entrance examination. Seeing that the neighbors were attracted by the noise, Wang Xiaowan followed Li Manjun into the house. Have you settled the matter with Zhao Yong? Li Manjun took out the household registration booklet and handed it to Wang Xiaowan to keep, then handed her her own red booklet to look at. After seeing this red book and thinking about her handsome and sensible son-in-law, Wang Xiaowan finally felt better. He returned the red book to Li Manjun and told her to keep it safe. He then looked at the cigarettes, alcohol, and candies she had bought to entertain the guests. It was supposed to be a happy day, but Li Lijun gave her this. Wang Xiaowan was a little angry again. Li Manjun winked at Li Jianjun, who understood and hurried to pour a glass of water for her mother. Mom, drink some water and take a rest. Wang Xiaowan didn't like him either. Why did you stop me just now? If you hadn't stopped me, Li Lijun's legs would have been broken here today. Li Jianjun shrugged guiltily, not daring to retort. He stepped aside and tried hard to reduce his presence. Li Manjun waited for Wang Xiaowan to calm down before asking softly what was going on. Wang Xiaowan didn't say anything, probably because she was waiting for Li Dawei to come back. Li Manjun could only suppress her doubts. Seeing that Wang Xiaowan had no intention of cooking, she raised her chin towards Li Jianjun and said, You go cook. Li Jianjun pointed at himself in surprise and said, Sister, are you sure? When has he ever cooked? Li Manjun would not tolerate him. She quickly glanced at Wang Xiaowan and saw that she was too busy being angry at Li Lijun to protect her precious son. She kicked Li Jianjun in the calf and said, Go quickly. Li Jianjun wanted to cry, but had no tears. He didn't dare go up to his mother and be scolded again. He went into the kitchen with a wronged look on his face, washed rice and cooked. The low pressure in the house lasted until the moment Li Dawei walked in. As an old married couple, they knew something was wrong just by looking at each other's faces. Li Dawei put down his briefcase and asked Wang Xiaowan, who was sitting on the stool without saying a word, in confusion, Who provoked you? Why haven't you cooked yet? Wang Xiaowan had been holding it in for a long time, but when Li Dawei asked her, she blurted it out. Cooking? How can I have the time to cook? Li Lijun said she doesn't want to go to school anymore and wants to go south to work like Li Lanfang. Li Dawei's expression froze. What's going on? He looked up at Li Manjun and her brother in the kitchen. Where's Li Jun? Li Jianjun said quickly. He went to a classmate's house. Li Dawei's face darkened completely. He never cared about the children's quarrels, but now it was less than half a month before the high school entrance examination. At this critical moment, Li Lijun said she would give up. It was absolutely impossible. Studying is a matter of great importance to her life. We can't let her do whatever she wants. Li Dawei was so angry that he slammed the table and immediately went to find her. Li Manjun was afraid that her parents being angry would have a counterproductive effect, so she stopped Li Dawei. Dad, let's eat first. Jianjun, and I will heat up the leftovers. After we finish eating, I will go call her back. Jianjun still has to go to evening self-study. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaowan called Li Dawei back and said, Let's eat first. The family of four finished their dinner in silence, and no one dared to mention Li Lijun. Li Jianjun quickly finished his meal and returned to school for evening self-study. After dinner, Li Dawei and his wife calmed down. Li Lijun is a person who responds to soft words but not hard ones. The more she is pushed, the further she will run. The main problem now is to figure out why she doesn't want to study anymore. The high school entrance exam is coming up soon, and it's just the last minute. Everything was fine before. Why did he suddenly say he didn't want to study? Wang Xiaowan felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Who knows which of his bad friends instigated him to do this? Li Manjun didn't think so. Just now while eating, she recalled Li Lijun's recent situation. In fact, Li Lijun had revealed signs that something was wrong many times. But they all ignored it. It is impossible for Li Lijun not to want to study. She would review her homework after self-study every day before turning off the lights to go to bed, and sometimes she would even recite the text in her dreams. If she really didn't want to study, she wouldn't have begged her parents to let her repeat a grade. But you have to ask me what the truth of the matter is. I'll go find her. Li Manjun stood up. She carries the memories of the original body, and the elder sister has always hoped that the younger sister can continue to go to school and be assigned to a good job. Even if it was Li Manjun herself, if she traveled through time 3 years ago instead of now, she would also work hard to improve her studies and take the college entrance examination. Having experienced the beatings of society, she knows only too well how important a diploma is. Li Manjun took a flashlight and went to Li Lijun's home to look for her. Li Dawei was worried and afraid that if he followed Li Lijun, she would not dare to come back after seeing him. So he took a flashlight and followed his eldest daughter from a distance. Li Manjun felt a little warm in her heart. As expected, Li Lijun was at her classmate's house. When she saw Li Manjun coming, she said, "I knew it," and pouted her lips. Without waiting for Li Manjun to speak, she told her to stop trying to persuade her because she had already decided to go south to work. Li Manjun looked at her pretty face, which had been clean and beautiful without any heavy makeup, and smiled contemptuously with her lips curled. Li Lijun immediately frowned. "What are you laughing at? Is this funny? I'm serious." Li Manjun sat down on the chair in front of her classmate's desk and asked seriously, "Have you bought your tickets? When are you leaving? Are you not going to attend my wedding banquet on the 5th? Li Lijun was stunned. Then she stiffened her neck and said, "Can I eat first and then leave? Why do you care when I leave?" Li Manjun looked at the new dress she was wearing and asked, "Did you buy it with the red envelope your brother-in-law gave you?" Li Lijun didn't say anything. The money in her hand was too easy to deal with. It was just the 20 yuan red envelope left yesterday. Li Manjun nodded in understanding and asked worriedly, "I heard that the one-way train ticket from Rongqing to Dongshi is a little over 15 yuan. Do you have money to buy a ticket?" Li Lijun looked at her in surprise. "You're not here to persuade me?" Looking at his expression, he seemed a little disappointed. Li Manjun smiled. "Of course I came here to persuade you, but didn't you tell me not to persuade you anymore? You have made up your mind to go, right? As your sister, it's okay for me to ask about your situation while you're going south?" Li Lijun stared in anger, sat down on the bed, and glared at Li Manjun. "You're going to piss me off to death." Her eyes turned red and tears began to fall. She angrily raised the back of her hand to wipe them away, but she couldn't wipe them away. "Are you crying out of anger?" Li Manjun raised her eyebrows, restrained her smile, and threw a piece of paper to her in disdain. "With this little bit of skill, you still want to act with me?" After Li Lijun wiped away her tears, Li Manjun crossed her arms and said, "Tell me, why did you make such a fuss? I'm not making trouble."
Li Lijun correcta seriously.
Her still young face was flushed because she had just cried in anger. She said a little embarrassedly, "I heard that technical secondary schools will not guarantee job placement in the future. You have to pass the college entrance examination. The high school tuition is so expensive. Our family is like this now. I think I'd better forget it. The point is, I just can't concentrate on my studies recently. I feel like I'm definitely not going to pass the high school entrance exam. Yesterday, my mom asked me to think about my future. I think she makes sense. I probably won't be able to pass the high school entrance exam. I might as well go south to work now." There was some anger in these words, and Li Manjun could tell it as soon as she heard it. Li Lijun was blaming Wang Xiaowan for undermining her self-confidence. Wang Xiaojuan's self-confidence was indeed hit. She was not making such a fuss today just for the sake of causing trouble, but because she was really under a lot of pressure. She was worried that she would fail the exam if she repeated the year and would be embarrassed, so she simply went south to work to escape. there is a deeper pressure as well. I'm not like Lee Jianjun. He doesn't have to worry about whether he does well in the exam or not. His parents have prepared money for him anyway, so he will definitely be able to go to high school in Rongqing. No one is giving me money to go to a private school. If I fail the entrance exam, everyone will laugh at me. Why repeat a grade? It's a waste of money. You can't think like that. Lee Manjun saw that she was getting more and more stubborn and stopped her quickly. If you're just worried about the high school tuition, then I can tell you that your parents can definitely afford to send you to high school now. Even if they can't, I will still pay for you. As long as you pass the exam, you don't have to worry about high school tuition and living expenses. Lee Lijun looked up in surprise. Sister, because of me. Lee Manjun looked into her eyes and said word by word, you were in the top 5 in the class in the test last month. I saw your report card. If you are at this level, it will be difficult for you to get into Rongqing number 1 middle school or number 2 middle school, but you still have great hope for number 3 middle school or number 4 middle school. It's already the final step. Let's take the test first. At least there should be a result, no matter whether it's good or bad. And I have confidence in you. You were just a few points short last year, but you've worked so hard this year and made a lot of progress in your studies. It's normal for you to pass the exam. Lee Lijun's eyes lit up little by little. Really? Sister, do you think I can pass the exam? Of course, I was thinking about waiting for you to arrive in Rongqing so that we sisters can go shopping together on weekends when we are free. There is one more thing, and I will only tell you one person. Lee Lijun asked curiously, what's the matter? Lee Manjun told Lee Lijun that she was going to take the college entrance examination, and Lee Lijun's eyes widened, obviously very surprised. I don't need to tell you how important academic qualifications are, right? But people like me can't take exams for work. I can only hope that my family will have a female secretary to protect me. Female secretary? That's her. Lee Lijun looked proud and changed her previous depressed mood. She patted her chest and said, if I were to enter the unit, I would definitely protect my sister. Knowing that she had her sister to support her and be her strong backing, Lee Lijun suddenly found that the haze surrounding her head had dissipated. Lee Manjun stood up and said, go home, you have classes tomorrow morning. Lee Lijun nodded quickly and just stood up, but suddenly she thought of her parents and became a little hesitant again. Lee Manjun said with a smile, don't worry, they asked me to come and tell you to go home. Has mom calmed down? Lee Lijun asked cautiously. This is definitely not easy to get over, but Lee Manjun said confidently, when you get home, rush into the bedroom and close the door. I will deal with your parents' anger. Lee Lijun was completely relaxed now. She hugged Lee Manjun's arm and said sweetly, sister, why are you so nice to me? Lee Manjun sighed helplessly. Who made me your sister? After thanking their classmates, the two sisters went home hand in hand. On the way, Lee Lijun said that the reason why she wanted to go south to work was because she heard her classmates who had returned from working say that they could easily earn 5 or 600 yuan a month in the factory. For a little girl who had never left town, this was the salary ceiling she could imagine. At this time, the economy of East City was developing rapidly, with processing factories everywhere and an urgent need for manpower. Lee Manjun couldn't help but think of the wave of migrant workers going south to work in the 1990s. It should have been the time when Lee Lijun was clamoring to go south. At that time, some people went to other provinces to recruit workers and brought back batches of young rural girls. Later, there was a TV series called Migrant Workers. The theme song, I Don't Want to Say, sung by Yang Yuang, was spread all over the streets and alleys and became very popular. Some people seized the opportunity, turned their lives around, and stayed in the city to take root. But more people are just an inconspicuous wave in the tide of working and are eventually submerged by the torrent of the times. Perhaps Li Dawei had already made arrangements in advance, or perhaps Wang Xiaowan was well aware of her daughter's nature of being soft-hearted and not hardworking. When Li Manjun and her sister returned home, the couple had already gone back to their room to sleep. The lights in the room were off, and two sneaky figures could be vaguely seen under the dark window frames. Li Lijun breathed a sigh of relief, washed her face and brushed her teeth, then went into the room to sleep. The next day, as usual, I got up on time, carried my school bag and went to school. Even though this incident had passed, the family no longer mentioned it, mainly because they didn't dare to mention it. At this critical moment, even Li Jianjun was ordered by Li Manjun not to make her second sister unhappy. Wang Xiaowan and Li Dawei began to take turns calling relatives at home to inform them to come to Li Manjun's wedding party.
What?
You got the certificates now? Li Dalong's shocked voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Dawei frowned and held the phone away. After he finished speaking, he said, "They are young people who don't want to make things too complicated. They want to keep things simple. Just have a simple family meal. Big brother, you should talk to big sister-in-law Daniu and Renyan. Also, parents, come to the wedding together when the time comes." Li Dalong clicked his tongue twice before saying okay and saying he would definitely come. He ran back home and told old man and old lady Li about it. Both old people were not very happy. Old Mrs. Li felt very embarrassed. "Why don't you come back to your hometown to get married? What will the villagers think of our family if they know? After all, the second son is also a cadre." She was also hoping that some leaders would come to the second brother's family's wedding to gain respect in the village. Come in quickly, come on, have some candy and melon seeds, help yourself." While greeting the new guests, Wang Xiaowan said to Li Manjun and Zhao Yong beside her, "This is Aunt Meng from the textile factory. Do you remember her?" Li Manjun and Zhao Yong stood at the door of the restaurant and handed out plates with the word happiness on them to everyone they saw. The plates contained candies, melon seeds, and cigarettes. "Of course I remember, Heko, Aunt Meng." Li Manjun put the plate on the ground and grabbed a handful of candies and gave them to the little grandson brought by Aunt Meng. Aunt Meng nodded and patted her grandson's head. "Did you say thank you to Aunt and Uncle?" The little grandson smiled shyly and was too embarrassed to speak. "Thanks, right? Please go in." Wang Xiaowan waved her hand to smooth things over. Aunt Meng looked at Zhao Yong and winked at Wang Xiaowan, meaning that you're a good son-in-law. Wang Xiaowan smiled. The more the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she was. It was true. Now, when she looked at Zhao Yong, she felt that everything about him was pleasing to the eye. Not to mention her good looks, she is also very generous. The 3 tables of banquet today were supposed to be hosted by the woman, but unexpectedly, she had already quietly paid for it and chose the highest standard. Li Manjun glanced at Zhao Yong and pretended to be the boss again. Zhao Yong didn't know why she was not happy even though he was supporting her. He handed a cigarette to Li Dawei's colleague in a generous and cheerful manner, answering all questions. Li Dawei felt that he was very impressive. When people are happy, they want to brag a little and say to their colleagues, "Our son-in-law is really capable and is planning to open a company in the city." Zhao Yong felt the sharp eyes of Li Manjun beside him and could only smile awkwardly, secretly regretting that he had boasted to his father-in-law in the morning when he was happy. Although this is true, but being glared at by Li Manjun made me feel as if I had really boasted, and I felt embarrassed. However, even though he felt guilty, Zhao Yong did not forget to take the opportunity to promote his own fleet and attract potential customers. If these people in the Shernan town unit could find him, there would definitely be big business. Nowadays, everyone likes to do business with people from the unit. Although there are many benefits to be given out, the returns are also high. No matter whether it is a big fish or a small shrimp, Zhao Yong will not let it go. The fleet is now starting over, with only the same old customers. How can that be considered development? Li Manjun quietly watched Zhao Yong introduce the business to others skillfully without making people feel bored, and thought to herself, maybe this is how business is done. After a while, relatives from my hometown came. Daniu drove the tractor and pulled the whole family over. Li Dawei and Wang Xiaowan hurried forward to greet the 2 elders. On the wedding day, Wang Xiaowan felt that if they were willing to come, as long as they didn't act up, she would treat them well. Unfortunately, her efforts were met with a cold reception. Old Mrs. Li ignored Wang Xiaojuan's hand and got out of the car first, holding Li Dawei's hand. Qian Shufan and Renyan brought their daughter down, and last came Old Man Li, supported by Li Dalong and Daniu. Li Dawei shouted to Li Manjun and the others, "Grandma and Grandma are here." Zhao Yong first glanced at Li Manjun. He was a careful observer and had seen the scene where the old lady pushed Wang Xiaojuan's hand away.
He felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. Lee Manjun whispered, "Don't be too enthusiastic, just follow me and call people." Zhao Yong thought Lee Manjun's reaction was strange. His parents died early, and he had always envied people who had grandparents, uncles, and aunts. He longed for the warmth of family affection and wanted to treat Lee Manjun's grandparents as his own grandparents. Lee Manjun didn't have time to explain too much to him now. After she met Zhao Yong, she wouldn't find her reaction strange. Lee Manjun stepped forward and asked someone to grab a handful of candy for Nan Nan. "Ask your aunt and uncle to come and listen." Nan Nan looked at Zhao Yong shyly, and after a while she called him uncle in a low voice. Zhao Yong thought she was cute and gave her another handful of candy. The little girl looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Enough, enough. Eating too much candy will cause cavities." Ranyan covered her daughter's full little hands and did not allow her to take any more candy. Nan Nan didn't make a fuss. She had already got 2 handfuls of candy and could eat for a long time. "Uncle, aunt." Zhao Yong followed Lee Manjun to call people and handed a cigarette to Li Dalong. Li Dalong hummed, put the cigarette in his mouth and looked at Zhao Yong, asking him to light the cigarette. Zhao Yong was slightly stunned and wanted to take out his lighter, but Lee Manjun held his hand and told him to bring the red envelope first. However, as uncle and aunt, Li Dalong and his wife did not prepare any red envelopes. They looked Zhao Yong up and down, wondering whether to smile or not, and followed Li Dawei in. "What kind of job does your son-in-law do?"
Li Dalon Escalidarway.
Li Dawei pointed to the truck across the street and said, "That's Xiao Yong's own truck. He drives it himself and transports the goods." Li Dalong's eyes changed instantly. There was actually a car. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and put it on his ear and said, "He's just a truck driver. No wonder he's so tactless." I handed a cigarette to my uncle, but he didn't even know how to light it. The smile on Li Dawei's lips drooped a little. His elder brother was just feeling jealous. How could he not see it? He turned around to greet the 2 elders, arranged seats for them, and then came out and said to Zhao Yong, "Go in and keep your uncle company." Lee Manjun spoke first. "We still have to wait for my uncle and aunt." Zhao Yong almost couldn't help laughing. This wife knew how to love her husband and wouldn't let him suffer any loss. But it would be bad not to go and greet them, so Zhao Yong gently pinched the back of Lee Manjun's hand and poured the few remaining cigarettes on the plate into Lee Manjun's wedding plate. "I'll go and keep them company. You and Mom can greet them at the door." Lee Manjun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This mother sounded quite natural. Wang Xiaowan glared at her daughter and said, "Xiao Yong is the more sensible one." Yes, Xiao Yong is sensible, but I am not." Lee Manjun rolled her eyes. "Who is the biological child?" Turning his head to look into the restaurant, Zhao Yong didn't know what he said, but Old Man Li and Li Dalong, father and son, were smiling and praising him. Seeing that Zhao Yong was able to handle the situation with ease, Lee Manjun felt relieved. "Manjun, are you wearing this today?" Ranyan walked out with her daughter and asked curiously when she saw Lee Manjun's daily outfit. Wang Xiaowan finally found an ally. She had asked Lee Manjun to buy a set of clothes for her wedding earlier, but Lee Manjun was mean to her and said it was unnecessary. "I told her a long time ago that she has her own ideas." Wang Xiaowan complained, as if the clothes on Lee Manjun had a grudge against her. Lee Manjun smiled at her cousin's wife and glimpsed the figures of Li Jianjun and Li Lijun running over. She pointed in that direction and said, "Look, I asked them to buy 2 red flowers. Just pin them on your chest." As he was talking, the brother and sister ran over breathlessly. Li Jianjun handed them the flowers in his hand. "Here, we had to run 2 blocks to buy the red flowers you wanted. No other store has them." Runyan shook her head and laughed. "Hurry up and bring them along, or we won't know who is the bride and who is the groom." After saying that, he patted his daughter's shoulder and gave her a wink. The little girl was a little shy, but with her mother's encouragement, she still took small steps to Lee Manjun's side. "Auntie." Lee Manjun bent down, pinched the chubby little face, and asked softly, "What's the matter?" Nan Nan was holding a red paper bag in her hand and whispered congratulations to her aunt, then handed the red paper bag to her.
Giving red envelopes in the countryside is not so particular. If you can't find a red envelope, just wrap the money in red paper and use it as a red envelope. Lee Manjun looked at Runyen in surprise. What is this? This is a little gift from your brother and I. Runyen looked sincere. Lee Manjun accepted it and said, Thank you, brother and sister-in-law. What are you thanking me for? If it weren't for you, your brother would still be working hard at home. If it weren't for your advice, he would never have thought of making money by transporting goods for others. Runyen said happily, Now your brother has received orders from the soy sauce factory and the supermarket in the city. If he also takes some odd orders from time to time, it is enough to support our family. Lee Manjun was also very surprised. She didn't expect that Lee Dainyu would actually start transporting goods. Wang Xiaowan was completely confused, but before she could ask more questions, the Wang family arrived. Wang Xiaowan has 5 sisters. She is the 3rd child. She has an older brother and a 2nd older sister, and a 4th younger brother and a younger sister. Unlike the Li family, the 2 elders in the Wang family are very good to all 5 children and never show favoritism to any of them, so the 5 brothers and sisters have a good relationship. Aunt Lee Manjun couldn't make it because she married and moved out of the province. My uncle didn't come either, as he was on a business trip for his company. Wang Xiaowan was notified suddenly and had no time to ask for leave, so she asked her brother to bring small red envelopes to Lee Manjun and Zhao Yong. My aunt and uncle-in-law both came. The couple worked in a state-owned enterprise, had a high salary, and were dressed very decently. My aunt had a perm, wore smoky makeup and bright red lipstick. She was wearing a padded goose yellow skirt and a white leather bag. She looked very fashionable. I don't know if it's the same across the country, but Lee Manjun found that all nephews have a fashionable aunt. The fashionable aunt was also very picky. Seeing Lee Manjun's simple outfit, she frowned and said, What are you doing? You are wearing such plain clothes for a wedding. Who can tell that you are getting married? You are just a young girl. You are learning to dress up like an old-fashioned person like your mother. The only person who dares to say this about Wang Xiaowan is Wang Xiaochan. Wang Xiaowan laughed angrily. I am old-fashioned and arrogant, but you are fashionable, okay? How can a good person have such an annoying mouth? Uncle Wang Hanwen was afraid that the 2 would quarrel at the door, so he shouted, You are all grown up. Today is my niece's wedding day. If anyone dares to quarrel, I will kick him out. As he spoke, he glanced at Lee Manjun from head to toe, and he had his uncle filter on her. I think she's pretty good. She's a naturally beautiful young woman. Unlike you, who are so shameless that you have to put on makeup. Look at this big red flower. How festive. After saying that, he handed Lee Manjun a big red envelope in a domineering manner, raised his eyebrows at her, and went in to find his nephew's husband, intending to give him some money. Wang Xiaowan looked at her brother-in-law and invited him in, then called out to Li Dawei, asking him to greet them. The remaining 2 sisters stopped at the door. Wang Xiaochan pointed at the 2nd sister's sparkling mouth and asked, Color-changing lipstick? Wang Xiaowan said proudly, Manjun bought it for me. It looks good, right? It's imported from Japan. Wang Xiaochan nodded. Not bad. You should dress up more. It's fine like this. After saying that, he looked at Lee Manjun and stuffed a red envelope into her hand with a smile. How is your husband? I heard from your mother that he is in good condition with a car and a house. Lee Manjun thanked her aunt for the red envelope and replied, Zhao Yong is very good. Wang Xiaochan gave her a teasing look and said distressedly, That's fine. Let's go. There aren't many people coming. Go in and sit down for a while. Lee Manjun nodded and motioned for her mother and aunt to go in first. She waited until everyone was present, distributed the remaining candies on the wedding plate to the hotel waiters, and then took her seat. The food came up one after another. There were 12 people at the table, and all of them were hearty dishes with generous portions. Just looking at them made one feel hungry. With the addition of the good wine that Lee Manjun bought, the guests enjoyed the meal very much. Qian Shufan sat at the same table with old Lady Li, Wang Xiaowan, and other female relatives. After they had finished their meal, Qian Shufan came over and asked Wang Xiaowan, Your son-in-law has both a car and a house, and he is so generous. He must have given a lot for the bride price, right? Wang Xiaowan was chatting with her former co-workers and took the time to reply, "Our family doesn't ask for a dowry."
What? No dowry.
Qian Shufan suddenly shouted, as if she wanted to announce it to the whole world. Zhao Yong, who was toasting Li Dalong and Old Man Li, looked back. Li Dalong blocked him back. "Come on, Xiao Yong. Let's continue drinking. Don't pay attention to them. Women are just noisy." Wang Xiaowan glared at Qian Shufan awkwardly. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" Seeing that all her friends were looking at her, Qian Shufan was even more proud and said with a smile, "I didn't yell at all. I was just stating the facts. If there is no betrothal gift, then the woman is just paying for it." This was unpleasant to hear, so Wang Xiaochan stood up and asked Qian Shufan what she meant. Qian Shufan didn't know how powerful Wang Xiaochan was, so she sneered. "Do you even need to ask me this? They say that daughters are money-losing goods, and I think that's true." Wang Xiaochan's face darkened. She picked up the chopsticks beside her and threw them at Qian Shufan. "Keep your mouth clean." Qian Shufan glared. "And are you going to fight me?" Wang Xiaochan rolled up her sleeves and was about to start working, but her husband Zhang Fuhai quickly stopped her and shook his head. Wang Xiaowan said coldly, "Sister-in-law, we really need to make this clear today. What do you mean by daughters are all money-losing goods? My family is marrying off our daughters, not selling them like some people do. Who are you saying is selling their daughter?" This touched Qian Shufan's sore spot. When she married Li Lanfang's sister, Qian Shufan asked for a sky-high price and went back on her word many times to increase the bride price. The news spread throughout the village. How could she tolerate Wang Xiaowan insulting Qian Shufan like this in front of their relatives and friends? He slammed the table and said, "Wang Xiaowan, who are you making fun of? I'm going to tear your mouth off." Wang Xiaowan was not to be outdone. She narrowed her eyes and said ruthlessly, "Today is my daughter's big day. If you dare to make trouble, you'll see." Seeing that the two sisters-in-law were about to fight on the spot, relatives and friends rushed forward to persuade them. Li Dalong and Li Dawei from the men's table rushed over, and each grabbed their wife. The farce was not over until Old Man Li told them to quiet down in a hoarse voice. Wang Xiaowan was still furious, and pointed at Qian Shufan and said, "Get out of here. I'm so unlucky to be your sister-in-law." Qian Shufan had already been suppressed by Li Dalong. When she heard Wang Xiaochuan's words, she raised her leg to touch her. Li Dalong glared at her fiercely. "Are you itching for trouble?" Only then did Qian Shufan calm down. The incident was so embarrassing that Li Dalong couldn't bear it and sent Qian Shufan back home. After seeing Qian Shufan off, I looked back and found that most of the guests had already left, leaving only the close relatives of the Wang and Li families. When Wang Hanwen, the eldest uncle, saw Li Dalong coming back, he couldn't help but say to him, "Look, it's Manjuan's big day, and her aunt made such a fuss." Wang Hanwen runs 2 stores and does hardware business. He is considered a relatively prestigious person in the local area. In the eyes of Old Man Li and his family, such a person should not be offended. Li Dalong, who bullies the weak and fears the strong, had to apologize repeatedly to Wang Hanwen. He would definitely deal with Qian Shufan later. Li Dawei and the peacemaker said forget it, and the matter was over. It was such a wonderful wedding banquet, but after such a disturbance, Li Manjun felt that she had added a lot of after-dinner gossip to the people in the town. He glanced at Zhao Yong, who had a gloomy face and a dark look in his eyes. It seemed that he had seen the true face of the Li family. He was respectful and polite to Li Dawei at the dinner table just now, but when Li Dalong shamelessly asked him about the team recruiting, he no longer had his previous enthusiasm and changed the subject. Li Dalong felt the alienation and knew that he had offended his new son-in-law, so he cursed him in his heart for being petty. Zhao Yong saw through all of Li Dalong's little thoughts and sneered in his heart, "You dare to scold my wife, and you still expect me to be nice to you?" I didn't beat Li Dalong because he is my elder. The 2 elders of the Li family disliked the small size of Li Dawei's house, took the remaining cigarettes and alcohol, and let Dania drive the tractor back to the village. Lu Yan and Lu Qing ate the meat and drank the wine in silence. After they finished eating, they packed up their food and took it away. They congratulated Li Manjun and Zhao Yong, and were the last to leave. After all the relatives and friends left, my uncle, my aunt, and her husband went back home and sat for a while, chatting until the afternoon before taking the bus back. At around 4:30 in the afternoon, only family members were left at home. Wang Xiaowan was still angry about what Qian Shufan had said, but she did not get angry with Li Dawei because her son-in-law Zhao Yong was there. Your elder and younger aunts don't have time to come, so these are the red envelopes they asked your grandmother to bring. You can keep them and return the favor later. Li Dawei took out 2 red envelopes wrapped in red paper from his trouser pocket and handed them to Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong took it and handed it to Li Manjun. Li Manjun counted the red envelopes she received today. The parents of her parents' colleagues kept them themselves, and these uncles and aunts did not give them to her. Her parents will have to pay back the gifts themselves in the future. As for her and Zhao Yong, they received 3 from their uncle, their aunt, their cousin, and his wife, plus 2 aunts, a total of 6. When I opened it, I saw that the 2 aunts each gave 20 yuan. It is the custom that sisters have to give big red envelopes when good things happen to their brothers. In the countryside, people usually give gifts worth 5 or 10 yuan. The 2 aunts gave 20 yuan, which is considered a lot. My eldest uncle and aunt gave the most, 200 yuan each. My younger uncle also gave 88, and my cousin Daniel also gave 10 yuan. The young couple didn't have much private money, so $10 was not a small sum of money for them. All added up, $538. Li Manjun took out the gift book and wrote down the notes so that she could return the favor later. There is no harm without comparison. Wang Xiaowan asked Li Dawei, "Where is the red envelope from your brother and sister-in-law?" Li Dawei shook his head awkwardly. Wang Xiaowan took a deep breath and rolled her eyes secretly. She was tired of Li Dalong and this perfect couple. Li Dawei added, "Daniel and his family, if Daniel gave it, it was like it was given by my elder brother and his wife." Wang Xiaowan pointed in Li Manjun's direction. "How dare you say that? Why don't you see how much her uncle and aunt gave her?" Zhao Yong wisely remained silent about his daughter-in-law's family affairs and did not express his opinions unless necessary. Li Manjun closed the gift book and said to her parents, "This matter has passed. I didn't expect them to care about us. Now that my aunt has made a fuss, we have a reason not to go back for the new year this year." Thinking about it this way, it was really a good thing, and Wang Xiaojuan's depression dissipated a lot. Suddenly, he slapped his head and remembered that he was so angry that he left behind the red envelope from the child's aunt. He quickly took it out and handed it to Li Manjun. "This is from your aunt. I've seen it. It's 180 yuan. Your father, and I don't want this money. You just got married. Use it to buy something for yourself." In terms of understanding, Li Manjun feels that her parents are many times better than Li Dalong's family. When Li Lanfang's sister got married, Qian Shufan didn't let her bring back any betrothal money, and even the dowry of bedding was just an old set. The 2 sides had a very ugly quarrel, and as a result, this cousin was looked down upon by her husband's family and could not hold her head up. It wasn't until she gave birth to a son that things got better. Now, during festivals, my cousin doesn't come back to her parents' home. After receiving the gift money of 718 yuan, Li Manjun put it away and led Zhao Yong into the room to pack his luggage. Starting tonight, she can no longer live in her parents' home. Li Manjun originally wanted to stay at home tonight and move out tomorrow, but Wang Xiaowan said that this was the custom and they had to move out if today was a good day, otherwise it would be bad for their brothers at home. As for what was bad about it, Wang Xiaowan couldn't explain it, but it was just blocking her brother's fortune. Moreover, when she returns to her parents' home in the future, she cannot sleep with Zhao Yong. They have to sleep separately, otherwise it would be bad for her brothers at home. Li Jianjun was a man with a conscience. He said directly, "Sister, you and your husband can sleep at home if you want."
"I don't believe in this."
Wang Xiaowan gave him a slap on the face and said, "Children, shut up when adults are talking. Superstition." Li Manjun complained about this unreasonable feudal custom, handed 2 sets of newly made quilts to Zhao Yong, and asked him to move out first. She didn't have much stuff, just a few sets of clothes for pairs of shoes, her ID and passbook, and a few bottles of new skincare products.
She took out her old backpack and packed everything in one. Oh, and don't forget her big gold flower necklace. Li Lijun was in mixed feelings. Before her sister left, she really wanted a room of her own. Now that I have what I wanted, my heart feels empty. Sister, will you come back? Li Lijun pulled her sister's arm, as if she would never come back once she left. Li Manjun was amused. What are you thinking? I'm not going abroad. Of course I will come back. It's getting late and I can't waste time with you. If you go back any later, it will be dark. After you finish your high school entrance exam, you can come to Rongqing to find me anytime. Then he pointed to the desk under the window and said, your home address and phone number, as well as your brother-in-law's beeping number, are all written on the desk. You can contact me at any time. Only then did Li Lijun let go, and the whole family helped the two of them get into the car. Lu Yan also came and waited near Zhao Yong's truck early. When she saw Li Manjun coming, she handed her a bag of peanuts. These are the salted peanuts my mom cooked. Take them with you on the road. As he spoke, thinking about the days when he used to make peanut candy and collect toothpaste tubes together, his eyes suddenly became red. He quickly turned his back, took a few deep breaths to hold back the tide, turned around and said to Li Manjun with a smile, we all have to work hard. Let's work hard together. Li Manjun clenched her fists, and the two sisters touched each other tacitly. Zhao Yong opened the passenger seat and threw Li Manjun's backpack on it first, then turned around and reached out to her. Li Manjun took his hand, and Zhao Yong easily lifted her to her seat. The two got into the car, closed the door, waved to their families, and slowly drove away from Xinan town. Li Manjun looked at her parents, siblings, and waving at her in the rearview mirror, and suddenly a bitter feeling welled up in her heart. She actually felt reluctant to leave these family members. A pair of warm hands held her small hands hanging on her knees, and Zhao Yong said, you still have me. Li Manjun turned her head to look at him. The man was driving seriously, facing forward, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Are you happy? Li Manjun asked. Zhao Yong couldn't hold back and smiled brightly. How could I not be happy after marrying a beautiful wife? At around 6:30 in the afternoon, Li Manjun and her companion arrived in Rongqing. They parked the car in the parking lot first. Li Manjun took the backpack and Zhao Yong carried a set of bedding in one hand. Facing the surprised eyes of the neighbors, the two went up to the third floor and came to Zhao Yong's house. No, now it should be said that it is their common home. Zhao Yong repainted the entire house and cleared out the old fish tank and old bed. There were not many pieces of furniture in the house, but they were all neatly arranged. Zhao Yong put the bedding on the wooden sofa, took out the key, opened the doors of the two bedrooms, and gave Li Manjun a spare key. Li Manjun put down her backpack and began to inspect the new territory. Let's go to the second bedroom first. This room is very small. It is filled with a small wardrobe and a 1-meter-long bed. There is no room for a desk. I opened the small wardrobe and found an old quilt inside. The cotton was hard and I had no idea how many years it had been used. There was still a smell of dust in the room, which showed that Zhao Yong rarely entered this room. Coming to the master bedroom, it is much more spacious. The bed in the middle is a newly bought 1.5-meter bed, covered with a set of blue and white checkered bedding. On the left side of the bed, against the wall, there is a large wardrobe with 4 doors. It is the kind that is put together. It is liver red in color and has a dressing mirror. There are 2 other locked doors, which should contain a lot of important items. There was a window on the right side of the bed, and under the window was a desk with some odds and ends on the table. Li Manjun found the men's perfume that she had smelled on Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong moved in new bedding, and Li Manjun chose a set of blue floral quilt covers to change into and put the rest away in the closet. Zhao Yong didn't have many clothes, so they only took up a small space in the closet. By the time Li Manjun's clothes were put in, the hanging area was half full. The two of them were busy for a while before they put everything in place. During this time, Zhao Yong went downstairs to buy 2 servings of fried rice, and the two of them had a simple dinner with the boiled peanuts that Lu Yan had given them. After finishing their meal, they washed their faces and feet and closed the door, leaving only these 2 people in the world.
Zhao Yong waved at Li Manjun mysteriously, and they came to the master bedroom. Zhao Yong opened the locked wardrobe, pulled out a black suitcase from a pile of old clothes, threw it on the bed, and opened the zipper. Li Manjun looked curiously and saw a black plastic bag inside. After Zhao Yong peeled it open, there were several layers of newspapers, and finally a stack of 100 yuan cash was revealed. Zhao Yong poured out all the money, a total of 150,000. Zhao Yong actually hid so much cash in a closet. Li Manjun took a deep breath, ate a boiled peanut to calm her nerves, and then asked, "What is this money?" Zhao Yong looked at her shocked expression with amusement and said, "It's in our house, so of course it's our own money." Li Manjun couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth and looked at Zhao Yong tentatively. Zhao Yong nodded at her. She immediately gathered the money in front of her and admired it. "Zhao Yong, including the cars downstairs and the 150,000 in front of you, your net worth must be close to 1 million, right? You are only 25 years old. Tell me, what did you do before?" Li Manjun rewrapped the money in newspaper and put it in the luggage bag, then sat cross-legged on the bed and interrogated Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong locked the money back in the cabinet and gave Li Manjun a key to the wardrobe. The two are now a legal couple, and Zhao Yong has handed over all the family assets to him. "If you need money in the future, just take it yourself." Li Manjun said after putting it down that she would put the key away first. She did not hide her situation and took out the passbook. "There is 110,000 yuan on it." Zhao Yong raised his eyebrows in surprise, then understood. "Is it the money from the sale of that step-out bed?" Li Manjun nodded, and Zhao Yong was even more surprised. "I didn't expect a bunk bed to be worth so much money. If I had known, I would have followed you." Li Manjun took the passbook back and put it away. "Don't interrupt me. You haven't answered my question yet. What did you do before?" Zhao Yong replied, "They were cargo runners. I started running with them when I was 17. I learned to drive when I was 19. Later, I got my driver's license and started running on my own." Li Manjun is not a fool. She had already guessed what kind of goods could make so much money without Zhao Yong saying it. In recent years, the only area related to freight, and which is the most profitable, is the gray area. "Li Manjun, put your hand out." Zhao Yong held his hand out to her suspiciously. Li Manjun wrote 2 words on his palm with her fingers. Zhao Yong's eyes widened instantly. "You know all this?" Zhao Yong was convinced. How could Li Manjun be so smart? As soon as Li Manjun saw his expression, she knew that she had guessed right. "You're not the leader. You should be the one who followed the boss and got the soup, right?" Zhao Yong was silent. She was right again. "Why not do it now?" Zhao Yong sighed. "I'm tired and want a stable life. Later I will take Xiaoguan and others to run freight business, which is also profitable. Controls are now becoming increasingly strict. Risks are much greater than before. Laws and regulations are more standardized and detailed, and many things that were not considered violations before are now illegal. You can't do anything illegal, so he stopped doing it. Let's not talk about the past. Let's talk about the future." Li Manjun moved her butt to the side, patted the mattress, and let him sit on it to talk. "It's a small room with orange lights. In front of you is a bed, and the woman you love is sitting on the bed. She calls you to sit with her. This scene is bound to make people feel uneasy." Zhao Yong swallowed to moisten his dry throat, looked at Li Manjun deeply, and turned around to close the curtains and the door. When Li Manjun saw his action, her heart skipped a beat. "What are you doing?" Zhao Yong didn't answer, but said he felt a little hot. Then he took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. Li Manjun took a look and said, "Yes, it is indeed 8-pack abs." Zhao Yong sat down in the empty seat next to her. His tall body moved closer. Li Manjun instantly felt that the bed had become smaller, and she subconsciously moved to the side. Zhao Yong looked back at her, afraid that she would fall off the bed, so he leaned over to hold her back and reminded her in a hoarse voice, "Don't fall." Li Manjun asked him back, "Why are you getting so close? What else can I do?" "Of course I want to sleep with her." There were 2 orbs of fire burning in Zhao Yong's deep eyes, and his breath was sprayed in front of her. Li Manjun felt that her whole surrounding was filled with his strong scent,
scorching her, as if to steam her into pieces. Zhao Yong moved closer and wanted to kiss her. Li Manjun was startled and raised her hand to his broad chest, pushing it. It felt hot, as if it contained a ball of magma. He said unhappily, "Get out of the way. I want to talk to you about serious matters." The person didn't push. Zhao Yong lowered his eyes and looked at the small hand on his chest. It looked particularly white and tender against his wheat-colored body, like tender tofu.
He wanted to take a bite.
"Zhao Yong, you are a dog. Why are you biting me?" Li Manjun quickly pulled her hand away from Zhao Yong's mouth and exclaimed. Hearing her voice, he sobered up a little and looked at her with misty eyes. "Let's talk about business tomorrow. Let's do business first, okay?" Li Manjun was startled when she heard this. Then she reacted and said, "Turn off the lights." Zhao Yong quickly turned off the lights. The faint light from the street lamp shone into the room through the curtains, making the room dim and ambiguous. He kissed her face and the buttons of her dress. "Stop. What's going on?" Li Manjun sighed, pushed the person away, turned on the light, and said to Zhao Yong, whose eyes were red, "I think I'm having my period."
"What?"
Zhao Yong was still a little unresponsive, his mind full of that color. Li Manjun pushed him away and got out of bed. A warm current surged out of her. She froze. "It seems to be coming." Zhao Yong wanted to ask her what happened, but he saw a light red blush spreading behind Li Manjun's gray sweatpants. He was shocked and the beauty disappeared in an instant. "What's wrong with you? Why are you bleeding?" Zhao Yong jumped off the bed in a hurry. Such a big reaction made Li Manjun very embarrassed. "You haven't seen it?" she asked as she stood there not daring to move, asking Zhao Yong to help find a knife and paper. God knows she actually forgot about lunation and didn't prepare anything. According to the original owner's memory, she should have had her period in May, but maybe the time travel or other factors affected her body's hormones, and she didn't have her period in the entire month of May, so she naturally forgot about it. "I didn't expect that I would come at such a coincidence today." Zhao Yong had never seen it before. He had only heard of it, and it was an outrageous legend that said women would bleed several times a month. He grew up alone, with no female elders around to teach him these knowledge. Other women were too ashamed to talk about these things, so he had no way of getting the correct information. When Li Manjun heard him ask her if she had her period several times a month, she couldn't help laughing, and a warm current surged in her lower body again. Zhao Yong asked Li Manjun not to move, rushed out of the living room and brought in a handful of knives and paper. Li Manjun took them and asked Zhao Yong to leave. "Wait a minute." She stopped him again. "Please buy me a few packs of sanitary napkins. 1 pack for night use and 2 packs for day use." Zhao Yong nodded and looked at her worriedly. "Are you okay?" Li Manjun waved her hand. "It's okay, go quickly." Zhao Yong looked at her again and made sure that she was not going to die from the bleeding. He quickly put on his clothes, pants, and shoes, took the money and car keys, and went out to buy her some hygiene products. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and there were few people on the streets of the old city. Only in the restaurants were there people drinking and eating supper. Zhao Yong unlocked his bicycle parked in the corridor and rode it around the street looking for shops. Several department stores nearby were closed, so he rode from the second ring road to the first ring road department store, where he found a 24-hour pharmacy and bought sanitary napkins. There are no nighttime and daytime ones, as Li Manjun mentioned. There are only sets, which contain both nighttime and daytime ones, with 12 pieces in a pack. A palm-sized bag costs $5. A large bag of cotton orb costs just over 1 yuan, and a pound of sanitary napkins costs only 60 cents. Zhao Yong was surprised by the high prices. He didn't expect that sanitary napkins for girls would be so expensive. Thinking that Li Manjun would need them in the future, Zhao Yong bought 4 packs and rode his bike home quickly. He was afraid that Li Manjun would faint from losing too much blood. "I bought it back." Zhao Yong opened the door and rushed in. Looking up, he saw Li Manjun standing in front of the kitchen counter with a basin in front of her. In the basin were her changed pants, which were being soaked and prepared for washing. Xiao Guan said that it was not good for women to touch cold water during this period.
Zhao Yong stuffed the sanitary napkin he bought into Li Manjun's hand and pulled her away. Don't touch the cold water. Let me wash it later. Li Manjun didn't act pretentiously and took the sanitary napkin into the bedroom to change it. When I opened it, I found that the sanitary napkins nowadays don't have little wings.
Darn.
Li Manjun slept very badly that night. She lay stiffly, not daring to move. She put an old bed sheet under her, fearing that it would accidentally leak and dirty the new bedding. There is no washing machine at home, so washing the sheets is a pain. Zhao Yong didn't sleep well either. He hugged his wife, but could only look at her, but not touch her. He felt uncomfortable all night and couldn't get up at dawn anymore. Pouring cold water on my face finally suppressed the depression. He went downstairs to buy breakfast, then squatted at the head of the bed, watching his wife sleep, waiting for her to wake up. Zhao Yong has waited for this moment of warmth for 20 years. Now he has a home again. When Li Manjun woke up, she opened her eyes and saw an enlarged face in front of her. It looked a little strange at first, and she was startled. It took her a while to realize that it was Zhao Yong's face. Yes, she is married and now moved to Rongqing. Why did you get up so early? Li Manjun asked lazily, rubbing his eyes. Zhao Yong looked at her lazy appearance, which he found inexplicably adorable. He couldn't help but move closer and kiss her face. Li Manjun raised a faint smile, grabbed the collar of the man who was about to retreat, leaned over, and kissed his lips. They were a little dry, slightly chapped and prickly. Looking at the tips of Zhao Yong's ears slowly turning red, Li Manjun fell back on the bed and smiled triumphantly. Zhao Yong took a breath. You provoke me. He stood up and was about to throw himself on the bed, but Li Manjun blocked him with her hand. Not good. Don't move me. I'm going to leak. Before she finished her words, she felt something strange under her body.
Li Manjun froze.
The sanitary napkin without the little wings was too rough. Seeing her like this, Zhao Yong didn't dare to get closer, so he stepped back and asked curiously, what's leaking? How is it leaking? You want to take a look? Li Manjun glanced at him unhappily. Zhao Yong nodded seriously. Let me see. He must understand every aspect of his daughter-in-law. Li Manjun laughed helplessly, slowly sat up from the bed, got out of bed to put on her shoes, and when she looked back, she saw that there was indeed a drop of blood on the old bed sheet. Is the sanitary napkin you are using not working well? Zhao Yong also saw it and asked in confusion. He had heard Li Manjun complain about this sanitary napkin several times, saying that it didn't have little wings or something like that. So, what are little wings? Li Manjun took a pair of pants from the closet and replied, It's not very useful, but it's better than nothing. She was thinking last night that it was a good thing she traveled through time to the 1990s. If it was 10 or 20 years earlier, she wouldn't know where to find sanitary napkins. You go out. Li Manjun saw Zhao Yong still standing in the room, so she pulled out the dirty old bed sheet and handed it to him. Wash it partially, dry it, and use it tonight.
Oh.
Zhao Yong responded, staring at her for 2 seconds with his deep eyes, and then reluctantly left and said to her, You want to go to the toilet? I'll go down and help you queue up. Come down quickly when you're done. There is only one public toilet in the nearby buildings. It is the most crowded in the morning, and you have to queue to use the toilet. Li Manjun didn't know about this yet, so she responded strangely, changed her clothes and pants, and then wrapped up the dirty things she had taken off in an old newspaper and took it downstairs to throw away. When we got to the public toilet downstairs, it was so lively, with the line stretching from the toilet entrance all the way to the intersection. Hey, why is there a man here? Young man, you may be in the wrong line. The men's restroom is over there. Zhao Yong turned around and said to the old lady, Is it not okay for me to queue for my wife? The women around burst into laughter. This was a rare thing, and it was the first time they had seen such a thing. Zhao Yong searched for Li Manjun at the intersection, and when he saw her, he immediately waved. He was tall and strong, and was conspicuous enough just by standing there. With a wave of his hand, all eyes turned to Li Manjun. They want to see what kind of goddess wife is that is so pampered by a man and even helps him queue up when he goes to the toilet. Li Manjun only realized upon arriving at the scene that the queuing Zhao Yong mentioned was actually to help her queue up in the girls' queue.
Even though she was a worker in a large factory who was used to big scenes, she couldn't help but dig her toes into the ground. You should go back soon, Lee Manjun whispered to Zhao Yong. Zhao Yong gave his seat to her. It was rare to see her feeling embarrassed, so he couldn't help but look at her a few more times. The pervasive sour smell of love made the aunties and sisters in front and behind roll their eyes. Zhao Yong didn't care at all. He raised his eyebrows proudly at those aunts and sisters and then left. Fortunately, there were not two people in front, and it was soon Lee Manjun's turn. Otherwise, she really wanted to kick Zhao Yong in the face. How on earth did this person do it, making people feel sweet and annoyed at the same time? As soon as she got home from using the toilet, Lee Manjun said to Zhao Yong, who was busy washing the sheets, "Next time, don't queue up for me. I'll queue up myself." Just a moment later, on her way back, she heard people talking. This morning, a man lined up for his wife to go to the toilet. "Do you think this is weird? My husband is such a lazy captive. Not only does he not get up early to help me line up, he even has to wait for me to call him to go to the toilet. It's so annoying to compare yourself with others."
Hey.
Is this the fairy that her husband queued up for the toilet? As soon as the teasing words came, Lee Manjun took 2 steps at a time and rushed into the house as if escaping. Zhao Yong saw her angry look and said, "Let them talk. I'll help you queue up earlier, which can save you a lot of time." "That's true." Lee Manjun couldn't help but laugh, but she still didn't allow Zhao Yong to queue for her anymore. "I got up early, so I can go down earlier. I slept in today due to health reasons." Seeing that she really didn't want to queue up by herself, Zhao Yong said with a slightly disappointed tone, pointing at the breakfast on the table, "Eat quickly, and after you're done I'll take you to meet the neighbors downstairs. By the way, I put some of the wedding candy I bought earlier here." "Where did you put it?" Lee Manjun walked into the house and saw no trace of the candy. A bag of soy milk and meat buns and fried dough sticks were placed on the foldable square dining table. Lee Manjun washed her hands, picked them up and ate them, but she didn't finish them. There was 1 bun left. Zhao Yong walked in after hanging up the old bed sheet and stuffed it into his mouth to eat it all in 2 bites. "Let me look for it." He rummaged through the TV cabinet and found the candy. After they finished their meal, they prepared themselves and went out to get acquainted with the place. The house where Zhao Yong lives has 4 floors, with 4 households on each floor. His home is in the corner of the 3rd floor. The people he is most familiar with are his neighbors next door and the people on the 2nd and 1st floors. There are only 2 households on the 4th floor who are outsiders renting the house. They often don't meet each other as they go out early and come back late, and we don't have much interaction. The 2 first went to the next-door neighbor's house, where lived a young couple with 2 children. They were busy dressing the children and sending them to school. Brother Sun and Sister Sun run a stationery store on the street downstairs. Zhao Yong said to Lee Manjun. The 2 knocked on the door. It was open. The person inside looked out. It was Mrs. Sunday. She exclaimed, "I guessed it was you. Grandma Qiao has already told everyone that Zhao Yong, you are married and have a beautiful wife." Mrs. Sun was a very outgoing person. She took the wedding candy handed to her by Lee Manjun and asked her 2 sons to recognize and call people. Seeing that they were busy going to school, Zhao Yong and Lee Manjun said a few polite words and moved on to the next house. Among the 2 households on the left side of the 3rd floor, one is Grandma Qiao's home. The barber shop opened late, and Grandma Qiao was cooking noodles for breakfast at home. "This one is cooked, put the candy down and leave." The house in the left corner was empty, and the door was locked. Zhao Yong said he would come back in the evening. There lives a middle-aged couple and their 2 children. The whole family came from the countryside and opened a breakfast shop nearby. They go out very early, so I should be able to meet them when I come back in the evening.
Lee Manjun nudda.
There were too many people, so she could only remember a rough idea. Several households on the 2nd floor are still at home. One of them is occupied by a single uncle. The remaining 3 households, 2 of which are people working in the company, and the remaining one is the family of 5 of Zheng Kai and Zhang Huimei who run a restaurant. After talking to each family for a few words, Lee Manjun and Zhao Yong left. The 1st floor is full of shops, all of which are used for business. In addition to Grandma Qiao's barbershop, there is also a small store and 2 clothing stores. Zhao Yong knew all these people, and occasionally he had to ask them to help bring back some goods, and they occasionally had business dealings. Knowing that Zhao Yong had started freight transportation again, I continued to place orders with him. After distributing the wedding candies, Li Manjun became familiar with all the neighbors. Everyone seemed to be easy to get along with, and they would see each other every day. Harmony is very important. Zhao Yong continued to take Li Manjun to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment and visited the vegetable market and supermarket. He bought some vegetables and took them home, planning to cook for himself at noon. Li Manjun had said in advance that she didn't like cooking, so she was responsible for picking vegetables and washing dishes, while Zhao Yong was in charge of cooking. I didn't realize you could cook so well. Did you cook often in the past? Li Manjun stood at the kitchen door, watching Zhao Yong stir frying with eyes full of surprise. Zhao Yong shook his head. I usually eat out. In the past, he was a bachelor, running around everywhere and had no time to cook at home. The food he cooked alone was not tasty, so he only occasionally cooked some noodles for a midnight snack. Li Manjun became even more curious. Then how do you know how to cook? Zhao Yong smiled bitterly and said, when I was a kid, I worked in the restaurant kitchen helping the chef in order to have enough food to eat. I learned by watching. For lunch, we made celery beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and loofah soup. 3 dishes for 2 people, very rich. Li Manjun handed over the Shanghai bowl, which was the large bowl that Wan Rongming had forced her to buy before. It cost her 35 cents, so she had to make use of it to avoid losing out. Zhao Yong poured the soup from the pot into the large bowl with one hand and brought the last dish of soup to the table. Li Manjun cleaned the stove, served the rice, and the 2 of them sat at the small square table to eat lunch. When will you go back to work? Li Manjun asked. Zhao Yong picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and asked her to eat more. Let's eat tomorrow. It's downstairs, close to home. Zhao Yong's company has rented the entire parking lot downstairs and several warehouses around it, and its office is located in one of the warehouses. Put a few desks in place, connect a telephone, hang a price list and employee notes on the wall, and you have an office. Zhao Yong said mysteriously to Li Manjun, the name of the company is Juanda Freight. It's the Jun in Li Manjun's name. After saying that, he looked at her expectantly, waiting for her to reveal a look of surprise. However, it did not. Li Manjun was thinking, if they got divorced, wouldn't this company name be very embarrassing? Zhao Yong was angry, just because Li Manjun asked him, have you registered this company name? What if we get divorced and you can't change the company name? Won't it be embarrassing? Then, Zhao Yong's face darkened. You just got married and you're asking for a divorce? Zhao Yong came to the company in a rage, and Xiao Guan noticed something was wrong with his brother at first sight. We just got married, Brother Yong. Why do you have that expression on your face? It doesn't look festive at all. Xiao Guan asked curiously. Brothers like Lu Chao and Jiang Yu, who hadn't driven out, also gathered around curiously. Brother Yong, where's your sister-in-law? Why don't you bring her here for everyone to see? Brother Yong, my sister-in-law hasn't seen it. You can't not invite me to the wedding banquet, right? Everyone laughed and cheered, asking Zhao Yong to treat them to a meal to celebrate his marriage. Zhao Yong had just heard Li Manjun's words about divorce, and he was already upset. Then, seeing Xiao Guan and the others laughing and making a fuss, he felt even more upset. Looking at the messy office in front of him, he frowned and asked, why is it so dirty? Didn't I tell you that things are different now than before? Pay attention to hygiene? This is an office, a place to receive customers, not a garbage dump. The booing stopped instantly. Xiao Guan and the others looked at each other and finally realized that their eldest brother was in a bad mood. Xiao Guan instructed Lu Chao and Jiang Yu, what are you standing there for? It's you guys who made this mess. Clean it up quickly. It's such a mess. The 2 of them taunted Xiao Guan before going to get a broom and rag to clean up. The office area was not large, with only a few desks, and it was cleaned quickly. Zhao Yong pointed to the meeting area and said, scan that area too. Such a nice place is almost becoming a chess and card entertainment room, full of smoke and foul smell. Looking at the tidy office, Zhao Yong felt much better.
Xiaoguan made him a cup of tea. Zhao Yong took it and sat in his own boss chair. He took a sip and asked Xiaoguan to gather all the people in the company to hold a meeting in the conference room. Zhao Yong once again solemnly stated that times have changed, and if the company wants to grow bigger and stronger, it must get rid of bad habits. I asked Xiaoguan to arrange workstations for everyone. What do you think they are used for?
Sleeping?
Everyone laughed a few times at first, then realized the boss's seriousness and restrained themselves in disappointment. Zhao Yong sighed and put down his teacup. The workstation is for office work. The rules and regulations on the wall are not just for show. Memorize them one by one. Also, everyone has their own job title. When there are customers in the future, you should call us manager or boss. Don't call us brother or brother. People who don't know might think we are a gang. Everyone nodded to indicate that they had taken note. Zhao Yong knew that many habits could not be changed in a short period of time, but what he wanted was an attitude. He knocked on everyone's door, waved his hand, and told everyone to go about their business, leaving only Xiaoguan behind. How's the situation in the business department? Zhao Yong took another sip of tea and frowned slightly. Change me a different drink next time. He was only in his 20s, and it always felt weird for him to drink tea from a glass thermos. Changing the tea is a small matter. Xiaoguan said, "We have basically got back all the old customers. Now we are expanding our business, and the business department has to hire 2 more operators to answer the phone. Oh, and we need to hire a professional accountant. We can't do the accounts in such a mess like before." Zhao Yong nodded and asked Xiaoguan to recruit people quickly. Then let's hire 2 female operators? Xiaoguan smiled a little excitedly. It is said that working together as a couple is not tiring. We are all men here, so having 2 female employees can liven up the office atmosphere. Zhao Yong glanced at him and said, "You decide. What about finance? How about poaching Xiao Su, who used to help with taxation? Before, every time we looked for Xiao Su, we had to give him a red envelope, which cost a lot of money. It would be better to recruit him directly into the company." Zhao Yong thought about it and felt that Xiao Su was a good person. He was not the stubborn type. He was well versed in the ways of the world and was flexible in his work. He was indeed a good candidate. Xiaoguan smiled. "Try it? Twice his previous salary. Give it a try. You should save where you can and be willing to spend where you shouldn't." Zhao Yong asked Xiaoguan to do it immediately. Before Xiaoguan left, he hesitated and said, "Brother Yong." "No, Mr. Zhao. Everyone is asking when you will host the wedding banquet. Do you want to arrange it?" Zhao Yong hesitated for a moment and asked him to wait. "Let me ask your sister-in-law first." Li Manjun doesn't seem to like the hustle and bustle very much. If you arrange it without asking her, she might be unhappy. Xiaoguan raised his eyebrows. "Boss Zhao, you just got married, and you've been manipulated by the boss lady? Is my sister-in-law special?" Zhao Yong glared at him and said, "Get lost. Manjun is the most gentle woman he has ever met. She is nothing like the one in Xiaoguan's family, who controls her man very strictly and would have a quarrel if he received a call from a female client. His daughter Manjun is an educated person, sensible and smart. She never speaks loudly to him and is not powerful at all." Xiaoguan caught a glimpse of the faint smile on Mr. Zhao's lips and shuddered with shamelessness. He shook his head to express that he didn't understand. He looked so angry just now, but now he was smiling in a disgusting way. However, he was also more curious about what kind of person his sister-in-law was and how she could win over a man like Mr. Zhao from his family. He used to brag to his brothers, saying that there was no one in the world who could conquer Brother Yong. Unexpectedly, Brother Yong met him once on a blind date, and he was slapped in the face. In order to get married, he gave up selling his house and stopped panning for gold. He went back to his old business and even opened a company downstairs from his home. It was obvious that he did this to make it easier for him to go home and spend time with his wife. They even call it a nice place because the venue here is suitable. It's not suitable at all. There's not even a proper house. It's all warehouses. The offices and staff dormitories have to be built in the warehouses. Fortunately, Brother Yong is a loyal man who is willing to spend money on renovation. He made the warehouse look presentable, separated each dormitory,
and even built a bathroom. Zhao Yong returned to the office and made a few phone calls to old clients to keep in touch with them. He also took the opportunity to promote the opening of his new company. The afternoon passed quickly. The company had just restarted and had not yet officially opened for business, so there was not much to do. Zhao Yong left the company's affairs to Shaoguan and went home early. He opened the door excitedly and went in, thinking he would see Li Manjun right away, but to his surprise, the room was empty. I opened the bedroom door, and there was no one on the bed. Zhao Yong felt a little disappointed. He went to the living room and dialed 123 to call Li Manjun. He waited for nearly 20 minutes before the other party called him back. "What's up?" Zhao Yong listened to the noisy background noise on the other end of the phone and asked in confusion, "Where are you? Are you coming back for dinner?" "I'm looking at venues. I still have to talk to the owner. I won't be home until later. You can take care of dinner on your own. Do it yourself?" Zhao Yong took a deep breath, hung up the phone, and collapsed on the sofa in frustration. He already had a wife, so why was he still so lonely? Then I felt confused again. Li Manjun said she was scouring the venue. What was she going to do? She was so busy that she could not be seen. It was past 8 in the evening, and it was completely dark when Li Manjun returned home. Her hands were full. She had just finished her meal and strolled along the street, where she bought half a big watermelon, some clothes, and snacks. Zhao Yong was sitting at home flipping through the phone book. The company was about to officially open, so he had to invite a few leaders and bosses to come and show his support. You can't just call someone for nothing. If they're willing to give him face, he should at least treat them with good food and wine, and maybe even have them sing a song or dance afterward. But he was thinking about his wife, so he turned his head when he heard the door open. "Have you eaten?" Li Manjun rushed in and put the watermelon on the kitchen chopping board. "Cut it in half. We each have half. I'm so thirsty after walking all day." Zhao Yong hurriedly stood up to take the things in her hands. He found them quite heavy, especially her large lady's bag, which contained a thick stack of documents, as big as a dictionary.
I've eaten. How about you?
"How about I make you a bowl of noodles?" Zhao Yong put down his bag and wanted to pour her a glass of water. But when he picked up the kettle, he found that it was empty. He didn't boil water, but went to the kitchen to cut the watermelon, let her take 2 slices to eat first, and turned on the fire to boil water.
I've eaten downstairs.
"Please boil some more water, so I can wash my hair," Li Manjun said with a smile in the bedroom. "After running around all day, my hair was covered in sweat and dust, and it felt like mud. It would be uncomfortable if I didn't wash it." Seeing that she was still cheerful, Zhao Yong knew that something good was going to happen. He went to the shared wash basin in the corridor, filled a pot with water, put it on the stove, and walked into the house while chewing on a sweet watermelon. "Did you buy new pajamas?" Li Manjun looked at herself in the mirror and found that she was wearing loose and comfortable light blue pajamas. The top was a vest with wide white lotus straps, and the pants were shorts with white lotus hems. The whole set looked very cute. Zhao Yong's eyes dimmed as he looked at her 2 exposed white legs. He frowned and warned her, "You can't wear this outside and walk around. Who wears pajamas outside?" Li Manjun rolled her eyes at him and handed him the pajamas she bought for Zhao Yong. "And mine?" Zhao Yong looked at her in surprise. When she nodded, he slurped the whole watermelon into his mouth, threw away the rind, wiped his hands clean, and opened the plastic bag to look at his pajamas. It is a set of gray short-sleeve shirt and shorts, made of pure cotton. It feels a little hard, but becomes very soft after washing and is sweat-absorbent and cool. The 2 of them slept in the same bed for the past 2 days, and Zhao Yong felt a little embarrassed, so he both wore long trousers. But the summer nights were hot and stuffy, so I never wore a top. Because of this, Li Manjun was awakened several times in the middle of the night by the heat coming from his body. On the way back today, I happened to see a lingerie store and bought 2 sets of pajamas. "Don't always go shirtless, be more civilized," said Li Manjun. Zhao Yong gestured to the pajamas she bought for him. It was not known whether he heard it or not, but he smiled with satisfaction. When Li Manjun went to the corridor to wash her hair with water and a wash basin, she quickly took out one of her shirts and tied it around her waist. "What are you doing?"
Lee Manjuan's head was already in the basin. Her hair was wet, and it was difficult for her to get up. She could only tilt her head slightly and look at Zhao Yong in confusion. Zhao Yong stood on her left, his tall body shielding her from view. "I'm worried you'll be cold." Lee Manjun wiped the water from her eyes, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It was so hot that she wanted to dive into the refrigerator. How could it be cold? Zhao Yong added, "I'll accompany you." Then he frowned and murmured, it would be much more convenient if there was a separate bathroom. While washing her hair, Lee Manjun thought about the empty corner of her living room and asked tentatively, "Should we buy a refrigerator?" Zhao Yong's eyes lit up. "Sure, buy another color TV." He was used to being alone, so he never thought there was anything wrong with the silence in the living room. He came home very late every day and fell asleep immediately. But in the short 2 hours of waiting for Lee Manjun to come home, he suddenly felt that the house was terribly quiet. It would be nice if there were some human voices. Lee Manjun washed her hair and used the remaining warm water to wipe her body. Zhao Yong then remembered that there was no hairdryer at home. He took out a dry towel and handed it to Lee Manjun. "Wipe it with a towel tonight. Tomorrow we will go to see the color TV and refrigerator and buy the hairdryer by the way. It will be convenient for you next time." As he said this, he secretly touched Lee Manjuan's wet hair and sighed in his heart, saying that girl's hair is really long. The standing fan in the bedroom was humming. Lee Manjun held half a watermelon and placed it on her left-hand side. She also took 2 bags of snacks and placed them aside. She took out all the information in her purse and placed them in front of her. She ate a spoonful of watermelon and a mouthful of snacks while making plans in front of the desk lamp. Zhao Yong closed the door and walked in. Seeing how serious she was, he unconsciously slowed down his steps. He had finished the call. He had a rare few days of free time and thought he could spend some time with Lee Manjun. However, he didn't expect that she was the kind of person who couldn't sit still. She was so busy that she disappeared as soon as she arrived. Zhao Yong moved a chair and sat next to Lee Manjun, facing the electric fan, holding half a watermelon in his hand and eating it with an iron spoon, imitating Lee Manjuan's way. While eating, I looked at what she was writing. Well, I didn't understand. I just saw that her fingers were very beautiful, slender but strong. When she held the pen, her little finger was slightly curled up, and the fingertips were fleshy with a pink and white glow, like jelly. Zhao Yong put a piece of watermelon into his mouth woodenly, then shifted his gaze away with difficulty. He turned the electric fan to the highest setting and used the cold air to blow away the hidden heat in his abdomen. Lee Manjun was writing her plan when a strong wind blew over her shoulders, blowing her freshly washed hair in front of her eyes and sticking to her mouth. Her thoughts were disrupted, and she turned to Zhao Yong with her hair pulled up in annoyance and said, "I'm not hot, just hold the fan head still and let it blow on you." Her body is really heat-resistant. The window in front of her is wide open, and natural wind blows in, which is more comfortable than a fan. Lee Manjun feels cool when she is calm, but Zhao Yong cannot feel cool even if he uses the fan at the highest setting if he is not calm. But he also knew that he had just disturbed her, so he went to the living room with the electric fan and the watermelon rind. There were a few bags of snacks bought by Lee Manjun on the table. Zhao Yong saw that she was eating very happily, so he curiously turned them over and found that they were biscuits and spicy chips. Lee Manjun is such an adult, but she still eats the spicy chips that elementary school students eat? Zhao Yong raised his eyebrows. In fact, he also likes to eat these elementary school snacks, but he is an adult now and is embarrassed to eat them in front of others. Only after Zhao Yong secretly finished eating 3 packets of spicy chips did Lee Manjun come out of the bedroom after finishing her work. As soon as she entered the living room, she smelled the aroma of spicy strips in the air. She hurried to the table to look for them, but there was not a single packet left for her. Lee Manjun glared at Zhao Yong, who was leaning on the sofa with an unnatural expression, and said, "If you want to eat, just eat. Why are you doing it secretly? Buy it back tomorrow and compensate me." Zhao Yong thought she was going to get angry, but he didn't expect that she only said that he should pay for it after he had prepared a sophistry. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously. Okay. After answering, he was stunned again. Isn't this just confessing himself? Lee Manjun couldn't help laughing when she saw his annoyed expression. She poured a glass of water, sat down next to him, and said, I've already found a place, and I'm going to rent it to open a waste recycling station. The price has been negotiated today. Zhao Yong looked serious and looked at her with a surprised expression. You have negotiated the venue rental so quickly?
What?
Do you look down on me? Lee Manjun took a sip of water and tested casually. How could Zhao Yong look down on her? He was just a little shocked. There are very few women doing business these days, so few that there may not be 1 out of 10. Even if there is one, it is mostly a couple partnership with the woman assisting the husband. In order to prove that he didn't look down on others, Zhao Yong took the initiative to ask, Can you do it by yourself?
Do you want me to help you?
Lee Manjun curled her lips and smiled confidently, but she didn't say anything. Not for now. After all, she came here to do some research, and she was here to sell the step-out beds for 3 days. During those 3 days, she collected garbage and sold it at several scrap yards in Rongqing. She already had an idea of the price and location. In addition, she had been dealing with Long Mei, the owner of the scrap yard in Shernan town, for a month. Although she did not understand other industries, she had learned something about scrap recycling. There are several relatively large waste recycling stations in Rongqing, scattered in several major residential areas in the city. They all look for old houses with low rents and large areas. This kind of recycling station doesn't care about the geographical location at all. As long as your price is good, those garbage collectors will choose to sell to the recycling station with a higher price even if they have to walk a few more miles. But one thing is very important. The road must be wide enough for trucks to come in. Lee Manjun had basically determined the approximate location before. After walking around all day today, she finally found a suitable house in the south of the city near the highway exit. It is an abandoned bungalow with 4 red brick rooms and a large yard. In the past, the residents did their own wood processing and built a shed in the yard, which is perfect for use as a waste sorting warehouse. The rent was also negotiated to be 3,000 yuan per year, signed for 3 years and changed every 3 years, and the rent is payable every 6 months. The owner of the house was very nice. He agreed to clear out all the remaining wood scraps in the yard and leave some furniture in the house, so it was no problem for people to live in it. The only downside is that the shed is a bit run down and needs some repairs, but that's a minor thing. Lee Manjun likes this place. Besides its size and convenient transportation, the main reason is that there are several garbage dumps nearby. That place is only 3 or 4 kilometers away from the highway exit, so it will be convenient for large trucks to enter and exit in the future. Moreover, the area nearby is a mixed urban and rural residential area, and the road leads directly into the city. When she took a taxi today, she checked the time, and it only took 15 minutes to get home. If you ride your bike, it will be done in 20 minutes. Lee Manjun is very satisfied with this commuting time. Zhao Yong listened silently to her analysis and store opening plan. He felt that this woman was emitting a kind of light that was indescribable, but made people want to keep their eyes on her. Are you done for the day? The two were lying on the bed, ready to fall asleep, when the person next to them suddenly asked a question. Lee Manjun turned off the light and said, No, go to sleep. Good night. In the dark night, he asked again, When will it be over? At least 7 days. You calculate it yourself. Lee Manjun put her hands under the pillow and fell asleep. After a long time, a very light sigh came from behind. After a while, the only sound in the room was the humming of the electric fan. Lee Manjun woke up naturally at 7 o'clock the next day, got dressed, took the cash and the prepared contract, and prepared to go to the landlord to sign the contract. Zhao Yong also woke up. He reached out to touch something beside him, but felt nothing. He felt empty inside. When Lee Manjun saw him wake up, she asked softly, Is the locked bicycle downstairs yours? Yeah, can you ride a bike? I rarely ride that bike. If you can ride one, you can ride it later. Okay, where is the key? I need it today. Taking a taxi is expensive and she can't wait for the bus, so it would be nice to have a bicycle to use. Of course, if she could choose, Lee Manjun would choose Emule. Unfortunately, this is not limited by the times. Zhao Yong got out of bed and handed her the key. Can you really ride? He was still a little skeptical. Li Manjun took the key away. Of course. Are you going to the company today? Zhao Yong nodded. He had officially started working today and could no longer be as casual as before. However, he was the boss and his social events did not necessarily have to be held in the company. I may not be free to look at the refrigerator TV until the afternoon. What about you? Li Manjun asked while adjusting her suit skirt. I shouldn't be busy. The official opening is tomorrow. Today I'm mainly here to take a look and check for any missing items. If nothing unexpected happens, I should be free in the afternoon. Zhao Yong changed his clothes and came out. Seeing Li Manjun dressed in professional attire, he was slightly stunned. It doesn't have to be so formal, right? Li Manjun tied her hair up, picked up her bag, and turned around. Does she look like an insurance salesperson? Zhao Yong shook his head and said seriously, no, they look like those white-collar workers in foreign companies. Very beautiful. Li Manjun, really, I'm a little worried about what to do if you run into bad guys when you go out. Zhao Yong said so anxiously, how about I let Xiaoguan go with you? Li Manjun had never met this Xiaoguan, but she had heard Zhao Yong mention him several times. He was the one who did all the errands and messages that Zhao Yong needed to pass on. Isn't he busy? Li Manjun was a little tempted. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Zhao Yong immediately called Xiaoguan and said, yes, come to my house now. Xiaoguan arrived very quickly. He lived in the company dormitory and arrived in 2 minutes. The first time he saw Li Manjun, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows towards Zhao Yong. My sister-in-law is really beautiful. She was dressed in a professional suit, very elegant, holding a briefcase in her hand, with a firm and confident look in her eyes. She smiled and nodded at him. When she introduced herself, her tone was very civilized. Li Manjun extended her hand in a friendly manner. Heko, I'm Li Manjun. I'm afraid I have to trouble you today. Heko, sister-in-law, you can just call me Xiaoguan. The man who always spoke dirty words in front of his brothers was now as honest as a quail. Zhao Yong said, you go out with your sister-in-law today. Do whatever she tells you to do. Understand? Xiaoguan glared at him and said, why are you pretending to be a boss? We are all brothers and we know each other. Turning to face Li Manjun, he smiled very kindly. Okay, sister-in-law, just tell me if you have anything to say. Then let's go. Li Manjun glanced at Zhao Yong with amusement. Since they couldn't use bicycles when traveling together, they put down the keys and took a taxi. It is indeed convenient to have someone around. The area in the south of the city is quite chaotic, but because of Xiaoguan's presence, Li Manjun feels more confident and no longer has to worry about being robbed. When Xiaoguan learned that Li Manjun had come here alone to find a place and people to open a waste recycling station, the way he looked at her changed, and his tone of voice became unconsciously serious. The landlord arrived early and was surprised to see Li Manjun dressed so formally and with someone following her. I didn't expect that she was a female boss. Originally, the landlord was a bit adamant about paying the rent once every 6 months and wanted to pay it once a year. But now he has changed his attitude immediately, and without even mentioning it, the two of them successfully signed the rental contract. After getting the keys, Li Manjun first checked the new venue, noted the leaks, and immediately went to find someone to replace the awning, asking Xiaoguan to help keep an eye on it. She was not idle either. She bought a second-hand kilogram scale from a nearby market and found a piece of wood, wrote the word scrap recycling station on it, made it into a sign, and hung it at the gate. Then the recycling station was basically ready to open. I also need to make a price list, 2 boxes of business cards, and a job advertisement. Li Manjun sat on a small stool left by the original owner. In front of her was a wooden box, which she used as a table and wrote a to-do list on it. 4 empty houses can be used, one as an office reception room, one as a dormitory, and the remaining one as a warehouse specifically for storing precious metals. Waste paper and plastic are flammable, so fire prevention must be taken seriously. What to put in each area and how to put it must be planned carefully. The awning was replaced very quickly, and it was completed in just 1 morning. Seeing that Li Manjun was so busy that she didn't even look up, Xiao Guan bought lunch, and the two of them ate lunch together in the wooden box. After the meal, Li Manjun asked Xiao Guan, "Do you know where there is a second-hand furniture market nearby? A lot of things need to be added to this recycling station, including tables, chairs, benches, shelves, packing ropes, and bags, which are all indispensable." "I know. What do you want to buy, Madam Boss?" Xiao Guan found that Li Manjun was decisive and organized and quite courageous, so he stopped calling her sister-in-law and started calling her Madam Boss. They are freight dealers, so they know exactly how many streets there are in Rongqing and what is sold on each street. They don't even need a map. "That's great. I have a list here. You can buy the items according to the list. I still need to go to the printing shop to print some things." Li Manjun tore off the list on the notebook and handed it to Xiao Guan. "By the way, how much does it cost?" "I'll give it to you first." Xiao Guan looked over all the items on the list. He had just purchased everything needed from Juanda Freight Company and was very familiar with the prices of these office furniture. He asked Li Manjun to give him 800 yuan first, and he would refund him if he got more than the amount, and pay more if he got less. "For these packaging ropes and bags, our company has its own channels. I'll talk to them and ask them to deliver them to you at wholesale prices." "Madam Boss, how much do you want? This can save some money." Anyway, the boss and the boss's wife are one family, so Mr. Zhao will definitely make the same arrangement when he finds out. Li Manjun was delighted. She didn't expect that she could get some benefits from her husband's company. She gave Xiaoguan a number. The two of them acted separately. Xiaoguan went to the second-hand furniture market, and Li Manjun went to the printing shop. "Boss, I want to print 200 advertisements and 100 business cards. How much discount can you give me?" As soon as she entered the printing shop, Li Manjun put her bag on the empty printer, looked up and asked, "When people get along with each other, it is not the harmony and friendship that can improve efficiency. No one is polite when talking about money. Although she only has 300 copies, she still has to put in the effort to have 3,000 copies. Starting a business is not easy, so every penny saved counts." The owner of the printing shop said he could give a 10% discount. His was the only printing shop in the southern part of the city, and Li Manjun really had nowhere else to compare, so she simply went with a low total price. Li Manjun handed the draft she had prepared to her boss. The business card should be made according to this. The slogan is also written. Print it out accordingly. "Can I come get it tomorrow?" "Sure, come and pick it up tomorrow afternoon, and I'll work overtime to print it out for you tonight," the boss said with a smile. Li Manjun glanced at the several copiers in his shop, and then looked at the business license on the wall, which had the name of the printing shop written on it, Xinheng Copy. I nodded secretly, and made note of it. "Do you have waste paper in your store?" Li Manjun asked tentatively. The boss handed the draft to the typist, and turned around in surprise when he heard her question. "You haven't left yet? We don't have much waste paper in our store."
"Why do you want it?"
He had already seen what was written on the draft paper. The business card would be printed with Greenman Environmental Recycling Company, General Manager Li Manjun, and the advertisement would also have slogans such as free door-to-door recycling. Combined with the job advertisement, it was not difficult to guess what industry the young woman in front of him worked in.
Li Manjun nudda.
"Yes, if the quantity is large, I can come to your door for free. The price is the same as that in the recycling station." The shop owner glanced at the address on the draft, and it wasn't far away. "It's not that far from me. If you don't mind the trouble, come once a month. It's good to have some money. A few dollars can buy several bottles of soda, and they don't have to deliver it." Li Manjun smiled. "It's a deal then. I'll have someone send you a frame to hold waste paper." The shop owner was amused by her. She really didn't let go of even the smallest detail. Before leaving, Li Manjun also said, "If you have discarded machinery and electronic products, you can contact me. The phone number is on the draft. Our company accepts second-hand items." "Really? You're going to take in an unused printing machine?" When the shop owner saw Li Manjun was about to leave, he hurriedly stopped her. Li Manjun turned around, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "I'll take it. It's considered scrap metal. Do you have any?" Having said that, he walked back into the store and asked the boss what his name was. "My last name is Jean, and my given name is Hung. Since you are younger than me, You can call me Old Jean or Brother Jean. Brother Jean. Lee Manjun called him brother directly and asked curiously, "Where's the printing press for sale?" She had already seen that Jean Hung did not have a printing press, but he knew where one was. Lee Manjun took out a pack of cigarettes from her bag and handed one to Jean Hung. "Brother Jean, have one. Help me make the connection. I'll treat you to dinner later." Jean Hung looked at her in surprise. "You smoke too?" Lee Manjun shook her head. "I don't smoke, but the people around me do, so I always have some ready." Back to the printing press, Jean Hung smoked the cigarette handed to him by Lee Manjun and said with a smile that he had a friend who was a small manager in a printing factory. When they replaced the equipment with new ones, these old ones were eliminated, and they were looking for buyers. Lee Manjun originally thought there were only 1 or 2, but when she asked, Jean Hung said there were more than 10. "How about I give you his phone number, and you can contact him yourself?" Jean Hung turned his back and exhaled a smoke ring. He was also busy and had no time to help Lee Manjun make the connection. This won't work. How can she contact someone by herself if she doesn't know them? The other party will definitely ignore her. Lee Manjun gave the remaining pack of cigarettes to Jean Hung and asked him to ask his friend if they could arrange a time to meet. Jean Hung held the cigarette and nodded in agreement considering the 300-point order that Lee Manjun had placed here. "I'll just help ask, and I won't get involved in the rest of the matter," Jean Hung said in advance. Lee Manjun was grateful. "Thank you very much, Brother Jean. Next time a friend's company wants to make business cards, I will recommend you to them." Jean Hung liked to hear this. "That's great. Go back and wait for news. He's at work right now. I have to wait until he gets off work before I can call him. I'll contact you if I get a reply." It was a two-pronged approach that helped his friend and brought in customers. Jean Hung watched Lee Manjun leave with a smile and immediately called his friend. "What's the point of leaving get off work or not? It's just a courtesy." Lee Manjun left the printing shop and went to the telecommunications company to open an account and install a landline for the scrapyard. The staff promised to help her install the phone the next morning. After leaving her address, Lee Manjun went straight back to the recycling station. The beeping phone kept ringing, and Lee Manjun found a phone booth to call Zhao Yong back. "Are you done with your work over there?" Zhao Yong asked. Lee Manjun looked at the sun setting in the west. "It's almost time. How about you?" Zhao Yong had also finished his work, and the two of them agreed to meet downstairs at the electronics store, and then hung up the phone. Lee Manjun returned to the scrapyard and saw Xiao Guan and the second-hand furniture seller unloading the items from the car. "So fast?" Lee Manjun walked in with surprise. The room she was going to use as an office reception room was already equipped with a set of tables and chairs, a wooden sofa, and a glass coffee table. Several shelves were already standing on the open space. They were all welded from fine steel. They were a bit old and had some rust on them, but they were sturdy. Xiaoguan and the vendor moved the bed into the next room, clapped their hands and replied, "It's a good thing to meet an old friend. Madam Boss, we bought everything you wanted in one go." Before he finished speaking, he moved the remaining wooden table and placed it next to the kilogram scale. This would be where the purchase accounts would be recorded in the future. After all the things were moved, Xiaoguan paid the seller, sent the man away, and handed the remaining 50 yuan to Lee Manjun. "Here is the bill. Please check it, madam." Lee Manjun handed him a bottle of mineral water and said, "Thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I would have wasted several days by myself." The bill was correct, except that it was a little rough. However, it was understandable. Lee Manjun put the bill and the remaining money into her bag. Xiaoguan drank half a bottle of water in one breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked with an embarrassed smile, "Is there anything else you need to do?" "That's all. That's all for today. Are you going back to the company? Should I call you a taxi?" Lee Manjun asked. Xiaoguan waved his hand. "No need, Madam Boss. If you are fine, I will go back to the company first." He took a taxi and left. Lee Manjun locked the door and took a taxi to the home appliance city to meet up with Zhao Yong. When he saw Zhao Yong, he immediately said, "You have to reimburse Xiaoguan for the taxi fare later. Also, after I have sorted things out here in a few days, we will treat your brothers to a meal at home to celebrate our wedding and the opening of the business." Yes, both of their companies will open tomorrow. Zhao Yong looked at Li Manjun in surprise, bit off the cap of the soda bottle he had bought, inserted a straw, and handed it to her, who was sweating profusely. "Don't you mind us big guys sitting in your house?" Li Manjun took a big gulp of iced soda in one breath, burped comfortably, and said with a smile, "I have no objection to you punishing me." Zhao Yong sighed helplessly, with an expression that said, "I knew it would be like this," and said, "Why don't we go to a restaurant and treat each other to a meal, so we don't have to clean up?" Li Manjun walked into a TV shop, mostly black and white TVs, with a few new, bulky color TVs mixed in. As she looked at them, she asked Zhao Yong, "Is there a buffet here, the kind where you can eat as much as you want?" She thought Xiaoguan and his friends would prefer this kind of full buffet. Zhao Yong's eyes lit up. "Really? It's on the street next to our house. It seems to be a Sichuan hot pot buffet restaurant. It's 10 yuan or something per person, and there are both meat and vegetables." The more Zhao Yong talked about it, the better he thought it was. "Manjun, what you said is a good idea. Previously, I invited them to a restaurant, and one or two of them came back to complain that they were not full and uncomfortable. So this time, I will treat them to a buffet and let everyone eat to their heart's content."
How many people are there?
Li Manjun asked while sipping soda. "About 7 or 8. Okay. How much is this?" Li Manjun looked at the salesperson who was following behind her silently and tried several times to introduce the product, but couldn't get a word in. When the salesman heard her question, he immediately became enthusiastic and said with a smile, "This color TV has a 24-inch screen. It is a newly imported TV. We only have this one in the store. It is of very good quality, but a little expensive at 4,200 yuan. But if you buy the TV now, we will also give you an electric rice cooker." Zhao Yong took a deep breath when he heard this. Color TVs are so expensive. But he remained calm and asked Li Manjun, "Do you like this?" There was a row of televisions next to each other, showing the same commercials, and he couldn't tell any difference. Li Manjun just wanted to see which display screen had clearer image quality and more suitable screen size. "Because our house is built vertically, the distance between the TV cabinet and the sofa in the living room is relatively far, so a larger size would look more comfortable. Is there a lower discount?" Li Manjun asked the salesperson, hoping it would be cheaper. Seeing that the couple were both holding purses and beeping machines, the salesman knew that they were wealthy and had a high chance of buying. He comforted them by saying, "If you really want it, I'll ask the boss if you can get a lower price." Li Manjun nodded. "Go and ask." The salesperson was delighted and asked the two to wait. Zhao Yong looked at Li Manjun with a smile in his eyes and asked curiously, "How much less do you think her boss can give us?" Li Manjun shook her head. How could she know? Zhao Yong rubbed his nose, feeling frustrated, and bent over in front of the TV, trying to figure out why it was worth more than $4,000. "It can't be made of gold," he muttered. Li Manjun patted the back of the TV and said, "There is really gold in it." Her mind was full of recycling old TVs and refrigerators. As soon as Zhao Yong saw her fiery eyes, he knew that this daughter-in-law was almost going crazy collecting waste. "How are your preparations going?" he asked with concern. "It went quite smoothly. When I went to the copy shop to print business cards, I got a piece of news that they might be able to purchase a batch of second-hand printing machines," Li Manjun said as she looked around other areas. "This TV store also sells small appliances such as fans and rice cookers, but no refrigerators." Zhao Yong was surprised again. "You collect junk and you print business cards?" Li Manjun emphasized, "I am a serious environmental recycling company. Of course it is necessary." Zhao Yong thought about himself. It was really weird to tell people that he was the boss when he went out. If he used a business card, people would understand it as soon as he handed it to them. "Where did you print it?" "Print a copy for me, and I'll give you the money." Zhao Yong was very excited. Li Manjun said it herself. Even husband and wife have to settle accounts clearly. Li Manjun jokingly asked him to bring the money, and she would definitely get it done for him. The couple negotiated a small business, and the salesman came back with the price. 4,001, the lowest price. "I'll give you the rice cooker for free." The salesman was also a little nervous. After all, not many people would come to buy a color TV now. Lee Manjun and Zhao Yong looked at each other, and Zhao Yong said, "If you like it, let's buy it." As he was about to pay, Lee Manjun did not stop him, but said, "I'll buy the refrigerator." Zhao Yong handed the money to the salesperson, turned around and heard what Lee Manjun said, and frowned slightly. The TV was delivered to their door, but the two of them still needed to check the refrigerator inside, so they asked the clerk to pack it up first, and they would find a car to take it away together later. When they arrived at the refrigerator store, Zhao Yong said, "Don't divide it so clearly. I understand the law. We now have a common property. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Don't keep saying mine and yours. If outsiders hear us, they will think we are estranged." He sounded rather aggrieved. Lee Manjun was slightly surprised for a moment, but then she reacted and nodded with a smile. "I see." Zhao Yong choked when he saw her change it so quickly. He had a lot of things in mind, but he didn't even have the chance to say them. Isn't that infuriating?
You.
Zhao Yong scratched his head irritably, looking at Lee Manjun with a helpless look. Lee Manjun drank the rest of the soda in one gulp and stuffed the bottle into his hand. "Here, it's only 20 cents each. Don't throw it away." He clapped his hands and started looking at the refrigerator with the salesperson. As a result, the salesperson said that they were out of stock and had to be pre-ordered. All the items in the store were on display and could not be taken away. Zhao Yong had calmed down and stepped forward to ask, "How long do we have to wait?" "It will take at least 2 weeks. Right now, the supply is outstripping the demand. Especially at this time of year, the demand for refrigerators is greater than usual. I'm afraid you'll have to wait." The salesperson was also helpless. She wanted to sell it immediately, but domestic refrigerators had just survived a cold winter last year and were now experiencing a boom. Even non-refrigerating refrigerators could be sold. "Then let's go look somewhere else?" Zhao Yong knew that Lee Manjun wanted a refrigerator, so he asked tentatively. The salesman immediately said, "It's the same everywhere else. There are too few refrigerators in stock right now. It's the same for everyone, unless you know someone at the refrigerator factory." Zhao Yong raised his eyebrows, and Lee Manjun looked at him suspiciously. Zhao Yong waved at the salesperson, took his wife's hand, and left. "What? Do you have any connections?" Lee Manjun asked in a low voice after returning to the door of the TV store. Zhao Yong winked at her proudly and told her to stop caring. When the two returned home, Zhao Yong asked the deliverman to install the TV for him. Then he sat on the sofa and picked up the phone to make a call. "Boss Lin, have you eaten? It's really hot this year." Lee Manjun looked over curiously, and Zhao Yong waved his hand, pointed at the delivery girl, and told her to just take care of the TV. The neighbors had already bought TVs, but they were black and white. However, this made it convenient to run a TV cable to Zhao Yong's house. The deliverman originally wanted to come back tomorrow to get the TV cable for Lee Manjun, but Lee Manjun took out 10 yuan from her bag, and the deliverman didn't say a word and worked overtime to get the TV cable for her. I turned on the TV and tried several channels in turn. The playback was smooth and I could watch it. Lee Manjun sent the deliverman away, and when she came back, Zhao Yong had already hung up the phone and was cutting vegetables in the kitchen. Seeing her coming, he pretended to be calm and said, "I ordered a refrigerator from a friend. It will be delivered in a few days." Lee Manjun looked at him with interest. Zhao Yong turned sideways, poured the cut meat strips into the pot, and stir-fried it over high heat. "Why are you hiding?" Lee Manjun leaned against the door frame and said jokingly, "Mr. Zhao knows a lot of people. Can you introduce them to me?" Zhao Yong came back to his senses and glanced at her helplessly. "Don't be like this. Speak properly." But there was one thing he really wanted to tell her. The company is opening tomorrow, and I have arranged a dinner party tonight. Are you free to join us? Sure. Lee Manjun agreed immediately. She also wanted to see what kind of people Zhao Yong usually dealt with. The corners of Zhao Yong's mouth curled up. He began to look forward to tomorrow. Dinner was a simple 2-course meal. The couple moved the dining table to the sofa and sat on it, eating while watching God of Gamblers on the movie channel. Chow Yun-fat and Andy Lau are extremely popular now, and their posters and pirated movie discs are everywhere on the streets. We also need to buy a DVD player so that we can rent DVDs to watch at home. Zhao Yong picked up a piece of shredded pork with green pepper for Li Manjun and asked her to eat more. When the company opens, I may have social engagements when I'm busy. If you don't want to cook in the evening, you can go to Brother Zheng's restaurant to eat. Li Manjun saw that his eyes were fixed on the TV and the food had reached his nose. She reached out to take it down for him. Got it. Zhao Yong rubbed the tip of his nose and looked back at her with a straight gaze. As soon as Li Manjun turned back, she was kissed on the corner of her mouth. Her heart softened and she kicked him lightly. Eat well.
Oh.
Zhao Yong's eyes were filled with honey, so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. He stopped watching TV and ate with her. Li Manjun felt that this man was going crazy. After finishing her meal, she quickly washed the dishes, went to bed, turned off the light, and went to sleep. The two of them had a lot of things to do tomorrow, and since she hadn't finished her business yet, Zhao Yong couldn't do anything. He brought hot water and a clean towel and placed them on the bedside. Wipe yourself first before you lie down. Helplessly, he put down the basin and went out, closing the door for her. Li Manjun opened her eyes slightly and saw the soft light coming through the gap under the door. The middle was blocked by a black shadow. He was standing at the door, waiting for her to finish washing and come in to clean up. Li Manjun raised the corner of her mouth, got out of bed, took care of her personal hygiene, reached out and knocked on the door, and went to bed. Just leave the rest of the work to the person outside the door. She was really sleepy, and when Zhao Yong got into bed, she had already fallen into a deep sleep and didn't notice anything. The next day, the couple got up early together, washed up, went downstairs to have breakfast together, and then went about their own business. Li Manjun rode her bicycle to the scrap recycling station, opened the door, hung the sign she had prepared at the door, and set off some fireworks herself, which was considered the opening ceremony. It was still early and no one came to the door, so Li Manjun went to the dormitory, changed her clothes, put on old clothes, picked up a broom and rag to clean the room. The whole morning was spent cleaning. Looking at the cleaned office and dormitory, as well as the tidy yard, Li Manjun felt a sense of accomplishment. No one came the whole morning, and then the telecommunications company came to install the landline phone. Li Manjun felt a little disappointed, but it was normal that no one knew about this place on the first day of opening. After having some fried rice at a nearby restaurant for lunch, Li Manjun locked the door, picked up 2 woven baskets, rode her bicycle to Xinheng printing shop to pick up flyers and business cards. By the way, I also took care of Zhao Yong's business card making needs. One frame was left in the printing shop to hold waste paper, and the other frame was tied to the back seat of the bicycle, just enough to put all the flyers in and take them away. Before leaving, Jinheng said, "Manager Li, I contacted my friend at the printing factory last night. He said he is free this Friday afternoon. Please take a look at your side." "Sure, I'm free on Friday."
Li Manjun responde Pili.
Today is Wednesday, and that is the day after tomorrow. Write it down later, so you don't forget it. Li Manjun's little notebook is filled with her schedule. Juanda's opening dinner on Wednesday night, a buffet on Saturday night, and now a meeting with the printing factory on Friday afternoon. Jinheng gave the other parties' contact information to Li Manjun and told them to contact each other themselves. "Then can the business card I just added be ready before I get off work this afternoon? I need it urgently." There was a dinner party in the evening, and Li Manjun felt that Zhao Yong would definitely be able to use it. Jinheng said, "No problem, I'll expedite it for you." I waved and got on my bike. "Brother Jin, let's have dinner together later. I'll treat you." Jinheng agreed with a smile. After all, the store was close just across the street, so it could be arranged at any time. Li Manjun brought the things back to the store, reopened the door, and posted the job recruitment notice on the doorpost so that passers-by could see it. Now it is different from later times. If you want to recruit people, you just need to post the information on major platforms. Li Manjun herself is worried about when she can recruit people with just a job application form. But one always has to adapt. It's not convenient to have only one person in the store. If she wants to do business, someone has to stay in the store. Also, there are many people stealing things now, and there are too many things, so someone has to keep an eye on them. Because the working hours are almost 24 hours a day, Lee Manjun plans to offer a higher salary, 220 yuan a month, including food and accommodation. Lee Manjun bought a storybook at the newsstand to kill time. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a small group of people came and collected more than 100 kilograms of waste paper and more than 30 glass bottles. Knowing that she charges 2 cents more here than elsewhere, these professional scavengers said they would come to her house next time. Lee Manjun distributed a small advertisement to everyone, asking them to help promote it. However, there are not many people who can read, so for things like door-to-door recycling of old home appliances, we can only leave it to chance for now. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, another person came and said that he was introduced by the group of people who came before. They were all picking up garbage at the nearby garbage dumps, and word spread among people that the prices at Lee Manjun's scrapyard were high. This uncle specially brought a tricycle full of used garbage, and he alone was enough to offset the entire small wave of garbage in front. After weighing, settling accounts, recording accounts, and sorting and stacking, Lee Manjun closed the door, and that was all for today's business. According to the time of scavenging, the evening is the real peak delivery time, but there is a dinner party in the evening, and Lee Manjun will be late if he doesn't leave. This shows how important multiple employees are. Lee Manjun rode her bike back home first, washed her face, changed into a suit and skirt, put on black high heels, let her hair down, applied light foundation, drew her eyebrows, and put on lipstick. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked better and my overall image was good, except that it lacked some accessories. Lee Manjun took out the golden flower pendant that Zhao Yong had given her, gestured at it, and gave up in a second. Finally, I chose a pair of white plastic square earrings left by the original owner and put them on, and the feeling instantly came up. She was still young, and the black suit alone was too dull, so letting her hair down neutralized the seriousness and added a bit of softness. Paired with white square earrings, the other colors on her body are neutralized, making her look quiet and elegant. She is not the protagonist tonight, nor does she need to leave a deep impression on others. She just needs to be comfortable. Lee Manjun had just picked up her bag and was about to go out when Xiao Guan rushed over and said, "Boss, are you okay? I was afraid you couldn't find your place, so Mr. Zhao asked me to pick you up." Lee Manjun glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. She closed the door, walked out with her bag, and nodded to Xiao Guan, "Let's go." "Oh, okay." Xiao Guan hesitated for a moment before reacting, thinking to himself, Mr. Zhao's wife is so prestigious. The two took a taxi to the hotel where Zhao Yong was treating them, and Xiao Guan led Lee Manjun all the way to the second floor. Walking through the flowers in full bloom, the purple air coming from the east, and the perfect scenery, Zhao Yong appeared in front of the Lanting Pavilion and waved at the two of them. "This way." Lee Manjun strode over, her high heels clacking loudly, confident and beautiful. Zhao Yong's eyes lit up, and he smiled and took her hand. "Come on, I'll introduce you." There are already 4 guests in the private room. 2 couples, one is Director Liang and his wife. Both of them work in the unit. Another one is Mr. Chiu, who is in the construction materials business, and his young wife, Mrs. Chiu, who is a dancer in a theater troupe and is married for the 2nd time. This is Zhao Yong's largest client at present, and most of the company's orders are from Mr. Chiu. "This is my wife, Lee Manjun, the general manager of Greenman Environmental Protection Company," Zhao Yong introduced. The 4 people had different expressions. Director Liang and General Manager Chiu nodded and smiled politely. Mrs. Chiu was slightly surprised, then smiled and didn't take it seriously. Only Mrs. Liang came forward and shook hands with Lee Manjun with a smile. Young people are really amazing. They started their own company at such a young age. "My name is Wen Yufeng. I'm much older than you. You can call me Sister Wen or Sister Feng." "Sister Wen." Lee Manjun took out her business card, handed it to the 2 ladies, greeted them, and then sat down with Mrs. Liang. Seeing that Lee Manjun had already started chatting with the 2 people, Zhao Yong didn't need his leadership, so he left Xiao Guan to greet the guests and went out to wait for the remaining guests. 5 more people came later, 3 men and 2 women, all couples. The lone man was about the same age as Zhao Yong. His name was Sun Haitao, and he was not married yet. He brought the person Zhao Yong wanted to see most, Lu Xingming from the post office. As soon as Mrs. Lu came over, Mrs. Chiu greeted her warmly, with a fawning look on her face. Mrs. Lu, who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, was wearing a well-tailored white dress, with thick black waist-length hair draped behind her head. She was tall, had elegant manners, and had cold eyes that exuded arrogance. Faced with Mrs. Chiu's flattery, she just smiled slightly and reacted coldly. Mrs. Liang poked Li Manjun. Graduate students who studied abroad look down on people like us with low cultural levels and are quite arrogant. After saying that, he winked at Li Manjun, stood up and said in surprise, "Mrs. Lu, long time no see." Pulling Li Manjun, he said, "This is Xiao Zhao's wife, Li Manjun. She has started her own company at a young age. The young couple just got married, and this is the first time Xiao Zhao has brought someone here. Please take good care of her." Mrs. Lu lowered her eyes slightly. She was tall and wore high heels. She was half a head taller than Li Manjun and others. When she looked down at people, she felt as if she didn't see anyone. But when Li Manjun met her gaze, she only felt the other party's surprise. "Do you start your own company?" Mrs. Lu spoke in a light voice, speaking standard Mandarin without any accent. Because of her standard Mandarin, Mrs. Lu always seemed out of place among the local people such as Mrs. Liang and Mrs. Chiu. "Yes, it's just opened, and everything is still in the initial stage." Li Manjun handed her the business card. Mrs. Lu curled her lips slightly. "You even prepared a business card. I thought people in China didn't like to use business cards." Li Manjun smiled to show that she was listening. Mrs. Lu didn't need her response. She put the business card into her handbag and smiled at Li Manjun. "Greenman Environmental Recycling, I'll remember it." Seeing Li Manjun's confident look, neither arrogant nor impatient, but as steady as an old dog, I became more curious about her. The other lady is Mrs. Lin. Her husband is Mr. Lin, whom Zhao Yong contacted when he bought a refrigerator yesterday. He is also the party A who has business dealings with Zhao Yong. Li Manjun took a quick glance and understood that at today's meal, only Sun Haitao and Zhao Yong Xiaoguan were on the same level. Li Manjun smiled to show that she was listening. Mrs. Lu didn't need her response. The men at the table were drinking, bragging, talking about business and national affairs, all with a purpose. The atmosphere among the women was much more relaxed, mainly because Mrs. Lin and Mrs. Chiu were chatting with Mrs. Lu and asking her about interesting things happening abroad. Mrs. Lu was a bit aloof, but she answered every question. Mrs. Liang took good care of Li Manjun, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Everyone was drinking juice and chatting, and the topic turned to Li Manjun, asking her how she and Zhao Yong knew each other. Li Manjun smiled and said, "My neighbor introduced it to me." Mrs. Chiu immediately asked, "So was it love at first sight, or was Mr. Zhao chasing you like crazy?" Li Manjun did not answer this question directly, but just lowered her head, picked up the juice and took a sip, pretending to be embarrassed. Mrs. Chiu guessed, "Could it be that you are pursuing Mr. Zhao?" Mrs. Liang sneered, "How is that possible? Xiaoli is so pretty and capable. She must be pursued by Xiao Zhao." Mrs. Lin was talking to Mrs. Lu when she suddenly heard this topic and curiously interrupted and asked, "Who is chasing who?" Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Li Manjun knew she couldn't escape. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Yong at the next table suddenly shouted, "Of course, I was the one who pursued her. It's good enough that she likes me, but I don't dare to expect her to pursue me." Everyone laughed at once. Mr. Chiu and Mr. Lin looked at each other and thought that this young man was still in the honeymoon period. After he tasted the bitterness of marriage, he would probably never say such words again. However, once this topic was started, it was hard to stop. What everyone was most interested in was Mr. Chiu, who was in his 50s, and Mrs. Chiu, who was in her 20s. "Mrs. Lin jokingly asked Mr. Chiu, "What about you? How did you win over the leading actress of the troupe?" Mrs. Chiu turned and looked at Mr. Chiu expectantly to see what he was going to say. Unexpectedly, Mr. Chiu glared and said proudly, "Do I need to chase someone? It must be someone else chasing me." Everyone laughed. Mrs. Chiu's expression froze. She smashed her juice glass. "Listen to his nonsense. He was the one who ran to the theater to chase me first. This man gets carried away when he drinks. Seeing that she was really a little angry, Mrs. Lin didn't dare to ask any more questions. Mrs. Liang hurriedly tried to smooth things over, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. After 3 rounds of drinks, the men discussed their respective family status under the influence of alcohol, and they were all proud to be the head of the family. Mrs. Liang shouted in a veiled tone, "Lao Liang, have you drunk too much?" Director Liang smiled awkwardly, leaned back in his chair, and withdrew from the battle with a wry smile. But it was hard for Zhao Yong, as he was a newlywed, and people around him couldn't help but want to impart some experience to him. They told him that he had to keep money in his own hands to ensure his status in the family. Also, women cannot be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the more they will become arrogant and must be severely punished. Lu Xingming, holding a cup of sobering tea with red cheeks, sat aside and watched General Manager Chiu and General Manager Lin proudly, saying that they had the final say in the family. He had a smile in his eyes and did not make any comments. Mrs. Chiu could no longer laugh, but seeing Zhao Yong being taught by his seniors, she looked at Li Manjun with a proud look. I feel like I'm not having a good time, but when I see others are having a worse time than me, I feel happy. Li Manjun could see that Mrs. Chiu really had no status in the family. However, she and Mr. Chiu, one greedy for money and the other greedy for love, are quite compatible. Mrs. Lin said to Li Manjun in an awkward voice, "Men are like this. Everything will be fine once you give birth to a son." Li Manjun secretly raised her eyebrows and smiled at her awkwardly but politely. Mrs. Liang nudged Li Manjun with her elbow and whispered in her ear, "Don't be afraid. Xiao Zhao will definitely not listen to them. These guys are just sitting around doing nothing. Their own lives are a mess, yet they still have the nerve to pass on their experience to others. It's really hilarious. If it wasn't for your Xiao Zhao treating us, I wouldn't allow my Lao Liang to hang out with these people. What kind of captives are they?" She said this in a low voice with a very vivid expression, and Li Manjun couldn't help laughing. Mrs. Liang couldn't help laughing. She patted Li Manjun's hand and asked her if she was free to go shopping or something. Li Manjun was a little tempted. She also realized that she had too few clothes. She nodded and said, "Sister Wen, when you are free, please contact me, and we can go shopping together." Mrs. Liang nodded, then turned to ask Mrs. Liu, "Mrs. Liu, do you have time to go shopping with us? You have good taste. Can you help us pick out some clothes?" Mrs. Liang's words were not a compliment. Mrs. Liu's fashion sense was the best among the women present. Of course, a good foundation is also an important reason. He is tall, has long legs, and has a bright and elegant appearance. Like a model. Li Manjun once said this to Mrs. Liang in private. Mrs. Liang immediately grabbed her hand excitedly and said, "She is really a model." She was the runner-up in last year's model competition. Mrs. Liu studied fashion design abroad. She designed all the clothes in her house herself. People who come back from abroad are different. Li Manjun looked at Mrs. Liu in surprise. She looked back and asked calmly, "Is Manager Li coming too?" Li Manjun nodded and she nodded. "Okay." Mrs. Liang was very surprised. She had made appointments with Mrs. Liu many times before, but she refused. "I think you are quite special." After the dinner, when waiting for the driver to pick them up at the hotel entrance, Mrs. Liu suddenly came over and said to Li Manjun with a smile. Li Manjun was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "You are the most special one. I have never seen a skirt like yours in China. The colors and designs of skirts nowadays are a bit exaggerated. Your skirt is simple and has a simple and high-end feel. I was amazed when I walked in just now." What Li Manjun said was the truth. When she stood in front of Mrs. Liu, she felt that she was rustic. One was a fashion trendsetter, and the other was a rural female entrepreneur. "Are you serious?" Mrs. Liu asked with amusement. Li Manjun nodded heavily, absolutely true. She laughed heartily, generously, and cheerfully, completely different from the elegance and quietness she displayed at the dinner party. It was as if she had taken off her check and revealed her true self. Her joyful emotion infected those around her. "Manager Li, you have the best taste. I designed this skirt myself. If you like it, I can also design one for you."
Goodbye. Interesting baby. Before leaving, Mrs. Liu gently hugged Li Manjuan's shoulders and kissed her face, then got into the car and left in the surprised gaze of her husband Liu Xingming. Zhao Yong sent the guests away and turned around drunkenly, only to see his wife holding her face, looking flattered and whispering, "Beauty, please?" "What do you mean by beauty stickers?" Zhao Yong asked suspiciously and stretched out his arms, holding his wife in his arms. "Sticky stickers for me too." As he spoke, he moved his mouth closer. The strong smell of alcohol made Li Manjun push him away in disgust. "Go away. Who wants to get close to you? How much did you drink? Are you not drunk?" Li Manjun looked at his dazed eyes and asked worriedly. Xiaoguan was already drunk, and the taxi that Sun Haitao and the others had taken together had already left. Now, they are the only ones left at the hotel entrance.